Within Thieler residence of Fanning village. The night enveloped the small village in a profound silency and darkness, with only the lantern softly residence suspended hig, resembling the brightest stars in the night sky. You wretched scoundrel, how dare you slack off? Instructed out o gather herbs, yet your basket empty. Just wait until I teach you a lesson. Crack crack. Ah. In the center of the courtyard, a boy of around 14 or 50 in ears lay sprawled on a long bench, clad in coarse linen garments. Beside him stood a stout woman in a green shirt, her fierce countenance betraying hair rat has who yielded a hip, striking merciless lieth his back. Thought he boy's face was soon remarkable, his eyes with determination. Hegrited his teeth, allowing gon life you cry so fanguish to escape during the initial ashes, after hitch of felsolent. Even as thwip to re-through he fabric off his shirt, blood seeping through, hootered not a single sound. After more than 20 lashes, his back was a bloody mess. The woman, panting heavily, threw down he bloodied pants and the steps, cursing vehemently. You little bastard, your sister sent you to the residence not for our comfort. Now the master assigned saw you a simple tisk, and you can't even manage it. What u sieri autom? Do you think I don't needrest? I saw you as nothing beauty worth less wretch, seeking your own demise. The womanster de cant, her frustration boiling governess he was compelled to punish the boyselatine of the night. A kill breeze swept through, causing Sue Weixudo when seen pain, involuntarily twitching. Struggling to rise from the long bench, Sue Weixuga spore breath, glaring at woman but refraining from retaliation. Since he arrived in this world, he had attempted to resist numerous times, seeking to carve out thy's own path. However, the notion that transmigrators are favored by fate, possessing Jadvin said thinking to thrive in this world, was but a hollow phrase. Their reality was that he had no power or influence, merely upon it the mercy of others. Years ago, his sprint shad perished, and by all accounts, his sister should have taken Haman. Yet, to his misfortune, his brother-in-law despised Haman, through sent them to Serviath's residence. Thesa passed shad beneting short of a living hell. Once, he had been a graduate student in the north, only to collapse from exhaustion while a rushing Gathasis, and now found himself in our predicament. Fate was undeniably cruel. Don't even think about sleeping tonight. Get out here and continue gathering herbs. If I don't see the herbs you're supposed to collect by morning, I'll give out 20 more lashes. Crack. Fuman swung the whip with ferocity, the sharp crack echoing through the air, attempting to intimidate Sue Wixu before yawning gone retreating into the house. With a soft sigh, Sue Wixu staggered to lift a wooden basket, making ease way towards the mountains beyond the village. Halfway up the mountain, the trees thickened, surrounded by lush green hill sand clear waters. The pain in Sue Wixu's back was unbearable, leading him to hurl the wooden basket away and speak on the ground with defiance. Just wait for it, evil woman. With that, Hezekiah danced some more. When he had been brought to the residence and bound by a contract, he was still too young to resist. To regain his freedom, he needed to amass entail soft silver, a daunting task indeed. A sound emerged from the forest, branches rustling. In the distance, a figure cloaked in golden fur leaped down from a large tree, landing beside Sue Weixu. It was a monkey, elegantly proportioned diet not particularly large. Sue Weixu smiled. Monkey brother, you're here, sit. This monkey way sown Sue Weixu had encountered years ago hyla foraging for herbs, and they had become a familiar over time. Whenever Sue Weixu ventured into the mountains, them and wouldn't vary obligama to find him. This monkey was for gentler than others, never causing trouble, simply sitting quietly beside Sue Weixu, exuding an air of intelligence. Feeling gasons of despondency, Sue Weixu gazed at Thestariski, perceiving his future is bleak, fearing a might perish far from home. A glance a day Themin Ki Yan sighed, and never anticipated that closest companion in this world too, monkey brother. Alas, my fatigue is fraught with misfortune at tomorrow, and may well meet my end at the hand softly and why. Hanida defend 1,000-year-old ginseng, a task far from full. If you were read a fast punishment tag gain tomorrow, he might beckled outright. Sue Weixu pondered escaping, yet the vastness of this world was fraught with danger she could hardly fathom it might be captured before he even left the mountains. I call you monkey brother tha I am no to Fjorkin. Your presence brings me sins of comfort. Aswa partiday, I wonder when shall meet again. Monkey brother, dono tapir in Thieswood story idylli, lest you be captured. Journey toth west ways a classic of Fizera, and Su Huixiu held a deep admiration for Sungong. Seeing this monkey weighs a form of solace. Ah, even beings not tof me kind show such kindness. You face great peril, how could a beardo ignore it? Ah, monkey brother, your words bring me great comfort. Yao need no worry form. Su Huixiu instinctively replied, Olnato bestrupping chill, a shiver racing from his feet the chrono fished, causing the hairs in his body to stand an end. Monster. Su Huixiu stumbled back 2 steps, the flea did not flee. Her regard dead them and key with a mixture of suspicion and growing calm. After all, merely arriving in this world weighs a remarkable fiat. It was not so strange for a monkey to speak. Them and key nodded with satisfaction. You possess some courage, not flinch in fright. Su Huixiu exhaled in relief. Monkey brother, you treat me with sincerity, how could I be afraid? But time must ask, are you a minster? A monster? The monkey paused, then nodded. Bethed finition so fio your kind. I suppose I am indeed a minster. Su Huixiu's brightened. Monkey brother, can you perform any magical arts? The monkey shook its head. Su Huixiu sighed. Soy uer remeral yamen sturt hat can't speak him in language? The monkey stood upright. Countless paths lead to his same destination. Me path may not be suitable for you. Since the our fate has shave intertwined, I cannot bear to see you in such a plight. Beauty I must understand, stepping on the great path, the terror saw you face seer farmer a complex thing you imagine. Su Huixiu understood and immediately clasped his fists sing gratitude please, monkey brother, teach me. These world is harsh of in an ordinary person faces life and death. Monkey brother replied with a knowing smile, Thenio must be prepared I am a monster, and what impart will naturally fuss off great minsters. What difference is there between humans and minsters? Some humans are naturally human, while minsters may embody decency of what type me and stow genuine. Them and key felsolent for armament, admiration aming, in it sees, possess incitant, you are unliketherist. It gaze skyward, letting gout us off sci iPhone light hose, people were are, perhaps they would nathavia come into their current state. Since you have made our decision, I shall share with him a path of cultivation. A monkey paw pressed against Su Huixiu's arm. A warm current surged into his body. Closey our race and remember Theisner geese pathway through our meridians. Su Huixiu complied, shutting eyes to memorize a theflau of energy. Only when Hekud circulate tethetru ina gilef twithin yimbi themenki did it release him. Several horse later, Su Huixiu openetices, feeling gani media tezen zoflight Nissan strength, his vision sharper, rendering thwirled anew. However, the monkey had vanished. Monkey brother, Su Huixiu soft lykled out, butrieved norply. Hash left. At that moment, a commotion arose. In the distance, the monkey approached, effortlessly dragging a massive etager with onend. The enormous badioft hedager stark-like contrasted with them in key-spitted teform, creating gas-striking visual impact. Truly, a monster, Su Huixiu marveled. Thud. Themenki tossed the Lifelis to Gerbo for Su Huixiu. Chapter 2. The threat of plunder. The path of cultivation is far from simple. Since you have chosen to embark on this journey, the resources you will require in the future are abundant. With food being one of the essentials to nourish your body, this fierce tiger, once consumed, will undoubtedly bolster your physical strength significantly. Just as Su Huixiu was about to speak, the monkey leapt away, exclaiming, cultivation relies on oneself. I cannot assist you much. Do not expect my help. Even if you encounter danger in the future, I will not come to your aid. Why are you leaving so swiftly? I still wish to inquire about cultivation, Su Huixiu sighed, feeling somewhat exasperated. The weight of this formidable tiger was immense. After the recent cultivation, Su Huixiu had indeed grown stronger, though dragging the tiger was laborious. It was not impossible. The tiger was highly conspicuous and could not be brought back to the village. Thus, at the foot of the mountain, Su Huixiu hastily constructed a makeshift mud stove and rushed back to his sister's home under the cover of darkness. With his sister and brother-in-law fast asleep, he stealthily carried off a large pot and some cooking utensils. The tiger's skin, now completely removed, was set aside for a handsome price. He swiftly butchered the beast, chopping it into numerous pieces, adding a plethora of spices, and commenced cooking. Moments later, the pot emitted a tantalizing aroma of meat. Anning village was not affluent. Most villagers lived in poverty. The surrounding area was harsh and unforgiving, making hunting exceedingly difficult. Consequently, meat was a rare delicacy, As Su Huaishio inhaled the delectable scent, his mouth watered, and his stomach growled in hunger. Unable to resist, he pulled out a piece of meat, alternating hands as he savored a hearty bite. The meat, upon entering his stomach, transformed into a warm current, catalyzed by the monkey's vital energy. Su Huaishio had an instinctive feeling that he could consume the tiger at will. Hey, what's that delightful smell? It is so fragrant. Indeed, damn it, my stomach is growling. Not far off, a group of ragged, unkempt men leaned against a large tree, resting, with several farming tools nearby. They were the village's laziest men, often engaged in petty theft or venturing into the woods for hunting, occasionally catching wild rabbits to satisfy their hunger. Today, having waited in these deep mountains for most of the night without a single catch, their stomachs rumbled in protest. The enticing aroma of meat awakened their hunger. Shall we go take a look? Sure. Someone must be roasting wild game nearby. The men followed the scent, their stomachs aching with hunger. As they turned their gaze, they immediately spotted Su Huaishio devouring the tiger meat. His face smeared with grease, relishing every bite, which instantly sparked jealousy in their eyes. Particularly, upon recognizing Su Huaishio, their envy surged even higher. Isn't that Su Huaishio? The burly Zhang Erniu said in a gruff voice. Su Huaishio? I haven't heard that name before, Li Erge replied, puzzled. He is the younger brother of the butcher's wife from the village, sold to the Li family when he was young. Such a coward. He wouldn't dare utter a word, interjected the bald, pockmarked Sanlizhi. So he is from the butcheress family. His brother-in-law is quite formidable, Li Erge recalled the imposing figure of the butcher. But look, that is a tiger skin. He is eating tiger meat. How did he manage to catch such a fierce beast? It's almost impossible to survive an encounter with a tiger. Zhang Ernia's eyes locked onto the massive tiger skin beneath Su Huaishio. This scrawny fellow must have gotten lucky. Perhaps the tiger was attacked by wolves and he stumbled upon it. So now he is gorging on its flesh. Can he even finish such a large tiger? Sanlizhi scoffed. He certainly can't finish it. Let us help him, Li Erge sneered. If that tiger skin is intact, it could fetch 3 or 4 taels of silver in the county. Upon hearing this, the other 2 men's eyes gleamed with greed. Hey, kid, why are you hogging all the food? A voice from behind startled Su Huaishio, causing him to turn and frown. He recognized these men as the village's ruffians, notorious for their unscrupulous behavior. They had clearly seen him enjoying the tiger meat and were intent on claiming a share for themselves. If you want some, I can share a piece with you, Su Huaishio replied, rising to his feet while subtly securing the tiger skin around his waist. Share a piece. Zhang Ernia's eyes widened, revealing a vicious glint. Do you not recognize us? You think you can share? We'll take the rest, so you better scram, and leave that tiger skin behind. The other 2 men snickered, eyeing the pot of tiger meat, saliva nearly dripping from their mouths. This tiger belongs to me, Su Huaishio asserted firmly after a moment of silence. Kid, are you looking for trouble? Do you want a beating? Zhang Erniu retorted, and the men brandished their farming tools, encircling Su Huaishio. Although they often banded together, they were still wary of killing him in the village. They aimed to intimidate him, but as Su Huaishio remained undeterred, they advanced, striking him with fists and feet. Su Huaishio had thought himself transformed by the monkey's teachings, but he soon realized that, despite having gained some strength, he was still outmatched. Gradually, he began to tire under the relentless assault, his face bruised and battered. Protecting the tiger's skin beneath him, he endured a barrage of blows. The bitterness of helplessness swelling within him, he felt rage. Rage at his own impotence. Rage at his own weakness. Rage at being trampled upon. With a resounding thud, Zhang Erniu delivered a kick that sent Su Huaishio flying far away. Rolling down the slope, Li Erge gasped in alarm. Erniu, the kid rolled down. He won't be dead, will he? Zhang Erniu, his eyes gleaming with greed, picked up the tiger skin, exuding avarice. It's just a small slope. If he rolls down, he won't die. If he does die, it's none of our concern. Hurry, that tiger meat. I'm starving. The men immediately turned their attention to the bubbling pot of tiger meat. Each rushing to devour it, Su Huaishio tumbled down the slope, the underbrush and thorns scratching his body. By the time he reached the bottom, he was covered in cuts and bruises, the pain unbearable. With old wounds compounded by new ones, Su Huaishio grimaced in agony. As he glanced back up the slope, where the fragrant steam still wafted. A surge of fury ignited in his eyes, and he clenched his fists tightly. Good people are often taken advantage of, he thought. The night deepened, the chill in the air growing more biting. Su Huaishio lay on the ground, reflecting on the monkey's words. The path to greatness is fraught with peril. The dangers of life and death are unpredictable. Even in the face of mortality, I will not save you. With this thought, a fierce determination flashed in Su Huaishio's eyes. He rose abruptly, limping as he made his way back toward the village. Chapter 3. The Midnight Butcher in the Village. At the home of the butcher, Jiang, roused from sleep, stumbled into the courtyard, bleary-eyed, only to discover that his massive, dark iron pot was missing from beneath the kitchen shed. That's our cooking pot, damn it. We've been robbed. With his rotund belly, Jiang bellowed in outrage, waking his wife, Su Xiaojiao, a few years older than Su Huaishio and of unremarkable appearance, was startled awake by Jiang's outcry. Quick, check if any of our valuable items are missing. The couple hurriedly searched, soon realizing something peculiar. Only our pots and spices are gone. As they spoke, a sudden noise echoed, and Su Huaishio pushed open the courtyard door. Upon seeing his bloodied figure, both were taken aback. What on earth happened? Su Xiaojiao exclaimed, rushing forward. But before she could reach him, Jiang pulled her back. Warning, don't go near him. Who knows what trouble he has gotten into? Look at him, covered in blood. If you approach, you'll bring disaster upon us. You little brat, why aren't you working at the Li residence? Why are you causing trouble? Get out of here now, Jiang scolded angrily. Su Huaishio turned to his sister, Su Xiaojiao, but her gaze faltered, unable to meet his. She obediently followed her husband's orders. Su Huaishio felt a wave of despair wash over him. Although his sister had some affection for him, her timid nature and fear of her husband had led to her selling him to the Li family years ago. Now, even with his body battered and bruised, he was met only with admonitions to avoid causing more trouble. Su Huaishio remained silent, or perhaps he was simply weary of speaking and instead headed toward the kitchen. Seeing this, Jiang hurried after him, shouting, "What are you up to, you little brat?" As Su Huaishio entered the kitchen, Jiang quickly realized, "So it was you who stole our pots and spices. You dare to steal from us? Su Xiaojiao, look at your brother. He has become a thief. He is supposed to be working at the Li residence. They should take responsibility. No, this matter cannot be overlooked. We must go to the village head and demand justice from the Li family, or I will report it to the county." As the conversation unfolded, Su Huaishio emerged from the kitchen, wielding a butcher's knife traditionally used by Jiang, the butcher, for slaughtering pigs. Under the moonlight, the blade gleamed with a chilling white light, exuding an aura of dread that sent shivers down one's spine. Su Huaishio's eyes widened, revealing a fierce determination and ruthless intent. In that instant, Jiang was struck with an icy fear, his body trembling as he stepped back in a panic. Sweat prickling his skin. What do you intend to do?" he stammered. "Little brother, put that down. What are you thinking? He is your brother-in-law." Startled, Su Xiaojiao rushed forward, gripping Jiang's arm tightly. Both were engulfed in fear, their minds racing with the possibility that Su Huaishio harbored a grudge over being sold years ago. Now grown and seeking revenge, "Little rabbit, Huaishio, let us talk this over. I am your brother-in-law. There's no need for this. I was foolish, and it was wrong to sell you to the Li family. We still have some money at home. Take it all if you need to redeem yourself." Jiang's fear rendered him nearly incapacitated. Su Huaishio felt a wave of disdain. It dawned on her that this brother-in-law, who usually slaughtered pigs with a bloodied face, was nothing more than a coward. "Sister, now I am your little brother. I do not have a brother like you," she scoffed, her tone devoid of warmth. Before turning her gaze back to Jiang, "The silver is rightfully mine, but not now." The butcher Jiang nodded with indignation and remarked, "Village chief, this little scoundrel is a servant of the Li family. It stands to reason that we should seek out the Li family and hold them accountable, demanding compensation." As he uttered the word compensation, Jiang's tone grew heavier, and his eyes sparkled with a glint of avarice. The Li family was among the wealthiest in Anning village, and even a mere fraction of their riches could sustain them for half a year. With an opportunity at hand, it was only natural to seek some benefit from it. The village chief cast a surprised glance at Jiang, saying, "Xiao Jiang, is not Su Huaishio your late wife's brother?" Jiang's brow furrowed, and he replied gravely, "Today, I, Jiang the Butcher, shall sever ties with such a vile character and uphold the tranquility of Anning village. Excellent! The village chief nodded in agreement. In that case, we must promptly inform the villagers, gather a few strong young men, and capture Su Huaishio. We shall convene at the ancestral hall to deliberate on how to punish him. And additionally, send someone to invite Master Li to join us. Understood, village chief. I shall gather the villagers at once, Jiang exclaimed, eagerly rushing out. Soon, the matter sparked a heated discussion among the villagers. It was a shocking revelation that theft had occurred in the village. And the thief was none other than Jiang's late wife's brother. Quickly, Jiang enlisted several capable villagers to search for Su Huaishio, intending to capture him and interrogate him at the ancestral hall. However, despite their efforts, Su Huaishio's whereabouts remained elusive. Suddenly, a villager spoke up. Su Huaishio. I saw him yesterday, just before dusk, heading into the mountains with a basket. He must have gone to forage. The mountains? Jiang frowned. The villager had seen Su Huaishio near nightfall, and he recalled the cooking utensils and spices that had gone missing the previous night. Su Huaishio had even returned to fetch a butcher's knife, implying that he had caught some wild game. Likely considerable in size, that Jiang's anger flared as he realized the implications. The young rascal had dared to steal from his family to secretly cook and feast in the mountains, without a thought for his sister or brother-in-law. Let us head to the mountains, he commanded, rallying a few strong villagers to follow him. Upon reaching the mountains, they found Su Huaishio sound asleep on a tiger skin, utterly exhausted. After searching the area, one keen-eyed villager soon spotted a figure halfway up the slope and alerted the others. As they approached, Jiang let out a cold laugh, ready to chastise Su Huaishio. Yet, upon arriving at the scene, his expression changed drastically, his heart sinking as he nearly collapsed. The others were equally horrified, their faces pale as they took in the gruesome sight. Blood filled the area, and beside a large tree lay 3 corpses. Lifeless and bloodied, Li Ergu slumped against the tree, his abdomen soaked in blood. Li Yuanwei, nonchalantly observing the chaos, remarked, though this boy is my servant, having stolen and killed, he deserves a swift punishment, either a beating to death with a cudgel or being drowned in a pig cage. There is no need to involve me. Jiang's face paled. How could he demand compensation from Li Yuanwei if the young man was killed outright? He interjected. Li Yuanwei, let us keep matters separate. This wretched boy has stolen my possessions. As your Su Huaishio let out a thunderous roar and delivered a powerful kick, as if a colossal ape had descended from the heavens, its foot crashing down with tremendous force. Crack! Under Su Huaishio's single kick, the cage was instantly shattered into countless pieces. In a heartbeat, Su Huaishio emerged from the confines of the prison. Had he truly acquired the strength of 3 apes? Stretching his arms, he gazed at his skin. It had returned to its normal state. He realized he had the ability to control it at will, even if it did not manifest outwardly. Su Huaishio flung open the main door, startling the few individuals who had dozed off at the entrance. Upon seeing Su Huaishio's unexpected escape, they were momentarily taken aback, hesitating on whether to recapture him. In that fleeting moment of confusion, Su Huaishio had already stridden away, and they dared not pursue the bloodied Su Huaishio. Hastily rushing to summon help from the village chief, in the courtyard, Jiang the Butcher had already slaughtered a pig, the air thick with the stench of blood, while Su Xiaojiao assisted in the cleanup. With a resounding thud, the slaughtering knife was driven forcefully into the cutting board by Jiang the Butcher. Once everything was tidied up, he urged, hurry to the ancestral hall. That little rascal is set to be dunked in the pig pen today. Jiang the Butcher scoffed. Su Xiaojiao's eyes were red. Fear etched on her face as she shook her head. I think I should stay home. Humph. A woman is always a woman, too timid. Your brother has done this. It is only fitting, Jiang the Butcher sneered at it. Suddenly, a cold scoff resonated. Su Huaishio strode in confidently from outside, causing Jiang the Butcher's expression to shift in shock, hastily retreating in fear. Why you? How did you escape? Escape? Or should I have drowned? Su Huaishio retorted coldly, advancing quickly. Stay back. I have a knife. Jiang the Butcher brandished the slaughtering knife at Su Huaishio. Undeterred, Su Huaishio continued to approach, prompting Jiang the Butcher to shut his eyes and swing the knife in desperation. However, Su Huaishio swiftly snatched it from him and kicked him forcefully, sending Jiang the Butcher flying several meters away. Su Xiaojiao let out a sharp scream. Su Huaishio stepped forward, placing his foot on Jiang the Butcher's chest. Spare me, Huaishio. You must consider your sister. Zhang the butcher pleaded in terror. My sister. Su Huaixio's anger intensified upon hearing this, sneering, my sister married a man like you, which is why I was sold to the Li household. Huaixio, please let go of your brother-in-law. Su Xiaojiao approached, her face pale, tears streaming down her cheeks. In her view, a woman follows her husband, and Zhang the butcher was her lifelong dependency. Thus, he could not come to harm. Su Huaixio felt a pang of bitterness, loathing his sister's predicament and the harshness of the world's governance. Perhaps when he was sold to the Li household, he had already severed ties with this sister. Bring me 10 taels of silver and I shall release him. Otherwise, Zhang Ernia's fate will be his. Su Huaixio declared. 10 taels? That's far too much. Zhang the butcher cried out. What's that? Su Huaixio pressed down harder, causing Zhang the butcher's ribs to ache, silencing him as his expression betrayed his distress. Fine, fine, I'll get it. Just don't hurt your brother-in-law. Su Xiaojiao exclaimed, rushing into the house. At this moment, her thoughts remained solely on her husband. Leaving Su Huaixio feeling desolate, realizing that the last thread of familial affection in this world had been severed by her words. Soon, Su Xiaojiao emerged with their savings from the years, handing the silver to Su Huaixio. Zhang the butcher winced at the sight. Su Huaixio received the silver and looked at Su Xiaojiao with an impassive expression. Sister, this will be my final address to you. This 10 taels of silver is the price you received for selling me to the Li household. I reclaim it now, and from this moment forth, we shall have no further ties, a clean break. Su Xiaojiao was momentarily stunned, her eyes reddening as a wave of regret surged within her, wanting to speak but at a loss for words. Although her husband had orchestrated the events of that year, she had not firmly opposed it. Zhang the butcher secretly smirked, wishing for an absolute severance. After all, one embroiled in a criminal case could hardly expect a peaceful existence, fearing that Su Huaixio might implicate them. Village chief, he is here. At that moment, a crowd had surged into the village, encircling the scene. Upon witnessing Su Huaixio's fierce demeanor, with his foot pressing down on Zhang the butcher, they hesitated to approach. The crowd parted, and the village chief stepped forward, addressing Su Huaixio. Huaixio, you are one of us, someone I have watched grow. Theft and murder have already violated the laws of the Great Spirit. Now you humiliate your brother-in-law. What kind of decorum is that? Surrender peacefully. Only then can you honor the memory of your deceased parents. Su Huaixio raised an eyebrow. Zhang Erniu and his companions have long been thieves. I have eliminated them, which counts as a service to the village. I am not at fault, but rather have done a good deed. Tio, capture me and dunk me in the pig pen? Village chief, you are being utterly unreasonable. While you may be the village chief, you cannot act on behalf of the government. Do not presume to wield your authority here. You? The village chief fumed, perplexed at how Su Huaixio had transformed into such a sharp-tongued individual. We have so many people. Let us just seize him, a villager shouted, eager for confrontation. Su Huaixio chuckled, seizing the slaughtering knife from Zhang the butcher's grip and brandishing it. Anyone who wishes to apprehend me may step forward. I have already killed 3. I am not concerned with adding 1 more to the tally. Who is willing to meet their end first? The male villagers exchanged glances, suddenly hesitant to advance. Tio stepped forward, meant risking their lives for the sake of a few inconsequential individuals. After all, Zhang Erniu and his ilk were nothing but ruffians, many villagers thought. The one who had previously boasted about their numbers now hesitated, silenced by the gravity of the situation, as the crowd's gaze turned to him. Their expressions evasive. The village chief and a few elders, though respected, could not command the villagers to apprehend Su Huaixio if it meant paying a bloody price. Would they truly want to risk their lives? Su Huaixio shook his head, recognizing the nature of humanity. With the slaughtering knife in hand, he stepped closer to the crowd. Who among you wishes to capture me? Silence ensued. Suddenly, several villagers began to murmur. Zhang Ernia's death is no great loss. He stole from my home last time. Indeed, what wrong has Huaixio committed? If we were to report him, he should be rewarded. One villager spoke up, and soon many who had previously been cowed by the village chief's authority began to voice their support for Su Huaixio. Most villagers were inherently kind-hearted and simple. However, living in this small village, the village chief wielded tyrannical power, and the wealthy acted as overlords. They had little choice but to comply, fearing the repercussions of standing against them. Yet, in numbers, they found courage. Upon hearing this, The village chief's expression darkened. Huaishio, you see, the tide has turned. This village cannot be ruled by your whims. Are you suggesting you will personally come to apprehend me? Su Huaishio boldly declared, thrusting the slaughtering knife into the ground before the village chief's feet, startling him into retreat. I declare today, should anyone attempt to capture me in the future, they must come personally. I am ready to engage, of course. You can report me to the authorities, but should I discover your intentions, we shall see who arrives first, your officials or myself at your doorstep. Su Huaishio's threats left the crowd dumbfounded. Some filled with trepidation, while others rethought their plans. If there are no further matters, please step aside. Su Huaishio took a step forward, and the crowd instinctively parted, daring not to obstruct his path, as they watched Su Huaishio's retreating figure. They felt that Anning village had undergone a tremendous transformation. Having lost Zhang Erniu, they now faced a new tyrant in Su Huaishio. Meanwhile, Zhang the butcher, still lying in the courtyard, internally regretted his previous treatment of Su Huaishio. Realizing that the villagers dared not confront him, Su Huaishio walked along the rural path, each step invigorating. This was power, great power. Strength commanded respect, and none dared to provoke him. After this incident, Su Huaishio's understanding deepened, intensifying his yearning for the Ling Yuan technique and the path of cultivation. However, there remained an urgent matter to address, a chance to seize the momentum. The deed of selling himself, Anning village lay far from the county seat. Yet Li Yuanwei had retired from the county to live in comfort. Previously a merchant, his home was not lacking in wealth, even constructing a grand estate in Anning village. At the entrance stood two imposing stone lions, flanking a grand vermilion door adorned with brass rings. Upon reaching the entrance, Su Huaishio grasped the brass rings and pounded repeatedly upon the door. Inside, Li Yuanwei was still savoring ginseng tea, attended by his servants, when the sudden noise of knocking disturbed his tranquility, causing him to furrow his brow. The steward rushed over, exclaiming, "Who is it? Disturbing the peace this early? Are you seeking trouble?" Upon opening the door, the steward was taken aback at the sight of Su Huaishio, exclaiming, How did you escape?" Bang! Su Huaishio delivered a kick, sending the steward flying. "What is going on?" Hearing the commotion, Li Yuanwei called out. Su Huaishio had already burst into the house. Upon seeing Su Huaishio, the household members were momentarily stunned. The entire village was aware that Su Huaishio was meant to be submerged in the pigpen that very morning. How had he appeared here? Having escaped, he dared to run to the Li residence. Could it be for revenge? At this moment, the steward entered, clutching his chest. "Master, it is Su Huaishio. He has managed to escape within the estate." Several servants quickly surrounded him. However, Li Yuanwei showed no sign of fear. His expression remained unchanged as he continued to sit in his grand chair, holding a cup of ginseng tea. "A mere servant escaping is a stroke of luck for you, but returning to the Li residence is akin to seeking your own demise. Seize him and deliver him to the village chief." Outnumbered, the servants were undeterred and swiftly encircled Su Huaishio, intent on capturing him alive. Su Huaishio, eager to test his skills in the spirit ape technique, stepped forward to engage with the servants. These servants, being ordinary folk, possessed no martial prowess. Their varied physiques only relied on brute strength to overpower him. Su Huaishio, having been taught by the Monkey King, had already refined his internal energy and mastered the spirit ape technique, his moves etched in his memory, wielding the strength of 3 apes. How could mere commoners hope to contend with him? Spirit ape treads the sky. Spirit ape turns the hand. Spirit ape hammer to the chest. Spirit ape tops the heaven. With a series of agonizing cries, the servants were swiftly rendered incapacitated, writhing on the ground in pain. Li Yuanwei's expression shifted dramatically as he stood up, visibly unsettled. What is happening? Previously, Su Huaishio was merely a frail servant, lacking even the slightest strength. How has he suddenly become so formidable? Does he possess martial arts? How can an ordinary person be his opponent? No wonder he was able to kill 3MEN. Thoughts raced through Li Yuanwei's mind. His gaze flickered before he suddenly burst into laughter. Indeed? Impressive skills. I have not misjudged you. Su, young brother. You have done well to rid us of those ruffians from Zhang's gang. Since you have escaped, what purpose does it serve to remain in the village that wronged you? Have 50 taels of silver prepared for you, young brother Su, so you can carry it on your journey. Su Huaishio understood Li Yuanhuai's intentions and decided to intimidate him. Oh, if I were to kill you, wouldn't all the silver in the Li residence belong to me? You think to dismiss me with a mere 50 taels? Moreover, didn't you also wish to kill me yesterday? Li Yuanhuai's demeanor twitched. Yet he maintained a smile. Young brother Su, what are you saying? I reside in Anning village. Though I possess some wealth, all matters must be decided by the village chief. Furthermore, young brother Su, you are fresh to the world, filled with youthful vigor. While that is commendable, you must understand, there are always greater powers and talents beyond your OWNY residence is not solely guarded by servants. I have also employed some martial instructors. And do not forget, I have a son and a daughter, both esteemed disciples of the Iron Fist sect in the county, their skills having reached the 3rd rank. Oh, not misjudge yourself. I merely wish to avoid unnecessary troubles with you. Su Huaishio's heart stirred at the mention of 3rd rank. Was that a level of cultivation? He pondered what rank he himself might currently hold. Noticing Su Huaishio's silence, Li Yuanhuai assumed he was intimidated and sneered. Clapping his hands, "Why are you still standing there? Quickly bring 50 taels of silver to young brother Su." Regaining his focus, Su Huaishio looked at the 50 taels presented by a servant and promptly pulled out 10 taels from his chest, tossing them at Li Yuanhuai's feet. "Let the 50 taels be, here are 10. Can you return my contract of servitude?" Even though he had fled the Li residence, Su Huaishio believed Li Yuanhuai would not make things difficult regarding the contract. Nevertheless, such a document held a prick in his heart, better removed than retained. Moreover, as Li Yuanhuai had said, there were always greater powers beyond his own. Su Huaishio had just begun his cultivation journey and needed to exercise caution. Contract of servitude? Li Yuanhuai was taken aback, not expecting Su Huaishio to think of such a thing at this moment. Now, Su Huaishio's hands were stained with blood from 3 lives, and possessing martial skills. How could such a person continue to serve as a mere servant? That would be courting disaster. Ah, I see. Steward, go to my study and fetch young brother Su's contract. Yes, master. The steward soon returned with the contract and handed it to Su Huaishio. He took a glance and tore it to shreds without hesitation. Young brother Su, I have returned your contract. Thus, take the 50 taels along with your 10 taels as a token of my goodwill. Li Yuanhuai said with a smile that Su Huaishio raised an eyebrow. I have one more matter. Li Yuanhuai frowned. What else could it be? Where is that witch, Lin Sanyang? Bring her to me, Su Huaishio stated directly. This old hag had struck him countless times over the years. It was only right to exact a measure of retribution for his grievances. Lin Sanyang? Li Yuanhuai was puzzled, not understanding why Su Huaishio wanted her brought forth. He waved his hand, instructing a servant. Go fetch Lin Sanyang. Yes, sir. In the back courtyard, Lin Sanyang stood, whip in hand. Her chubby arms rolled up as she observed several maidservants washing. She frequently berated them. Wielding her whip, "You little wretches, do you think water is free? Wasting it like this, and you haven't even washed 2 garments before needing to change the water? Are you seeking death?" Crack! Ah! The maidservants shrieked in fright. A servant rushed over from the front yard, looking anxious. Lin Sanyang, hurry to the front yard. The master is calling for you. Lin Sanyang nodded, snorting disdainfully, her expression fierce as she brandished her whip, producing a sharp crack in the air. Himph, if it weren't for the master calling me, I'd teach you a lesson. Wash properly. If I return and find any garments unclean, beware of your skin. Chapter 9. Vicious retribution against the evil servant. Let us go. Lin Sanyang, with an air of arrogance, followed the servant to the front yard. She held a high position in the Li residence, only subordinate to the housekeeper and a few women of the Li family. Any servant who dared to cross her would suffer the consequences. The servant entering the front yard couldn't help but sneer inwardly at her arrogance. Although unaware of Su Huaishio's newfound strength, it was common knowledge that Lin Sanyang had bullied him mercilessly over the years, often resorting to physical punishment. It was clear that she would not fare well this time. As they arrived in the front yard, Lin Sanyang was about to greet Li Yuanhuai when she suddenly laid eyes on Su Huaishio, the man stained with blood. Startled, her pupils dilated, fear washing over her. You little brat, how did you escape? Master, quickly, capture him. To her astonishment, Li Yuanhuai merely frowned, addressing Su Huaishio. Now that she has arrived, young brother Su, feel free to speak your mind. Young brother Su? Lin Sanyang was taken aback, unable to comprehend why Li Yuanhuai was suddenly so cordial with him. Make her kneel. Su Huaishou commanded. What, kneel, you little brat? Who do you think you are? Are you looking to lose your life? This is the Li residence. You must be tired of living, master. He is a murderer. Quickly, throw him into it first. Lin Sanyang was furious, hurling insults, but Su Huaishou's blows were so ferocious that she soon found herself pleading for mercy, clutching Su Huaishou's calf and repeatedly begging for forgiveness. Yet, Su Huaishou continued to strike until Lin Sanyang finally lost consciousness, lying motionless. Only then did Su Huaishou discard the whip and exhale a sigh of relief, her thoughts clear at last. Observing this, Li Yuanwei exclaimed quickly, "Give the silver to young brother Su." Su Huaishou replied, astonished, "Li Yuanwei, I never intended to leave this place. This is where I was born and raised. I have no plans to depart just yet. As for the silver, I shall forego it. I merely seek to reclaim my indenture contract, severing all ties with the Li residence henceforth." With that, Su Huaishou turned and strode away. Seeing Su Huaishou's departure, Li Yuanwei's expression darkened. He had not anticipated that Su Huaishou would be so ungrateful, refusing to leave. Allowing him to take the indenture contract and walk away would be a total humiliation. He dreaded what the villagers might say, however. His martial artists were currently dispatched to the county town to deliver items for his children, and were not present. Otherwise, he would never allow Su Huaishou to leave so easily. As Su Huaishou walked along the path, her heart felt light, her thoughts unburdened. She had retrieved her indenture contract and avenged herself against Lin Sanyang. Exiting the Li residence, Su Huaishou naturally intended to continue her life in Anning village. It was not yet the right time to venture out. Her cultivation was still rudimentary, and it could be unsafe outside. The immediate concern was to find a place to stay. The villagers, upon seeing Su Huaishou striding confidently through the village, dared not question her. To do so would be courting death. She arrived at a somewhat dilapidated thatched cottage, once her home, which had fallen into disuse after her sister's family had sold her to the Li residence. Although it had been neglected, her brother-in-law had tacitly claimed it. Upon reaching the place, she pushed open the fence gate, but the wooden door of the cottage was locked. Su Huaishou grasped the lock and pulled with all her might. With a sharp crack, the lock and its hasp came loose. She pushed the door open, and a cloud of dust greeted her, revealing the extent of the disrepair inside. After spending an entire afternoon cleaning, she finally deemed it fit to serve as her temporary refuge. At tea that moment, Jiang Tuofu stormed into his home, fuming as he sat heavily on a stool, his face pale with anger. Su Xiaojiao, surprised, inquired, "What's wrong, dear husband? Why are you so furious?" Jiang Tuofu spat, "It's that wretched brother-in-law of yours. I just heard from the villagers that he went to the old homestead and just moved right in. That house was part of your dowry when you married me. This scoundrel has moved in without a second thought, completely disregarding me. The deed is still in my name. Who does he think he is?" Su Xiaojiao paused, considering, "But dear, that house was meant for Huaishou. Now that he has nowhere to live. For now? Nonsense, that is my house. Killing someone and the villagers doing nothing about it is one thing. But now he is invading my property. No, I must go to the village head. If he does not intervene, I will report this to the county magistrate and ensure that the constables apprehend him." Reporting to the magistrate? Su Xiaojiao gasped. Although the villagers dared not provoke Su Huaishou, she feared her brother might not stand a chance against the constables. "Perhaps we should let this go. After all, he is still my brother," Su Xiaojiao suggested. "Brother? Does he even see you as a sister? He is nothing but a murderer, wanted by the authorities, who has even stolen from me and assaulted my own brother-in-law. That kind of person deserves to die. No, I must seek out the village head." With that, Jiang Tuofu leapt up and headed for the village head's residence. Upon arriving, Jiang Tuofu recounted the entire situation. The village head, with a bitter smile, replied, "Xiao Jiang, you have seen for yourself how audacious Su Huaishou has become. He has crossed paths with the law. He just took his indenture contract from Li Yuanwei's house. And even Li Yuanwei cannot handle him. Most villagers now see Su Huaishou as a hero for ridding us of a few ruffians. Who am I to deal with Su Huaishou, for now? It would be wise to avoid provoking this harbinger of misfortune. How can you let this go, village head? That little brat clearly does not respect your authority. He has killed several people and is nothing short of a tyrant. If this continues, the entire village will be at his mercy." The village head, aged and wise, was not foolish. He recognized that Su Huaishou's actions were merely a matter of self-interest and did not concern him. He waved his hand dismissively, indicating his unwillingness to intervene. Jiang Tuofu, seething with indignation, stormed out, unable to tolerate the humiliation of being bullied by Su Huaishio and having his property seized. He resolved to report the matter to the county magistrate, determined to see justice served. With that thought, he found a bullock cart and set off toward the county town without so much as a word. Meanwhile, Su Huaishio was blissfully unaware of her brother-in-law's growing resentment as he headed to the county town to seek assistance against her. Standing in the courtyard, Su Huaishio continued to practice the Spirit Monkey technique. Having mastered 4 of the 10 skin-refining forms, Spirit Monkey treads the sky, Spirit Monkey turns the hand, Spirit Monkey pounds the chest, and Spirit Monkey tops the sky. Her flesh was now taut and resilient, brimming with boundless energy, embodying the strength of 3 monkeys. When fully unleashed, her skin would transform into a tough, dark brown hide, greatly enhancing her strength and endurance. The 10 skin-refining forms were designed to condition her entire body, each employing a different technique to achieve the desired effect while also possessing a certain mystique in their execution. Although the origins of the Spirit Monkey technique remained a mystery, it was evidently extraordinary. Realizing this, Su Huaishio knew she needed to intensify her training, especially considering that Li Yuanwai's son and daughter were true disciples of the Iron Fist sect in the county town. Having stripped Li Yuanwai of his dignity, Su Huaishio understood that a smile from them did not signify an absence of resentment. Thus, she was resolute in her commitment to elevate her cultivation. With a sudden burst, Su Huaishio executed the Spirit Monkey back technique, striking the wall with her back. The impact left her skin bruised, but soon a wave of warmth coursed through her, bringing a tingling sensation as her skin began to tear and heal. Growing stronger. Was this due to the effects of the tiger meat? Indeed, her earlier companion had been correct. Refining essence and replenishing qi through nourishment was vital. The walls of the thatched cottage, made of mud bricks, were too fragile, and after just a few strikes, Su Huaishio noticed cracks forming. She decided to venture into the mountains to practice the Spirit Monkey back technique against a sturdy tree. As the sun dipped low, Su Huaishio's back was already a deep blue, and her practice of the technique was showing promise. Wondering what level of martial prowess she had attained, Su Huaishio paused to reflect. Her understanding of the grand martial arts system was merely superficial, and she was uncertain of her true capabilities. Although she possessed the strength of 3 monkeys, she knew that ordinary opponents would not pose a challenge. However, this was still a vague assessment. Enough of this for now, she thought. I will continue to hone my body, but I lack experience in actual combat, and that too must be improved. With that, Su Huaishio gazed deep into the forest, inspiration striking her. Stepping into the woods, the stillness enveloped her, and as she ventured further, she suddenly noticed several pairs of green eyes glimmering with an eerie light. As they drew closer, Su Huaishio felt a prickle of trepidation. It was a pack of wolves. Remaining steadfast, she chose to confront them. The wolves suddenly scattered, encircling Su Huaishio. Wolves are social creatures, clever and adept at collaboration. Su Huaishio did not show any sign of fear. Instead, she matched their patience. A howl pierced the air, and the wolves lunged at her. With a swift motion, Su Huaishio executed the Spirit Monkey turns the hand against the first wolf, her arm extending powerfully to strike it. The wolf was sent sprawling. The remaining wolves rushed at her, and with deft agility, she employed the Spirit Monkey skin-refining forms, engaging in fierce combat. The hungry wolves were tough and quick, making the fight arduous for Su Huaishio. Yet, as the battle ensued, she grew increasingly adept, her movements becoming fluid despite the scratches adorning her body. The fire of determination burned fiercely in her eyes. With a final, forceful punch, the last wolf collapsed to the ground. Motionless. Breathing heavily, Su Huaishio sat down, gritting her teeth as the pain from her wounds coursed through her body. She was nearing exhaustion when suddenly, a chilling wind swept through the area, sharp and piercing. This was no ordinary breeze. It was cold and sinister, sending shivers down her spine, as if her very soul were freezing. In an instant, her vision darkened completely. She could see nothing, as if a hand had been placed over her eyes. Her body felt stiff, numb, and icy, as though something heavy pressed down upon her. A roar echoed through the forest, deafening and resonant, causing the surrounding trees to tremble. Was that the sound of a tiger? Su Huaishio felt a chill run down her spine. It was indeed the roar of a fierce tiger, and she realized she was in grave danger. Su Huaishio was consumed by an urgent anxiety. as the sound of footsteps echoed ominously in his ears, each step causing the ground to tremble, a testament to the menacing weight and ferocity of the approaching beast. His heart raced. The footsteps drew perilously close. Now beside him, when suddenly, Su Huaishio was assailed by a gust of fetid wind, as if a ferocious tiger had opened its gaping maw to devour him whole. In that fleeting moment, Su Huaishio instinctively employed the technique of the agile ape's back support. With a jolt, his back slammed against a nearby tree, and leveraging the rebound, he swiftly rolled to the side. As he tumbled, a refreshing clarity enveloped him, his vision sharpened, and the numbness that had gripped his body dissipated. However, simultaneously, the scene around him came into stark focus. Before him loomed a magnificent tiger, measuring 3 to 4 meters in length and standing nearly 2 meters tall, a colossal creature with a gaping maw and razor-sharp fangs. Exuding an aura of terror, the tiger seemed to possess a degree of sentience. Upon noticing Su Huaishio had evaded its initial attack, it tilted its head slightly before lunging at him once more. Su Huaishio deftly dodged, utilizing the dense foliage of the jungle to elude the tiger's grasp. The tiger, now agitated, let out a thunderous roar. As if issuing a command, Su Huaishio felt a sudden heaviness envelop him. What was happening? He furrowed his brow but immediately resumed his evasive maneuvers. Yet, no matter how he tried to escape, that chilling presence and weight seemed to draw ever closer, as if something unseen was closing in on him. Chapter 11. The shadowy entity. Su Huaishio's heart raced with dread. At this rate, he would inevitably fall prey to the tiger, meeting a gruesome end. Without hesitation, he turned and fled, sprinting wildly as the tiger pursued relentlessly, occasionally emitting its resounding roar. Fortunately, the dense forest provided ample cover, allowing him to narrowly evade the tiger's grasp due to its massive size. However, the ominous chill of the wind would occasionally strike him, leaving him vulnerable and nearly caught several times. This approach was unsustainable. Su Huaishio's mind raced, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead, as he caught sight of the small hillside ahead, the very slope where Zhang Erniu and his companions had cast him down. A fortuitous opportunity. He quickened his pace, with the tiger hot on his heels. Arriving at the hillside, Su Huaishio suddenly halted, crouching low as the tiger lunged at him with its maw agape. With a swift motion, Su Huaishio executed the technique of the agile ape. He stomped his feet heavily, then reached up to grasp the tiger's hind legs as it soared above him, channeling all his strength and uniting his body with his intent. In an instant, he hurled the tiger away, sending it crashing down the hillside with a thunderous roar, rolling violently downwards. Su Huaishio rose to his feet, witnessing the tiger tumble to the base of the slope. Its flesh marred and injured, struggling to rise in a daze. Clearly wounded from such a heavy fall, the damage to its internal bones and organs was significant. Seeing the tiger at the brink of defeat, Su Huaishio leaped down the slope, bounding onto the tiger's neck, and with clenched fists, he unleashed a barrage of strikes upon the beast's skull. The tremendous force of his blows echoed against the tiger's head. Thud, thud, thud. The tiger's brain reeled from the impact, blood streaming from its ears, mouth, and eyes. With a final, resounding crash, it collapsed to the ground, utterly motionless, clearly having been rendered unconscious by Su Huaishio's fierce assault. With the tiger slain, Su Huaishio finally allowed himself to relax, collapsing atop the beast's body as he gasped for breath, acutely aware of his own exhaustion. The danger had been overwhelming, yet he remained vigilant. The icy wind that had pursued him was still present. Leaving him uncertain of how the tiger had managed such a feat even in death, he dared not let his guard down, scanning his surroundings. After a brief moment, when no further threats emerged, he began to feel a sense of relief. Perhaps this ominous presence had vanished along with the tiger. As he glanced sideways, he suddenly spotted the Monkey King perched on a nearby tree, observing him intently. "Monkey King," Su Huaishio called out. The Monkey King approached with an ease that defied gravity, seeming to glide through the air until he stood before Su Huaishio, who couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy. When would he possess such prowess? "You did well to slay the tiger." The Monkey King acknowledged with "It was merely luck." Su Huaishio replied with a wry smile, recognizing how close he had come to demise. "What do you propose we do with this creature?" The Monkey King inquired, gesturing toward the fallen tiger. Su Huaishio paused, taken aback. What do you mean? Of course, we should take it back for food. The Monkey King pondered for a moment. I had forgotten that your mortal eyes cannot perceive what lies beyond. Allow me to impart to you the technique of the golden eye. With that, the Monkey King placed a hand upon Su Huaixio's head, and in an instant, a surge of enlightenment coursed through him. Arcane symbols dancing in his mind. The golden eye technique, the spirit eye. This technique was profoundly intricate, capable of enhancing one's vision and endowing it with extraordinary powers, while entry into its practice was simple. Mastery posed considerable challenges. Within half an hour, Su Huaixio had grasped the rudiments of the golden eye technique. The spirit eye. As he opened his eyes, a flash of golden light flickered, and where once Su Huaixio's gaze was ordinary, it now sparkled with an extraordinary depth, black and vibrant, as if a vortex swirled within. A single glance could ensnare one's attention. Su Huaixio was momentarily taken aback as the world around him crystallized into sharp clarity, akin to the transition from standard definition to high definition. His vision problems had vanished entirely, enabling him to see further and clearer than ever before. However, as he turned to observe his surroundings, a chill ran down his spine. His pupils contracted as he stumbled back in shock. What was this but a ghost? Not far from him, a figure stood, a phantom, somewhat ethereal, its feet barely grazing the ground. It was a woman clad in a flowing white gown. Her eyes devoid of color, a haunting blankness that spoke of her lifelessness. Her form appeared gaunt, yet her features were strikingly beautiful. A delicate nose, a small mouth, and a graceful neck. Yet, it was undeniable, this was a ghost. Had she been responsible for his earlier peril? What is happening? Su Huaixio asked the Monkey King. Haven't you heard of the term zhong? This is a zhong, the Monkey King explained. The tiger likely gained some degree of sentience and, in a twist of fate, consumed this woman, becoming a zhong, compelled to lure humans for the tiger's sustenance. Upon hearing this, Su Huaixio sighed. This woman is indeed a tragic figure, unaware of what fate awaited her. Only to be devoured by a tiger. The Monkey King merely smiled, offering no further commentary. In his view, survival of the fittest was the natural order of things, and the woman's lack of strength had led to her unfortunate end. What will become of her now? Su Huaixio queried. With the tiger slain, she is without a master, reduced to this state, akin to a wandering spirit. Her remains must be nearby. Otherwise, she would have dissipated by now. This is merely an ordinary wandering spirit. If you wish to vanquish her, your own vitality would suffice, the Monkey King replied. Su Huaixio shook his head. Monkey King, I wish to bury her remains. The Monkey King fell silent for a moment before responding. You possess a kind heart and discernment. If one were to resort to mindless slaughter, their spirit would become tarnished, hindering their ascent to greatness. And her, Su Huaixio gestured toward the listless figure of the ghost. Ah? The Monkey King suddenly expressed a mix of surprise and intrigue. You are fortunate. This wandering spirit is an entity of the shadowy realm. If you could subdue her, she might become a valuable ally. What are your intentions? Though Su Huaixio was unfamiliar with the concept of the shadowy realm, he recognized that the Monkey King's admiration implied the spirit's uniqueness. Yet, he remained wary, especially considering her previous attempt on his life. Chapter 12. Adopting Xiao Qian first. We must locate her remains, Su Huaixio declared. The Monkey King nodded in approval. It would be unwise to search alone. Let her guide you. Suddenly, the Monkey King extended a finger toward the ghost, and a beam of golden light enveloped her. The woman trembled, her vacant expression gradually regaining lucidity, only to be overtaken by anguish, a flicker of struggle crossing her face before she calmed. Thank you for sparing my life, she said, half crouching in gratitude, exuding an air of grace. Now imbued with vitality, her features shone with a newfound brilliance, her elegance striking and poised, evoking a sense of sympathy. Su Huaixio inquired, What is your name? And how did you fall victim to the tiger? Do you recall the location of your remains? The woman furrowed her brow, her expression clouded with sorrow. I cannot remember. My mind is a fog. All I recall is being compelled to serve the tiger after my death, luring unsuspecting souls to their doom. I have harmed many, she spoke. Tears streamed down her face, a heart-wrenching sight that stirred Su Huaixio's compassion. Su Huaixio took a deep breath, reflecting on the years that had passed since he last encountered a woman. Seeing a girl weep stirred a deep sense of compassion within him, Do not fret. Young lady, if you cannot recall, then so be it. Although many may have been lured by your charms, it is not your fault. They are merely driven by the ferocity of a tiger, not by your will. Ultimately, it is the tiger that has taken their lives. I am not the one who killed, yet their demise weighs heavily upon my conscience. The young woman sighed softly, her sorrow unabated. The monkey beside them spoke coldly. Such is the nature of this world. The weak are preyed upon by the strong. The powerful survive while the vulnerable struggle to live. Even if your intentions are pure, you will eventually suffer at the hands of others. Much like being devoured by a tiger, possessing kindness and limits is commendable, yet one must not be excessively gentle. That is folly. If you believe yourself to be burdened by sin, then engage in acts of kindness to atone. Rather than wallow in tears, the young woman, taken aback by the monkey's words, seemed to awaken to a realization. I have been foolish. Thank you, esteemed monkey. She hesitated, unsure of how to address the monkey. Esteemed monkey? Su Huaishio nearly laughed aloud. The monkey, rarely flustered, turned his gaze aside, maintaining an air of composure. You may simply call me Monkey Brother, just as this lad does. Thank you, Monkey Brother, the young woman replied. Since you cannot recall, do you still remember your name? Su Huaishio inquired. Name? She shook her head. I do not remember. After pondering for a moment, Su Huaishio suggested, if you have forgotten your name, may I bestow one upon you? She paused briefly, then said, feel free, esteemed sir. Let us call you Xiao Qian, Su Huaishio said with a hint of mischief. Xiao Qian, she echoed, bowing slightly. Xiao Qian thanks you for the name, esteemed sir. Very well, let us seek your remains, Su Huaishio declared. Xiao Qian nodded and floated away, followed closely by the man and the monkey. After a brief passage of time, they indeed discovered the lair of the fierce tiger deep within the mountains. It was a dark, foul-smelling cave filled with bones. This tiger must have devoured countless souls, Su Huaishio remarked. Only Xiao Qian searched within the cave, eventually halting at a corner. Su Huaishio approached and found a relatively small skeleton, accompanied by some tattered garments of a light red hue. Evidently once splendid. Xiao Qian had mentioned being from a prominent family, but it was unclear how she ended up in this desolate wilderness, caught in the jaws of a tiger. As Xiao Qian gazed at her remains, tears welled in her eyes, overwhelmed by emotion. Ah, what is this? Su Huaishio noticed a jade pendant beside the skeleton. He picked it up. The pendant was translucent and smooth, crafted from exquisite jade, round and petite, adorned with a dragon motif and inscribed with an ancient character. Ancient? Xiao Qian, this jade pendant may be tied to your family. The inscription reads ancient, perhaps indicating your surname is Gu, Su Huaishio suggested. Gu Xiao Qian. She murmured to herself. Su Huaishio approached the monkey outside the cave. Monkey brother, please bury Xiao Qian's remains. What will happen to her? The likes of her, a weak, wandering spirit, cannot stray far from their remains. If buried, she will linger there. However, having been sustained by the tiger's essence, she could survive. Now that the tiger is dead and her remains are buried without nourishment, she may dissipate within a month. The monkey explained. Su Huaishio furrowed his brow. Do you find it troubling? The monkey inquired, observing him. Su Huaishio nodded. I may have a solution. The monkey offered. What solution? Fortuitously, this girl possesses a yin ghost body. This type of physique is highly sought after. I happen to have a method suitable for her cultivation. Should she be willing, if she successfully cultivates, it is not impossible for her to regain a corporeal form. Of course, if you wish for her to avoid dissipating, you could incinerate her remains into ashes, carry them with you, and nourish her with your blood. Use blood to nourish her? Su Huaishio exclaimed, taken aback. Are you frightened? The monkey asked with a hint of amusement. A drop once a month will suffice. For you, it is negligible. The guard urged his steed forward, furrowing his brow. Who are you? Do you know me? Zhang the butcher hastily replied, Guard, I am a villager from Anning village. I have spoken of you in the village before. It is only natural that you do not recognize me. A villager? The guard's expression returned to normal, tinged with a hint of disdain. What do you want from me? Zhang the butcher explained. Guard, you have just returned from visiting the young master and young lady in the county, preparing to head back. You may not know, but during your absence these past 2 days, a servant from the Li family has already ridden atop Li Yuanwai's head. What has happened? The guard's face immediately darkened. Zhang the butcher hurriedly recounted the events, a mere servant, a lowly slave, had completely disregarded the law, daring to coerce his master into handing over his contract of servitude, punishing Lin Sanyao in front of the master. Such audacity was tantamount to courting death. The guard let out a cold laugh, a glimmer of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. You are unaware, but this young man has learned some skills from who knows where. With you absent, no one in the village could contend with him. Even a group of Li family's lackeys combined could not subdue him. Moreover, it is said that he is exceedingly arrogant, showing utter contempt for Li Yuanwei and humiliating him openly, Jiang the butcher added, embellishing the tale. Himph, to think he dares to be so rampant with his pitiful skills learned from who knows where. A mere servant, oblivious to the vastness of this world. Once I return, I shall surely cripple his limbs, forcing him to kneel before the master and take his own life. The guard snorted disdainfully. Why are you sleeping here? The guard inquired. Well, that young man stole my belongings and now occupies my property. I intend to enter the city to report him to the authorities, Jiang the butcher replied. The guard frowned. Report to the authorities? Go back? Huh? Return just like that? Guard, I have not even entered the city or seen the county magistrate yet. Is it wise to turn back now? The guard sneered. Such trivial matters, how could the county magistrate concern himself? Even if you go to the county office, it would be of no use. Moreover, if you report him and the authorities intervene, how can I act? This young man, daring to provoke our master, is destined for death. Once I return, I will ensure he is buried without a trace. He has practiced martial arts since childhood, yet his talent is limited. His current cultivation is merely at the second rank. To kill a servant with such meager skills is exceedingly easy. Upon hearing this, Jiang the butcher's expression brightened instantly, realizing the guard was correct. Since he was willing to take action, Su Huaishio was undoubtedly doomed. Once he was gone, the property would rightfully return to him. Since the guard is heading back now, I shall accompany you, Jiang the butcher declared, preparing to rise and drive his ox cart along. The journey from the county to the village would take about half a day, and the road was fraught with danger. Encountering wild beasts was a possibility. Thus, following the guard would ensure safety. However, the guard merely glanced at the ox cart, saying indifferently, No need, I shall depart first. Your cart is too slow. You should go on your own. Hearing this, Jiang the butcher's face flushed with embarrassment. The guard gave a sharp command to his horse and set off. Bah! Jiang the butcher spat, watching the guard ride away. What a worthless cur! Merely a dog from the Li family, just another lackey. Such lowly eyes looking down on others. Sooner or later, once I am wealthy, I too shall reside in a grand estate, keeping several fine dogs like you, barking day in and day out. Chapter 14. Promotion to 4th rank in the early morning. The dawn broke with a rosy hue, the branches and leaves glistening with dew. Su Huaishio opened his eyes, the sky still shrouded in darkness, not yet fully bright. Xiao Qian? Su Huaishio called out, but no response came. Where could she have gone so early? He shook his head, not overly concerned. Anning village was inhabited by ordinary folk, and Xiao Qian was merely a wandering spirit. Ordinary people encountering her would only be scared to death. He donned his clothes and stepped into the small courtyard. The tiger he had slain the previous night was damp from the dew, and Su Huaishio took advantage of the lingering night to begin the butchering. Soon, the tiger skin was cleaned and hung out to dry, while the tiger meat was properly processed and placed into a large pot for cooking. The village of Anning had not yet fully awakened from the crowing of roosters. Yet the rich aroma of meat wafted far and wide. Wow, what smells so good? Yes, whose cooking is this? It must be meat. How fragrant! Some nearby villagers, upon rising, were enticed by the savory scent in the air. The children next door wailed, crying out to their mothers, expressing their desire to eat. As they stepped outside, they encountered their neighbors, quickly realizing that the enticing aroma emanated from Su Huaishio's home, prompting them to investigate who was cooking such mouth-watering fare. Before long, they discovered the large pot bubbling in Su Huaishio's courtyard, the chunks of meat steaming and turning in the pot, releasing waves of meaty fragrance. It's Su the lad. How could it be him again? Look, that's a tiger skin. He has killed another tiger. This is astonishing. How did he manage that? The crowd gasped, realizing that the fierce tiger was the king of the mountains, a predator feared by many. Only those who hunted them were known to return with tales of success. Yet now, This previously unremarkable youth from their village had slain 2 tigers in succession, feasting on tiger meat regularly. Stirring deep envy among them now, smelling the delicious aroma, their stomachs grumbled in protest, and the children cried out for food. Their faces flushed with embarrassment as they gazed towards Su Huaishou's courtyard, where the steaming pot of meat rolled enticingly. Their eyes filled with longing, yet they dared not approach. After all, he was a butcher whose hands were stained with the blood of 3 lives. Su Huaishou had already noticed these familiar faces. Having previously spoken well of him, he called out, "Those who wish to eat may bring a bowl. Each household can have a piece of meat and a bowl of soup." The villagers were instantly delighted, yet hesitated. "Mama, I want to eat. I want to eat," cried a child. Upon hearing this, one household gritted their teeth, resolutely fetching bowls and chopsticks, steeling their courage to enter Su Huaishou's courtyard. "Huaishou, Qing saw, you have 2 children, right? Here, have an extra piece of meat." Su Huaishou smiled, pulling out 2 larger pieces of tiger meat from the pot and filling a bowl with soup. The woman, referred to as Qing Saw, was taken aback by delight. "Oh my, this is too much, thank you," she exclaimed, beaming with joy. Seeing this, other villagers were emboldened and rushed forward, no longer hesitating. "Everyone, please do not rush. There is enough for all," Su Huaishou called out. Other households in the village took note, but many who had previously conspired against Su Huaishou lacked the face to approach. Even as envy gnawed at them, Su Huaishou, naturally, did not extend an invitation to them. The villagers returned home with the fragrant meat, and only then did Su Huaishou begin his own replenishment. His appetite had grown significantly. He consumed the remaining half of the tiger meat in its entirety. Soon, waves of warmth surged through his body as vital energy coursed throughout. Seizing the opportunity, Su Huaishou immediately began refining his skills. His entire being radiated warmth, the vital energy swirling and constantly stimulating his flesh. He practiced the 10 techniques of skin refining, making notable advancements in several. For several hours, Su Huaishou remained engrossed in his training. Once the vital energy within him began to settle, he channeled it into his blood and flesh before finally stopping. Su Huaishou inspected himself, a thought crossing his mind. Instantly, his skin took on a brownish hue, and numerous hairs began to sprout, resembling those of a monkey. After practicing dozens of techniques, he had now mastered 9. His strength had once again surged. However, as he gazed at the hair sprouting across his body, he couldn't help but wonder if he would end up resembling a monkey after completing his training. Suddenly, a gust of wind rushed past him. Quickly darting into the room, Su Huaishou smiled faintly, entering the room to find Xiao Qian standing quietly, unable to meet his gaze. "What happened? Where did you run off to?" Su Huaishou inquired. Xiao Qian lifted her head, causing Su Huaishou to pause momentarily. Her face bore a hint of color, and she appeared to have gained some physical substance. He quickly realized. "You went out to train with Monkey Brother?" Xiao Qian nodded. "I am sorry, Su Guo. I didn't mean to hide it from you." Before she could finish, Su Huaishou waved his hand dismissively. "No need to apologize. Do I seem like such a petty person? Since Monkey Brother is willing to teach you, follow his guidance and learn well." Xiao Qian hesitated, seemingly wanting to share something with Su Huaishou, yet ultimately chose silence if Su Gu found out about her training process. Would he be upset? She felt conflicted but ultimately decided against voicing her concerns. Drive, drive, drive. A chestnut-colored steed halted at the gates of the Li residence. A servant rushed over, grasping the reins. "Guard, you have returned? Is the master home?" The guard dismounted. "Yes, the master is in the main hall," the servant replied. "Very well." The guard nodded in acknowledgement, then tossed aside his riding crop and strode purposefully into the courtyard. Upon entering, he saw Li Yuanwei seated in the hall, leisurely sipping tea, prompting the guard to quicken his pace once more. "Why, lord, I have returned. How did the matters unfold? Are the young master and young lady well?" The guard replied, "The items have already been delivered to the young master. Furthermore, both the young master and young lady have now ascended to the ranks of 4th-tier experts. The leader of the Iron Fist sect is even inclined to support the young master. So it is possible that he may one day become the new leader of the Iron Fist sect. Is that so? Ha ha, this is indeed splendid news. I have heard that the leader of the Iron Fist sect is merely a 7th-tier expert. Correct?" Li Yuanwei's countenance radiated joy. "Indeed, the leader of the Iron Fist sect is a 7th-tier expert. and has achieved a certain notoriety in the county town. However, he is already in his 50s. While many young masters and young ladies have reached the 4th tier at a mere young age, truly remarkable talent, Wu the guard stated. Very well, very well. Let us see who dares to provoke the Li family henceforth. Li Yuanwei scoffed. My lord, I have heard there is a servant in the household. Wu the guard suddenly interjected. Upon hearing this, Li Yuanwei's expression darkened immediately. Chapter 15. One punch to kill, even you have heard of this affair? Li Yuanwei's face fell, shadowed by anger. The fact that even a guard sent to the county town was aware of this incident underscored the extent of its dissemination, leaving him utterly humiliated. My lord, do not be angry. It was the butcher Jiang who went to the county town intending to accuse this servant and encountered me, which is how I learned of it, Wu the guard explained. Li Yuanwei's expression softened somewhat. Indeed, this wretched servant has learned some skills from who knows where and dares to act arrogantly before me, showing me no respect. Had you been present, he would never have walked out of the Li manor alive. My lord, rest assured, now that I have returned, I will ensure he kneels before you to apologize. After all, he is merely a dog under your command, a mere servant. To dare treat you this way is akin to courting death. I shall fetch him at once. Let it be tonight, lest the villagers perceive me as excessively cruel. Tonight, bring him here, let him bow and admit his mistakes, and then execute him, leaving the body in this scoundrel's home. Heh, even if those villagers have not witnessed it, they may infer that it was my doing, thus instilling fear in their hearts. I speak too much, my lord, do not worry. I will surely bring back this wretched servant tonight. Wu the guard affirmed. All right, you may withdraw. Yes, my lord, by day in the mountains. Shao Qian, where has Monkey Brother gone? Su Huaishou inquired. The small porcelain bottle around her neck emitted a sound. Brother Su? Shao Qian is not quite sure either. Monkey Brother seems to be acting rather mysteriously. Indeed, Monkey Brother had always been enigmatic. Su Huaishou could not discern what he intended to do. Currently, he found himself lacking in practical combat skills, thus he often ventured into the mountains to engage with fierce beasts to enhance his experience. Now, he had learned 9 of the 10 techniques of the skin refinement, feeling his strength and defense significantly augmented. After a whole day, Su Huaishou's combat experience had improved considerably. In the evening, with a wild wolf slung over his shoulder, Su Huaishou strode towards home. Before he even reached his courtyard, he noticed a shadow lurking, stealthily approaching his door. Su Huaishou furrowed his brow, promptly setting down the wolf and stealthily approaching. Shao Qian, go take a look. Yes, Brother Su. Shao Qian darted out, swiftly closing in, and returned shortly with a look of urgency. Brother Su, that person intends to kill you. I saw a dagger in his hand. Tio kill me? Who is it? Su Huaishou frowned. Who in the village bore a grudge against him? His brother-in-law? Li Yuanwei. It seemed improbable that the butcher Jiang would act, so it must be Li Yuanwei. He had heard that Li Yuanwei had a guard. Also a martial artist. Perhaps this was that very guard. Very well, Shao Qian, let us draw near. Once he enters the house, you swiftly go inside and subdue him. I will follow. Is that acceptable? Su Huaishou stated. Eager to test his own skills, a mere guard of a country squire likely did not possess exceptional martial prowess, and with Shao Qian as his spectral ally, he could potentially achieve a decisive blow. Yes, it is possible, Brother Su, Shao Qian replied. The two stealthily approached. The guard Wu held his breath, cautiously standing at the door. Moments later, he discreetly prodded the latch of the door with the hilt of his dagger, attempting to catch the servant off guard with minimal noise. As he stepped inside, a cold smirk spread across his face as he hastily made his way to the bed. However, upon seeing the empty bed illuminated by moonlight, he was momentarily taken aback. There was not a soul in sight. Wu the guard was instantly gripped by a chilling fear. Just then, a cold gust of wind swept through, causing him to feel a sudden numbness and bone-chilling coldness. What is happening? Bang! At that moment, Su Huaishou burst in, swift as lightning. With a flick of the agile ape's hand, he struck directly at Wu the guard's crown. Numb and unresponsive, Wu the guard could only watch helplessly as 2 fists descended upon his head. A few servants immediately lifted the corpse and made their way towards the Li residence. Lin Sanyang, turning around, scolded them angrily. Mind your tongues and refrain from spreading rumors in the village. Humph! The village women fell silent, and once Lin Sanyang had departed, They exchanged disdainful whispers, muttering among themselves about her arrogance. Wasn't she merely a housekeeper for the Li family, just another servant? Upon arriving at the Li residence, a loud crash echoed as Li Yuanhui's fury erupted upon seeing the body of the martial guard. His face turned ashen, and he slammed his palm forcefully onto the table. The martial guard had perished. Just the day before, he had followed Li Yuanhui's orders to apprehend Su Huaishio. To find his lifeless form instead was utterly unexpected. Damn it. How could this martial guard, a second-tier expert, have been slain by Su Huaishio? And the gruesome manner of his death, could it be that Su Huaishio's prowess surpassed that of a second-tier master? Li Yuanhui furrowed his brows, realizing that he had underestimated Su Huaishio. Who would have thought that the martial guard would fall to his hands? My lord, how could the martial guard be dead and not have dealt with that little brat yet? Lin Sanyang interjected, her appearance resembling that of a bear due to her body being wrapped in bandages. Get lost? Li Yuanhui's furious retort met her ears the moment she finished speaking. Am I lord? Lin Sanyang was taken aback. Get lost. With a resounding crash, a teacup shattered at Lin Sanyang's feet, prompting her to tremble in fear as she hastily fled the scene. What a useless loudmouth! Li Yuanhui scoffed. My lord, the martial guard must have been killed by Su Huaishio. His strength likely surpasses that of the martial guard. Should we swiftly notify the young master and miss in the county? I'm afraid Su Huaishio might turn his sights on you. The steward approached, bowing slightly. Li Yuanhui furrowed his brow and sat down. If Su Huaishio intended to strike, he would have done so by now. His display of the martial guard's corpse suggests he seeks to resolve matters peacefully. After all, he knows the young master and miss are training at Iron Fist Gate. How could a mere household servant pose a threat? What should we do then, my lord? The steward inquired. The young master and miss have just advanced to the 4th tier. I hear they are still consolidating their training and cannot be rushed. Su Huaishio, having slain the martial guard, is indeed ruthless, yet he is also wary of Iron Fist Gate. Does he wish to survive by seeking goodwill? Such a notion is utterly delusional. However, we must first stabilize the situation. This grudge cannot go unavenged. Here, write a letter to the young master and send it without haste. Additionally, deliver 500 taels of silver to Su Huaishio, stating it is merely a misunderstanding, that the martial guard acted independently, and that it has nothing to do with the Li family. We must employ gentle words to put him at ease, and when Feiyu returns, we shall exact our revenge. Understood, my lord? The steward nodded. Then took the key to the storeroom, retrieving 500 taels of silver along with some modest gifts. He first penned a letter to send to the county while he himself took the silver and gifts to Su Huaishio's residence. Su Huaishio sat in meditation, circulating his vital energy. The essence left by the Monkey King grew stronger within him, and his cultivation gradually progressed. Internal cultivation of vital energy, external practice of the ape technique. Moments later, Su Huaishio exhaled a cloud of white mist that extended several meters. Next to him, Xiao Qian floated patiently, her gaze fixed on Su Huaishio. Upon seeing him awaken, she expressed her concern. Brother Su, do you think the Li family will seek revenge against you? Didn't you mention that someone from their family is training at Iron Fist Gate? It would be a piece of cake for them to deal with you. Especially since you have already killed one of their own. Shouldn't we move out of the village? Move out of the village? To where? Su Huaishio chuckled. Where? Xiao Qian tilted her head, her finger resting on her rosy lips. Her eyes sparkling with innocence. We could go to another village, or perhaps into the mountains, or even to the county. Su Huaishio smiled. There are no other villages within several kilometers of here. If we were to move into the mountains, where would we live? As for the county, of course we shall go, but not just yet. The time is not right. When will the time be right then? Xiao Qian asked, puzzled. When our strength is sufficient. The county is vast, and we are still too small, Su Huaishio replied, shaking his head. But the Li family? Xiao Qian hesitated. Haha, fear not. It is possible that the Li family will not only refrain from sending someone to kill me, but perhaps they might even offer me gifts. Su Huaishio's eyes narrowed. Gifts? How could that be? Is brother Su home? Just then, before Xiao Qian could finish her sentence, a voice called from outside. Xiao Qian's eyes widened. Brother Su? Heh, see? They have come. Su Huaishio smiled, his gaze flickering momentarily before settling into a calm demeanor. Who is it that seeks an audience, Brother Su? Why not open the door to talk? I am Li the steward. We have worked together before, So it can be said that we share a certain bond, Li the steward announced. Work together. Su Huaishou smirked inwardly. It sounded pleasant, but in truth, it was merely a matter of being a lackey under his command. Su Huaishou remained seated, signaling to Xiao Qian with his eyes. Understanding immediately, she walked over and opened the door. Upon seeing the door suddenly swing open, Li the steward, who had been waiting outside, was taken aback to find Su Huaishou sitting cross-legged inside. His expression inscrutable without having made a move. Doubt crept into his mind. How had the door opened? Chapter 17. Pretense and deceit. Su Huaishou gazed at the perplexed Li the steward. Li the steward. Will you not come in to speak? Li the steward gulped, feeling a twinge of fear. After all, he was in the presence of the one who had slain the martial guard. He had no idea how the door had opened. With business still at hand, Li the steward steeled himself and stepped inside, placing the gift box and silver on the table within the room. I wonder what brings Li the steward to seek me? You are not here to persuade me to return to the Li family, are you? Su Huaishou queried. Li the steward's scalp prickled, sensing the underlying threat in Su Huaishou's words. He quickly plastered on a smile. Brother Su is merely jesting. I am here primarily to follow the orders of my lord and to resolve any misunderstandings with you. Misunderstandings? What misunderstandings do we have? Su Huaishou asked, feigning surprise, internally cursing. Li the steward replied, previously, the martial guard disturbed you, but my lord was completely unaware of this. We do not know where the martial guard heard such rumors, believing that you and the Li family were at odds. My lord appreciates you greatly and would never entertain such baseless claims. However, it was unforgivable for the martial guard to disturb you, and you dealt with him well. My lord feels remorseful about this incident, believing it to be a failure in managing his subordinates. Therefore, he has sent me to deliver a small token of apology, 500 taels of silver and some ginseng and other supplements. I hope you will accept them. Upon hearing this, Su Huaishou appeared astonished. Li the steward, what are you saying? When did the martial guard come to my place? I only heard that the martial guard's body was found by the river this morning. I was equally shocked and saddened, as I was once part of the Li family. However, I never encountered the martial guard, let alone killed him. Li the steward, you must not speak carelessly. Please take these gifts back. Li the steward's expression shifted to one of shock, his mouth agape as he observed Su Huaishou's calm demeanor. His lips twitched as he cursed inwardly but quickly responded, ha ha, oh dear, how forgetful of me. It's my fault for misunderstanding. Brother Su has always been a person of great integrity. How could you have possibly killed the martial guard? These gifts are mainly sent by my lord out of appreciation for your past efforts while you were with the Li family. Please, you must accept them. Is that so? Su Huaishou pondered. You are correct, Li the steward. During my time at the Li residence, I worked diligently and helped Li Yuanwei considerably. Fine. Since these items are meant as compensation, I shall accept them. Li the steward, there's no need to see me off. I have matters to attend to. What a shameless act, truly devoid of shame. What a wretched person attempting to establish a facade of virtue. Li the steward fumed inwardly, yet he maintained a smile, clasping his hands in a gesture of farewell. Since Brother Su is so busy, I shall take my leave. Go visit the Li residence when you have the opportunity. Certainly, Su Huaishou replied. Once the door closed, both Su Huaishou and Li the steward exchanged glances, their expressions shifting in unison. Particularly, Li the steward's face darkened. Hemph, what an insufferable fool, he spat before storming off. Su Huaishou, on the other hand, remained composed, glancing at the table where 500 taels of silver had unexpectedly appeared. Brother Su, did the Li family truly send you gifts? Xiao Qian asked from the side. To temporarily placate me, they naturally need to act accordingly, Su Huaishou replied. The pressing matter is to elevate my cultivation swiftly. These are merely external possessions. Come, Xiao Qian, let us head to the mountains. Su Huaishou rose. Yes, Brother Su. Wife, where are you? Voices called out at the door of the butcher Zhang's home. Su Xiaojiao emerged from within, only to see her husband, Zhang the butcher, stumbling towards her, his face bruised and battered. She gasped in shock and hurriedly rushed to support him. Oh dear, what happened to you? Who did this? Don't even mention it. What a stroke of bad luck. On my way back, I encountered bandits who even stole the ox cart I borrowed. Thankfully, I managed to escape with my life. Zhang the butcher, in a fit of rage, cursed vehemently, lamenting that if it weren't for the presence of the martial guard accompanying him back to Anning village, He would not have encountered the bandits at all. Even if he had, with the martial guard by his side, he might have remained unscathed. Alas, the ox cart has been stolen, and now we are liable for compensation. Su Xiaojiao, taken aback, responded, Compensation? Compensation? You foul woman, do you not see my injuries? Hurry and assist me into the house to rest. Zhang the butcher berated her. Su Xiaojiao's face turned pale with alarm as she hurried to support Zhang the butcher. By the way, that martial guard from the Li residence has returned. I've heard he seeks trouble with Su Huaixiu. What has become of the situation? Has your useless brother been captured and taken to the Li residence? Zhang the butcher inquired. What? Su Xiaojiao exclaimed, her face a mask of confusion. Someone is trying to capture my brother. He ought to be apprehended for encroaching upon my property and stealing my belongings. I am asking you a question. Has he been taken away or not? Zhang the butcher, filled with ire, scolded her. The martial guard at Su Xiaojiao suddenly recalled the events of that morning. Master, are you referring to the guard from the Li family? The one named Wu. He seems to have perished. This morning, while Aunt Zhang was washing clothes by the river, she discovered him dead by the riverbank, and his death, however, in the meantime, a substantial amount of nourishing food gradually coalesced into vital energy, which subsequently repaired and rejuvenated the tendons, rendering them stronger, more robust, and dense. Before long, Xiao Qian returned. Her complexion appeared even more vibrant, particularly her lips, which were as crimson as blood, and her eyes had deepened to a pitch-black hue. If she had previously exuded an air of innocence, now there was a hint of seductive charm, further enhanced by her ethereal nature, which carried a touch of ghostly aura, making her presence both captivating and somewhat intimidating. Chapter 19. The Struggle for Leadership. Xiao Qian, what has happened to you? Su Huaixiu observed, slightly taken aback. Just as the words left his lips, Xiao Qian seemed to become bashful, almost as if she were reluctant to face Su Huaixiu, and promptly darted into her small urn of ashes. Su Huaixiu chuckled in surprise. Xiao Qian, are you shy? There's no need for that. Su Gu is not here to mock you. You look quite lovely as you are, he said with a smile. Su Gu, your voice carries a note of laughter. You clearly wish to jest, Xiao Qian replied softly, a hint of playful reproach in her tone. Not at all. How could I possibly tease you? If you don't believe me, come out, and I promise not to laugh, Su Huaixiu asserted earnestly. I'm not coming out. Xiao Qian's voice was laced with modesty. Su Huaixiu shook his head, finding the situation amusing, and chose not to tease her further. Instead, he sat cross-legged to cultivate, continuing to circulate his inner energy throughout his body. The spiritual essence of heaven and earth continuously gathered within him. Though this day, Su Huaixiu remained unaware of the name of the true energy and technique imparted by the Monkey King. However, as he practiced, that energy within him swelled increasingly. Coupled with his own Ling Yuan technique, he felt his strength surging rapidly. Yet, he was uncertain of his current cultivation rank. The martial guard's prowess was unknown. Although he had temporarily subdued the guard's body due to Xiao Qian's influence, he had previously managed to break free from her grasp in the forest. Why was it that the martial guard could not do the same, instead falling victim to his decisive strike? Was it possible that his cultivation surpassed the guard's, thus allowing Xiao Qian to subdue him, while he could effortlessly defeat the foe? With a lack of formidable opponents, only the wolves, tigers, and leopards of the mountains, Su Huaixiu had yet to gain a clear understanding of his own cultivation level. However, he was acutely aware of the changes in his body. He could now leap a distance of 5 or 6 meters, his physical strength boundless, exponentially more powerful than he had ever been. Enough of this for now, he thought. I shall discover my true capabilities when I encounter other martial practitioners in the future. At that time, I can engage in a friendly contest. Su Huaixiu closed his eyes and resumed his training. In the early morning, a streak of dawn glimmered like scattered gold across the entire forest, creating an ethereal and breathtaking scene. Dew dripped from the mountain springs, a gentle breeze stirred, carrying a damp yet warm scent in the air. After rising, Su Huaixiu continued deeper into the jungle, his singular focus being on training, engaging in relentless combat with the fierce wolves, tigers, and leopards of the mountains to enhance his combat experience. Iron Fist Sect. County Town. Within a grand estate spanning over 20 acres, a plaque at the entrance bore the 3 gilded characters: Iron Fist Sect, 3rd senior brother, 4th senior sister. At that moment, a man and a woman emerged from the side courtyard. The man, tall and strikingly handsome with sharp brows and bright eyes, donned a white robe, attracting the attention of several female disciples inside the sect. Upon addressing him as third senior brother, their cheeks flushed with admiration. The woman beside him, dressed in a red gown, possessed a voluptuous figure, her waist slender enough to be grasped by a single hand, exuding an irresistible allure, though her beauty was merely above average. The red attire accentuated her striking presence, captivating the attention of many male disciples. Is that not the third senior brother and fourth senior sister? Indeed. The third senior brother is so handsome, and the fourth senior sister is equally beautiful. Some disciples, unfamiliar with the pair, began to whisper among themselves, "Did you hear that the third senior brother and fourth senior sister became inner disciples in just 2 years? Indeed. Just look at who they are. The third senior brother and fourth senior sister are prodigies in martial arts. In 2 years, they have attained true disciple status and are now highly regarded by the sect leader. Rumor has it that the third senior brother is likely to become the next leader of the Iron Fist sect." What? The next sect leader? Upon hearing this, several disciples turned their heads in astonishment, unable to contain their gasps. Having only spent 3 years in the Iron Fist sect, being recognized as the next leader was truly remarkable. The Iron Fist sect was divided into outer and inner disciples, with those below the second rank classified as outer disciples. Only those above the second rank ascended to the inner circle. For the average individual, it typically took 7 to 8 years, or even longer, to progress from novice to the second rank. Ascending from the second to the fourth rank required even more time. Though those with exceptional talent were exceptions, among the inner disciples, there existed a unique category known as the true disciples, limited to only 5 individuals. These were considered the true apprentices of the sect leader. While the rest were merely supporters of the Iron Fist sect, the next sect leader would emerge from among the true disciples, leaving no room for envy. "Brother, has the sect leader summoned us regarding that matter?" Li Shuerong inquired. Li Feiyu smiled and nodded. "It is indeed about that matter. It has captured the attention of all forces in Anning County and may determine the future standing of various factions within the county." Li Shuerong furrowed her brows. "There are rumors circulating within the sect that the leader intends to appoint you as the next sect leader. Among the 5 true disciples, it goes without saying that you and I, as siblings, are exempt from discussion, but the other 3, Lu Mubai, Zhang Xianjing, and Gao Chonglin, are all men and possess the qualifications to become the sect leader. The leader's announcement likely aims to instigate competition among us and test your abilities. Brother, you must be cautious. I wonder what underhanded tactics those 3 will employ." Hemph, aside from Lu Mubai, who is at the 5th rank but quite advanced in age, now 35, with limited potential, the other 2 are also nearing their 30s. At the same 4th rank as us, however, you and I are in the prime of our years and have already reached the 4th rank. How can they compare to us? The leader merely seeks to test me. They are merely stepping stones. If I am entrusted with this matter by the leader and succeed, the position of sect leader will undoubtedly be mine. Li Feiyu proclaimed with pride. Li Shuerong nodded. "While that may be the case, brother, you must remain vigilant and of course, do not worry, sister. Let us proceed swiftly." "Yes." Li Shuerong nodded, her figure moving gracefully, drawing the attention of several disciples who cast sideways glances. However, upon noticing the icy glare shot from her, they quickly straightened their postures, frightened. "Are you not the newly promoted Feiyu Shidi and Shimi?" As the pair approached the leader's quarters, 3 men appeared before them, Lu Mubai, Zhang Xianjing, and Gao Chonglin, the remaining true disciples. "Lu Shixiang, you've returned?" Li Feiyu said nonchalantly. "Haha, I heard that the leader is planning to pass the position of sect leader to you. If I don't come now, I may find it hard to enter the Iron Fist sect's gates in the future." Lu Mubai, a middle-aged man with a slightly plump figure and a beard, appeared quite affable. "Hemph, Shixiang, do not speak nonsense. When has the leader ever said such a thing? Those are mere rumors. If the leader were to find out, you would surely face punishment," Li Shuerong interjected coldly. Chapter 20. The Secret Vault of the Rebel King. Haha, Shuerong Shimi, Lu Shixiang is merely joking. I have heard that Shuerong Shimi's boxing skills have advanced remarkably. How about we have a friendly match someday? By the way, I also heard that a new restaurant has opened in the county town, known for its delicious braised lion's head and carp leaping over the dragon gate. We could savor the dishes together after our match. The other man, Zhang Xianjing, spoke up. He was handsome and exuded an air of charm, his words as pleasant as a gentle spring breeze, easily winning people over. However, Li Shuerong noticed his gaze occasionally drifting towards her bosom, causing her discomfort. She shifted slightly and replied coldly, "No need for that, Shixiao. I have matters to attend to and am currently unavailable. Then we shall wait for the time when Shuerong Shimi is free." Zhang Xianjing replied with a smile, "Let us hurry inside. The leader is waiting for us," Gao Chonglin interjected. He was slightly shorter and appeared somewhat frail, yet his fists were calloused from rigorous training in the Iron Fist sect's external techniques, making his iron fists all the more pronounced. The Iron Fist sect's martial arts were divided into external and internal styles. The external techniques progressed swiftly and honed the iron fists, focusing entirely on external strength, whereas the internal techniques complemented the martial arts with inner power, albeit at a slower pace. The benefit being that the fists appeared no different from ordinary ones, often more fair and smooth. "Very well, let us proceed," Li Feiyu concurred, recognizing that now was not the time for banter with these three. The group stepped into the grand hall. "Leader." Several individuals clasped their fists in greeting. "Ah, you are all present. Very well, please take your seats." The leader of the Iron Fist sect, Iron God Wang, nodded. At 60 years of age, his hair and beard were grizzled, yet he did not appear aged. His body was robust and muscular, resembling that of a man in his prime. The Iron Fist sect had been established for merely 30 years. In the past, Iron God Wang, with his bare hands, built a substantial foundation in Anning County. Founding the Iron Fist sect, which had gained considerable renown in the region, his iron fists being particularly lauded by outsiders. "Master, may I inquire why you have summoned us?" Lu Mubai, the eldest disciple and foremost direct apprentice, was the first to speak. Iron God Wang replied in a grave tone, "You must have heard of a certain matter, have you not? Are you referring to the secret treasure of the Mountain King?" Someone asked, bringing to light the significance of governance. Iron God Wang nodded. Currently, nearly all forces, great and small, in Anning County are aware of this matter. The treasure of the Mountain King is of utmost importance. Whoever claims it will undoubtedly ascend to the ranks of the supreme powers in Anning County, rendering them unmatched in the region, and even within Liuzhou, the Iron Fist sect could attain a prestigious position, perhaps even becoming a second-tier force. This is a pivotal moment for us to bolster our strength. I've heard of the Mountain King, but I lack details. Master, what precisely is the significance of this treasure? Li Shuerong, with furrowed brows and a hint of confusion on her lovely countenance, inquired. Iron God Wang turned to the others. "Who will enlighten this young disciple?" "I shall, Master," Zhang Xianji said with a warm smile, his gaze fervently directed at Li Shuerong. Despite feeling discomfort, Li Shuerong suppressed her distaste and listened intently. 20 years ago, a young man named Zhang Chuang joined the second-tier force known as the Kaoshan sect in Liuzhou. His extraordinary talent saw him ascend to the rank of a 9th-tier master within just over a decade, garnering attention from all the powers in Liuzhou. The sect's leader held him in high regard, even publicly declaring that Zhang would inherit the position of sect leader and arranged for his daughter, renowned as the most beautiful woman in Liuzhou, to be betrothed to him. Her grace and charm captivated countless young talents in the region. If all had gone as expected, Zhang would marry the leader's daughter and control the Kaoshan sect, securing a bright future and reputation for himself. However, unexpectedly, Zhang Chuang intruded upon the leader's daughter's private quarters, seizing her and even drugged the sect leader, ruthlessly killing him before plundering the sect's treasury, which housed untold riches and martial arts secrets. In the end, he set the entire Kaoshan sect ablaze. When other factions learned of this, they rallied under the banner of justice to capture Zhang Chuang, hoping to claim the treasures for themselves. Yet, they soon discovered that Zhang had concealed his true strength, being a peak 10th-tier master. And many young talents fell at his hands. Zhang Chuang earned the title of the Mountain King. Subsequently, the forces of Liuzhou united to hunt him down, but in the end, this infamous figure perished at their hands, and they were unable to locate the Mountain King's treasure, even after a fruitless 6-month search, leading them to abandon the pursuit. As for what followed, you already know, junior sister, Li Shuerong nodded. I see. The subsequent events transpired when a villager, while hunting in the mountains, discovered several weapons belonging to the Kaoshan sect due to rain erosion exposing hidden caverns. He sold them in the county town, which led to the revelation of the Mountain King's treasure being located within the mountains of Anning County, igniting the ambitions of various forces. Precisely. Currently, this news is confined to Anning County. Had it not been for the dissemination of this information to other regions of Liuzhou, we would have had little opportunity. Thus, we must act swiftly to secure the Mountain King's treasure before the news spreads further. Although other forces in Anning County are keeping this matter discreet, delays could lead to complications, and it is likely that Liuzhou will soon become aware. We must strike decisively. Iron God Wang declared sternly, Master, leave this matter to me. I will ensure that we obtain the Mountain King's treasure. Allowing the Iron Fist sect to rise among the supreme powers, perhaps even securing a second-tier position within Liuzhou, Li Feiyu exclaimed suddenly. Lu Mubai smirked inwardly, exchanging a glance with Zhang Xianji, both reflecting a sense of unease. Junior brother, I believe this approach is misguided. Lu Mubai interjected sternly. Rising to his feet, Li Feiyu frowned immediately, anticipating his elder brother's interruption and taken aback by the blatant challenge. He scoffed internally, while Li Xuerong mirrored his discontent with her furrowed brows. Why is it inappropriate, elder brother? Li Feiyu retorted. Lu Mubai explained. The Mountain King's treasure is of critical importance and has attracted the attention of various factions, indicating a high level of danger. While the Iron Fist sect possesses a strong foundation in Anning County, the risks of sending only Feiyu to confront so many forces are considerable. As the eldest disciple, I am older and possess greater experience. I should take the lead to further our sect's prominence under the Master's guidance. If danger arises, my junior brothers can ensure the sect's safety in my absence. I believe what the eldest disciple says holds merit. Feiyu is still young and lacks experience. If the eldest disciple leads, our chances of success will undoubtedly increase. Gao Chonglin chimed in supportively. Li Xuerong interjected. Master, this matter does not hinge solely on age. My brother is already a fourth-tier master and is well regarded among the younger disciples. In light of the significance of the Mountain King's affairs, unity is paramount. It would be most fitting for my brother to lead this endeavor. Junior sister, your assertion is flawed. The affection my junior brother receives does not correlate with unity. Under the Master's leadership, our sect is already cohesive, akin to iron plates held together, and has nothing to do with my junior brother. This matter is of utmost importance, and as the eldest disciple, I must fulfill my duty to lead. Lu Mubai insisted once more. Eldest brother. Enough. Enough. Iron God Wang interjected suddenly. The group fell silent, exchanging cold glances before taking their seats once more. I recognize your dedication to the Iron Fist sect. Mubai, as the eldest disciple, your contributions over the years are noted, and I commend your diligence. Feiyu exhibits remarkable talent and will eventually become a cornerstone of our sect. However, this opportunity regarding the Mountain King's treasure is exceedingly rare, so I intend to send both Mubai and Feiyu to lead the expedition together. Should any insurmountable challenges arise, you may promptly inform me. Iron God Wang concluded decisively. Lu Mubai and Li Feiyu exchanged glances, a competitive glint in their eyes, tinged with a hint of frost. Li Xuerong suddenly chimed in. Master, may I accompany them? My brother and I have been inseparable since childhood, and with my fourth-tier cultivation, I can be of assistance. Moreover, the treasure's location is quite near my home, allowing me to visit. Iron God Wang pondered briefly before nodding. Since you wish to join? Then go ahead. Yes, Master. Now, you may all take your leave. Prepare swiftly and lead the disciples to formulate a plan. Lest we be outpaced by rival sections, Master. We take our leave. Master, we take our leave. They promptly exited. Outside, Lu Mubai halted, feigning a smile as he addressed Li Feiyu. Junior brother, since the Master has permitted your participation, you must understand that this is an opportunity for you to learn. Being still young and inexperienced, I, as the eldest disciple, should lead this endeavor and guide you. Observe closely, for if this mission succeeds, the Master will surely regard you with newfound respect. Li Xuerong interjected. Eldest brother, the Master did not convey such a message. You seem to be misrepresenting the Master's intentions. He asked you to go alongside my brother. Both of you are direct disciples and should collaborate to address this matter. Otherwise, if the Master intended for my brother to go alone, it would be redundant. Li Feiyu added. My sister is correct. Eldest brother should worry less. If you had spent more time honing your skills instead of fretting, you might have already attained the 6th or even 7th tier by now. Ha ha, all talk. Lu Mubai scoffed, abruptly departing. This was clearly a jab at his perceived lack of aptitude, and as he was only a 5th-tier master, he felt a sense of unease knowing that Li Feiyu would likely surpass him in cultivation. This realization left Lu Mubai somewhat agitated, for if Li Feiyu indeed outstripped him, there would be scant room for him within the Iron Fist sect. The struggle for supremacy has always led to self-destruction within dynasties, and the same holds true within the Iron Fist sect. Since you refuse to acknowledge my worth, do not blame the elder brother for his ruthlessness. With this thought, Lu Mubai's countenance darkened, a flicker of malevolence flashing in his eyes as he quickened his pace to depart. Junior sister, this time you must also proceed, but do exercise caution. I have some defensive items here. If you require them, I shall fetch them for you, Zhang Xianji said with a gentle smile. Li Shuerong's expression remained frosty, devoid of any trace of a smile. Thank you, elder brother, but please keep them for yourself. Brother, let us be on our way, Li Shuerong declared. The moment she left, Zhang Xianji's demeanor turned cold, losing all semblance of warmth. Beside him, Gao Changlin scoffed, Junior brother, why bother being so attentive to a woman who treats you with such disdain? If you are in need, I have heard that Baihua Tower has many maidens of virtue. With just a little silver, you can choose as you please. There is no need to hang yourself on this one tree, elder brother. You fail to comprehend. Capturing such a frigid woman and bringing her to ecstasy in bed is the true thrill. Moreover, my junior sister is a fourth-grade genius in martial prowess. Having such a woman to cherish is a man's greatest pride. What do ordinary women possess but tattered garments? Zhang Xianji retorted. Gao Changlin shook his head. Very well, I am eager to see how you intend to win such a woman. Brother, I fear that the elder brother harbors ill intentions. This time, the sect leader has instructed us to go together. Yet we must remain vigilant against him, Li Shuerong cautioned. Rest assured, sister. We shall indeed be wary of the elder brother. Li Feiyu replied with a smile. As the two returned to their courtyard in the Iron Fist sect, they were met by a familiar figure waiting within. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than their household servant. Young master, miss. The servant rushed over in a respectful manner. Li Feiyu nodded. What brings you here? Did Wu Huwei not just leave? Did father send any messages? Why is it not Wu Huwei who has come this time? The servant's complexion grew grave. Young master, Wu Huwei is dead. What? Li Feiyu's face changed instantly. What on earth happened? How did Wu Huwei die? Is father unharmed? Do not worry, young master. The master is fine. It is just that Wu Huwei has died, and thus the master sent me to urgently find you in the county. The servant explained. What exactly transpired? Li Shuerong furrowed her brow. Do you remember a servant in our household named Su Huaixio? The servant inquired. Su Huaixio? Li Feiyu's brow knitted as he recalled. I remember him. He entered our household when we were quite young. What has happened to him? Is this related to the current situation? Li Shuerong also had some recollection, having seen this servant at home, though he was rather unremarkable and seldom spoke. Merely a villager who had been sold to their household. That servant has turned the tables. He is oppressing his master, the servant revealed. Chapter 22. Leader of the Qinglong stronghold Su Huaixio, having learned some martial skills from an unknown source, had previously taken advantage of Wu Huwei's visit to their estate, killing several ruffians in the village and then causing a ruckus at the Li residence, demanding the master surrender his contract of servitude. Later, when Wu Huwei returned from the county, the master ordered him to capture Su Huaixio, but the next day they discovered that Wu Huwei had been killed and discarded by the riverbank in the village. To temporarily placate the situation and prevent retaliation, the master had to offer 500 taels of silver and some precious gifts. What? He killed Wu Huwei? Li Feiyu's expression shifted dramatically. Wu Huwei was at least a second-grade martial artist, practically invincible in the village. How could this servant, previously unremarkable and without any martial prowess, have killed Wu Huwei? Could it be that his abilities far surpassed those of a second-grade warrior? Li Shuerong interjected. He was an ordinary person before. It is impossible for him to leap to a level far beyond the second grade. Perhaps he possesses some rudimentary skills, yet I fear he may have a formidable master guiding him. But I wonder how powerful this so-called master truly is, or if he is merely slightly superior to Wu Huwei, Li Feiyu pondered. Should we return home immediately and eliminate this person? Li Shuerong questioned. The servant suddenly said, Young master, miss, the master has stated that your matters are of utmost importance. As you have only just become true disciples, you must remain cautious to avoid gossip. The master has temporarily appeased Su Huaixio, so there should be no immediate issues. Li Feiyu nodded. Since there is no pressing matter for now, sister, we need not rush Ainanning County. I do not believe anyone would dare provoke our Iron Fist sect. It is paramount that we first attend to the tasks assigned by the sect leader, and we can handle this matter on our way back. Very well, I shall follow your lead. You may leave now. Inform Father that we are aware of the situation and will be cautious for a while. In a few days, we shall return and personally address this matter. Li Feiyu instructed. Yes, young master. Boom. Su Huaishou tightly embraced a giant python measuring 7 or 8 meters in length, violently slamming it against a boulder, nearly splitting the creature in two before it collapsed to the ground. Motionless, Su Huaishou was drenched in blood, yet it was not his own. It was the python's. The creature's body was riddled with depressions from his punches, showcasing his immense strength. Unfazed, he stepped closer, found the python's vital point, and delivered a powerful punch, causing its flesh to rupture. He reached inside and retrieved a fist-sized snake gallbladder. Without a hint of hesitation regarding its bitterness, he swallowed it whole. The moment the gallbladder entered his abdomen, it was swiftly digested, transforming into a warm current that spread throughout his body. He could not help but marvel at the peculiarities of the technique taught by the Monkey King. For he had discovered that no matter what he consumed, it could be digested in an instant, extracting its energy, truly remarkable. This had resulted in his internal energy swelling significantly and his cultivation steadily advancing. As for the Lingyuan technique, he had now reached the peak of muscle refinement. His body was devoid of any excess flesh, comprised solely of sinewy muscle, yet still retaining an admirable physique. He felt a surge of power within him, as if his muscles and skin were as tough as steel. Moreover, his muscles could be easily controlled, allowing him to enhance his defense and minimize damage whenever he was attacked. After meditating for a while, Su Huaishou continued onward. He had been traversing the mountains and forests for several days, venturing deeper into the wild, unaware of how far he had strayed from Anning village. Su Huaishou pressed forward, stepping onto a peak, and was suddenly taken aback. Not far down the mountainside, there was a stronghold. This stronghold was quite expansive, with several guards stationed outside. Where is this? Su Huaishou furrowed his brow. However, he quickly dismissed his curiosity and decided to retreat or change direction. Excessive curiosity could lead to peril. With that thought, he chose an alternate path and continued onward. But just a few hundred meters away, he was suddenly met with cries and pleas for mercy. Please, spare me. Shut your mouth. Speak again, and I swear I will kill you. Su Huaishou frowned and took a couple of steps forward, leaping onto a tree to get a better view. He saw a group of over a dozen men, armed and driving several servants and maidens, who were pleading for mercy, while 2 horse-drawn carts followed behind, led by these men, leaving Su Huaishou to wonder if anyone was inside. Were they encountering bandits? Su Huaishou muttered, "We must go." With that thought, Su Huaishou prepared to leave. Bang! Just as he attempted to descend from the tree, the massive trunk suddenly exploded. Su Huaishou was stunned, not yet grasping the situation when a voice filled with authority rang out among the bandits. Who goes there? As the words fell, over a dozen men charged towards Su Huaishou. With no time to think, and realizing he had been discovered, Su Huaishou leaped to the ground, promptly surrounded by the group. Gentlemen, I am merely passing through. I shall take my leave, Su Huaishou declared, preparing to turn and walk away. Humph, you've come all this way and think to leave. Seize him, one of the brutish bandits scoffed. Issuing orders. Attack. Su Huaishou frowned. Since leaving was no longer an option, he immediately engaged them in combat. Most of these bandits were of mediocre skill. Only the leading brute was somewhat stronger, yet to Su Huaishou, it felt like child's play. He soon relaxed. Lingyuan treading the heavens, thunderous hands, boom! In an instant, several bandits lay dead at Su Huaishou's hands. The brutish leader's brow furrowed, and his expression changed. 4th grade? Retreat. He immediately attempted to flee. You think you can escape? Too late, Su Huaishou sneered. Had he let them go earlier, there would have been no trouble, but now that they had become adversaries, he could not let them off the hook. For that would be courting disaster. With a stride forward, he closed the distance to the brutish leader with astonishing speed. Boom! Su Huaishou delivered a mighty punch squarely to the leader's chest, a force that felt like 1,000 pounds, sending the brute sprawling and unable to rise. Spare us, we are from Qinglong Stronghold. Please show us mercy, the brutish leader pleaded immediately. Qinglong Stronghold? Never heard of it. Su Huaishou shook her head and continued to advance. As Su Huaishou drew near, intent on eliminating the threat, the burly man's expression changed. Our leader at the Qinglong Stronghold is the Qinglong King, a master of the 7th rank. Do not deceive yourself. 7th rank? Su Huaishou frowned, finding the assertion somewhat troublesome. She paused to inquire, did you just say I am of the 4th rank? This was a perfect opportunity to explore the path of cultivation. Huh? The burly man was taken aback, clearly not anticipating such a question from Su Huaishou. No, a hero of your caliber must be an extraordinary master. I must have been blind not to see it. Could it be that you are of a higher rank than 7th? Su Huaishou merely sighed, feeling somewhat helpless, and stated, I will pose a question, and you shall answer. Will the hero spare my life? The burly man asked. Su Huaishou nodded. He breathed a sigh of relief, finding no reason to object. After all, the Qinglong Stronghold was a prominent force in Anning County, and their leader, the Qinglong King, was indeed a 7th rank master. Few in Anning County could rival him. Chapter 23. Rooting out the threat. How do you discern my rank is 4th? Su Huaishou inquired. Ah? The burly man still wore a look of astonishment. However, seeing that Su Huaishou seemed earnest, he dared not hesitate. Thus he divulged everything, for it was merely common knowledge. From 1st to 10th rank, the first 5 ranks are assessed by physical strength, while the latter 5 by inner power, i.e. the 1st to 5th ranks. Each increase corresponds to an additional 500 pounds of strength. A 5th rank typically possesses 3,000 pounds of strength. The first 5 ranks primarily cultivate their inner power to nourish the body, whereas the latter 5 gradually enhance their inner cultivation. A 6th rank master can circulate their inner power throughout their body, greatly enhancing their defense and adding a hidden force to their attacks. A 7th rank master can project their inner power outward to protect their entire being, while an 8th rank master can use their inner power to kill. Within 10 steps, death is certain. A 9th rank master can infuse their inner power into external objects, turning even grass and trees into weapons, and a 10th rank master is rumored to have their inner power coalesce into a pill, transcending the ordinary and beginning to touch the profound. I observed your earlier combat. Your strength was formidable, reaching 1,000 pounds. My subordinates are all of the 1st rank, so for you, lifting them would be effortless. Thus I could estimate your capabilities and what lies beyond the 10th rank. Su Huaishou pressed. The burly man shook his head. Su Huaishou's brow furrowed. The burly man suddenly panicked, hastily shaking his head in explanation, his face a mask of despair. Hero, I truly do not know. There are no 10th rank masters in all of Anning County. It seems that the 10th rank is the pinnacle, and there is no need for further advancement. Is that so? Su Huaishou remained noncommittal, yet she harbored doubts. If there were no ranks beyond the 10th, what then of the monkey brother? It appeared this mountain bandit was unaware. By the way, is the leader of your Qinglong Stronghold the only 7th rank master? How many 6th and 5th rank experts do you have? Only our leader, the Qinglong King, is of the 7th rank. We have 2 elders of the 6th rank, 2 of the 5th, 3 of the 4th, and several of the 3rd and 2nd ranks. Su Huaishou furrowed her brow. The strength of the Qinglong Stronghold was indeed substantial. If the first 5 ranks are assessed by strength, 3,000 pounds? How could that be? She was well aware of her own physical capabilities. Having cultivated the spirit ape technique, she estimated her strength to be at least 5 or 6,000 pounds. This implied that any expert below the 5th rank would likely perish upon encountering her. Conservatively speaking, based on their calculations, she was at least a 5th rank master. Moreover, she had only just begun to cultivate the spirit ape technique, and yet she had already achieved such strength, if she were to continue her training. To what extent could she reach? She herself was uncertain. However, if the ranks beyond the 5th relied on inner power, could the spiritual energy referred to by Monkey Brother be the same as inner power? She had already possessed it, yet for some reason, she could not utilize it, which was indeed perplexing. Given her strength, even if she were to face an expert above the 5th rank, perhaps she could still contend? But she was unsure of her exact equivalence in rank. Nevertheless, Su Huaishou felt she had a clearer understanding now. Hero, since that is the case, I shall take my leave. The burly man gazed at Su Huaishou with a pleading expression. Su Huaishou nodded. Thank you, good sir. The burly man's face lit up with relief, and he promptly stood and turned to flee. Suddenly, the burly man halted abruptly, his eyes widening with horror. bloodshot and filled with dread as he felt a hand burst through his back and pierce through his chest. "You!" His words were cut short as the hand withdrew violently, causing him to collapse to the ground, lifeless. Su Huaishio shook her head. "My apologies, brother, but as a mountain bandit, I cannot take your word. Thus, I must eliminate you." As a fifth-tier expert of the Qinglong village, his words carried considerable weight, and his authority within the village was formidable. "Yes, Commander Zhang." Several bandits responded, their subordinates not daring to slacken their efforts as they continued to inspect bows, arrows, and other weaponry. Zhang Manzi nodded, then proceeded towards the village entrance. "Has that rascal Chinaji returned yet? How long has it been?" One bandit at the entrance remarked, "Commander Zhang, we have been keeping watch here, but we truly have not seen him. It's nearly dark. Send someone to check what is going on." "Yes, Commander Zhang." Moments later, a bandit rushed back, panting heavily. "It's bad. It's bad." Zhang Manzi frowned, his expression shifting. "What happened? Is there a problem?" The bandit gasped. "They're dead. We were ambushed." "What? Who's dead?" "Everyone, including Brother Aji." "What audacity! Who dares to oppose us?" "Qinglong village." Zhang Manzi's brows furrowed, his face darkening as he hurried into the main hall. The village leader, Qinglong Wang, was in his prime, adorned in a tiger-skin skirt, his upper body nearly bare, muscles bulging like small hills. "Leader, someone has dared to oppose us, robbing our goods, and Chen Aji has also fallen at their hands." "What?" Qinglong Wang furrowed his brow. We know who the assailant is, their strength, and how Aji met his demise." Zhang Manzi shook his head. "We do not know yet. It seems the assailants left no trace. Aji hardly had a chance to resist before he was struck down." Qinglong Wang pondered. Although Aji was a third-tier expert, even a fourth tier should not have been able to kill him in one blow. The assailant must be at least fifth tier. "Leader, in the entire Anning County, how many can rival you? Whoever dares to confront us is courting death. As long as we find them, we can eliminate them." Qinglong Wang nodded. Those who provoke Qinglong village naturally deserve no mercy. However, the matter concerning the secret treasure of the Mountain King cannot afford any mistakes. I have learned that several factions from the county have already set out. We must hasten there as well. Regarding Aji's incident, if time permits, let us search the vicinity to see if anyone has passed this way. Otherwise, we shall prioritize the matter of the Mountain King's secret treasure. Once that is settled, even if it means turning Anning County upside down, we will capture this person and make them aware of the consequences of offending Qinglong village. "Yes, leader, I understand," Zhang Manzi replied. "How are the preparations for the bows and arrows?" Qinglong Wang inquired. "The weapons are ready, but leader, how many of us shall depart tomorrow? Should we leave some men at Qinglong village?" Zhang Manzi responded. "This matter concerning the Mountain King is of great importance. Various factions will be involved. A single misstep could have far-reaching consequences. To maintain caution and preserve our strength, it has been agreed that the leaders, including the village chief, cannot participate. Only the disciples may go, and those above fifth-tier cultivation cannot take part. Of course, to facilitate this discussion, the major factions will jointly seal off the mountains, preventing anyone from entering. At that time, everyone will have to rely on their own abilities. Therefore, only those at fifth tier and below may proceed. Of course, while I remain at Qinglong village, should anyone violate the rules, I will immediately make my way there. You may notify me at any time." Qinglong Wang intoned. "I see, leader." Suddenly, a horse-drawn carriage sped along the mountain path before coming to an abrupt halt. Su Huaishio pulled the reins. "Miss, where are you?" A delicate voice emerged from within the carriage. "Benefactor." "Lumu County." "Lumu County?" Su Huaishio recalled that this county was separated from Anning County by another county, making the distance considerable. Even by carriage, it would take at least a day. "Are you coming to Anning County to seek family?" Su Huaishio inquired. "I am here to seek refuge with my uncle. A misfortune befell my family, and my father instructed me to bring some silver and gifts to my uncle, hoping to find shelter for a few days. I never imagined that before reaching the county, I would encounter bandits." Su Huaishio felt relieved. She was indeed headed to Anning County, which made things easier. "Miss, we are not far from Anning County. We just need to detour around a mountain. However, we cannot continue in the carriage. It is too conspicuous. If those mountain bandits wish to pursue us, they will easily track us down. I suggest we abandon the carriage and proceed on foot." Avoiding any encounters, Su Huaishio proposed. "I will follow your lead, benefactor." Qin Xiangyu replied. Su Huaishio took a chest of silver from the carriage and slung it over her shoulder, while Qin Xiangyu stepped down, her delicate feet touching the bare, muddy path. Suddenly, Qin Xiangyu exclaimed, lifting her foot to reveal a bruised and scraped sole, tears welling in her eyes. How delicate! Su Huaishio shook her head. Miss, you have no shoes or socks. And now you are injured. Allow me to carry you, but the silver. Qin Xiangyu protested. Wealth is but an external possession. Why should I trouble you to carry it? Su Huaishio found her reasoning somewhat baffling. It seemed foolishly naive. She set the chest of silver aside, burying it beneath a tree and marking the location, planning to retrieve it later. She then crouched down. Miss, please climb on. Chapter 25. All factions gather. A figure as soft as cotton suddenly pressed against Su Huaishio's back. A faint fragrance wafting into his nostrils, Su Huaishio steeled his resolve and continued climbing the mountain with Qin Xiangyu. Once they circled around this mountain, they would be close to the county, thereby avoiding detection by prying eyes. After half an hour of climbing, they were nearing the side of the mountain. Benefactor, are you tired? Put me down, and please take a rest, Qin Xiangyu said from his back. The girl likely weighed around 70 to 80 pounds, a trivial burden for someone with a strength of 5,000 pounds. No worries, we're almost there. Do not fret. Mississippi, are you walking quickly to send me home? Hoping to leave me behind, came the soft voice from his back. Su Huaishio was taken aback, thinking he had misheard. What did you say, miss? I said. Dio, you wish to leave me behind. The arms around his neck tightened slightly, and he could feel her soft form pressing against him. Su Huaishio abruptly halted and set Qin Xiangyu down. The latter looked surprised. Benefactor? You're right. I am indeed a bit tired. Please walk on your own, Su Huaishio stated. Qin Xiangyu. Su Huaishio observed her closely, sensing something strange. Her attitude had shifted dramatically, and her sudden flirtation seemed suspicious. Let us go. We are almost there. Su Huaishio took the lead. Ouch! Suddenly, Qin Xiangyu cried out. Clutching her delicate foot, it turned out she had stepped on a dry twig. Su Huaishio frowned. Benefactor, why don't you leave me behind and go on ahead? I can rest for a moment and manage to return home. Qin Xiangyu said softly, her tone pitiful. All right, Su Huaishio nodded and turned to leave. Qin Xiangyu. Is it really necessary to seal the mountains? All major factions are involved. The rest are just ordinary people. What use would it be for them to enter the mountains? If Commander Zhang hears you say this, I wonder if he will give you a beating. Enough of this chatter. This direction is guarded by Qinglong village. Our brothers will be arriving shortly. Keep your words to a minimum. If you are overheard, prepare for punishment. At that moment, footsteps could be heard nearby, accompanied by voices. Qinglong village. Su Huaishio's brow furrowed as he swiftly turned back, covering Qin Xiangyu's rosy lips and leaping into a tree. Moments later, two young men appeared, wielding knives and patrolling while conversing. Once they had passed, Su Huaishio let out a sigh of relief. It wasn't that they couldn't fight. Rather, they needed to avoid alarming the enemy. Qinglong village has blocked this side of the mountain. It seems the other sides are also being secured. What is happening? All factions are gathering. Will Qinglong village be sending more people? This was becoming troublesome. They couldn't exit for the time being and couldn't return the way they came either, lest they encounter Qinglong village's men. Benefactor, will you not let go? Came a shy voice. Su Huaishio looked down and realized the awkwardness of the situation. To evade detection by the two men, he had embraced Qin Xiangyu and climbed onto the tree, leaving them in a rather compromising position. Their bodies were pressed closely together, and Su Huaishio held her mouth shut with one hand while the other firmly supported her delicate form. Ahem, please forgive me. Miss, Su Huaishio leaped down and finally set Qin Xiangyu on the ground. Her cheeks flushed bright red, and her neck and earlobes followed suit, an indescribable tension lingering between them. Why, dear lady, you have just heard it as well. For reasons unknown, this mountain peak has been obstructed, and we presently have no means to descend. We cannot retrace our steps, and thus we must seek refuge in a nearby location and await the possibility of departure tomorrow. What are your thoughts, my lady? I am all ears, replied Qin Xiangyu. Su Huaishio nodded and, without further hesitation, chose a different direction, venturing deeper into the wilderness. Despite Qin Xiangyu's feet aching and her cries of distress echoing, Su Huaishio did not offer to carry her. This woman is rather peculiar. Perhaps she is not of reputable standing, and her intentions remain unclear. Let us take shelter here for the time being. Su Huaishio found a cave nestled within the mountainside, gathered some dry grass to lay down for Qin Xiangyu to sit upon, and then stepped outside to survey the surroundings. As darkness enveloped the sky. Su Huaishio practiced the Lingyuan technique and meditated for a while. Xiaoqian stood nearby, appearing less talkative than usual, seemingly indifferent to Su Huaishio. "What troubles you, Xiaoqian?" Su Huaishio inquired, puzzled. "Su Gu, that woman is suspicious. Why do you still concern yourself with her?" Xiaoqian puffed out her cheeks. "You heard everything?" "Indeed, I just sensed that this woman harbors ill intentions," Xiaoqian replied. Su Huaishio chuckled. "Despite her potential ulterior motives, she is merely an ordinary woman, victimized by bandits. Perhaps this is her way of self-preservation. The world is harsh, and not everyone possesses martial skills." "But," Xiaoqian hesitated. "Xiaoqian, let me ask you, if you had encountered someone other than me, what would have happened?" "Ah?" Xiaoqian was taken aback, then pondered seriously, her delicate face illuminated by the moonlight. "If it were someone else, they might have killed me outright." "Just as I thought," Su Huaishio remarked. Xiaoqian fell silent, then spoke again. "I'm sorry, Su Gu, it was my mistake. You have done no wrong. Your concern for me brings me joy." Su Huaishio replied. On the opposite mountain peak, a large group began to assemble. The Iron Fist sect, led by siblings Li Feiyu and Lu Mubai, along with others, arrived on horseback at the foot of the mountain, where members of various sects had already gathered. Lu Mubai scanned the area and exclaimed, "I did not expect the Qinglong Zhai, Mingjing Society, and Green Willow Manor to arrive so promptly. Fortunately, those among them whom we know are all at most 5th tier. They seem to honor the agreement for this mountain expedition." Li Feiyu dismounted and stepped forward, clasping his hands in greeting. "Everyone has arrived. I am Li Feiyu of the Iron Fist sect." Upon seeing this, Lu Mubai's expression turned cold, hastily dismounting. This inadvertently led the other sects to perceive Li Feiyu as the spokesperson for the Iron Fist sect. "Hemph. I am Lu Mubai," Li Feiyu quickly interjected. Li Xuerong introduced herself as well. "Haha, Brother Li, a prodigious talent of the Iron Fist sect. At such a young age, you have already reached the 4th tier, and one day you may even attain the pinnacle of the 10th tier. It is said that the Iron God has intentions of passing the leadership to you. Who in Anning County is unaware of this?" The speaker was Mingjing Society's Mingtang, rumored to possess 5th tier prowess. "Brother Mingtang, you jest. Such rumors are merely fabrications." Li Feiyu shook his head. "Since we are all acquainted, let us forego pleasantries and swiftly decide on the matter of the hidden treasure of the Mountain King. Lest delays lead to unforeseen changes." Lu Rushi from Green Willow Manor spoke up. "Miss Lu is right. We are not here to reminisce. Soon we may need to engage in fierce combat within the mountains. And further discussions here are fruitless." A petite girl, appearing almost childlike, chimed in. The others did not underestimate her. She was the renowned Tong Lao of the Anning Tang clan, who, having used dark arts since childhood, stunted her physical growth while extending her lifespan. With a body devoid of innate talent, she had spent years becoming a 5th-tier master, skilled in poisons, and should not be taken lightly. Since Tong Lao has spoken, what are we waiting for? Let us enter the mountains directly, Zhang Manzi of Qinglong Zhai urged. Esteemed guests, the members of our Iron Fist sect have already stationed themselves at the southeastern corner. No one shall enter from there. What of you? Lu Mubai inquired. Our Anning brethren are already in position, replied Green Willow Manor in kind. Qinglong Zhai has no need for elaboration. We are nearest to this location. The Mingjing Society was here this morning. Very well, as agreed. Only those above the 5th tier are prohibited from entering. Those below may proceed without restriction. This mountain is not insignificant. How shall we search? Lu Mubai continued. With several sects involved, we naturally cannot intermingle. Else, who would claim the findings? How about each sect searches from a different direction? Mingtang of the Mingjing Society proposed. The others considered and nodded in agreement. This was indeed the most efficient method of searching, but of course, should anyone discover the treasure, it would not necessarily mean all would belong to that individual. If that is settled, let us commence our actions. Ha! Splendid! In an instant, members from various sects began to enter the mountain, each taking different paths to seek out the hidden treasure. Su Huaishio stepped into the cave, knowing that tonight they would have to make do with this temporary shelter. Outside the cave, Xiaoqian breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Su Huaishio enter, then floated gracefully to the summit of the small hill above the cave, settling down cross-legged on the ground. She formed seals with her hands upon her knees, her delicate face slightly raised as she took a deep breath. Instantly, wisps of almost invisible white vapor began to flow in with her inhalation. Seemingly emanating from the moonlight above, she was absorbing the power of the moonlight. As this energy entered her body, her chest heaved rhythmically, her senses and spiritual awareness rapidly heightened, expanding as if by the moonlight. The surrounding sounds within several kilometers became vividly apparent in her mind, painting a myriad of scenes. The treasure of the Mountain King. Let everyone search diligently. Haha, this time it must be our Qinglong Zhai that finds it first. All right, everyone, let us exert ourselves. I've heard that the treasure of the Mountain King contains not only silver, but also some fine materials that can prolong life and even enhance internal strength. Naturally, that second-tier force in Luzhou, the Kuaishan sect, gained their fame through the elixir known as Ascension Powder, which is said to come in inferior, medium, superior, and supreme grades. The supreme grade takes 3 years to refine, capable of instantly creating a 5th-tier master. If the Mountain King has obtained such treasures, it is likely that Ascension Powder is among them. If our Qinglong Zhai were to acquire this Ascension Powder, wouldn't that be haha, we must find it quickly. The sound of rustling echoed continuously as Xiao Qian opened her eyes, her gaze a fierce crimson, as if veiled in a mist of blood. The treasure of the Mountain King. Ascension Powder. Xiao Qian tilted her head in contemplation, then glanced down at the cave. If Su Gu were to obtain the Ascension Powder, he would surely be elated, she thought, her eyes suddenly brightening with newfound conviction. Suddenly, Xiao Qian took off into the air, on a different hillside. The members of Qinglong Zhai were densely dispersed, all searching for the entrance to the Mountain King's treasure. As a spirit entity, Xiao Qian remained unseen by them. Within the cave, Su Huaishio sat cross-legged elsewhere, eyes closed in meditation. Upon the dry grass, Qin Xiangyu lay languidly, her enchanting curves undulating as she watched Su Huaishio, a glimmer of cunning flashing in her eyes. Young master, the ground is cold. Why not join me on the grass? There is still some space here, no need, Miss Qin. As a martial practitioner, I find this chill inconsequential. It is late. You should rest early. Tomorrow, when they are gone, we shall descend, Su Huaishio replied, keeping his eyes shut. Qin Xiangyu furrowed her brow slightly, then sweetly implored, Young master, I am afraid. Could you come over for a moment? Su Huaishio opened his eyes and approached her. Qin Xiangyu's expression brightened. Yet, unexpectedly, Su Huaishio walked past her towards the cave entrance. Miss Qin, if you are afraid, I shall stand guard outside. You should rest well. Watching Su Huaishio's retreating figure, Qin Xiangyu pouted, feeling a surge of indignation. But then she burst into laughter. How amusing! How amusing! Outside the cave, Su Huaishio scanned the surroundings but did not see Xiao Qian. Has she been called away by the monkey again? It has been several days since I last saw him. Why has he not come to see me? Su Huaishio shook his head. The monkey's movements were always enigmatic, and one could only wonder what he was up to. They themselves do not know where the treasure lies. How slow! Xiao Qian puffed out her cheeks, feeling somewhat irritable. How can I find the Ascension Powder for Su Gu more quickly? The entire mountain is searching. Xiao Qian recalled their earlier conversation and, with newfound resolve, began to traverse the mountainside in search of clues. Is someone watching us? Atop the treetops, Mingtang of the Mingjing Society suddenly furrowed his brow. President, what is it? His disciple Ming Tai inquired. Mingtang glanced around, shaking his head. I do not know. It feels as though a chill is fixated upon us. I am on the verge of breaking through to the 6th rank, and an ominous premonition stirs within me. Our Mingjing Society practices spiritual perception techniques, which renders us particularly sensitive to such matters. Perhaps other sects are not as forthright as they seem. Keep a vigilant watch. Everyone, if any hidden treasures are discovered, seal them off promptly. A portion of you should enter first to retrieve the valuable items, especially the Ascension Elixir. Additionally, send an immediate signal to the Mingjing Society, instructing the Grand President to come personally. At that point, we shall not be constrained by any rules. Understood, President. On another side, Tong Lao addressed her disciples. We have followed your orders and poisoned every location we searched. A disciple approached the peculiar figure of Tong Lao from the Tang sect, who appeared childlike yet possessed an eerie aura. Her face was adorably youthful, but her eyes shimmered with a supernatural intelligence, creating a striking contrast that rendered her visage unsettling. especially as she spoke in a child's high-pitched voice. Excellent. If our Tang sect finds the hidden treasure, the other major sects will only be inviting their own demise. Indeed, if the Ascension Elixir truly lies within, Grandma will surely experience rapid cultivation advancements, the disciple flattered. Ha ha ha. Chapter 27. Supreme Ascension. At this moment, the entire mountain was encircled by several powerful factions from Anning County, with numerous individuals scouring the terrain from all directions. Local villagers wishing to ascend the mountain were entirely intercepted, while those who had been hunting on the mountain were allowed to descend. Previously, due to the rain, a treasure belonging to the King of Mountain Raids had been unearthed, leading them to believe that the king's hidden cache was undoubtedly located on this mountain. Their task now was to excavate this cache. The mountain itself was not particularly large. It was merely one among a chain of peaks, and searching the entire mountain was merely a matter of time. Currently, they sought the entrance to the hidden cache, the crucial clue that would allow for swift excavation. However, unbeknownst to all, an invisible figure had been haunting the mountain throughout the night, closely monitoring their progress. Time passed, and the sky deepened into a somber hue. The night was dark, cloaking the mountain in an obscurity that made it seem as if one could not see their own hand in front of their face. The air was filled with the persistent sounds of various sects urging one another. Dig faster, be careful and thorough. Do not overlook any spots. Tong Lao, Tong Lao. At that moment, on the opposite side of the mountain where the Anning Tang sect was located, a disciple searching for the king's hidden treasure suddenly exclaimed, rushing forward with an object he had picked up from the ground. Instantly, the attention of everyone in the Anning Tang sect was drawn to him. This young disciple's face was flushed with excitement as he approached like a peacock displaying its feathers. Tong Lao, though shorter than the disciple, stood up eagerly, and he immediately knelt before her, presenting the object with both hands. Tong Lao, look, this is a silver ingot. Upon receiving it, Tong Lao confirmed its authenticity. It was indeed a large silver ingot, albeit rusted. How could a common family carelessly leave such a valuable item here? Especially given that rumors have circulated about treasures from the King of Mountain Raids, this can only indicate that his cache is indeed in this location. Quickly, search thoroughly around the silver ingot. Yes, Tong Lao. Not far away, among the treetops, several hidden figures observed this scene. Their faces lit up with surprise, and they swiftly darted away in another direction. They were the hidden observers from other major sects, eager to learn of any early discovery of the king's hidden cache, which could provide a significant advantage. The Qinglong village, someone shouted. What? You found it? Everyone, stop what you're doing and follow me. Hearing his subordinates report, Zhang Mozi's face brightened. Meanwhile, the Mingjing Society, Green Willow Mountain Manor, and other factions quickly learned of this development and headed toward the Anning Tang sect's location. In the Anning Tang sect, they had already located a concealed entrance buried deep in the ground near the silver ingot. After their disciples dug it out, they revealed a heavy stone slab. Tong Lao approached, gripping one side of the slab with a strength that belied her slight frame, lifting it effortlessly above her head and casting it aside. Instantly, a dark abyss came into view. The Ascension Elixir is within, Tong Lao rejoiced. I did not expect to seize the opportunity so swiftly. My 6th rank is now within reach, perhaps even 7th or 8th rank. Ha ha! Indeed, Tong Lao, how unexpected that you would discover the king's hidden cache so quickly without informing us. A voice rang out, accompanied by a hearty laugh. The young face of Tong Lao suddenly darkened. Tong Lao, this is rather unscrupulous of you. The king's hidden cache contains the entirety of the foundation of the second-tier power of Liuzhou. Are you not afraid of bursting from greed? We could assist you in sharing the burden, which would be far more agreeable. Another voice chimed in. The first speaker was Zhang Mozi from Qinglong village, while the latter was Ming Tang from the Mingjing Society. Indeed, Tong Lao, do not forget about us at Green Willow Mountain Manor, exclaimed Lu Rushi, who had just arrived. Damn it, Tong Lao muttered under her breath, realizing the situation had become complicated. Everyone, we agreed that each sect would be responsible for a specific direction of the mountain. Whoever finds it first would rightfully claim it. You all seem to have forgotten our agreement. Her voice was low, yet her childish tone made it sound particularly strange. Tong Lao, we never made such an agreement. The major sects of Anning County are naturally united. Our collaboration in sealing off the mountain was solely for the purpose of efficient division of labor to locate the king's hidden cache before the forces of Liuzhou could catch wind of it. If found, we shall discuss the issue of ownership. Naturally, since you, Tong Lao, from the Tang sect, discovered the cache first, you are entitled to a larger share. I believe the other sects will have no objections. What do you all think? Ming Tang from the Mingjing Society remarked, fanning himself with an elegant hand fan. Indeed, Tong Lao, the major sects are like branches of the same tree. We should share the spoils of the king's hidden cache. Lu Rushi added, Tong Lao, we have 3 major factions here. There is no need for you to be obstinate. Let us discuss how to divide the treasure, Zhang Matzi suggested to At that moment, as they were engaged in conversation. A spectral figure suddenly descended from the heavens, plummeting directly into the dark cavity. It was none other than Xiao Qian. Breathing heavily and feeling a surge of tension, Xiao Qian realized that with so many people guarding the king's hidden cache, she had unexpectedly found it first as a wandering soul. The Ascension Elixir, the Ascension Elixir. This is what Brother Su needs. Imagining Su Huaixio's joy upon seeing this item, Xiao Qian hastened her movements. The cavern was spacious, akin to 2 average-sized rooms, yet it was engulfed in darkness, rendering visibility difficult. Xiao Qian's eyes glistened with determination as she surveyed the interior. Piles of various boxes, weapons, and garments lay scattered about, all coated in a layer of dust. As she reached out, her hand passed through the boxes. Being a spiritual entity, she could not interact with the physical objects, nearly forgetting her current state. After a moment's adjustment, Xiao Qian focused her will to open a box. But it proved quite challenging. The voices from outside continued to echo, and her urgency mounted. Summoning all her strength, she managed to open the box slowly, peering inside to find it filled with gold, silver, and jewels, devoid of any other items. She resolved to try another box. After repeating this process with a dozen boxes, her eyes finally brightened. One box contained 4 or 5 small porcelain vials. The labels read Ascension Elixir, with a small note below indicating, Supreme Ascension Elixir, Chapter 28. A Life for a Life. She hastily opened a few adjacent boxes and discovered more vials of Ascension Elixir. However, most contained inferior-grade elixirs, with only a few of higher quality. Filled with delight, Xiao Qian longed to take them all to Su Huaixio, only to realize her limitations prevented her from transporting them. After a brief moment of contemplation, she decisively seized several vials of the Supreme Elixir. Outside, the major factions remained at an impasse. After all, this was the king's hidden cache, a matter of great significance. Whichever faction managed to secure all the hidden treasures would undoubtedly gain immense power. Not to mention the Ascension Elixirs, which could elevate practitioners from the 5th rank, or even boost many to the 3rd or 4th ranks. Enough, Tong Lao. Do not hesitate any longer. Dawn is approaching, and if you linger here any longer, unforeseen complications may arise, and the king's hidden cache will slip from our grasp, leaving us to toil for others. Zhang Matzi from Qinglong village urged. However, just then, several small porcelain vials abruptly soared out from the cave entrance. All present were left dumbfounded. What is happening? What is it? The extraordinary Ascension Elixir! Lu Rushi exclaimed in a piercing scream. Quick, seize it. Instantly, the expressions of the crowd shifted, their breaths becoming somewhat hurried. The extraordinary Ascension Elixir, capable of directly cultivating a 5th-tier master, had appeared before them in an abrupt and irrational manner. In an instant, everyone surged forward to encircle it, however, just as they thought they could reach out and grasp it. The elixir seemed to possess intelligence, swiftly evading their attempts. Simultaneously, a chilling wind enveloped them, sending an involuntary shiver through their bodies. Is someone there? Indeed, someone is holding that small porcelain vial, employing methods we cannot perceive. Everyone, attack the area surrounding the vial, Ming Tang commanded. Their sect practiced spiritual perception techniques, making them particularly attuned to such reactions. He recalled the sensation of being watched during their previous search. It was evident that someone had long been lying in wait. What a clever ruse, a brilliant scheme. A fish in a barrel. Who dares lurk in the shadows? Show your true form. Tongman's Tongla shouted in anger. Yet, no one responded. More crucially, they discovered that their strikes could not connect. As if a phantom were wielding the porcelain vial. This revelation left them utterly astonished, beyond comprehension. Cough. Xiao Qian's complexion turned pale. Although they could not touch her, Each punch and palm strike sent waves of blood energy surging towards her spirit, causing her immense discomfort, even making her form begin to waver. The searing yang energy was also gnawing away at her spirit. Finally, seizing an opportune moment, Xiao Qian floated away, with Ming Jingui and the others watching helplessly. Their anger palpable, yet among them, several fifth-tier masters would not relent, resolved to make a beeline for the porcelain vial. They stamped their feet and leaped into the air, swiftly closing in on Xiao Qian. Her pale face reflected a hint of terror. Her already ethereal form was becoming increasingly insubstantial, making it difficult to even grasp the vial. If she were to engage them, their collective yang energy could shatter her spirit. What is happening? Suddenly, the members of Mingjing Hall, Lu Rushi, Zhang Manzi, and others, were taken aback, their bodies uncontrollably plummeting downwards. It's poison. We are poisoned, Lu Rushi cried out. You wretched Tangmin Tongla, you are truly despicable, Zhang Manzi shouted in fury. A cooked duck was about to vanish right before their eyes. Ha, you truly underestimate me. Tongla, do you think I am unaware of your intentions? The extraordinary ascension elixir will soon belong to our Anning Tangmin. Tongla of Anning Tangmin smirked triumphantly, rapidly advancing towards Xiao Qian, who deftly evaded him, darting away in another direction. Just as Tongla intended to pursue further, his disciples shouted, Tongla, the treasure of the rebel king? Tongla furrowed his brow. With several major factions present, if he were to leave now and something went awry, would it not render his efforts futile? Beyond the ascension elixir, the other treasures of the rebel king's tomb held far greater value. Humph, we will seize the rebel king's treasure first, then scour the mountains, and promptly notify Tangmin, Tongla declared. Indeed, Tongla, you are truly malicious to resort to poison. Do you not fear retribution from our sects later? Ming Tang of Ming Jingui retorted, Ha, retribution? You may not even survive to leave this place, let alone seek revenge, Tongla replied coldly. What? The expressions of several major factions changed dramatically, particularly among the fifth-tier masters. Tongla's cold sneer indicated an impending approach. The masters exchanged glances and suddenly leaped into the air. They were fifth-tier cultivators. Although poisoned, they still possessed the strength to resist. Tongla had not anticipated their joint effort. Despite being poisoned, their collaboration placed him at a disadvantage, even threatening to overwhelm him. Retreat! At that moment, they swiftly called out, scattering in all directions to escape. Tongla chuckled, glancing back at the disciples of the major factions, each bearing expressions of despair. He halted his pursuit, realizing that dealing with the immediate situation was more pressing. They were poisoned and could not flee far. After transporting the rebel king's secret burial, he would deal with these individuals and then seal the mountains to search for the miscreant who had taken the extraordinary ascension elixir. For this rebel king's hidden treasure, Anning Tangmin had planned for a long time and were prepared to face the consequences of offending several major factions. However, if they could secure the entirety of the rebel king's treasure and the ascension elixir, what would those factions amount to in comparison? On another side, Xiao Qian floated in midair, swaying unsteadily, her form faltering, her complexion as pale as a sheet of paper. She struggled to hold onto the few porcelain vials in her grasp, relying on her last ounce of willpower to seek out Su Huaishio. Not far away, atop the treetops, a monkey covered in fur stood as if human, its gaze intently following Xiao Qian's figure. Upon observing her condition and the porcelain vial she clutched, it shook its head and sighed. This girl truly fortunate. Much like I was in my youth in a haze, Xiao Qian could hardly discern the path ahead. She was unaware of how long she had been wandering or how far she had traveled. Only a faint glimmer of conviction kept her going. I must deliver the ascension elixir. Go, Brother Su. He needs it. Chapter 29. Blood refining like broth in her days, Xiao Qian vaguely spotted Su Huaishio's figure and called out urgently, Brother Su. Su Huaishio, who had been meditating, looked up in astonishment to find Xiao Qian approaching, though her form appeared even more ethereal and frail. What happened? Su Huaishio's expression changed drastically as he hurried towards her. With a crash, several vials dropped, and Xiao Qian fell to the ground, her spectral form flickering as if on the brink of vanishing. Yet Su Huaishio could not reach her. Xiao Qian, what is wrong? What has happened? He asked anxiously, feeling utterly helpless. Xiao Qian forced her eyes open and managed to smile, though it was a pitiful and weak smile that tugged at his heartstrings. Yet she appeared blissful in that moment. Brother Su, this is the Ascension Elixir. It will greatly benefit you. This is Xiao Qian. Xiao Qian gives it to you. No sooner had she spoken than her eyes shut completely, her form becoming even more insubstantial. Xiao Qian, Su Huaishou shouted, his eyes welling up with tears. Since arriving in this world, he had suffered at the hands of his sister and brother-in-law. His time at Li Yuanwei's household had been fraught with hardship, and he had never felt much attachment to this world. He had taken Xiao Qian in for only a brief time, yet she had risked everything for him, enduring unknown dangers that had led her to this dire state. Stirring his heart deeply, boy, if you don't place this little girl into the ash vial soon, she will truly dissipate. The Monkey King approached, standing before Su Huaishou. Monkey King? Su Huaishou exclaimed in surprise. Immediately, he retrieved the ash vial, and Xiao Qian swiftly entered it. Monkey King, will Xiao Qian be all right? She will be fine. She merely needs to recuperate for a while, the Monkey King replied, shaking his head. This little girl has truly risked her life for you. Had it been any later, her spirit would have been lost. Su Huaishou felt a surge of emotion as he picked up the porcelain vials from the ground. Their pristine white surfaces inscribed with the words Extraordinary Ascension Elixir. This was the precious elixir Xiao Qian had risked her life to procure. What is this? Su Huaishou frowned. The Monkey King glanced at them briefly. It should be a secret potion to enhance cultivation. This potion is quite remarkable. For an ordinary person, it could elevate them directly to 5th-tier cultivation. For you, it would also yield some effect. But taking medicine like this could have side effects on cultivation, stunting growth and destabilizing the foundation. Su Huaishou objected, feeling an inner resistance. Nonsense. Such elixirs and treasures are hardly useless. The reason for stunted growth and unstable foundations lies with those human cultivators who have yet to comprehend their path, leading to flaws in the elixirs they consume, resulting in bodily detriment. Our demon clan does not have such concerns. Moreover, with the technique I taught you, swallowing heaven and earth, what is there to fear? The Monkey King remarked dismissively. With the Monkey King's reassurance, Su Huaishou felt a sense of relief. Then I shall take it, Monkey King. The Monkey King waved his hand, seemingly unconcerned. Suit yourself. However, you can only consume one vial within a short time. And only after stabilizing can you continue to consume more. Su Huaishou nodded, and the Monkey King added, be cautious. The enemies this girl has provoked will likely find this place soon. I will not assist you. The Monkey King leaped onto the treetops, vanishing once more. Su Huaishou furrowed his brow, uncertain of who Xiao Qian had offended or the level of their cultivation. No. Suddenly, Su Huaishou recalled the words of the people from King Longzai. The rebel king's hidden tomb, sealed mountains, and the major factions. This meant that several factions were collectively sealing the mountains to search for the rebel king's treasure, only to be outpaced by Xiao Qian. Were all these major factions now seeking him? Su Huaishou immediately recognized the urgency of the situation. He could no longer remain here. Turning, he entered the cave where Qin Xiangyu lay sleeping on the dry grass. Su Huaishou roused her without delay. Miss Qin, we must leave here at once. Leave here. Where to? Qin Xiangyu inquired, bewildered. Remaining here poses a perilous risk. Come with me. Without hesitation, Su Huaishou seized Qin Xiangyu's hand. Ouch, my foot. Qin Xiangyu exclaimed, furrowing her brow. After a moment's thought, Su Huaishou opted to lift Qin Xiangyu into his arms. I apologize, Miss Qin. We must depart at once. Since you are unable to walk, I shall carry you. Hee, how could I refuse? Thank you, young master. Qin Xiangyu responded, leaning against Su Huaishou's neck, her warm breath brushing against his ear. He frowned slightly, feeling somewhat helpless, yet he continued to hold her as they swiftly exited the cave, venturing deeper into the wilderness. Not long after Su Huaishou's departure, the Mingjing Society's Ming Tang arrived at the location. Damn that old hag. She almost fell into our trap, daring to monopolize the hidden treasures of the Mountain King while offending our formidable factions. This grudge shall be avenged, Ming Tang murmured, pulling out a signal cannon and twisting it open to fire into the sky. Now that the Mingjing Society has arrived, old hag, prepare for your demise. As Ming Tang advanced a few paces, he stumbled upon a cave. Initially intending to take refuge, he was surprised to discover traces of recent occupancy. Could it be those who sought the Ascension Elixir? Alas, I am currently poisoned and must hasten to recuperate. He felt a twinge of reluctance, but recognized his helplessness and decided to rest momentarily. Meanwhile, several other sect members who had escaped harbored similar thoughts: to notify their factions, then cultivate and heal, awaiting reinforcements. Meanwhile, disciples from the Anning Tangmen began to transport the treasures hidden by the Mountain King out of the secret cache, loading them in crates, the quantity substantial. The Tongman's Tong Lao opened each box, her face lighting up with delight. Upon discovering several boxes containing the Ascension Elixir, her brows relaxed. However, most of these elixirs were of inferior or medium quality, with only a scant few of superior grade. As she was currently at the 5th rank of cultivation, these would yield little effect for her. Only the top-tier Ascension Elixir would suffice. As she opened box after box, she eventually encountered an empty one. She realized that this box had likely contained the top-tier Ascension Elixir, now taken away by someone else. Unwilling to accept this, Anning Tong Lao opened all the boxes, unable to suppress her furious roar. Damn it! There was only one box containing the top-tier Ascension Elixir, and it was merely a few bottles. Now those have been snatched away. Damn. This was my sole opportunity to ascend to the 6th rank, or even the 7th or 8th. Search. I want every inch of this mountain turned over, and I will find the thief of the top-tier Ascension Elixir. Yes, Tong Lao. Chapter 30. A proactive strike. Some began to transport the items away, while others stayed behind to scour the mountain. They notified their factions that the treasures had been secured and that, according to plan, the major forces would likely converge here soon. It was time to capture them all and establish the Anning County's Tangmen as the sole and greatest power. Tong Lao of the Tangmen cackled coldly. Yes, Tong Lao. Su Huaishio carried Qin Xiangyu deeper into the mountains, with no other choice as the surrounding paths were blocked. Venturing outward would likely lead him directly into the hands of the major factions. The only prudent course was to remain concealed and navigate through the forest for the time being, as he was unaware of what personnel the factions had dispatched, and he was outnumbered. Very well, let us remain here for now. He found a more secluded spot, a low cave, and set Qin Xiangyu down within. He then stepped outside, retrieved a bottle of top-tier Ascension Elixir, and consumed it. Boom! Instantly, a torrent of vital energy erupted within him. A tremendous wave of heat sweeping through his body. It felt as though he were rolling in boiling water. How hot! He exclaimed, invoking the Spirit Ape technique. The immense energy coursed through him as he swiftly executed each move. 10 techniques of skin refinement. Spirit Ape treads the heavens. Spirit Ape turns. Spirit Ape pounds the chest. Spirit Ape peaks the sky. Following with 10 techniques of muscle refinement. One after another, boom. The 10 techniques of muscle refinement broke through completely, his muscles becoming as tough as steel. Next, Su Huaishio rejoiced. Blood refinement. The 10 techniques of blood refinement differed somewhat from the previous techniques, as they rapidly stirred his blood while expelling impurities, achieving a level akin to blood as mercury. Boom. A resonating sound echoed within him, the flow of his blood reminiscent of a surging sea. Waves crashing and rolling mightily. Inside the cave, Qin Xiangyu, who had been comfortably seated on the hay, was suddenly startled by the sound resembling crashing waves. She stood up, bewildered. What is that noise coming from outside? As she stepped out of the cave, she was astonished to see Su Huaishio practicing martial arts, his movements slowing to a halt. Is that sound from him? Or did I mishear? A sound like crashing waves. How is it possible? Qin Xiangyu shook her head and returned to the cave. Su Huaishio paused, exhaling deeply. Blood refinement is quite satisfactory. Although he had not reached the level of blood as mercury, it was close enough. Regrettably, he could not continue consuming the Ascension Elixir. He needed to consolidate his gains. Su Huaishio shook his head, realizing that his strength had surged once more, advancing by leaps and bounds. Previously, he had estimated his strength at 5,000 to 6,000 pounds, believing he could contend with 6th-rank opponents. Having just broken through to muscle refinement and now achieving the level of blood refinement akin to a paste, he felt he might possess 6,000 to 7,000 pounds of strength, possibly even enough to challenge 7th-rank or 8th-rank opponents. However, all of this was merely speculation, as experts above the 5th rank could utilize internal energy. Yet, he had never engaged in combat with anyone above the 4th or 5th rank, so he could only guess how he would fare in such encounters. Why are you out here? Su Huaishio turned to see Qin Xiangyu standing at the cave's entrance. Young master, she explained, the cave was too stifling, so I came out for some fresh air. Return inside. It is not safe outside, Su Huaishou advised. Very well, young master. Will you not join me? Qin Xiangyu asked. I will go in shortly. After Qin Xiangyu re-entered, Su Huaishou leaped into a tall tree, swiftly navigating between branches to survey the surroundings. From his elevated vantage point, he indeed spotted numerous torches approaching from all directions. They must be members of the major factions. Glancing back at the cave not far away, Su Huaishou felt a weight in his heart. This situation was untenable. If he took the initiative, perhaps there would be a glimmer of hope. It was Xiao Qian who had taken the Ascension Elixir. They were searching for her, which was essentially the same as searching for him in this dense forest. If they encountered him, regardless of his innocence, they would likely not spare him, especially since the Ascension Elixir remained in his possession. Strictly speaking, their enmity had already deepened to an irreconcilable extent. With this thought, Su Huaishou's gaze hardened. If that were the case, he would have to strike first. They were in the open, while he remained concealed. Presenting his opportunity, Su Huaishou approached the outer edge. Not far away, many disciples gradually converged from all directions, torches in hand, deep in thought. Most were solitary disciples, and while they were relatively close, if he acted swiftly enough, there would be no issue. Everyone, search thoroughly, and do not overlook anything. This is a direct order from Tong Lao. Yes, voices echoed. Bang! Beneath the tree, a disciple was inexplicably struck down, collapsing to the ground unconscious. Su Huaishou's figure emerged. Bang! Bang! Without so much as a sound, one disciple after another fell victim to Su Huaishou's ambush, each meeting a mysterious end. Throughout the forest, disciples continued to vanish, their numbers dwindling. A week. Su Huaishou shook his head. Most of these disciples were merely first-rank initiates, with few even at the second rank. They were utterly powerless against him. Did the major factions not send a single expert? Su Huaishou found this puzzling. Soon, reports of disciples disappearing began to circulate, prompting some to inform Tong Lao of the Tang men. What? A large number of disciples have vanished. Only then did Tong Lao realize that indeed, many disciples had disappeared, leaving the ranks sparse. Her expression darkened. Could it be the Mingjing Society, the Green Willow Mountain Manor, or the Qinglong Stockade? Have they resolved their poison? How could so many disciples vanish? Or perhaps those who seized the Ascension Elixir earlier? Tong Lao, what should we do now? A disciple inquired. Enough. Do not scatter. Gather together. They will not dare to act if we stick together. I have already notified the faction. They will arrive shortly. It is merely a matter of time. Yes, Tong Lao. When all the disciples congregated, Tong Lao discovered that nearly half had vanished. Her expression grimmed, and a one is to leave. Let us see if they dare to approach. Su Huaishou, perched in a nearby tree, observed the scene from a distance. His cultivation of the azure eye golden sight had reached the spiritual eye stage, enabling him to see clearly at night. Thus, he could distinctly make out a young girl, appearing to be around 7 or 8 years old, dressed maturely in an old woman's attire, her makeup peculiar, her demeanor and gaze not befitting of a child. Another key figure. She seemed extraordinary. However, he did not spot anyone dressed in the same manner as those from the Qinglong Stockade. This group was uniformly attired, clearly from a single faction. Where were the others? Chapter 31. Fratricide among fellow disciples. Are you prepared? On the other side, members of the Anningtang men were gradually transporting the treasures of the Chuangwang's secret vault down the mountain. Originally, the disciples left behind by the various factions surrounding the mountain. Upon seeing the signal in the sky, some hastily rushed to inform their sects, while a portion chose to ascend the mountain immediately. The direction in which the Anningtang men descended was the area their sect had consistently guarded. However, unbeknownst to them, behind the rocky wall at the foot of the mountain, numerous figures lay in hiding. Is everyone ready? Inquired Li Feiyu from the Iron Fist sect. Brother, it truly is the Chuangwang's secret vault. You were right. Fortunately, we knew that the people from Anningtang men had discovered it and refrained from approaching. Otherwise, we would have met the same fate as Mingjing Hui and Levayu Villa, falling victim to Anningtang men schemes and succumbing to poison, exclaimed Li Shuerong. Hemph, the elder brother, Lu Mubua, wore a grim expression. Not long ago, they too had learned that Anningtang men had found the Chuangwang's secret vault and had been poised to rush over. It was only due to Li Feiyu's intervention that they had been deterred. He had warned that Tong Lao, the disciple of the Tianmen, excelled in the use of poison, and rushing in blindly would likely lead them into an ambush. Instead, They could wait for the others to fight amongst themselves, allowing Iron Fist sect to reap the benefits. Now, he was vexed that this young man had guessed correctly. Huh. Tong Lao is not present? Li Shuerong's eyes brightened. She must be pursuing the members of Mingjing Hui and Leviu Villa. Replied Li Feiyu. What a pity. I wonder who has snatched away that exceptional Shangxian San. Perhaps it belongs to one of the factions, mused Li Shuerong. Li Feiyu shook his head. To gain something, one must sacrifice something else. The treasures of Chuangwang's secret vault are of utmost importance. Even without the Shangxian San, acquiring these treasures would significantly elevate our Iron Fist sect. Moreover, it is possible that the Shangxian San is in the possession of other sections. When the sect leader arrives, perhaps we might be able to recover it. Enough of this discussion, let us act. Lu Mubu's tone turned cold. You two seem to have turned Iron Fist sect into your personal domain. Disregarding my standing as the elder brother, he added with a hint of annoyance. Fear not, brother, they cannot escape. Li Feiyu replied with a smile. Humph. Lu Mubu's expression darkened. If this matter were to succeed and the sect leader were to learn of Li Feiyu's deeds, he would undoubtedly receive praise, further diminishing Lu Mubu's chances of ascending to the position of sect leader himself. Observing the retreating figures of the siblings, Lu Mubu's gaze flickered, and a cruel smile crept across his lips. Exceptional talent, young and already at the 4th rank, an authentic disciple of the Iron Gate. Future sect leader? Ha, esteemed guests, what brings you here? Why the secrecy? Are you the one who stole the Shangxian San? Tong Lao of the Tangmin demanded, her voice sharp as she surveyed the now silent forest, noting the dwindling number of her disciples, many having fallen victim to hidden attacks. It cannot be Mingjing Hui or Leviu Villa. They are incapacitated by my poison. Even if they could recover, they would lack the strength for such a widespread ambush. Thus, it must be others. Among the individuals they had encountered previously, only those who had stolen the Shangxian San remained unknown to them. Su Huaishio stood atop a great tree, his expression indifferent as he observed the unfolding events. Watching Tong Lao, Su Huaishio felt an instinctive sense that she was no match for him, an impression that might well be a misjudgment. In the martial arts realm, those who reached a high level often developed such premonitions and instincts. After a brief contemplation, Su Huaishio struck the tree with his palm, producing a resounding echo, before swiftly changing direction and leaping to another tree. The disciples of Anning Tangmin were taken aback. Tong Lao, should we investigate? The expression on Tong Lao's face was grim. Do not disperse. It is merely a matter of leading him into the trap. If we leave now, we will have fallen for their scheme. Since they are not coming out, let us not linger here any longer. Let us descend the mountain and await the arrival of the Tangmin and the Sanjiamen. Others from different factions should be arriving soon as well, and when that time comes, a tumult is inevitable. Su Huaishio furrowed his brow in silence, contemplating the influx of so many arrivals. Initially, he had intended to deal with these individuals gradually, but it now seemed that delay was unwise. The longer they tarried, the more complications would arise. Let us make our move. With a whoosh, Su Huaishio struck out decisively, soaring forward. The Tongman's Tong Lao snorted coldly, pivoting to retaliate with a palm strike of her own. Slap. The confrontation did not unfold as anticipated. There was no semblance of an equal match, nor did she merely take a few steps back. Under the force of that single palm, the Tongman's Tong Lao found her bones shattered, collapsing to the ground, blood seeping from her 5 orifices, leaving her with but a sliver of consciousness. This was pure strength unleashed by Su Huaishio. Overwhelming in its magnitude, with a single blow, he incapacitated a 5th-tier master. The latter was left in stunned disbelief, astonished and unsure of how to react. Moments later, Tong Lao's head tilted, lifeless beyond recovery. The numerous disciples were left aghast. Their faces pale, the 5th-tier poison master, whom they had regarded as nearly invincible, lay dead before them before they had even comprehended the situation. The individual before them was simply too terrifying. Suddenly, Su Huaishio clutched his chest, groaning as he felt a stagnation of his vital energy, his head spinning, a wave of dizziness washing over him. Had he been poisoned? Tong Lao had released toxins with her strike. He must be so. Several disciples from the Anning Tangmin exchanged glances, their intentions igniting. Act now. Kill him. While we have the chance. Bang. In an instant, the remaining disciples hesitated no longer. If they did not strike now, they would meet their demise. especially given that the man before them had already succumbed to poison. Success was likely within their grasp. Su Huaishou frowned, and at that moment, the true energy within him, dormant until now, surged forth, as though it had absorbed the poison coursing through him in an instant. Restoring his vitality and clearing his mind as he beheld the rushing disciples from the Aning Tangmen, Su Huaishou moved with a singular step, akin to death itself, plunging into their ranks a punch. A palm, a kick. Wherever he passed, lives were extinguished in mere moments. The ground beneath him was strewn with corpses, not a single soul remaining alive. Staring at the multitude of lifeless bodies, Su Huaishou felt a momentary daze. This was the greatest number of lives he had ever taken. After all, he was once nurtured under the red flag, with kindness in his heart and a sense of the value of life. Yet he understood the nature of the world he inhabited, a realm where the weak were devoured by the strong, where survival was reserved for the fittest. Resolutely suppressing his emotions, Su Huaishou began to search through the fallen bodies, collecting silver, various items, and anything of use for himself, discarding what was of no value to the ground. He then turned to return, intending to escort Qin Xiangyu away to a different location. It was uncertain how many more would arrive. According to what the earlier Tong Lao had said, there seemed to be many more on the way. Are you all right? I am fine, and you? I have recovered somewhat, in a certain part of the dense forest. The Mingjing Society's Ming Tang, Lu Rushi from the Green Willow Mountain Manor, and Zhang Manzi from the Qinglong Stockade gathered. Damn it, that wretched old hag actually plotted against us, Zhang Manzi scoffed. Ming Tang shook his head. Clearly, the Aning Tangmen wish to dominate. Our factions must unite. We must avenge this grievance first. Indeed, I cannot quell my hatred until that old hag is dead. Lu Rushi clenched her snow-white teeth. We cannot be sure if that old hag is searching for us. We should evade as swiftly as possible. Shall we leave together? Ming Tang proposed. Agreed. They promptly notified their respective sects. It was merely a matter of time before they arrived. If they could evade the old hag's pursuit, they would find peace. When the time came, they would ensure that the old hag would regret her actions. The group moved cautiously, vigilant of their surroundings, hoping to elude the Aning Tangmen's chase, until they stumbled upon a corpse, and then more bodies. These must be disciples of the Aning Tangmen, right? Ming Tang questioned, bewildered. Indeed, without a doubt, these are disciples of the Aning Tangmen. How did they all end up dead here? Lu Rushi frowned. Is our reinforcement finally here? Or could this be due to infighting? Or perhaps the actions of other factions? Confusion engulfed them. The sudden demise of so many disciples from the Aning Tangmen suggested the involvement of a formidable opponent, leaving them uncertain about the unfolding events. Look, there is the old hag. Suddenly, Lu Rushi exclaimed, pointing to a figure not far ahead. They rushed forward, only to discover that the very Tong Lao who had poisoned them. The old hag was now lifeless. Moreover, her death was gruesome, deservedly so. You old hag, look at you now, Zhang Manzi scoffed. Ming Tang frowned. It is well that the old hag is dead, but have you considered who it was that killed her? This old hag was a fifth-tier master, no less formidable than any of us. Given her tragic demise, along with so many disciples, the one who struck must be exceptionally powerful. Chapter 33. The death of Qian Long. At this moment, they were filled with trepidation, uncertain of who could have eliminated the Tongmen's Tong Lao and so many of their disciples with such decisiveness and formidable strength. Well, it is better that the old hag is dead. At least for now, we need not fear her pursuit. Let us make haste. The hidden treasures of the Mountain King must be in the process of being moved by the old hag's people. We must descend the mountain, Ming Tang urged. The others nodded in agreement and promptly began their descent. Just as they reached the foot of the mountain, a figure flashed past them. Instantly, they became alert. With Lu Rushi questioning, "Is that Lu Mubai from the Iron Fist sect?" "It is him," Zhang Manzi remarked. "The people from the Iron Fist sect have arrived. They must have known that the old hag had set a trap. But why do they appear to be fleeing in such a panic? Is that not Lu Xiong? Why does he look so disheveled? Is someone pursuing him?" Ming Tang called out loudly as Lu Mubai fled. His heart raced at the sound of their voices. Upon realizing it was the Mingjing Society members, he finally felt a sense of relief and halted his steps. "Ming Xiong," Lu Mubai exclaimed, "I never expected you all to survive. You are indeed fortunate. What brings you here, Lu Xiong?" Where are the others from the Iron Fist sect? Ming Tang inquired. Lu Mubai thought to himself. It was possible that Li Feiyu and her brother had already perished at Chanlong's hands. He replied, Are you not aware? The Yanning Tangmen have allied with the Lu Zhou Sanchan men, intending to hand over part of the Mountain King's hidden treasures, seeking to become the sole power in Ning County. What? No wonder that old hag had the audacity to act against us. She had her backing. Lu Rushi scoffed. So, the Sanchan men are involved too. This complicates matters, Ming Tang frowned. Even if the Sanchan men are involved, what does it matter? Can they extend their reach so far? If our factions join forces, we should be able to hold our ground, Zhang Manzi asserted. Ming Tang sighed. We shall have to wait for the members of our respective sects to arrive before discussing this further. It appears that the Mountain King's treasures may not end up in anyone's hands after all, so, Lu Xiong, you encountered members of the Sanchan men, while the other disciples from the Iron Fist sect have. Ming Tang asked. Lu Mubai feigned sorrow. I'm afraid that is the case. Had I not possessed a somewhat higher cultivation, I too might have fallen to the Sanchan men. Do not be troubled. Lu Shtong, when your Iron God arrives, he will undoubtedly avenge the other disciples of the Iron Fist sect. Ming Tang reassured him. I hope so. Lu Xiong, why not accompany us down the mountain? By the time the others from the various sects arrive, they should not be far behind. That sounds good, Lu Mubai agreed after a moment's contemplation. The cultivation levels of these individuals were nearly on par with his own, and traveling together would offer a measure of safety. This is indeed fortuitous. Lu Mubai smiled as Su Huaishio returned to the cave, and the first sight that greeted him was Qin Xiangyu's graceful figure, her back turned to him, exuding a certain challenge to the elder generation. Which elder could withstand such a test? Qin Gunyang, Su Huaishio called out. Qin Xiangyu opened her eyes, their clarity revealing she had not been asleep. What is it, young master? We need to change locations again. Thank you for your hard work, Qin Gunyang. Su Huaishio replied. Without a hint of hesitation, Qin Xiangyu smiled playfully. Young master, there is no need for such formalities. My life was saved by you. Wherever you wish me to go, I shall follow without complaint. Su Huaishio nodded. In that case, let us be off. Without further ado, they exited the cave. Yes, they made their way down the path. Su Huaishio had come to a realization. Perhaps he had overthought the situation. He had underestimated his own strength and overestimated the capabilities of the various factions. The disciples surrounding the mountain were likely not as formidable as he initially believed. If they were truly powerful, they would not have spoken of reinforcements arriving. The ones currently on the mountain were but minor characters. The childlike woman leading the disciples was no match for him, let alone the others. Thus, Su Huaishio resolved to escort Qin Xiangyu down the mountain. If these forces were truly to wait for their reinforcements to arrive, then that would spell genuine danger, my lord. Where shall we go? In the shroud of night, Su Huaishio maneuvered through the dense forest with Qin Xiangyu, the latter's small hand tightly clutching the former's sleeve, seemingly in a state of fear. Down the mountain, Su Huaishio declared. As the two continued onward, they encountered no one else, only the lifeless bodies of those from the Yanning Tangmen, all slain by Su Huaishio himself. Ah, my lord, why are there so many corpses here? I am terrified, Qin Xiangyu exclaimed, her face etched with horror as she beheld the remains, her cries echoing in the stillness, clinging tightly to Su Huaishio's arm, to the extent that he could feel her frailness. Do not be afraid. They are all dead now. Su Huaishio could only offer words of comfort. As they pressed on, they finally reached the base of the mountain. Just as Su Huaishio arrived at the foot, he instantly spotted figures engaged in combat ahead, and upon closer inspection, he was taken aback to recognize two familiar faces. The Li siblings, Su Huaishio exclaimed in astonishment, wondering how he had encountered them here. Having served the Li family as a servant for several years, he was naturally acquainted with these two young scions, the daughters and son of the Li household. Although their interactions had been limited, he had seen them on several occasions and found them to be far less arrogant than their father, Li Yuanwei, who was known for his ruthless and calculating nature, having long lost touch with human sentiment and prioritizing profit above all else. It seemed that Li Yuanwei might even wish to send word to his son to take charge on his behalf. What a twist of fate, however. It appeared that Li Yuanwei was destined for disappointment. As his talented son, revered in the Iron Fist sect, would likely prove no match for these two siblings. Su Huaishio's strength now could easily contend with those of the 6th or 7th rank, perhaps even the 8th, let alone these two. Were they truly in peril, sister? I am sorry I cannot protect you. It seems we siblings may perish here today. Li Feiyu lamented. Brother, why speak such words? Even if we must die together. I would find satisfaction in that, Li Shuerong replied. Cicada Long coldly smirked. Very well, since you two are so deeply bonded, I shall send you both on your way. Before he could finish his taunt, Cicada Long lunged forward, intent on dispatching the siblings. Just as it seemed Li Feiyu and Li Shuerong would meet their end at his hands, a sudden whoosh pierced the air, and a remarkably swift figure charged towards Cicada Long's back. Who? Cicada Long's instincts kicked in, his inner energy surging through him as he swiftly turned around, only to be met with a powerful fist aimed directly at him. In a hurried response, he too threw a punch. Bang! In an instant, Cicada Long was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground. His arm trembled, his complexion pale, disbelief filling his eyes. The force of the impact had shattered the bones in one of his arms. The strength behind it utterly terrifying. Could it be a master of the 7th? Or even the 8th rank? Chapter 34. A meeting of master and servant. Who are you, and why are you meddling in our affairs? Cicada Long's expression darkened. Su Huaishio, his face obscured by a black cloth torn from his own garment, had not originally intended to rescue the siblings. However, considering they hailed from the same village and were not inherently malevolent, he had decided otherwise. As for Li Yuanwei, he had long ceased to regard him with any concern. Should he truly sever ties with Li Yuanwei, that would not bode well, especially given that the man had both a son and daughter, and was connected to the Iron Fist sect. As he planned to depart the village eventually, despite his sister's treatment of him, she remained family. He could entirely sever relations with her in the future. But he could not allow her to be implicated in his troubles. This was his final act of loyalty to his bloodline. Thus, he resolved to intervene on behalf of the siblings, which would not only resolve his grievances with Li Yuanwei but might also earn him a favor in return, ensuring that his sister would be looked after in his absence, if only for her safety. A passerby witnessing injustice, Su Huaishio replied. Witnessing injustice? Cicada Lung frowned. My name is Cicada Lung, a member of the Three Cicadas sect in Liuzhou. Grant us a favor, and we shall express our gratitude in the future. Should you wish, you may always visit our sect in Liuzhou. Cicada Lung proclaimed. Three Cicadas sect? What is that? I have never heard of it. Su Huaishio shook his head. It appears you are intent on opposing us. Regardless. Hearing this, Cicada Long's expression soured, for Su Huaishio was clearly dismissing the reputation of the Three Cicadas sect, determined to confront them. Yet, unbeknownst to him, Su Huaishio truly had no knowledge of the sect. Of course, even if he had, he would still intervene. Very well, you may leave. I shall spare your life, Su Huaishio stated. The Li siblings looked on in confusion, uncertain of the identity of this sudden savior who dared to challenge the Three Cicadas sect, and who, despite facing a 6th-rank master like Cicada Lung, had forced him to retreat with a single strike. Clearly, this individual was no mere 6th rank. He must be of the 7th. Which sect in Anning County did he belong to? Moreover, upon hearing Su Huaishio's audacious declaration of not killing Cicada Lung, they were utterly stunned. Even if they considered him to be a 6th or 7th rank master, defeating Cicada Lung, along with the disciples of the Anning Tang men, would undoubtedly pose a challenge. You are truly overestimating yourself and underestimating our Three Cicadas sect. Cicada Lung scoffed at Su Huaishio, slightly exasperated, replied, Sigh, I said I would let you go, yet you insist on courting death. Once I make my move, I may not even know my own strength. Cicada Lung's expression turned frigid. The audacity of this individual was astonishing. Since he refused to show their sect any respect, a confrontation was inevitable. All of you, attack! Cicada Lung commanded. In an instant, all the disciples of the Anning Tang men surrounded Su Huaishio. Brother, thank you for your rescue, but they are from the Three Cicadas sect. You may not be their match. Do not risk your life for us. Hurry and leave. If you wish, you may inform our master, Iron God Wang, of who we fell to. Li Feiyu urged. Su Huaishio shook his head. If you have something to say it yourself, brother. Li Feiyu attempted to persuade him further, but Cicada Lung and his companions had already made their move. Su Huaishio wasted no time and charged into the fray. They were far too weak. These disciples could hardly withstand even a single punch from Su Huaishio, their ranks crumbling like a house of cards. In mere moments, a significant number lay defeated at his feet. Seeing this, Cicada Long's expression shifted dramatically, and he quickly closed in to engage Su Huaishio in combat. Bang, bang, bang. Su Huaishio relied solely on his physical prowess. His body was extraordinarily strong, and each punch landed with devastating force. Even though Cicada Long had his inner energy to protect him, each strike left him reeling, blood threatening to spew forth. He was no match for Su Huaishio. It became evident that Su Huaishio had genuinely spared him earlier. He possessed real strength. No. If this continues, I will surely fall here. Cicada Long thought, ceasing to hesitate. As long as one lived, there remained possibilities. Death would extinguish all. I must escape. You wish to flee. Just now, I offered you a chance to leave, yet you refused. Now, you wish to depart? It is too late. With a roar, Su Huaishio closed the distance without hesitation. Launching another powerful punch, thud. This time, he held nothing back, and Cicada Long instantly froze, collapsing to the ground. His internal organs had been shattered by Su Huaishio's overwhelming strength. Li Shuerong and her brothers stood in stunned silence, unable to comprehend the might of their savior. Are you all right? Su Huaishio approached them. Li Feiyu helped his sister to her feet, shaking his head in disbelief. Thank you, benefactor. May I ask your esteemed name? Su Huaishio smiled. We shall meet again in the future. I must take my leave. He glanced at the scattered boxes nearby, deducing they belonged to the hidden treasures of the Mountain King. However, having already acquired the exceptional ascending immortal elixir, the rest held little value for him. With no attachment to the useless items, he turned to the waiting Qin Xiangyu and departed. Benefactor Li Shuerong could not help but call after him, her gaze fixated on Su Huaishio. He paused, turning back. Is there something you wish to say? Li Shuerong was taken aback. She did not know why she had called out to him. With him halting his steps, she found herself at a loss for words. Since joining the Iron Fist sect, she had considered herself a prodigy, but aside from her brother, she had never encountered another young man with such remarkable abilities. Compared to Su Huaishio, he was the true paragon of talent. Seeing her silence, Su Huaishio turned away, leading Qin Xiangyu onward. Watching his retreating figure, Li Shuerong felt a pang of wistfulness. At the foot of the mountain, Qin Xiangyu remarked, My lord, that young lady seemed quite taken with you. Su Huaishio paused, shaking his head dismissively. What nonsense! The individual in question is Li Shuerong. I recall that during our time at the Li Manor, this young lady from the Li family never extended a friendly countenance to anyone. Displaying a rather haughty demeanor, indeed, his judgment proved correct. As they descended, no one dared to impede their progress. Su Huaishio, no longer hesitating, swiftly led Qin Xiangyu towards the direction of Anning County. After several hours of travel, they finally arrived at Anning County. Su Huaishio halted his steps and said, Miss Qin, we have reached the county. I shall not accompany you further. Please do enter. Qin Xiangyu replied, Are you not coming in to take a look? How shall I repay your kindness? No need for that. Take care, miss. Su Huaishio shook his head, showing no hesitation as he turned to leave. Observing Su Huaishio's retreating figure, Qin Xiangyu suddenly chuckled. How intriguing. It has been quite some time since I encountered such an interesting person. She let out a melodious laugh, reminiscent of a lark, before turning to enter the county. Chapter 35. The Fury of the Three Cicadas Gate. Brother, what shall we do now? At the foot of the mountain, Li Shuerong inquired. Li Feiyu surveyed the ground littered with corpses and the remnants of the hidden treasure of the King of Adventurers, his eyes flickering with intensity. Let us conceal these treasures, and then we shall rendezvous with our master. Agreed. Li Shuerong nodded. After securing the items, the two hastily located their steeds at the mountain's base and set off on the official road towards the county. However, they had not traveled far when a large contingent of people approached them, unmistakably from the Iron Fist sect, the Green Willow Villa, and the Bright Mirror Society. Among them was a towering figure on horseback, his own sect leader. Iron God Wong, sect leader, Li Feiyu called out. Feiyu? Why are there only the two of you? Where is Mu Bai? What has transpired? Iron God Wong dismounted, while the other sect members turned their gazes towards the two. Puzzled about the events that had unfolded in the mountains, yet they had received the signal to hasten their arrival. Master, we fell into an ambush set by Tang Min of Anning, orchestrated by the cunning Tong Lao, who intended to eliminate our sects and seize the hidden treasure of the King of Adventurers for herself. She is allied with the Three Cicadas Gate of Liuzhou, who dispatched a 6th-tier expert named Chanlong. We were no match for them. We lost contact with our fellow disciples and barely managed to break through their encirclement to escape, hoping to find you on the way, only to encounter you here. What? The people of the Three Cicadas Gate, the Tangmen of Anning, have violated their promise and colluded with the forces of Liuzhou? Outrageous. The members of the Bright Mirror Society erupted in fury. They had initially agreed to unite their sects to seize the hidden treasure of the King of Adventurers, only to find that the Tangmen of Anning had acted so treacherously. Master, I have heard that the people of the Three Cicadas Gate are about to arrive. What shall we do now? Li Feiyu asked. Iron God Wang pondered. My friends, you can see for yourselves that the Tangmen of Anning and the Three Cicadas Gate have joined forces to lay claim to the hidden treasure of the King of Adventurers. It has now fallen into their hands, and we have irreparably severed ties with them, creating a situation of mutual hostility. However, they have the backing of the Three Cicadas Gate, and individually, none of our sects can contend with them. Our only recourse is to unite. Otherwise, the consequences would be dire. Iron God Wang's words rang true. We must unite swiftly and head over to assess the situation. Our disciples remain on the mountain. If we delay, their lives may be at stake. Very well, let us depart. Meanwhile, the members of Tangmen of Anning had arrived at the location, and upon seeing the bodies of Chanlong and Tong Lao, their expressions shifted dramatically. What has transpired? Especially upon glimpsing Chanlong's corpse, disbelief spread among the members of Tangmen, particularly the experts from the Three Cicadas Gate who had accompanied them. The Three Cicadas Gate had dispatched 3 individuals, 2 7th tier and 1 6th tier, with Chanlong being the 6th tier. Yet now, Chanlong lay dead here, a situation beyond imagination. The other sects had not heard of any 7th tier experts. With Chanlong present, victory had seemed assured for the Tangmen of Anning. However, the sight of these corpses indicated that an unforeseen event had occurred. Could it be that the leaders of the other sects had intervened? Clop, clop, clop. Charge. At that moment, the various sects had arrived, and both sides faced off. From another direction, the members of the Green Dragon Stronghold also made their entrance. Iron God Wang bellowed. Ah, Tangmen of Anning, you have disregarded your promises, colluding with the Three Cicadas Gate and covertly attacking our disciples. Now attempting to monopolize the hidden treasure of the King of Adventurers. Truly devious. The leader of the Tangmen, Tang Shenji, sneered, Treasure? Where is this treasure? You united to kill Chanlong. I suspect it now lies in your possession. Chanlong! They glanced at the nearby corpse and began to realize. One of the Three Cicadas Gate members had perished? What was the meaning of this? Tang Shenji, it seems you are merely deflecting blame. You killed our disciples and sought to claim the hidden treasure of the King of Adventurers for yourself. Now you accuse us of the death of the Three Cicadas Gate members. Attempting to frame us, is that it? Iron God Wang's words struck a nerve, causing Tang Shenji to pale, while the other 2 from the Three Cicadas Gate exchanged wary glances, suspicion creeping into their eyes. Tang Shenji, they clearly just arrived, and Chanlong was a 6th-tier cultivator. Who among the mountain's inhabitants could have slain Chanlong? I expect a satisfactory explanation from you regarding his death and the whereabouts of the hidden treasure. The speaker was Chan Xian, a 7th-tier cultivator. Tang Shenji's countenance faltered. Chan Xian, I have been with you all along. How could I possibly have killed Chanlong? You cannot cast such suspicions upon me. Even if we possessed 100 times the audacity, we would not dare oppose the Three Cicadas Gate. Moreover, have you forgotten our prior discussions of collaboration? Such actions would be tantamount to self-destruction. And how did Chanlong meet his demise? Where is the hidden treasure of the King of Adventurers? Chan Xian pressed. You must inquire of them, Tang Shenji replied. Iron God Wang and the others observed the interplay between Tang Shenji and the Three Cicadas Gate members, recognizing their apparent attempts at deception, and could not stifle a cold snort. Why resort to such tactics, Tang Shenji, since you have chosen to betray our sects, with our disciples slain at your hands? Do you not owe us an explanation, or are you prepared to engage in combat here? Iron God Wang asserted. Upon hearing Iron God Wang's words, the Three Cicadas Gate members and Tang Shenji appeared perplexed. Master, sect leader, at that moment, Ming Tang from the Bright Mirror Society and Lu Rushi from the Green Willow Villa appeared before everyone. Upon seeing their core disciples safe, Iron God Wang and Qinglong Wang exhaled in relief. Ming Tang, what transpired? Where is the hidden treasure of the King of Adventurers? And why are the members of the Three Cicadas Gate dead? What? The members of the Three Cicadas Gate are dead? They were taken aback. Mingtang then proceeded to explain the events that had transpired. So, you are saying that a mysterious figure stole the Supreme Ascension Elixir. Therefore, you suspect that Tong Lao and the members of the Three Cicadas Gate were slain by this individual? That appears to be the case. At this point, both parties comprehended the situation. They had been outmaneuvered, caught in a trap laid by another. The question remained, who was this interloper? Which faction were they from? Had anyone caught a glimpse of their appearance? Not at all. Upon hearing this, the gathered individuals felt a mix of emotions. They had been embroiled in a bitter struggle, only to realize they had been outplayed. Particularly for the members of Tangmin of Anning. Tang Shunji's face turned ashen. In his pursuit of the hidden treasure of the King of Adventurers and the elevation of Tongmin's influence, he had not hesitated to offend several major sects and had even allied with the Three Cicadas Gate of Liuzhou, willingly becoming their subordinate. Now, he found himself with nothing to show for his efforts. Even the members dispatched from the Three Cicadas Gate lay dead here. Chapter 36. The Treasure Secured. Hmph, Tang Shinji. You spoke so sweetly before, yet now we find ourselves in this predicament, with neither the hidden treasure of the King of Adventurers nor the life of one of our own. How do you intend to take responsibility for this? Chan Xian mocked. Chan Xian, such occurrences are beyond anyone's foresight, yet our Tangmin sincerely wish to collaborate with the Three Cicadas Gate. You are well aware of this. Tang Shunji glanced at Iron Fist Sect and the others. Understanding the dire consequences if the Three Cicadas Gate withdrew, he hastily sought to clarify. What use is your explanation to me? You must address this matter with our sect leader. We are leaving. Chan Xian scoffed, signaling to the other member of the Three Cicadas Gate as they prepared to depart. Chan Xian, do not leave yet. Grant our Tangmin another opportunity. Unfortunately, Chan Xian and his companions paid no heed and turned away. Tang Shunji then cast a worried glance at Iron God Wang and Qinglong Wang, sensing impending doom. Iron God Wang addressed the gathered sects. Friends, the members of the Three Cicadas Gate have departed. Should we not seek an explanation from Tangmin regarding this matter? Haha, indeed. It is a pity there is no hidden treasure of the King of Adventurers, but I hear that the Tangmin have considerable resources. If our sects divide their assets, we may recover some losses. Everyone, please allow me a moment. Tang Shinji's complexion shifted. Enough with your prattle. Let us take action. The various sects joined forces, and despite Tang Shinji's 7th-tier cultivation, he stood no chance against 4 or 5 opponents of equal rank. In mere moments, he was slain by their combined might. Iron God Wang Dao. The Tang Divine Machine is dead, and I fear the remaining disciples have scattered into the night. Gentlemen, let us proceed to the Tang clan's residence and divide their assets amongst ourselves. This would indeed be splendid. It would serve as compensation for our troubles and prevent further complications. Let us depart. Ha! Upon seeing Lu Mubai approach, Li Feiyu let out a cold chuckle. Lu Shixiang, it seems you are unscathed. Li Shuerong chimed in with a hint of sarcasm. Lu Shixiang truly has a charmed life. Ha! Iron God Wang paused in confusion. What is going on here? Lu Mubai hurriedly explained. Master, this is my fault. As a senior brother, I failed to protect my junior disciples, allowing them to fall into peril. However, that Chan Long is of the 6th rank, and I too nearly lost my life at their hands. Hmph. Hearing this, Li Shuerong scoffed. So that's how it is. Iron God Wang nodded. Survival of the fittest. The victor takes all. Everything is determined by strength. Chan Long is of the 6th rank. It is only natural you were no match for him. Mubai is merely of the 5th rank. Do not blame your senior brother. This matter is also my oversight. I did not anticipate that the peaceful Tang clan would ally with the Sanchan sect. How could that be, master? I bear no grievances, Li Feiyu stated plainly. Iron God Wang smiled. That is well. Let us move. Lu Mubai and the others rode closely behind. Noticing Li Feiyu and Li Shuerong still appearing somewhat aggrieved, Lu Mubai remarked with a cold smile, Junior brother, it seems you have failed to fulfill Master's task regarding the secret cache of the King of Mountains. I imagine Master is quite disappointed, Li Shuerong retorted. Lu Shixiang, was this not a task assigned to us by Master? Now that we have encountered failure, are you attempting to absolve yourself completely? Haha, my junior sister remains as sharp-tongued as ever. You possess both beauty and eloquence. I wonder which nobleman will be fortunate enough to wed such a fine lady. Although this task was indeed assigned to us, you must understand, junior sister, that Master had intentions to assess junior brother's capabilities. With the task now failed, it is likely that the greatest loss falls upon you siblings. Ha ha! Lu Mubai laughed heartily. Li Shuerong exchanged glances with her brother, a glimmer of mockery passing between them. Li Feiyu, with a smile that was neither here nor there, said, "Is that so, Shi Xiang? We shall see." "Drive? Huh?" Lu Mubai furrowed his brow at the back. He was puzzled by the other's meaning, yet an ominous premonition stirred within him. During the earlier conflict, in his desperate bid to escape, he had injured Li Feiyu and pushed him towards the mountains. And now there was no room for reconciliation. Unless he swiftly dealt with Li Feiyu, further troubles might arise. Truly troublesome, that night in Anning County was anything but tranquil. A significant brawl erupted within the town. And by late night, the officials were inexplicably delayed. However, by the time they arrived at the Anning Tang clan, it was already deserted, shrouded in desolation. Iron Fist Sect. The members of the Anning Tang clan, until their last breath, could not have fathomed that they would ultimately become pawns for another, conspiring with the Sanchan sect only to meet their demise. In fact, all the assets of the Anning Tang clan were completely divided among other sections. In the main hall, Iron God Wang sat in a grand chair, his expression not marred by despair. After all, this venture was not without its gains, and the losses were merely inconsequential disciples. Lu Mubai suddenly spoke. "Master, the failure regarding the secret cache of the King of Mountains was due to our ineptitude. We request your punishment." Li Feiyu and Li Shuerong exchanged glances, each seeing a glimmer of cunning in the other's eyes. Lu Mubai truly was relentless, unwilling to let them off the hook even when this matter was a shared burden. Of course, Lu Mubai was already quite aged, and now only at the 5th rank. His talents limited, rendering it nearly impossible for him to ascend to the position of sect leader. In contrast, Li Feiyu was young, already at the 4th rank, with boundless potential ahead, and even reaching the 10th rank was not out of the question. Thus, even though the task concerning the secret cache was a collective responsibility, if Iron God Wang were to punish them, it would appear that each would face similar consequences, yet in truth, the siblings Li Feiyu would bear the greatest loss. Lu Mubai was indeed calculating. Iron God Wang waved his hand, his tone serious. "Although this matter ended in failure, it cannot be solely attributed to you. Who would have anticipated that the Anning Tang clan would secretly ally with the Sanchan sect? Dispatching 3 masters? If you had succeeded, that would indeed be strange," Lu Mubai countered. "However, this incident was witnessed by all disciples, and many have perished. If this matter is simply brushed aside, I fear there will be dissent among the other disciples. Are we to be excused merely because we are the true disciples?" At this, Li Shuerong let out a cold laugh. Meanwhile, Iron God Wang fell into contemplation. Observing this, Lu Mubai turned his gaze to Li Feiyu, a faint smile curling at his lips. "Who says we have not accomplished this task?" Suddenly, Li Feiyu, who had remained silent until now, spoke up. "Huh?" Lu Mubai was taken aback. "Accomplished?" Iron God Wang could not help but be astonished. "Feiyu, what do you mean?" Li Shuerong interjected. "Master, the secret cache of the King of Mountains has already been secured by my brother and me." Chapter 37. The Divine King's Grace. What? Iron God Wang sprang to his feet. Disbelief etched on his face, his voice tinged with urgency. "You've secured it? Feiyu, are you speaking the truth?" Lu Mubai, standing nearby, was equally astonished, even questioning if he had misheard. How could it be? The secret cache of the King of Mountains could not possibly fall into their hands. It was unthinkable. They had barely survived against Chan Long of the 6th rank, who had nearly killed them. No. Suddenly, Lu Mubai jolted with realization. He recalled that Li Feiyu and his sister had been entangled with Chan Long. How had they survived? Even if someone else had seized the rare Ascension elixir and slain Chan Long, why would they let Li Feiyu go? It defied logic. "Master, what my brother says is true. If you do not believe me, we can set out immediately, but we must be cautious to avoid detection by other sects." Li Shuerong smiled. Quickly, dispatch someone at once." Iron God Wang's breath quickened, his eyes reddening. This was indeed the secret cache of the King of Mountains. The Sanchan sect had failed to obtain it, leading to the annihilation of the Anning Tang clan. Now, this cache was to fall into the hands of their Iron Fist sect. Akin to a windfall dropping from the heavens, crashing down upon them. "Yes, master. I shall take people there now." Li Feiyu clasped his fists, and as he departed, he cast a smile at Lu Mubai, instantly catching a glimpse of the anxiety and unwillingness in his eyes. causing him to burst into laughter as he hurried away. Iron God Wang anxiously awaited in the hall. Li Shuerong sat back in a chair, crossing her legs with amusement as she observed the pale-faced Lu Mubai across from her. Just wait until you see the secret cache of the King of Mountains. I am curious to see your reaction. An hour later, accompanied by the sound of hurried footsteps from the courtyard, dozens of disciples entered the main hall, carrying heavy wooden boxes. Bang! As the dust-laden boxes were placed within, Iron God Wang's eyes widened in astonishment. Could it truly be the secret cache of the King of Mountains? Meanwhile, Lu Mubai staggered slightly, disbelief clouding his mind. Impossible! How could the secret cache of the King of Mountains have fallen into their hands? Lu Mubai's heart roared with anger, yet the die was cast, and the secret cache lay before his eyes. Even if he wished to doubt it, he could do nothing, as the boxes were opened one by one, revealing an array of treasures, gold, and even a substantial quantity of ascension elixirs. Iron God Wang was overwhelmed with joy. Ha ha ha, splendid, Feiyu, you have done exceedingly well. I indeed did not misjudge you. Bring these items to the vault. Once all the treasures were moved, Iron God Wang finally settled back into his chair with a smile. Feiyu, how did this come to be? How did the secret cache of the King of Mountains come into your possession? If the already annihilated Anning Tang clan and the Sanchan sect were to learn of this, it would surely be a disgrace. Now that the secret cache had been claimed by our Iron Fist sect, it not only averted conflict with the Sanchan sect, but also provided an opportunity to eradicate the Anning Tang clan. Feiyu, Shuerong, you have accomplished a great feat. Li Feiyu replied, Master, it was a stroke of luck. When Chanlong attacked us, we thought we were doomed. However, a masked individual appeared, not only slaying Chanlong but also freeing us. Showing no regard for the secret cache of the King of Mountains at that moment, I feared that if we took the cache immediately, the Anning Tang clan and Sanchan sect would discover us. So we hid it instead. Iron God Wang nodded. Excellent, you remained unflustered and decisive. Feiyu, you acted wisely. Regarding this masked individual, could he be someone you know? Li Shuerong shook her head. Master, this person is likely unfamiliar to us. And judging by his strength, Chanlong was hardly his match. He is very likely of the 7th rank or even higher. Well, how peculiar and strange this is. Never mind, since he harbors no hostility towards our Iron Fist sect and even went so far as to rescue you. Disregarding the treasure of the Mountain King's hidden cache, it becomes inconsequential. The deed you siblings have accomplished is a significant merit for the Iron Fist sect. Speak up, what reward do you desire? Iron God Wang Dao, Lu Mubai, standing to the side, wore an increasingly grim expression. Li Feiyu shook his head, saying, Sect Master, you have treated us generously. Our mentor is like a father to us, and the Iron Fist sect is our home. It is our duty to act thus, and as for a reward, I truly desire nothing, Li Shuerong echoed. Sect Master, like my brother, I have no desires. Iron God Wang pondered. Rewards are due for merits. This is what you siblings have earned. Therefore, you shall have free access to the sect's library, and additionally, I will bestow upon each of you 2 bottles of Great Rejuvenation Pill, as well as a bottle of the Superior Ascension Elixir from the Mountain King's hidden cache. There is no need for modesty. The 2 siblings exchanged glances and nodded in unison. We thank you, Sect Master. Lu Mubai's face turned ashen at the news of such glory falling upon the siblings. Realizing they would henceforth be favored and esteemed by Iron God Wang at this moment, he regretted his earlier decision to flee. Had he stayed, a share of this merit would rightfully belong to him. The prospect of the reward made him seethe with frustration. The Great Rejuvenation Pill is a divine remedy for injuries, capable of restoring even the gravest wounds by 50%, not to mention the sect's library, which houses numerous martial arts manuscripts, as for the Superior Ascension Elixir. Need it be said? It is an unparalleled elixir that can directly enhance one's cultivation. The sibling's prowess now undoubtedly surpasses his own. He seethed with resentment. Enough! After a long night, you may all take your leave. Iron God Wang waved his hand. Yes, Sect Master. The 3 took their leave. At the entrance, Li Shuerong called out to the departing Lu Mubai. Taunting, Lu Shixiang, I truly apologize. But now that we have acquired the Mountain King's hidden cache, do tell, if you had not left back then, would not a share of this merit belong to you? Ha! Merely a stroke of luck. We shall see what unfolds, Lu Mubai retorted coldly, his face dark as he stormed off. Staying would only serve to make him a laughingstock. Ha ha, brother. Did you see? Lu Shixiang's face is truly unpleasant. Li Shuerong laughed at Li Feiyu, shook his head, uncertainty lingering. Sister, do you truly think we do not know that person who saved us? Li Shuerong mused. That seems impossible. He is at least a 7th or even 8th tier expert. How could we siblings ever have encountered such a master? Indeed, I was overthinking. Li Feiyu nodded. Li Shuerong's tone suddenly grew solemn. Brother, today I have come to realize that there are always those stronger than oneself. The other's age appears no greater than ours, yet his cultivation has reached such heights. Upon this thought, Li Feiyu too felt a sense of melancholy. He said, Sister, Anning County is ultimately just a remote place. The Great Ling Kingdom is vast and rich, with countless talents likely beyond counting. One day, I must venture into the wider world to meet those extraordinary individuals. Yes, brother, you will, Li Shuerong affirmed, unwavering in her belief in her brother. Sister, let us return home tomorrow. Today, due to matters concerning the Sanchan sect, we did not take the time to visit home. Since father has mentioned that the vile servant at home seeks to usurp authority, we cannot let this go unpunished. Tomorrow we shall return to seek justice for father, Li Feiyu declared. Li Shuerong nodded. Chapter 38. Capturing the vile servant. In the latter half of the night, Su Huaishou hurriedly returned to Anning village. Though he had only been gone for a few days, having trained in the deep mountains, upon his return, the tranquil little village and his somewhat dilapidated, thatched cottage evoked a sense of safety and solidity within him. Inside the cottage, he lit an oil lamp, instantly illuminating the room. Xiao Qian, Su Huaishou called softly, but the small urn remained silent, offering no response. It seemed Xiao Qian was gravely injured and had yet to recover. Su Huaishou murmured to himself, feeling a pang of guilt. Xiao Qian had risked everything for him, even damaging her spiritual form, nearly losing her very soul, where once he had merely felt pity for her. His feelings had since deepened into something more intimate and valued. The effects of the superior ascension elixir were significant. His physique had greatly improved, nearly doubling his strength in 2 or 3 days. He could consume the elixir once more, and he wondered just how much his cultivation might surge by then. With this thought, Su Huaishou couldn't help but feel a sense of anticipation. The night was deep, and he sat cross-legged on the ground, continuing to absorb the surrounding spiritual energy, further enhancing the true energy within him. Jiang the butcher awoke in the night, opened the door, and prepared to find a place in the courtyard. Suddenly, he caught sight of a light emanating from the room that had been dark for several days. That little brat has returned? Originally, Su Huaishou's old residence was not far from Jiang the butcher's home. It was not merely the distance that mattered, but the fact that there were not many houses in between. Thus, when a light shone in the dead of night, it was easily seen. What bad luck! That damned brother of yours has actually returned. Jiang the butcher pushed open the door, grumbling as he shouted into the room. Within the bedding, Su Xiaojiao, still half asleep, was roused by her husband's curses and quickly lost any remnants of sleep. Especially upon hearing the mention of brother, she bolted upright, exclaiming, "What? My brother has returned? Indeed. I thought he had fled for his life, but it seems he has the gall to come back. Just wait. When Li Yuany's children return from the county, your brother will be in for a reckoning." Jiang the butcher sneered. Su Xiaojiao furrowed her brow, feeling a twinge of concern. After all, he was still her brother. She quickly got up, dressed, and put on her shoes. "What are you doing?" Jiang the butcher's expression turned stern. Su Xiaojiao hesitated, her tone subdued. "I want to warn Huaishou to leave here quickly, you woman. Are you looking for a beating? Your brother stole from me and even killed someone. He deserves to die. He never viewed you as his sister. You are not allowed to go out if you do. Prepare for my divorce papers tomorrow," Jiang the butcher scolded. Upon hearing the words divorce papers, Su Xiaojiao's face turned pale. She hesitated, sighed, and returned to bed, lying on her side, lost in thought. Jiang the butcher lay in bed, grumbling. "Just wait a few days to collect your brother's corpse." "No. Wait, collect his corpse? Humph. You won't be allowed to do that either. Let his body rot in the wilderness. He dared to oppose me and steal from me. He deserves to die." The oil lamp in the room extinguished, and Anning village fell into silence. The night was deep, with only a faint yellow light glowing from Su Huaishou's dilapidated, thatched cottage. The sound of hurried hoofbeats echoed, stirring up clouds of dust on the dirt roads of Anning County. A dozen high-stepping horses came to a halt at the entrance of the Lee residence. The doors of the Lee residence swung wide open, and several servants immediately rushed to greet them. Li Yuanwei stepped out, his face beaming with joy. Li Feiyu and his sister dismounted, while the other disciples of the Iron Fist sect who had accompanied them lined up in an orderly fashion behind. Villagers gathered around, eager to witness the scene. Isn't this the son and daughter of Li Yuanwei? Indeed, they must have been away for several years. I heard they joined a sect called the Iron Fist sect, which has immense power. Look at how they have returned with so many followers. They must be their subordinates. Indeed, I heard both the son and daughter of Li Yuanwei are skilled martial artists. Especially formidable. Ah, isn't that Su Huaishio in for it now? Indeed, of all the people to offend, he chose Li Yuanwei. Now that the son and daughter have returned, Su Huaishio is bound to receive a severe beating, perhaps even lose his life. Oh, the poor child. The villagers whispered amongst themselves, lamenting the grim fate that awaited Su Huaishio. Among the crowd, Jiang the butcher's face lit up with delight. Good, that little brat has returned. Let us see if he survives this. How dare he offend me? He truly has the audacity. I should bring my wife to witness the fate of her useless brother. With that thought, Jiang the butcher quickly slipped away from the crowd and hurried home. Feiyu, Shuerong, Li Yuanwei laughed heartily. Father. The siblings clasped their fists and greeted. At last, you have returned. Let me take a look at you. Very well. You both seem to be in good spirits. Li Yuanwei nodded after surveying them. Come, enter the house. I have prepared fine wine and dishes. You must be hungry after your journey, Li Yuanwei exclaimed. All right, father, sister, let us head inside, Li Feiyu replied. The siblings entered the house and sat at the table in the main hall, which was laden with a feast, dishes of chicken, duck, fish, and meat that were rarely seen in the homes of village folk, all looking delicious and mouth-watering. It has been so long since I've tasted home-cooked meals. Li Shuerong's delicate face was illuminated by a smile as she returned home, filled with a sense of joy. She promptly picked up her chopsticks, delicately selecting a morsel of fish meat from just below the fish head and placed it into her mouth. Savoring the tender, sweet flavor that instantly enveloped her palate, causing her to exclaim, delicious. Ha, that's wonderful. I was concerned that you might not enjoy it, but it seems you truly relish this particular bite. Master Li chuckled lightly, then clapped his hands, summoning a servant over. You there, take this plate of fish away and bring another. Shuerong only enjoys this part. Yes, my lord. Li Feiyu shook his head, remarking, Sister, it seems rather wasteful for you to only eat this piece every time. And what of it? I simply have a preference for this part, Li Shuerong replied, her tone playfully innocent. Enough, Feiyu. Your sister has never been fond of fish, but after tasting this particular morsel, she has developed quite the fondness. If she enjoys it, what does it matter if she only eats this piece? It is, after all, the essence of the fish, Master Li explained. Li Feiyu sighed in resignation, setting down his bowl and chopsticks. Father, the last time you sent a servant to find us regarding that troublesome servant, what has become of the matter? Has that scoundrel returned to cause trouble again? Master Li shook his head. That vile servant has not been in the village these past few days. I know not what he was up to, but he only returned last night. Do not worry, father. Now that I am back, I will certainly resolve this matter. How dare a mere servant think to rise against their master? The audacity is outrageous. Li Feiyu scoffed. Su Huaishio? I cannot recall what he looks like, Li Shuerong added. He is but a servant, an inferior being. It is only natural that you do not remember, Master Li replied. In that case, father, I shall send the disciples of Iron Fist sect that I brought back to capture this vile servant and punish him before the villagers. So he understands the consequences of defying the law and oppressing his master, Li Feiyu declared, promptly instructing a servant to summon the disciples from outside. Several disciples of Iron Fist sect entered, clasping their fists and greeting. Li Shixiang, Chapter 39. A visit with intently Feiyu nodded. Take a few junior brothers and go capture someone. I will have a servant guide you. The young man named Ade was a newly promoted disciple of Iron Fist sect, possessing a third-tier cultivation, and he had come along for the express purpose of apprehending the troublesome servant. It would be beneath him to take action against such a minor servant himself. Yes, Shixiang, Ade responded, He then stepped outside, accompanied by several disciples, following the steward to apprehend Su Huaishio. Meanwhile, in the rear courtyard, Lin Sanyang, still recuperating in bed, was filled with excitement upon hearing that the young master and mistress had returned home. After all, who in Anning Village did not know that the young master and mistress were training in martial arts at Iron Fist Sect in Anning County? Few could match them in skill. Moreover, the Iron Fist Sect wielded considerable influence, reportedly even commanding respect from the local authorities. Now that they had returned, and with her lord having suffered at the hands of Su Huaishio, how could they let him off easily? She felt a sense of vengeance brewing within her and was determined to witness how Su Huaishio would meet his end at the hands of the young master. Xiaohuan, Xiaohuan, Lin Sanyang called out from her room. Coming, coming. The door opened, and a young woman clad in green entered, casting a timid glance at the bedridden Lin Sanyang. What is it, Sanyang? She asked softly. When will the young master send someone to capture Su Huaishio? Have you heard anything? Lin Sanyang's tone was slightly agitated. Just now, the young master has already sent someone to apprehend him, stating that he would punish him before the entire village, Xiaohuan replied. What? They have already gone to capture him? Ha ha ha, splendid. Quickly assist me up. I must witness how this scoundrel meets his demise. Lin Sanyang exclaimed with joy, struggling to rise as Xiaohuan hurried to help her. As the morning sun broke, the golden rays sliced through the air, spilling into the room. The moment the first beam of light fell upon Su Huaishio, he stirred, not so much waking as he had not rested at all. He had spent the night in meditation. This had become his routine, with his body continuing to heal during his training. Bang! At that moment, the door to the room crashed open, splintering into pieces as several figures rushed in. There he is. He is Su Huaishio. The leader was none other than the steward of the Li family, followed by several young men clad in identical attire, each displaying a finely stitched character for Iron Fist Sect? Su Huaishio pondered briefly, realizing that the young master of the Li family must have returned faster than anticipated. You are Su Huaishio? Ada sneered, his expression stern. Su Huaishio rose to his feet. Addressing the steward, Steward Huang, it is quite early for you to barge into a private residence with so many people. This violates the laws of Daling. Humph, you, a mere servant, have already violated the laws by oppressing your master. Moreover, you have harmed Lin Sanyang, compounding your crimes. You even dared to threaten the lord with violence, attempting to seize your own selling contract. The offenses against you are numerous. Even if we were to execute you here, it would be considered a family matter, and the authorities would turn a blind eye. Steward Huang retorted with a cold laugh. So, this is the external assistance you have summoned to execute me? Su Huaishio nodded, unfazed. To execute you here would be too lenient, Su Huaishio. You are unaware that our young master has returned, and your retribution is at hand. I advise you to comply and follow us to the Li residence, where, in front of the entire village, you will kneel in apology and then take your own life. At least that would afford you some dignity. Should you refuse, do not blame us for binding you hand and foot. Steward Huang scoffed. Oh, your young master? Li Feiyu, is it? I fear he may be the one who ends up bowing to me. Su Huaishio remarked. Humph, you speak arrogantly. Huang, he is but a lowly servant. There is no need for dialogue. Let us act. To insult Shi Xiangli is akin to courting death. Attack? Ada sneered. Leading the charge, Su Huaishio shook his head, choosing not to waste further words, and stepped forward. Boom! The scene that Steward Huang had envisioned did not unfold. He had assumed that even if Su Huaishio had some meager martial skills, he would inevitably succumb to the prowess of the Iron Fist Sect's disciples. However, to everyone's astonishment, the disciples found themselves utterly overpowered by Su Huaishio. Akin to eggs striking stone, easily shattered. Without any visible effort on Su Huaishio's part, the Iron Fist Sect's disciples were sent flying, coughing blood as if they had sustained severe injuries. The steward's expression shifted. His disbelief mirrored in Ada's eyes, who soon found himself sprawled on the ground in defeat. What? Steward Huang stammered, glancing at Su Huaishio with a mix of fear and disbelief. Do not be afraid. Huang, that we have worked together before. I would not harm you. Lead the way. Let us head to the Li residence. Did your young master not send you to fetch me? Su Huaishio said, stepping forward and placing a hand on Steward Huang's shoulder, causing the latter to tremble. Let us go, then, Su Huaishio urged. Steward Huang hesitated, casting a glance back at the room filled with groans of pain. His face paled, and he forced a bitter smile, daring not to retort. In his heart, he lamented, "What kind of monster is this? How could he be so fearsome?" Even the disciples of Iron Fist sect are no match for Su Huaishio. The young master had mentioned that there was someone with a third-tier cultivation inside, even stronger than the deceased martial guard. If they could not overpower Su Huaishio, he suddenly felt an inexplicable concern for his young master. Moreover, Su Huaishio was heading to the Li residence with such composure. It seemed he was utterly unfazed, perhaps relying on some form of backing. Steward Huang's heart raced with anxiety as he followed Su Huaishio, resembling a quail in his apprehension. The villagers had risen early and were taken aback by the unfolding scene, especially since the Li residents had just called for them to gather at the front, with Master Li having an announcement, and those who attended could receive a small bag of wheat. "Steward Huang, why are you moving so slowly? How do you intend to inform your master of my arrival?" Su Huaishio inquired. Oh, yes. Steward Huang stammered, flustered, as he hurried ahead, scurrying toward the Li residence. Inside the estate, several individuals were still dining when Steward Huang burst through the door, his expression frantic. You have returned. Where are they? Have you captured him and brought him outside?" Master Li inquired, a smile beginning to form on his face. Having eagerly awaited this moment for several days, to his astonishment, Steward Huang suddenly dropped to his knees with a thud, panic-stricken. "My lord, Su Huaishio, what is the matter?" Master Li furrowed his brow. Li Feiyu and his sister exchanged bewildered glances, uncertain of what had transpired. Just then, a commotion erupted outside. My lord, Su Huaishio has arrived." Chapter 40. Mending old grievances, a servant re-entered the room, exclaiming, "So he has come. Why is everyone in such a frenzy?" Li Feiyu frowned, with the villagers gathered outside. "I intend to show them how a mere servant dares to act so brazenly." He turned to his father. "Father, let us go out and make this scoundrel kneel and apologize." "Ha, splendid," Master Li replied. Meanwhile, Steward Huang, still kneeling, turned pale and shouted, "My lord, just now, Ada and the others were all injured by Su Huaishio. He came here on his own." "What?" Li Yuanwei was taken aback. Li Feiyu also wore a startled expression, but soon sneered. "It seems your cultivation is quite impressive. To have even injured Ada, are you perhaps at the 4th rank? However, you are merely a lowly servant, and facing the Iron Fist sect without knowing how to hold back is simply courting death. Sister, let us go together. With our combined strength, this person is surely no match for us. I have heard that his training experience is still limited. Perhaps with my intervention, I can easily subdue him." Li Shuerong nodded in agreement. Su Huaishio stood outside the door, exuding an air of confidence, remaining calm without stepping into the Li residence. Among the crowd, Jiang Tofu and Su Xiaojiao were also present. The latter appeared somewhat concerned, while the former seemed to relish the unfolding drama. "Look, this brat is still so arrogant. He will soon meet his demise, truly unaware of his own insignificance," Jiang Tofu scoffed. Among the onlookers, some elderly villagers could not bear to watch, having seen Su Huaishio grow up, and immediately voiced their concerns. "Huaishio, you should leave quickly. You cannot contend with the Li family. Their young master belongs to the Iron Fist sect, a formidable force that even the authorities must regard with some deference." An elderly man spoke up, his tone filled with worry. "Indeed, Huaishio, do not act recklessly. Although old Master Li is quite unscrupulous, your actions have been commendable and have brought us satisfaction. But you must not risk your life." Another elder chimed in. Su Huaishio chuckled lightly. "Grandfather, grandmother, do not fret. They cannot harm me." "Oh, you child." The crowd sighed, their expressions filled with regret. "How bold of you to dare approach." Li Yuanwei stepped forward, his voice booming with anger. Li Feiyu and his sister also emerged, initially intending to scold, but were caught off guard. "Feiyu, this is the vile servant," Li Yuanwei stated. Yet, upon exchanging glances, the siblings were somewhat surprised and did not respond. "Feiyu?" Li Yuanwei asked, perplexed. Li Feiyu whispered, "Sister, do you recognize this person? His clothing resembles that of the one who saved us in the mountains, and he bears a similar stature and features." Li Shuerong hesitated. "Could he be the one who saved us? Was he once a servant in our household? The person who rescued us must have a cultivation level of at least the 7th rank. Could it be him?" Father mentioned he had only recently begun his training. Li Feiyu was astonished. Brother, if he could defeat Ade, it is evident his cultivation is not low. And besides that, it is quite the coincidence that he is a former servant of our household and possesses martial skills. Perhaps he recognized us and chose to save us. After all, who would willingly take such a risk to offend both the Sanchuan sect and the Aningtang sect? Li Shuerong reasoned. That must be the case, yet we should still test the waters, Li Feiyu whispered, stepping forward and clasping his fists in greeting. May I ask, did we not meet in the forest last night? Li Yuanwei was taken aback, unable to comprehend the situation. Su Huaishio glanced at the Li siblings and nodded. Upon seeing Su Huaishio's acknowledgement, Li Feiyu's face lit up with joy. So it is you. Esteemed elder, thank you for saving my life that day, sister. Quickly come and pay your respects to the elder. Li Shuerong stepped forward as well, respectfully stating, Shuerong is deeply grateful to the esteemed elder. The crowd was left dumbfounded. What is happening? Li Yuanwei and many villagers shared the same bewilderment. Were they not here to seek revenge? Why do they show such respect to Su Huaishio, addressing him as elder? Feiyu. Li Yuanwei began. Father, I shall explain later. Li Feiyu interjected hurriedly, then turned to Su Huaishio. Esteemed elder, please, come inside. Father, arrange a feast for our guest. Su Huaishio nodded and followed them in. Although Li Yuanwei appeared utterly confused, seeing his daughter's demeanor suggested something significant had occurred. Despite his wealth, he understood that his children were affiliated with the Iron Fist sect, thus he chose to trust their judgment and instructed his servants accordingly. The previously tense atmosphere of impending conflict transformed into one of harmony. The onlooking villagers were left in a state of shock, uncertain of what had transpired. This abrupt change took them by surprise, especially Jiang Tofu, who stood with his mouth agape, astonished. Did he not intend to punish Su Huaishio? Why did the Li family suddenly treat him with such kindness and respect? At that moment, a hint of regret began to swell within him. If Su Huaishio truly had a favorable relationship with the Li family, he had missed an opportunity to ally with a powerful figure. How regrettable! Inside the hall, Li Yuanwei swiftly arranged a banquet. As a wealthy man, he was no fool. Upon hearing Li Feiyu explain the situation, he raised his cup and proclaimed, Su benefactor, I must admit my ignorance. I treated you poorly before, yet you saved Feiyu and Shuerong without holding a grudge. Even with all my wealth, I find that the lives of Feiyu and Shuerong are far more precious. Your kindness to our family is immeasurable. I shall drink 3 cups as an apology. With that, Li Yuanwei downed 3 cups in quick succession. Su Huaishio smiled. You honor me. Yuanwei, as fate would have it, I was indeed once a servant of the Li family and took your silver. It could be said that I forcefully acquired my contract. It is hardly your fault, and besides, I have known Feiyu and Shuerong since childhood. Despite our different stations, seeing them in danger compelled me to act. Su Huaishio's words were impeccable, deliberately seeking to mend relations with the Li family, resulting in a joyous atmosphere. Li Feiyu smiled. Su Xinbei, we are of similar age and have grown up together. If you do not mind, simply call me by my name. The title of Xinbei is too much. Su Huaishio shook his head. Throughout history, strength has been respected. Addressing you as Xinbei is not excessive. However, you are correct. Since we are acquainted, I shall not stand on ceremony. You may call me Huaishio. Li Feiyu grinned. Beside them, Li Shuerong's captivating gaze was firmly fixed on Su Huaishio, her eyes sparkling with admiration, and she raised her cup, declaring, Then I shall call you Brother Su. Ha ha, splendid. I shall gladly accept this, sister. Su Huaishio laughed heartily. Upon hearing this, Li Shuerong's cheeks flushed a rosy hue, her beauty rivaling that of blooming flowers, as she slightly lowered her head, her chin nearly brushing against her ample bosom. Li Yuanwei observed his daughter's demeanor and began to ponder. Li Feiyu, filled with envy, remarked, Huaishio, I heard from my father that your cultivation is rather recent. What rank are you at now? Su Huaishio shook his head, deliberately withholding the truth. I met a wandering expert in my youth, who guided me since then, but I have kept it concealed. If it weren't for those ruffians, I would have planned to continue living a modest life. As for my rank, I would say approximately the 7th. Li Shuerong chimed in. If it weren't for those ruffians, Brother Su would not have revealed his true talents. Perhaps we should be grateful, Li Feiyu added. We are of similar age, yet you have reached the 7th rank. Your talent is truly astounding. I believe it rivals that of the prodigies from the larger cities. How unfortunate it is for you to remain in this village, Brother Su. If you do not mind, why not join the Iron Fist sect? The sect leader is only at the 7th rank. If you enter, you could become a guest elder, with access to cultivation resources and the protection of the Iron Fist sect, which would alleviate many future troubles, Li Feiyu suggested. That Su Huaishio pondered. Originally, he had intended to stay in the village for a short while, but upon hearing Li Feiyu's words, he felt a stirring within. Chapter 41. Entering the Iron Gate, Li Shuerong's eyes brightened, and she quickly added, "Yes, Brother Su. We are from the same village. Joining the Iron Fist sect together would provide mutual support." After a moment of contemplation, Su Huaishio nodded. His cultivation level was likely unmatched in Anning County, and he had gained sufficient strength for self-preservation. It was time to venture out and explore. Although Anning Village was pleasant, remaining here for too long would lead to complacency and a loss of ambition. "Very well, I shall heed Feiyu's advice," Su Huaishio affirmed. "Haha, splendid indeed," Li Feiyu exclaimed. "Huaishio, speaking of which, it seems we have formed an unexpected friendship through conflict. My return this time was specifically for you," Li Feiyu remarked with a smile. Beside them, Li Yuanwei chuckled awkwardly, feeling a bit out of place. "Huaishio, how about we set off this afternoon for the Iron Fist sect? The sect leader will surely be pleased to hear of your arrival," Li Feiyu proposed. Su Huaishio considered it and nodded. "That sounds good." He then clasped his fists toward Li Yuanwei, stating, "Since I am to travel to the county, I may not return often. I kindly ask you to take care of my sister." Li Yuanwei quickly waved his hand. "Not at all. If Huaishio does not mind, you may call me uncle. I never imagined you to be so magnanimous. Despite how your sister and brother-in-law have treated you, you remain generous enough to ask me to look after her. Truly admirable." Uncle was a title Su Huaishio was reluctant to use, so he tactfully responded, "Though they have treated me this way, they are still my family, and my brother-in-law's life or death matters little to me. It is my sister, after all, who shares a bond of blood with me. There are still some feelings there, yet she is too weak and reliant on men for survival. Brother Su, you are indeed magnanimous. Even when your family treats you in such a manner, you still repay their grievances with kindness." Li Shuerong praised from the side. Su Huaishio merely shook his head. Li Yuanwei reassured, "Huaishio, do not worry. This matter is entrusted to me. As long as I remain in Anning Village, I shall certainly take care of your sister's family." "Well, I am truly grateful to you, Li Yuanwei." Su Huaishio nodded appreciatively to in the afternoon. A considerable number of villagers still lingered outside the door, awaiting the promised wheat from Li Yuanwei, reluctant to leave. Preoccupied with entertaining Su Huaishio, Li Yuanwei momentarily forgot about this obligation. Suddenly recollecting, he hastily began to distribute the wheat. Meanwhile, the siblings Li Feiyu and Su Huaishio prepared to set off, with Su Huaishio following suit. Amid the crowd, Zhang the butcher and his wife remained, the former evidently unwilling to depart. The villagers were taken aback to see Su Huaishio mount a horse. "What is Su Huaishio up to?" Zhang the butcher exclaimed. "Could it be that she is being taken to the Iron Fist sect for punishment?" Casting a glance at Zhang the butcher, Li Feiyu felt a stir in his heart and proclaimed, "Everyone, Su Degu is my savior and has shown great kindness to my family. We, the Li family, are eternally grateful that Su Degu has also agreed to join the Iron Fist sect to work alongside me. We are heading there now to report." "What? Su Huaishio is joining the Iron Fist sect. She has been kind to your family." The villagers were instantly filled with incredulity. They had anticipated a bitter feud between Su Huaishio and the Li family, especially after the death of a martial guard, but it turned out that Su Huaishio bore no grudge and even expressed gratitude, utterly disregarding the incident involving the martial guard. And now she was joining the reputable Iron Fist sect, which even the county office respected. What had transpired during this time? Zhang the butcher, in particular, was filled with regret upon hearing this. Had he known his brother possessed such remarkable abilities, he would never have acted so foolishly. Zhang the butcher approached with a forced smile, wishing to mend relations, but as he recalled his previous harsh words towards Su Huaishio, he feared it might backfire. He quickly leaned in to whisper to his wife. Su Xiaojiao felt somewhat reluctant, realizing that her family's actions towards Su Huaishio were indeed unforgivable. However, Zhang the butcher insisted, his tone growing increasingly severe. Reluctantly, she stepped forward. "Huaishio," to her surprise. Su Huaishio paid her no heed and swiftly mounted her horse. "Feiyu, let us depart." "All right, giddy up." With a cloud of dust, the riders from the Iron Fist sect vanished from the village entrance. leaving behind a conflicted Su Xiaojiao and a remorseful Jiang the Butcher, who sighed heavily in their wake. The youth's journey ahead promised to transform him from a mere serpent into a dragon. Soaring towards the heavens and traversing the seas, they were no longer of the same world. The horses galloped swiftly, and what once took half a day by ordinary carriage was now reduced to merely 2 or 3 hours by swift steeds. The gates of Anning County soon appeared before them. Li Shuerong rode alongside Su Huaixiu, smiling. Su Degu, our Iron Fist sect holds considerable influence in Anning County. No one dares to provoke us. Of course, with your prowess, anyone who dares to challenge you is merely courting death. Our sect leader, Taishan Wang, treats his disciples exceptionally well. I am certain you will enjoy your time here. Su Huaixiu nodded thoughtfully. This was only his second time venturing beyond the village since arriving in this world, the first being when he accompanied Qin Xiangyu home. Little did he expect to return the very next day. Truly a twist of fate. Indeed, as Li Shuerong had mentioned, the Iron Fist sect was well respected in Anning County. The guards at the county gate recognized Li Feiyu, evidently aware of his affiliation with the sect, and did not bother to verify their identities, greeting them with smiles and allowing them entry. The county was bustling with life, though it paled in comparison to the towering skyscrapers and densely packed cities of Su Huaixiu's former world. It possessed a unique charm. The streets were alive with taverns, tea houses, jewelry shops, and tailoring stalls. Crowds bustled about, merchants shouted their wares, creating a lively atmosphere. Soon, under the guidance of the others, Su Huaixiu arrived at an imposing courtyard, where the sign prominently displayed the 3 characters of Iron Fist sect. Disciples at the entrance greeted them. Li Shixiao. Indeed. Li Feiyu dismounted, tossing the reins to a disciple, and led Su Huaixiu inside. Come, Huaixiu, I will introduce you to the sect leader. As Su Huaixiu entered, he was struck by the vastness of the Iron Fist sect's courtyard, which felt like a hidden realm. Li Feiyu was evidently held in high regard. Disciples greeted him as Shixiang throughout their passage. Ah, Shimi, you have returned. I heard the sect leader say you were coming back home. Suddenly, a few individuals approached, blocking their path. Su Huaixiu remained silent. Li Shuerong frowned slightly. Sensing the discontent of the newcomers, who were none other than the true disciples of the Iron Fist sect, notably Zhang Xianzich, Li Shuerong merely nodded. Saying nothing, Li Feiyu smiled. Gentlemen, is the sect leader in his chambers? Gao Chonglin's voice was cold and unyielding, his expression somewhat somber. The sect leader is in seclusion. He should be emerging soon. The others were unfazed. Gao Chonglin was always like this, Zhang Xianji remarked. Shimi, the sect leader is still in seclusion. If you wish to see him, it would be best to wait until he emerges. In the meantime, why not take a moment to rest? I recently acquired a fine bottle of aged wine. We could share a taste. Li Shuerong declined outright. No, Zhang Shixiang, we have just returned and are quite fatigued. We shall rest first. Su Degu, let us be on our way, Li Shuerong said to Su Huaixiu with a gentler tone. Witnessing this exchange, Zhang Xianji's expression darkened. And who might this be? He stepped forward, scrutinizing Su Huaixiu. I am Su Huaixiu, came the reply to Li Feiyu interjected cheerfully. Huaixiu is my fellow townsman and wishes to join the Iron Fist sect. Fellow townsman, you say? Zhang Xianji's gaze shifted between Su Huaixiu and Li Shuerong, before breaking into a smile. Oh, you wish to join the Iron Fist sect? As a true disciple, I could assess your abilities to see if you are worthy of joining our ranks. Li Shuerong stepped protectively in front of Su Huaixiu. Whether he can join is for the sect leader to decide. There is no need for an assessment, is there? Shimi, that is not how it works. The Iron Fist sect does not allow just anyone to enter. Since Feiyu Shidi brought him, he must possess some merit. Your defense of him suggests as much as his senior. It is my duty to ensure he is not merely a buffoon. Zhang Xianji said with a forced smile. Li Feiyu stood by, looking bemused. Zhang Shixiang, are you serious? Of course, Zhang Xianji replied, frowning, puzzled by Li Feiyu's expression. Su Huaixiu observed quietly, realizing that this individual clearly harbored feelings for Li Shuerong. Hence his antagonism toward himself. It was an undeserved misfortune. However, having chosen to join the Iron Fist sect, he might as well display his prowess to establish himself. Since this Shixiang wishes to evaluate me, I am more than willing, Su Huaixiu declared. Su Deji. Li Shuerong furrowed her brow. Su Huaixiu shook his head slightly, signaling her not to worry. Li Shuerong, flustered, suddenly recalled Su Huaixiu's strength. Knowing he had slain a formidable opponent like Qianlong, Facing Zhang Xianji, who shared a similar cultivation level, would be a simple task. Consequently, she did not obstruct him and stepped aside. Disciples moving about in the courtyard quickly gathered around. Intrigued that I heard Zhang Shixiang is going to duel with the person Feiyu Shixiang brought. Is that true? I heard he is a prospective disciple. Zhang Shixiang is a true disciple with a cultivation level of 4. Is there even a need for a duel? It will be a complete one-sided defeat. Whispers circulated among the gathering disciples, all converging towards the scene. Have you not heard? Zhang Shixiang has a crush on Xuerong Shaji. One disciple remarked, Really? But I heard Zhang Shixiang has a secret lover outside. Why is he still interested in? What's the harm? It is quite normal for a man to have multiple wives. Besides, for someone like Zhang Shixiang, with a cultivation level of 4 and being a true disciple of the Iron Fist sect, countless young women would vie for his attention without even a chance. True enough. Let us hurry and see. The crowd of onlookers grew, and Zhang Xianji's face broke into a cold smile as he thought, Soon you shall learn the consequences of approaching my beloved Xuerong Shimi. How dare you covet what is mine? It is nothing but a foolish dream, Li Feiyu whispered to Li Xuerong. This Zhang Shixiang may not have ill intentions towards you, but it is good for Huaixiu to teach him a lesson. So he knows better in the future. Li Xuerong gazed at Su Huaixiu in the distance, her eyes filled with admiration for him. Hearing her brother's words, she nodded decisively. Yes, Su Xiong, the entrance assessment is a tradition of our Iron Fist sect. If you are injured in the process, do not blame me, Zhang Xianji warned. Su Huaixiu nodded. Feel free to strike without holding back. Give it your all. Zhang Xianji's brow furrowed at these words, his countenance darkening as he internally scoffed at Su Huaixiu's bravado. The youth clearly did not comprehend the meaning of danger. Hmph, Zhang Xianji sneered, and then he made his move. He practiced the internal boxing techniques of the Iron Fist sect, with his strength contained and his punch power restrained, akin to a short punch. However, once he approached his opponent, the hidden force within his fist would erupt the moment it made contact with skin. Delivering a devastating blow that could shatter flesh and bone, Su Huaixiu stood there, immovable. His fist was already closing in, yet Su remained steadfast. Zhang Xian's was momentarily taken aback, only to soon smirk coldly, inwardly concluding that the young man was indeed courting death. Truly, a calf that has just been born fears no tiger. This rustic lad, unaware of the vastness of the world, seemed to believe that this was merely a typical brawl among country youths. The art he practiced was one of lethal techniques, where ordinary skirmishes could lead to life or death, let alone between advanced practitioners. Very well, I shall teach you a lesson. You may as well curl up in your rural abode for the rest of your days. Stepping out of the countryside and into the city is the beginning of your lifelong errors. Boom! The Iron Fist lunged forward, aimed directly at Su Huaixiu's face, a punch from a 4th-tier cultivator. Coupled with Zhang Xian's renowned boxing skills, if it landed, would surely disfigure his visage and shatter his nasal bones, possibly leading to death. Why hasn't he made a move yet? Is he truly paralyzed with fear? The onlooking disciples gasped and murmured, witnessing a scene reminiscent of someone utterly flustered, unable to respond in the nick of time, as the Iron Fist was about to strike his face. Even Li Xuerong, who was aware of Su Huaixiu's cultivation level, felt a surge of tension, particularly as her beautiful eyes betrayed her concern. Her fists clenching slightly, a closer look at her exquisite face revealed that the fine hairs appeared to stand on end. Bang! In that fleeting moment, just as Zhang Xian's fist was about to collide with Su Huaixiu's face, Su struck Dian the next instant. Amidst the gasps of the crowd, Zhang Xian's was sent flying backward. The onlookers were left dumbfounded, their minds racing in disbelief, struggling to comprehend the sight before them, as it had happened too swiftly for them to process. Su retaliated with equal force, but with greater speed than Zhang Xian's, landing a punch squarely in his opponent's abdomen, sending him hurtling back. Bang! The heavy sound of impact echoed as Zhang Xian's cradled his abdomen, racked with spasms, his face contorted in pain, beads of sweat rolling down, and his labored breath spoke volumes. One punch had reduced a 4th-tier expert to this state. The crowd gaped in astonishment, unable to fathom Su Huaixiu's prowess. Chapter 43. Capturing this individual. Originally, Gao Chonglin had been merely an observer. But now he was equally taken aback, a flicker of surprise crossing his cold gaze. He had never anticipated such an outcome. Realizing that Zhang Xian's had been overly complacent, and wondered why Li Feiyu hadn't actively dissuaded him, as it was evident he had been prepared all along. Who was this individual, so formidable, capable of knocking down a 4th-tier expert with a single punch? His cultivation must be at least 6th tier. Zhang Shidi, are you all right? Gao Chonglin hurried over to support the trembling Zhang Ziyan's. I'm fine. The latter grunted as he struggled to stand, the beads of sweat on his face betraying his condition, especially the tension in his jaw, which showcased his clenched muscles, yet he feigned strength in front of so many disciples, for this was indeed a loss of face. Haha, I must thank Zhang Shixiang for his assessment. I wonder if he now believes that Huaishio has a chance to join the Iron Fist sect? Li Feiyu chuckled, while Li Shuerong also smiled, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at Su Huaishio. Zhang Ziyan's gritted his teeth. Himph, Li Shidi. Is this the new disciple you wish to bring into the Iron Fist sect? Surely, you jest. Is this merely a rustic lad from your hometown? Who exactly are you? Possessing such profound cultivation? I have never heard of you in Anning County, and have you come to the Iron Fist sect merely to provoke? Li Feiyu replied. Enough, Zhang Shixiang. You are misjudging him. Huaishio is indeed from my hometown and has cultivated independently for many years. Naturally, you have not encountered him before. He intends to join the Iron Fist sect, and I will report this to the sect master. Soon enough, he shall be a disciple of our Iron Fist sect. Now, Shixiang has already tested him, and the sect master is about to emerge from his seclusion. So we shall take our leave for now. Li Feiyu laughed heartily, clearly pleased, as he led Su Huaishio and Li Shuerong away. Crack! The disciples scattered, while Zhang Ziyan's clenched his fists, the sound of cracking bones echoing as his fury reached its peak. Gao Chonglin's expression turned chilly. This Su Huaishio appeared out of nowhere, with such high cultivation that even Lu Mubai could not contend with him. With Li Feiyu bringing him in now, it seemed Lu Shixiang's future would become increasingly arduous. Himph, what does it matter to you and me? Let them fight for the position of sect master. Should they harm me and humiliate me in front of so many disciples, a 6th-tier cultivator, humph, even a 6th tier can lead to your demise. Zhang Ziyan's coldly declared. Under the same roof, no egg remains intact. If Li Feiyu becomes the sect master, our days will be better. Moreover, do not be deceived by Lu Shixiang's apparent closeness to us. You know what kind of person he is. Even if he were to keep us, our lives would only become harder. It's best to plan ahead. Gao Chonglin patted Zhang Ziyan's shoulder. This Zhang Ziyan's hesitated, a flicker of malice flashing in his eyes. Haha, Huaishio, you fought splendidly just now. Did you see Zhang Ziyan's face, filled with disbelief? He never imagined he would suffer such a setback. Day to day at the Iron Fist sect, he thinks himself a senior brother, a true disciple, daring to approach my sister. He truly got what he deserved. Li Feiyu laughed. Indeed, Su Dage, you fought excellently just now. Li Shuerong added, her face alight with joy. Su Huaishio chuckled. He insisted on confronting me, thinking I was an easy target to squash. Merely a decorative pillow. Compared to you, he is nothing. Li Feiyu shook his head. Huaishio, once you meet the sect master, should you become a guest elder of the Iron Fist sect, you will surely overshadow Zhang Ziyan's. Just wait and see what expression he will wear then. If he were to discover your true cultivation level, it would likely frighten him to death, Li Feiyu remarked. Su Huaishio merely smiled, knowing that it was still uncertain whether he would be able to join the Iron Fist sect. The group arrived at the hall and had a disciple relay their presence. Moments later, the disciple returned, saying, Li Shixiang. The brother guarding the gate said that it is almost time for the sect master to emerge. But we still need to wait a bit. Once the sect master is out, he will immediately report to him. Understood. You may leave. Li Feiyu waved his hand. Yes, Shixiang. Li Feiyu turned to Su Huaishio, saying, Huaishio, the sect master's seclusion this time is likely due to matters concerning the Rebel King's secret treasury. Perhaps he has consumed something from it and found a breakthrough opportunity, as it has been quite a while since he last entered seclusion. By the way, Huaishio, there is something I'm unsure whether to ask suddenly. Li Feiyu recalled something and turned to inquire. Go ahead and ask. Su Huaishio nodded. Was it you who emerged from the Rebel King's secret treasury that day in the forest? Li Feiyu fixed his gaze on Su Huaishio's face. The Rebel King's secret treasury? Su Huaishio remained composed, then shook his head. I was merely cultivating in the mountains previously and had no knowledge of any Rebel King's secret treasury. I only came out after seeing you all. What was left behind, those boxes, Were they part of the Rebel King's secret treasury? Seeing Su Huaixio's look of surprise, Li Feiyu nodded. Indeed, the one who emerged from the Rebel King's secret treasury clearly practiced some obscure technique, unable to be seen. How could it possibly be you, moreover? If it were truly you, you would have shown interest in the Rebel King's secret treasury. You saved us, yet departed without a word. Su Huaixio said, Did I miss out on something? No. Li Feiyu stammered, quickly clearing his throat and waving his hands in a flustered manner. Who wouldn't he be envious of the Rebel King's secret treasury? Li Xuerong chuckled lightly at the scene in the back courtyard. A door creaked open, and Iron God Wang emerged, looking invigorated, seemingly rejuvenated. The disciple guarding the gate promptly reported the arrival of Li Feiyu and his companions. Iron God Wang nodded. All right, I understand. In the hall, as the group was conversing, a hearty laugh suddenly resonated. The sect master has arrived, Li Feiyu exclaimed, quickly rising to his feet. Iron God Wang entered the hall, brimming with vitality, striding forward. Upon seeing the group, he waved his hand and took a seat in the Grandmaster's chair. Congratulations, sect master, on your further advancement. Li Feiyu clasped his fists and smiled. Li Xuerong echoed the sentiment. Iron God Wang beamed. Thanks to both of you. This sect master has made progress after so many years. And who might this be? He inquired, turning to Su Huaixio. Li Feiyu hurriedly explained. Sect master. This is Su Huaixio, my fellow townsman. Today, I brought him here to introduce him to you, to see if he might join our Iron Fist sect. So that's the case. Iron God Wang chuckled. Such trivial matters. You need not consult me. A disciple is but a small matter, not a significant issue. Li Feiyu coughed lightly. Sect master, if it were an ordinary disciple wishing to enter, I would have taken charge. However, in Huaixio's case, it requires your decision. Why is that? Iron God Wang asked, surprised. Li Feiyu stepped closer, whispering into Iron God Wang's ear, explaining the situation. Sect master, that is the case. After Li Feiyu finished, he stepped back a few paces, while Iron God Wang fell into deep contemplation upon hearing the explanation. Chapter 44. Confrontation with the 8th rank. Li Feiyu and Li Xuerong were both taken aback, puzzled as to why the Iron God King fell into deep contemplation after hearing those words. Bring him in. At that moment, the Iron God King suddenly spoke. Several disciples stationed at the entrance promptly stepped inside. Master, seize this person. The Iron God King coldly snorted and then commanded. Instantly, more disciples surged in from outside, encircling the area tightly, the atmosphere turning tense and charged. Master, what is the meaning of this? Li Feiyu exclaimed in astonishment, while Li Xuerong stood up nervously, unsure of the Iron God King's sudden intentions. Feiyu, you truly are Navi. The Iron God King sneered. On that day, our various sects had already sealed the mountains. Not even a fly could escape, let alone the fact that you were still searching the mountains at that time. This compatriot of yours must undoubtedly be the one who stole the precious Ascension Elixir. He then cast a cold glance at Su Huaixio, his expression frigid. Considering that you are Feiyu's fellow townsman, if you hand over the Ascension Elixir, I may let you go without further repercussions. Otherwise, do not blame the Iron Fist sect for being ruthless. Master, Huaixio could not possibly be the one who stole the Ascension Elixir. He saved us that day and didn't even glance at the treasures hidden by the Mountain King. How could he be the thief? Li Feiyu hurriedly explained, his face filled with anxiety. Indeed, Master, my elder brother Su is innocent. You are unjustly accusing him, Li Xuerong quickly chimed in, her face etched with worry. What are you two going to oppose me for this person? To stand against the Iron Fist sect? The Iron God King narrowed his eyes, revealing a glimmer of coldness. Master, the disciples do not dare. Li Feiyu felt a tremor in his heart. But Huaixio is innocent. Yes, Master, Li Xuerong echoed. If you do not dare, then step back. Utterly foolish. What is the Ascension Elixir? What of the other treasures from the Mountain King's lair? For a lone loose cultivator like him, which is more important, even if he wished to hoard all those treasures, how could one person transport them all? Since he is your fellow townsman, I have already spoken. Convince him to hand over the Ascension Elixir, or he will remain in the Iron Fist sect, and do not blame me, as the sect leader, for disregarding our bonds. The Iron God King spoke coldly. Li Feiyu's expression faltered. Li Xuerong bit her lip in distress. Huaishou. Li Feiyu glanced at Su Huaishou with difficulty. Su Huaishou, who had been seated in silence, never anticipated that the leader of the Iron Fist sect, the Iron God King, would be so astute as to discern his identity. He stood up and shook his head. Feiyu, I initially intended to join the Iron Fist sect, but it seems I am not welcome here, nor is the Iron God King. Let this matter end here. If there is an opportunity in the future, we may share a drink together. As he turned to leave, the Iron God King barked, Stop. You think you can leave the Iron Fist sect without surrendering the Ascension Elixir? Not a step further. Su Huaishou turned back, his demeanor calm. Iron God King, do you believe you can keep me here? Emph, you speak arrogantly. Feiyu claims you possess 7th rank cultivation, capable of defeating Qianlong, but do not forget, you are alone. The Iron Fist sect has many disciples, and because of the Ascension Elixir, our overall strength has increased by at least 30%. As for me, Himph, during this retreat, I have also made progress and have now reached 8th rank, more than sufficient to deal with you? The Iron God King sneered. 8th rank? Li Shuerong trembled, her complexion paling. Sensing that Su Huaishou's life was in grave danger, Li Feiyu could not help but feel a pang of regret. He had brought Su Huaishou here to join the Iron Fist sect, and he had saved them both. Who would have thought this would lead to his peril? The other disciples, upon hearing their leader's claim of having attained 8th rank, were unable to suppress their smiles. Realizing that the Iron Fist sect had now become the preeminent force in Anning County, however, when the Iron God King proclaimed his advancement to 8th rank, Su Huaishou showed no sign of reaction. Remaining composed. 8th rank? Iron God King, do you truly believe your newly acquired 8th rank strength can confine me? Allow me to leave now, and in light of Feiyu's reputation, I shall overlook your earlier rudeness. The unspoken words were clear in Su Huaishou's gaze. Haha, you dare speak such bravado within the Iron Fist sect? Are you foolish or simply deluded? Since you refuse to surrender the Ascension Elixir, you shall remain here. Seize him, the Iron God King commanded. Master, I implore you, spare my elder brother Su. He is certainly not the one who sought to steal the Ascension Elixir, Li Shuerong interposed, standing protectively in front of Su Huaishou. The Iron God King's brow furrowed, his expression darkening. Shuerong, step aside, or do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. Or are you intending to ally with this person against me? Su Huaishou sighed inwardly. Realizing that he had no choice but to act, he patted Li Shuerong's shoulder, gently shaking his head, and smiled at its all right. Shuerong, step aside, I will be fine. But, Brother Su, Li Shuerong's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Her face full of worry. Su Huaishou merely smiled, then stood resolutely before her. Iron God King, I hope you will not regret your decision later. He practiced the Spirit Ape technique. Although he could not utilize his inner energy, his physical strength was boundless. Even during his previous battle with Qianlong, he had prevailed effortlessly. According to his calculations, the power he wielded should suffice against an 8th rank opponent, AT 6th rank. His inner energy circulated throughout his body, greatly enhancing his defense, AT 7th rank. His inner energy radiated outward, protecting him entirely, AT 8th rank. His inner energy could kill within 10 paces. Anyone who approached would surely perish. He was eager to experience the true might of an 8th rank master. With a surge of blood vitality, Su Huaishou felt a thunderous roar erupt within him. Blood refining like mercury. The Iron God King's brow twitched as he listened to the booming sound emanating from Su Huaishou. Filled with disbelief. What kind of technique is this? Boom. Su Huaishou took the initiative, closing in on the Iron God King. Himph, let me show you the true power of an 8th rank master. How I can take your head within 10 paces. The Iron God King scoffed, stepping forward with a sudden force, unleashing a punch in an instant. A white fist energy burst forth, a manifestation of his inner energy, intangible yet formidable, far more damaging than a typical attack. Puff! Su Huaishou felt a sharp pain in his chest, staggering back a few steps. When he looked down, he discovered a large hole torn in his clothing, a fist-sized white imprint on his chest. Blood and flesh turning a shade of purple, accompanied by a burning sensation. Is this the power of an 8th rank? The outward flow of inner energy is indeed formidable. He took a deep breath. Fortunately, he practiced the Spirit Ape technique, granting him a robust physique. Had he possessed an ordinary body, that punch might have resulted in catastrophic injury. What? Seeing this, the Iron God King could not help but narrow his eyes in astonishment. He had never anticipated that under such a punch, Su Huaishou would only suffer superficial bruises and not be fundamentally harmed. How could this be possible? Chapter 45. Coercing the county magistrate after receiving that punch. Su Huaishou had assessed the situation. He could indeed contend with the Iron God King. Meanwhile, the Iron God King was filled with uncertainty. His 8th rank strength had merely scratched the surface of Su Huaishou, but he had not seen Su Huaishou utilize his inner energy. For the moment, he found it difficult to fathom. However, if merely relying on physical prowess allowed Su Huaishou to withstand such an attack, then even if he were truly at 7th rank, he could still pose a formidable challenge to him. If he were more than just 7th rank, the Iron God King felt a pang of alarm in his heart and decided to abandon his pretense. He swiftly advanced, unleashing a flurry of punches akin to 2 soaring dragons. His arms and fists gleamed golden, as if coated in a layer of gold dust. This was the Iron Fist sect's most formidable technique. The indestructible Diamond Fist. Su Huaishou smiled faintly, feeling a shift within his muscles and skin. Though no hair grew, he decided not to hold back, unleashing his full strength to counter the attack. Boom! Upon impact, the golden dust scattered, and the bones of the Iron God King's fingers protruded through his skin. Su Huaishou pressed forward, launching a punch directly toward the Iron God King's heart, intent on claiming his life. Huaishou da! Not! Li Feiyu cried out in alarm. Su Huaishou frowned, abruptly halting his attack and transforming his fist into an open palm. He sent the Iron God King flying, crashing against the wall. When he fell to the ground, the Iron God King was covered in blood, gravely injured. Silence, a deathly stillness enveloped the room. The disciples, who had initially intended to swarm in, now hesitated, disbelief etched on their faces. Their master had been defeated. An 8th rank master had been bested by the person before them. Li Feiyu and Li Xuerong were equally astonished, their expressions complex, unable to fathom that Su Huaishou had concealed his strength so well. Even their master, the Iron God King, with his impressive 8th rank cultivation, was no match for him. Su Huaishou spoke calmly, "Out of consideration for Feiyu, I shall spare your life. Should you oppose me again in the future, do not blame me for being merciless." Shaking his head, Su Huaishou turned and strode away without a moment's pause. "Brother Xu," Li Xuerong exclaimed, wishing to call out to Su Huaishou, but little did she know that her hand had been seized by her brother Li Feiyu, who shook his head disapprovingly. Biting her pink lips tightly, Li Xuerong refrained from stepping forward again. Within the courtyard, Su Huaishou walked unimpeded, with not a single disciple daring to obstruct her. They simply parted to allow her passage. In the courtyard, Zhang Xiangji and Gao Chonglin arrived and were taken aback by the scene before them. Just as Zhang Xiangji was about to speak, a nearby disciple suddenly whispered urgently, "Senior brother, you mustn't. The sect leader was just defeated by her." "What?" Zhang Xiangji's pupils contracted in disbelief. Su Huaishou cast a cold glance in his direction, causing him to instinctively lower his head, unable to meet her gaze. The fact that even the sect leader had fallen to her was astounding. Gao Chonglin frowned and declared, "Let us go see the sect leader." Inside the main hall, the Iron God King had already been assisted to his feet by disciples, his expression as dark as stormy waters. Upon seeing Gao Chonglin enter, he was immediately filled with murderous intent and commanded, "Go. Inform the leaders of all the major sections the Supreme Ascension Elixir is in Su Huaishou's possession. I want her dead." "What?" "The Supreme Ascension Elixir is with Su Huaishou." Gao Chonglin and Zhang Xiangji exchanged astonished glances, quickly realizing the source of Su Huaishou's formidable power. Could it truly be due to the Supreme Ascension Elixir? Their hearts raced with excitement. After all, it was a secret elixir from their sect that could forge such a powerful expert. "Move quickly," the Iron God King bellowed. Li Xuerong could not help but interject. "Sect leader?" The Iron God King's frigid gaze swept over, instantly silencing her words. "Understood." Zhang Xiangji and Gao Chonglin exchanged looks, and without further hesitation, they rushed out to spread the news. As Su Huaishou wandered the streets, she felt somewhat bewildered. She had originally intended to join the Iron Fist sect but was taken aback by the greed of its leader. It was true. This world was one where the weak were devoured by the strong, and resources were paramount. Otherwise, how could the vast Iron Fist sect maintain its standing in Anning County? Since she was already out, There was no need to return just yet. It was a good opportunity to explore this new world. She found an inn, ascended to the second floor, and selected a seat by the window. Summoning the waiter, she ordered a lavish spread of dishes and began to feast heartily. Her stomach felt like a bottomless pit, capable of accommodating an astonishing amount of food. Having come to the inn merely to sample local delicacies, Su Huaishio indulged freely, switching tables thrice, leaving the waiter utterly dumbfounded. How could one person consume so much? Was there no fear of bursting? Have you heard? The Anning Tang clan was completely annihilated yesterday. I have indeed heard about this, but who was responsible? The Anning Tang clan was among the most powerful in Anning County. They were incredibly domineering before. Who else could it be? It was a coalition of several major forces in Anning County. It's unclear what the Anning Tang clan did to provoke such wrath. Uniting their rivals against them. Well, I have heard some secret tidbits. Oh? What news? It concerns a treasure. I saw that several major sects nearly emptied their ranks, leaving Anning County. Perhaps it was related to this incident. Or perhaps it was due to an uneven distribution of spoils, which led to the downfall of the Anning Tang clan. From a nearby table, a conversation drifted into Su Huaishio's ears. She merely tilted her head slightly, continuing to eat without concern. The Anning Tang clan was indeed unfortunate, having stood in Anning County for over 20 years, flourishing at their peak, only to be utterly destroyed. It's said that there were no survivors. It was truly tragic, one individual lamented. What will the county office do? Such a significant incident in the county. If the higher-ups find out, they will surely be furious, another remarked. Haha, what you don't understand is. In our great spirit kingdom, officials have never held a favorable view of these sects. It is rumored that the spirit emperor in the imperial capital detests them profoundly. These sects, believing themselves powerful, frequently defy the laws of the court. It would be a mercy if they were not dealt with. Their annihilation only serves to stabilize the court. They would be delighted by it. And do you not know? Our county magistrate, who too, when he first took office 5 or 6 years ago, attempted to suppress the sects in Anning County. Who would have thought that he would end up hiding in the county office? Not daring to utter a word for years, he turns a blind eye to their transgressions. You see, the destruction of a sect like the Anning Tang clan is, in his eyes, a political achievement. But does he dare report it? So it is. It must indeed be frustrating for him to be a county magistrate. Su Huaishio paused for a moment, silently reflecting on the overwhelming power of these sections. A dignified official of the court could not even exert control over them. If a nation is unable to subdue such powers, how could it claim true stability? In the county office, my lord, I believe it would be best for us to let this matter lie. It is unwise to intervene, said Secretary Zhang Yuanji, seated on a chair, wearing a look of counsel. The county magistrate, Lord Hu, snorted coldly. Nonsense. How can we simply stand by? Now the entire Anning County knows that the Anning Tang clan has been exterminated, and the office has not dispatched a single person. How do you expect the citizens of Anning County to perceive me? I cannot afford to lose face. Have you not lost enough face already? Zhang Yuanji thought to himself, but dared not voice it. Instead, he continued, my lord. However, if we truly intervene in this matter, it is likely that the Iron Fist sect and Green Willow Manor will send people our way. At that point, our county office will be in jeopardy. They dare? Do they really dare to kill an official of the court in broad daylight? Lord Hu erupted in fury, slamming his hand on the table. Zhang Yuanji, what a fitting name you have. Respect and stay away. When I first arrived in Anning County, I saw your sincere heart and hoped to achieve something together. Yet now you cower like a timid mouse. Fearful and hesitant. You truly disappoint me? Lord Hu exclaimed, confused. My lord, are you not the same? Zhang Yuanji thought silently, shaking his head. My lord. You have been in Anning County for 5 years. Have there been any matters that have gone smoothly for you? What? Just as Lord Hu was about to respond, a sudden urgent report interrupted. My lord, it's bad, my lord. A constable rushed in. What is the commotion about, my lord? The true disciple of the Iron Fist sect, Gao Changlin, has arrived. What? People from the Iron Fist sect. Why have they come? Did they overhear our previous conversation? What should we do? Secretary, what should we do? Quickly, stop writing. We cannot report this matter to the court. Tear it up, destroy the evidence. Lord Hu's face turned anxious as he paced back and forth. Just who was so adamant a moment ago? My lord, Do not panic. Perhaps they are not here because of this matter. Zhang Yuanji reassured him. Yes, how could they possibly know about this? Lord Hu calmed down, his panic subsiding. He cleared his throat, saying, Where is Gao Changlin? Reporting to my lord, Gao Changlin is waiting in the main hall. Very well, you may leave. I will change my attire and be there shortly. Lord Hu nodded, then added with a smile, Shall we go together, secretary? Of course, my lord, Zhang Yuanji replied. I in the main hall. Gao Changlin sat prominently at the head of the table. With 2 constables standing guard at the door, not daring to approach, I wondered who had arrived. It turns out to be Master Gao. I wonder what brings you here in such a sudden manner. A laugh rang out as Lord Hu and the secretary entered. Upon seeing Gao Changlin seated in the main position, the two acted as if they had not noticed and took their seats beside him. Gao Changlin's expression remained stoic, even somewhat chilly. He did not engage with Lord Hu's pleasantries, but leisurely sipped his tea before setting the cup down. Lord Hu, we of the Iron Fist sect seem to have a matter that requires your assistance. Ah, Master Gao, please speak. What is it that necessitated your visit? Lord Hu inquired. Gao Changlin produced a notice from his sleeve, bearing a likeness of a person. Should Su Huaixio be present, she would undoubtedly recognize the image as her own. This individual is Su Huaixio. We hope that the county magistrate will issue a wanted notice, regardless of life or death, primarily to capture her, with a reward of 10,000 taels of silver. Rest assured, this sum will be provided by the Iron Fist sect. We will not trouble you without recompense. Upon completion of this task, a small token of gratitude will also be sent to the county office. Gao Changlin stated. Secretary Zhang Yuanji took the notice, first glancing at it himself before passing it to Lord Hu. After a moment of silence, Lord Hu received it and contemplated. What is it? Does Lord Hu find this unacceptable? Gao Changlin inquired. Lord Hu raised his head, smiling. If Master Gao has spoken, how could it be unacceptable? I shall immediately dispatch the office's constables to post this notice throughout Anning County. Come, constables approached. Post this notice in the public area. Anyone providing information leading to the capture shall be rewarded, with the highest reward being 10,000 taels. Ensure the guards at the county gates recognize the likeness and apprehend her immediately upon sight. Lord Hu commanded. Understood, my lord, the constable replied. Master Gao, are you satisfied now? Lord Hu asked with a grin. Gao Changlin nodded slightly and said, What are you talking about, County Magistrate Hu? This man is actually the perpetrator behind the annihilation of the Anningtang men. A most heinous criminal. I am merely here to inform you. Of course, this matter will not be solely managed by your office. Several other factions in Anning County will join forces to apprehend this villain and restore order to the city. County Magistrate Hu did not respond directly but nodded in acknowledgement. Very well, shall not disturb you any further. With a sudden bang, Gao Changlin departed, leaving Hu County Magistrate slamming his hand heavily on the table in a fit of rage. His face flushed with fury. What audacity! What utter audacity! After Gao Changlin's departure, Hu County Magistrate's face contorted with anger as he berated aloud. A mere Iron Fist sect, a rabble of miscreants, dares to act with such impunity, coming to inform me to post a notice. This is a blatant disregard for the great Ling nation, a mockery of its laws, and a complete dismissal of my authority. The scribe, Zhang Yuanji, cleared his throat lightly. Seeking to calm him, my lord, do temper your anger. The several sects in Anning County are indeed a nest of vipers, ignorant of the laws of the Great Ling, however. Did you not catch the words of Gao Changlin just now? What words? Hu County Magistrate furrowed his brow. Zhang Yuanji replied, Did he not say that the individual mentioned in the notice, Su Huaixio, is the one responsible for the massacre of the Anningtang men? Are you referring to this? But the entire Anning County knows that the Anningtang men was exterminated by several sects working together. It likely has nothing to do with the person named in this notice. This is merely a case of using one's knife to kill another. Hu County Magistrate retorted on why Lord. Whether Su Huaixio was responsible for the massacre of the Anningtang men is irrelevant. What is important is that this individual has drawn the attention of several sects who wish to collaborate in capturing him, even seeking your assistance to pursue him. Zhang Yuanji elaborated. Oh? Are you suggesting? My lord, what I mean is that since this individual has garnered such significant attention from the major sects, it indicates that he is of utmost importance. What could compel them to expend such effort for someone so vital? So, you mean to say that this individual indeed, my lord? Furthermore, Gao Changlin mentioned the Anningtang men. There may be a connection between them and this individual. I speculate that he possesses a treasure coveted by the major sects and boasts formidable abilities, at least comparable to figures like Iron God Wang or Qinglong Wang, if not superior. If that were not the case, why would they mobilize so many resources and create such a commotion? Zhang Yunji asserted. Ichu County Magistrate pondered for a moment before replying. What then? Zhang Yunji continued, my lord. For these past few years, you have endured humiliation and hardship, all to establish a reputation in Anning County, to make the major sects aware of the power of the government and submit to your authority, correct? Indeed, that is true. But you are aware that Anning County is truly an outlying region of the Great Ling Nation, a remote and impoverished place, and thus the government's influence here is exceedingly weak, which is why these sects act with such arrogance, Hu County Magistrate lamented. Zhang Yunji smiled, my lord. While that is indeed the case, perhaps an opportunity presents itself. If this Su Huaishou truly possesses extraordinary skills, to the point that the major sects regard him with fear, or if he possesses a treasure, then if you act wisely, might you not be able to re-establish who truly holds power in Anning County? Indeed, you are right. Hu County Magistrate exclaimed, a spark of joy igniting within him. He desperately needed to prove who truly held authority in Anning County. Having been suppressed by the major sects for far too long, Su Huaishou represented a potential opportunity, one that could overturn the balance of power against the major sections. Tell me, scribe, how should we proceed to find Su Huaishou and investigate his true nature? Should we seek to collaborate with him? That would be inadvisable, my lord. Zhang Yunji quickly interjected. If we approach Su Huaishou directly, it would surely alert him. If he turns out not to be a match for the major sects, our approach could lead to severe consequences should they become aware. Though Zhang Yunji did not voice the severity of the situation explicitly, Hu County Magistrate understood the implications. I have indeed acted rashly. Yes, my lord. Perhaps we should observe the unfolding events from a distance, assess the strengths of both sides. There may be an opportunity for us to benefit from the conflict, and of course, we should also extend a gesture of goodwill towards Su Huaishou, lest he view your kindness with disdain, making future collaboration impossible, Zhang Yunji advised. You speak wisely, then give the orders as you see fit. We shall proceed with Gao Chonglin's suggestion to post the notice. But if we truly discover Su Huaishou, we shall turn a blind eye. Understood, my lord. In the tavern, a voice called from the staircase, ladies and gentlemen, I apologize for my tardiness. Allow me to drink 3 cups as penance. A scholar, donned in scholarly attire, approached a table where several others were engaged in discussions regarding the Anning Tang men. Chan brother, you have finally arrived. We have been eagerly awaiting your presence. What happened? Did your lovely wife refuse to let you leave, keeping you ensnared in the pleasures of the bed? Laughter erupted from the table. The scholar known as Chan brother waved his hand somewhat helplessly. Wang brother, do not jest. The reason for my delay was that I saw the government posting notices along the way. Hence my late arrival. Notices? I recall the government has not posted anything in quite some time. What is the occasion? Chen Liheng, seated at the table, first drank 3 cups of wine before explaining, it is nothing out of the ordinary. Merely a notice to apprehend a criminal. However, this criminal seems to be of considerable significance, being the one responsible for the annihilation of the Anning Tang men. What? The one who exterminated the Anning Tang men? The others exchanged glances, their expressions revealing a hint of incredulity. What has caused such reactions from you all? Chen Liheng inquired. Puzzled. One of the men glanced around before whispering, Chan brother, are you truly unaware? Everyone in Anning County knows that the Anning Tang men was destroyed by a coalition of several other sections. How could the person named in the notice be the one responsible? Then why would the government post such a notice? Chen Liheng questioned. That remains a mystery, another responded. By the way, what is the name of the criminal mentioned in the notice? Chen Liheng pondered for a moment before saying, it appears to be Su Huaishou. Su Huaishou? I have never heard of this name. The others were taken aback, finding the name utterly unfamiliar. Meanwhile, the very Su Huaishou, who had been enjoying his meal, suddenly froze, halting his eating. Is that not referring to me? He listened intently, confirming that they were indeed talking about him. Su Huaishou furrowed his brow, contemplating, why would the government post a notice about me, claiming I am the one responsible for the annihilation of the Anning Tang men? Is this a frame-up? He quickly pieced together the puzzle. He had just left the Iron Fist sect, and shortly thereafter, the government posted a notice seeking his capture. It was difficult not to draw connections. Clearly, The Iron Fist sect had visited the government, and as the others had mentioned, the officials of Anning County were indeed fearful of the Iron Fist sect and the others. He had shown mercy to Iron God Wong out of respect for Li Feiyu. But it seemed that they were not content with that and were now seeking revenge. Moreover, he had noticed that the major sects had been dispatching personnel, but he was uncertain of their intentions. He sensed that something peculiar was afoot, especially as the government had just posted a notice. Is there a connection between these events? Chen Liheng speculated. What is there to ponder? Everyone knows our county magistrate is a coward. I suspect this notice was likely ordered by the sects, and who county magistrate had no choice but to comply. This is not the first time such a thing has occurred, remarked the scholar known as Wang Brother. True. How tragic that the dignified government, under the jurisdiction of the Great Ling Nation, has a county magistrate so easily manipulated by several sects. Chen Liheng shook his head. As scholars residing in Anning County, how lamentable. Another lamented point. One can only blame our county magistrate for his incompetence. Su Huaishio swallowed the last morsel of food and stood up. It was likely that Iron God Wong had already leaked news of his possession of the Supreme Ascension elixir to the other sects. Otherwise, they would not have been sending out personnel. This was a plot to bring about his demise. Su Huaishio chuckled coldly to himself, eager to see how the major sects intended to deal with him. As for Iron God Wong, since he was courting death, Su Huaishio would not hold back. Having shown him mercy, he had not anticipated that Wong would not appreciate the gesture and now sought to retaliate. Waiter, settle the bill. Su Huaishio tossed some coins onto the table before striding out. As Su Huaishio passed by, Chen Liheng, who had been conversing with friends, suddenly froze, turning to see the figure descending the stairs. What is it, Chen brother? The others asked, puzzled. Chen Liheng's expression turned tense, stammering, that person just now seems to be the very one depicted in the notice, the murderer of the Anningtang men. What, is that true? Chen brother? You must be mistaken. The others were utterly astonished. Chen Liheng shook his head, asserting, I cannot be mistaken. It is impossible. I just glanced at the notice a moment ago. It has not been long, and I can still vividly recall the face depicted on it. I am utterly convinced that it was indeed the person who just departed. One of the individuals swallowed nervously, his expression tense. It is truly frightening. I never anticipated that a fugitive being pursued by the authorities would be sitting right beside us. None of us noticed, and we were just discussing this matter. He must have overheard us, fear not. If this individual truly intended to seek retribution against us, he would not have left. Perhaps he did not hear us at all. Another interjected. What if we were to inform the authorities about this fugitive? Did not Brother Chen mention that a reward of 10,000 taels would be offered for his capture? Even if we merely report it, I am certain that the reward would not be insignificant. Suddenly, one exclaimed, his eyes lighting up with excitement. Do not speak foolishly. At this, the others felt a chill run down their spines, instinctively sensing danger. Are you courting death? This person is no ordinary thief. Do you wish to prolong your life unnecessarily? Merely jesting. Fear not. You truly frighten us. In the courtyard of Iron Fist sect, Li Shuerong expressed her concern. Brother, do you think Su Dage will be all right? How could the sect leader act this way? This is a case of ingratitude. Now even the officials are hunting for Su Dage, and several sects have sent people as well. If Su Dage is still within the city, he will surely find it impossible to move. Li Feiyu furrowed his brow, feeling a sense of guilt. This is all my fault. If I had not sent Huaishio to the county town to join Iron Fist sect, this situation would not have arisen. I underestimated the allure of the Supreme Ascension elixir. While you and I possess some talent, we have never given it much thought. The sect leader, however, has been trapped at the 7th rank for years and places far greater importance on such secret elixirs. But Su Dage has already stated that he did not possess the Supreme Ascension elixir. The person from that day, none of us even saw. Li Shuerong retorted. Li Feiyu shook his head. Whether or not it was Su Huaishio, the facts of the matter have become irrelevant. The coincidences are too numerous. Huaishio was on the mountain that day and even killed Chanlong. The sect leader has already made up his mind about it. Then what shall we do? We cannot just stand idly by while he is in peril, Li Shuerong exclaimed angrily. How can we rescue him? With just the two of us. 4th ranks. Li Feiyu raised an eyebrow. Yet we cannot simply watch Su Dage perish at their hands, Li Shuerong insisted. Li Feiyu pondered. Currently, several sects and the authorities are mobilizing. Even if we wish to help, It would be futile. Sister, if you are worried. We should search the city for a way to inform Huaishio of some information, but we must be exceedingly cautious. Previously, when we spoke on Huaishio's behalf, the sect leader was furious and is aware of our connection. If the sect leader discovers that I fear we would no longer be welcome in Iron Fist sect. If leaving Iron Fist sect means Sudage can survive, then let us depart, Li Shuerong declared. Li Feiyu was taken aback, then shook his head with a wry smile. You a young maiden in love, naive and unaware. I in another room. The sect leader sat with his bare torso wrapped in bandages. Displaying several bruises, his face flushed, and his internal injuries still unhealed. Despite having consumed some medicinal pills, he knew that healing would take time. His expression was dark as he listened to Gao Chonglin report. Sect leader, I have already conveyed the news to that muddle-headed county magistrate. The authorities have posted notices, and the other major sects have been informed as well, upon hearing that the Supreme Ascension Elixir has been found. They wasted no time and immediately sprang into action. Iron Fist King nodded. I see. Thank you for the update. Zhang Xinji suddenly spoke up. Sect leader, I have heard that Feiyu and his sister are acquainted with Su Huaishio. They were the ones who brought him here. Oh, you think it could be? Let them dare. If they attempt to assist Su Huaishio, I will strip them of their cultivation and cast them out of Iron Fist sect. Iron Fist King snorted coldly, his anger palpable. Zhang Xinji and Gao Chonglin exchanged glances, unable to suppress a smirk. The sect leader is correct. As disciples of Iron Fist sect, we must be wholly devoted to its interests. If they betray the sect, even if they are my fellow disciples, I will prioritize justice over kinship, restoring honor to the sect leader and Iron Fist sect. Zhang Xinji declared. Issue orders to guard their courtyard. They are not to leave. You two may withdraw. Iron Fist King waved his hand, his expression weary, clearly affected by his injuries. Outside, Zhang Xinji chuckled. We have finally found a handle on Li Feiyu. This is splendid. If Li Feiyu insists on aiding Su Huaishio, we shall see how the sect leader deals with him, a marvelous opportunity indeed. Gao Chonglin remained impassive. Even if Li Feiyu is expelled, will it not benefit Lu Mubai the most? He is too old. What if we both advance to the 5th rank? Since the Supreme Ascension Elixir is with Su Huaishio, it presents an opportunity for us, Zhang Xinji asserted. Gao Chonglin nodded in agreement. Let us go see them. As they made their way past a courtyard gate, a figure emerged from behind a pillar. The person wore a grim expression, their eyes dark as water. If the two had been present, they would have recognized him as their senior brother, Lu Mubai, the very person being discussed, a fugitive sought by the authorities, and acquainted with Li Feiyu. He had also injured the sect leader, Lu Mubai muttered to himself. His gaze turning frigid. So you all deem me too old to compete with you, do you? The mantis stalks the cicada, while the oriole waits in the shadows. Just wait and see, in the courtyard. Li Shuerong urged, brother, let us leave now while the sect has just dispatched people. Sudage should still be at the county office. Agreed. Let us go. After conferring, the two resolved to venture out in search of Su Huaishio. However, upon opening their courtyard door, they were immediately blocked by two disciples on guard. What are you doing here? Why are you stopping us? Li Feiyu frowned. Apologies, senior brother. The sect leader has commanded that you cannot leave the courtyard during this time. Otherwise, you will be expelled from Iron Fist sect, the disciple said fearfully. The two exchanged glances, realizing that the sect leader was indeed aware of their intentions, and it would be difficult to leave. Unless they were willing to face the consequences, they returned to the courtyard, and Li Shuerong frowned, brother. What shall we do now? We cannot get out. Let us return to the room. Going out now would undoubtedly alert the sect leader. We must wait for another chance, Li Feiyu sighed. Senior brother Gao. Senior brother Zhang. Just then, two individuals approached the courtyard entrance, prompting the guarding disciples to call out urgently. Zhang Xinji nodded. Feiyu and Shuerong are still inside the courtyard. Correct? Yes, senior brother. Both the senior brother and sister are still within. By the way, I need to retrieve something for junior brother Feiyu. You two come with me to fetch it, Zhang Xinji instructed. But, senior brother, the sect leader has ordered us to watch over senior brother and sister. Enough, you two go, I will keep watch here, Gao Chonglin said. With you, senior brother Gao, here, what is there to fear? Fetching something will be swift. Come along, Zhang Xinji urged. The two reluctantly agreed. Very well, senior brother. Seeing the two disciples follow Zhang Xinji out, Gao Chonglin let out a cold chuckle. then pushed open the small door to the courtyard. Picking up a stone and hurling it forcefully against the door of the room within. "Who?" Li Feiyu shouted, then stepped out with Li Shuerong to find a small stone lying at the entrance. Looking further, he spotted a gap in the outer door. Approaching, he opened the courtyard gate, only to find that the two guarding disciples had vanished. "Sister, what is happening?" Li Shuerong asked, puzzled. Li Feiyu shook his head. "I do not know, brother. If no one is here, should we not go out? Could it be someone has come to assist us? Perhaps Su Dage?" Li Shuerong suggested. Li Feiyu contemplated. "That is possible, but wouldn't Huaishio be walking into a trap?" "Brother, shall we venture out? What if they return? Then let us go." After hesitating, Li Feiyu ultimately chose to step outside, promptly closing the courtyard door behind them. Moments later, Gao Chonglin appeared at the courtyard entrance, and shortly after, the two disciples returned, carrying a small wooden box alongside Zhang Xianji. Gao Chonglin nodded at Zhang Xianji. Understanding the cue, Zhang Xianji suddenly called out, "Junior brothers, senior brother." Bang! As soon as the two turned around, they were met with a devastating punch to the chest. The overwhelming force shattered their vital points, and they fell to the ground, motionless. Gao Chonglin approached. "Your actions remain as decisive as ever." Hearing the words, which were half mockery and half praise, Zhang Xianji's expression remained impassive. "Enough. Quickly place them at the courtyard entrance. We still need to carry the box back. Move swiftly, lest someone arrives." The two disposed of the bodies at the entrance and then returned the box to Zhang Xianji's room. Gao Chonglin clapped his hands. "Once these two are gone, have a disciple report to the sect leader. Then we shall have eliminated a major threat. Yes, let us depart. We should not linger here." A smile crept onto Zhang Xianji's face. Just as the two left, Lu Mubai appeared at the window, and upon witnessing the scene, a cold smirk surfaced on his lips. He turned and lifted two corpses from the side, which were unmistakably the disciples who had perished at the gate of the courtyard earlier. He opened the window and flung the bodies inside, after which Lu Mubai clapped his hands and promptly departed from the scene. "Let the sect master witness this." The Iron God King cleared his throat, his face still a deep shade of iron. He had not anticipated that Su Huaishio would exhibit such ferocity. Despite having advanced to the 8th rank, he had sustained grave injuries at the hands of this individual. Could it be that this person was merely a young lad from a humble mountain village? If that were the case, it was indeed astonishing that he could achieve such profound cultivation at such a tender age. Clearly, everything stemmed from the extraordinary ascending immortal elixir. The thought of it ignited a fervor within the Iron God King. He must obtain the ascending immortal elixir. Perhaps then, ascending to the 8th or even 9th rank would be well within his grasp. Suddenly, a sound echoed from outside the door. "What is going on?" the Iron God King bellowed. He approached and forcefully opened the door. Bang! A fist struck with ferocity. In a moment of panic, the Iron God King raised his arms in defense. Crack! The sound of shattering bones echoed, and he was sent hurtling back into the room. Su Huaishio stepped into the chamber and casually shut the door behind him. "Itsu?" The Iron God King's expression changed drastically. He had not expected Su Huaishio to return. "You wish to kill me?" Su Huaishio inquired. "I am no match for you, my lord. How could I possibly harm you?" The Iron God King propped himself against the wall, his gaze fixed intently on Su Huaishio. "Whether you admit it or not, it no longer matters." As soon as Su Huaishio's words fell, he charged forward. "Let us speak amicably. I am willing to relinquish all of Iron Fist sect. If you desire, the position of sect master can be yours." Panic gripped the Iron God King. He had not anticipated that Su Huaishio would truly return to settle the score, intent on ending his life. "The position of sect master is only coveted by yourself, isn't it?" Su Huaishio scoffed, showing no signs of halting. Instead, he unleashed his full strength, swiftly bringing the confrontation to a close. Bang! How formidable was Su Huaishio's punch! Even with inner strength, the Iron God King could not inflict the slightest harm upon him, each blow causing him to spit blood profusely. "Why, Lord. Coughed. Please listen to me." Boom. Su Huaishio's fist connected with the Iron God King's face, effectively silencing him. The once mighty sect master of the Iron Fist sect met his end beneath a single strike. Su Huaishio seized the corpse and tossed it onto the bed, then sat down in a chair to recuperate, choosing not to leave this place. The most perilous locations often provide the greatest security. It was likely that, at this moment, within the entire Anning County, this was the safest haven. Sect Master, at that moment. A voice rang out from the doorway. Su Huaishio frowned but remained silent, continuing to meditate. The disciple called out several more times, receiving no response, before finally departing. At the courtyard gate, Zhang Zians and Gao Chonglin awaited. Have you seen the sect master? The disciple shook his head. I called out to the sect master several times, but there was no answer. Perhaps he is resting? Resting? Zhang Zians frowned. Very well, you may leave now. He said, Gao Shixiang, let us go take a look indeed. The two made their way to the Iron God King's door once more. Zhang Zians called out, Sect Master, I have matters to report. Inside the room, Su Huaishio opened his eyes. The atmosphere was tranquil. He sat in the chair, gazing at the door and windows, remaining silent. Sect Master? The room still offered no response. What should we do? The sect master cannot truly be resting. Can he? Zhang Zians inquired. Gao Chonglin frowned. If Li Feiyu returns shortly, it may complicate matters. Should we go in and check? As they spoke, Zhang Zian slowly pushed the door open. Sect Master? As the two entered the room and turned to close the door. Bang! Su Huaishio, who had been sitting on the chair beside the bed, suddenly charged forward. The two heard the rush of air, their hearts leaping in alarm. They turned back to see a figure closing in, moving with astonishing speed, and in an instant, both had their necks seized by Su Huaishio's hands. Su. Crack! Su Huaishio applied slight pressure, and the two men's necks twisted to an unnatural angle, their breaths extinguished. Lifeless before they even had a chance to react, he discarded their bodies onto the bed, arranging them neatly alongside their esteemed sect master. Su Huaishio returned to the chair to continue his rest. Suddenly, a small porcelain vial around his neck began to vibrate violently. Su Huaishio felt a stir of excitement within. Shao Qian. Chapter 50. The transformation of 10,000 ghosts into demons, an ethereal figure emerged. Shao Qian appearing before Su Huaishio. Although her face remained pallid, she seemed to have improved significantly. Brother Su, she smiled. Shao Qian, you must not engage in such perilous activities again. If something were to happen to you, it would weigh heavily on my conscience, Su Huaishio admonished, shaking his head. Shao Qian flashed a charming smile, sticking out her tongue, still somewhat feeble. Shao Qian just wanted to help Brother Su. Your intentions are enough. If my rise in strength were to cost you your life, I would rather forego it, Su Huaishio stated with gravity. Shao Qian was taken aback by his words, warmth flooding her heart as a sweet smile graced her face. And she nodded earnestly. Suddenly, Shao Qian's form flickered, becoming somewhat ethereal once more. Shao Qian, what is wrong? Are you not fully recovered? Su Huaishio's expression shifted. Shao Qian smiled weakly, simply shaking her head. Her gaze drifted, and upon catching sight of the corpses on the bed, she swallowed hard, her form halting as she noticed Su Huaishio's presence. Su Huaishio regarded her in surprise, connecting her previous reaction to the sight of the bodies with a growing suspicion. When the monkey brother was instructing Shao Qian, he had not been present, thus he was unaware of what teachings had been imparted to her. Yet, her instinctive reaction to the corpses was evident. Su Huaishio spoke solemnly, Shao Qian, do you consider me your brother Su? Facing his seriousness, Shao Qian panicked, Brother Su, of course I regard you as my brother Su. It has always been so. Now that you acknowledge me as your brother Su, are there not some matters you ought not to conceal from me? Yes, I noticed you paying particular attention to these corpses. There's something useful to you about them? Su Huaishio pressed, fixing his gaze upon Shao Qian. Her expression flickered with struggle. To be honest. After a moment's hesitation, Shao Qian carefully replied, yes, is it related to the cultivation method you practice? Yes, Su Huaishio pondered, if it is beneficial to you, then take it. Do not concern yourself with me, but what is it? Shao Qian spoke with trepidation. I do not wish for Brother Su to see me in that state. That state? Su Huaishio mused. Shao Qian, no matter how you transform, I will never turn my back on you. Therefore, do not be afraid. Since you have aided me, Brother Su wishes to assist you in return. After a moment of internal struggle, Shao Qian nodded. I understand, Brother Su. With that, she floated toward the bed, employing an unknown incantation, and then opened her arms wide. Instantly, threads of crimson essence began to drift from the three bodies, and as Shao Qian opened her mouth, the countless strands of blood-red essence were drawn into her abdomen. Shao Qian's entire form turned a deep crimson, as though she were submerged in blood. thick, bloody, eerie. Su Huaishou approached, unable to suppress a gasp of astonishment. Under Xiao Qian's actions, the corpses visibly shriveled, as if all their lifeblood had been consumed. Moments later, the once fleshy figures had been reduced to mere desiccated remains. Resembling decayed wood, Xiao Qian opened her eyes, glancing down at her blood-red appearance, and let out a shriek, darting to the opposite side of the bed to shield herself. "Brother Su, do not look, I am so ugly now." Su Huaishou chuckled softly. "Xiao Qian, did I not just say that I would never disdain you, no matter how you appear? These individuals were my adversaries. They deserve their fate. If it is useful for your cultivation, take it without hesitation, and you look not ugly, merely a bit unaccustomed." "Really?" Xiao Qian cautiously peeked out. "Of course. Why would I lie to you?" Su Huaishou shook his head. "That's a relief, as long as Brother Su does not mind." A smile spread across Xiao Qian's face, and she floated out. "Brother Su, once I digest this essence, I will return to normal." Su Huaishou inquired. "Is this what the monkey brother taught you? What kind of technique is so sinister?" Xiao Qian explained. "The monkey brother said this technique is called 10,000 ghosts transforming into demons. It is nearly unobstructed in its advancement. As long as there is sufficient lifeblood, it is adequate. However, the demands grow increasingly vast in the later stages." Su Huaishou frowned at her words. If the future requirements for lifeblood were substantial, it would necessitate a great number of corpses. Observing the expression on Su Huaishou's face, Xiao Qian's countenance reflected concern. "Brother Xu, do you dislike it?" Snapping back to reality, Su Huaishou reached out as if to ruffle her hair, only to remember that she possessed no physical form. Instead, he merely waved his hand above her head. Smiling, "How could I? As long as Xiao Qian needs someone, I shall slay one. If you require thousands, I shall eradicate the entire world." Even without physical contact, Xiao Qian still relished the moment, gently narrowing her eyes in enjoyment. However, upon hearing Su Huaishou's words, she abruptly opened her eyes wide, feeling a surge of emotion, yet hurriedly exclaimed, "I do not want Su Degu to kill for me." Su Huaishou chuckled, assuring her, "Fear not, I only slay the wicked." Still not out, Lu Mubai stood a short distance from the entrance, his gaze fixated on the scene, eager for the unfolding drama. Yet, it was indeed peculiar that Zhang Xianji and Gao Chonglin had been inside for so long without emerging. Could it be that something else had transpired? Why was the sect leader keeping them for such an extended period? A sense of foreboding gripped Lu Mubai, especially since the leader was gravely injured. Could it be that the two were no? He must go and see for himself. With that thought, Lu Mubai could no longer remain idle and strode directly towards the courtyard. "Su Degu, someone is coming." Inside the room, Xiao Qian's expression turned serious, her earlobes twitching slightly as if she could hear a distant sound. It was a single individual, their footsteps quickening. Su Huaishou nodded, already contemplating a second strike. "Su Degu, let me handle this," Xiao Qian suddenly declared. "You?" Su Huaishou replied, astonished. Xiao Qian's gaze was resolute. "Yes, I wish to assist Su Degu. I do not want to be coddled any longer. If I find myself in danger, Su Degu can intervene." Su Huaishou pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. "All right, but do exercise caution." Lu Mubai reached the doorway and cleared his throat. "Sect leader, I have matters to discuss." There was no response from within. This is not good. Realizing this, Lu Mubai could no longer contain himself and forcefully pushed open the door. At that moment, a chilling gust swept through, sending shivers down his spine, as if his very soul were trembling, frozen in place. Startled, Lu Mubai instinctively wanted to retreat, but in an instant, he felt an invisible force ensnaring his limbs, rendering him immobile. Suddenly, his vision became hazy, and amidst the fog, he perceived a female figure materializing before him. The woman floated in front of him, her garments entwining his limbs. Immediately thereafter, a formidable pull manifested before him. Threads of crimson began to surge violently from his body. A searing pain coursed through him, and as he attempted to scream, it felt as though his mouth had been sealed, silencing him completely. His body, ensnared, quaked like a sieve, as the blood-red threads erupted from within him. Lu Mubai's form gradually shriveled. Thud. Moments later, a desiccated corpse collapsed heavily to the ground. Chapter 51. In quick succession, Lu Mubai, a fifth-tier cultivator, had all his essence drained by Xiao Qian. Afterwards, her own vitality surged, becoming increasingly potent. Though ordinary individuals could not perceive it, anyone nearby would detect the acrid and nauseating scent emanating from her. Xiao Qian glanced nervously at Su Huaishou, aware of the odor now clinging to her. Noticing this, Su Huaishou merely smiled. Xiao Qian, you are now even more formidable than Su Dego. Effortlessly, you dispatched Lu Mu Bai, who was a fifth-tier cultivator. Really? Su Dego. Xiao Qian's face lit up with surprise, astonished by his praise. Of course it's true. Would Su Dego deceive you? Su Huaishou replied. Yes, as long as I can assist Su Dego, I shall be utterly content. Xiao Qian's eyes curved into crescent moons. Let us rest for a while. I anticipate a fierce battle later. Xiao Qian? You should also digest the essence of these individuals, while I shall consume another bottle of the Supreme Ascension Elixir. Su Huaishou mused, then retrieved the remaining few bottles of the Supreme Ascension Elixir. The last bottle had significantly enhanced his cultivation. With 3 bottles left, he wondered how much they might elevate him this time. With such thoughts, he felt a surge of excitement and, without hesitation, uncorked the small wooden stopper from the ceramic bottle, pouring its contents directly into his mouth. Instantly, a tremendous surge of medicinal power began to churn within Su Huaishou, who felt his already robust inner energy ravenously consuming this newfound potency. Su Huaishou's entire body flushed crimson, beads of sweat forming on his skin. Compared to the last experience, it felt rather faint. Was the potency diminished? Su Huaishou contemplated, soon realizing that it was not the medicine's strength that had waned, but rather that as his cultivation improved, the elixir's effects had diminished, leading him to perceive the potency as less pronounced and the enhancement less significant. Su Huaishou glanced at the remaining bottles of the Supreme Ascension Elixir in his hand, hesitating briefly before resolutely biting his lip. Considering that a fierce battle might ensue, he decisively uncorked several small ceramic bottles and downed their contents simultaneously. Boom! An even more colossal surge of medicinal power. The combined effects of the remaining bottles of Supreme Ascension Elixir flooded into Su Huaishou's body. It was akin to a tranquil volcano suddenly doused with water, erupting in an instant, a deluge sweeping forth, crashing through Su Huaishou's meridians and internal organs. Su Huaishou could not suppress a muffled groan, collapsing to the ground. He had not anticipated the sheer ferocity of the elixir's potency. Even with his formidable physique, he struggled to endure the assault. Meanwhile, Xiao Qian, who had already entered the small ceramic bottle, heard the commotion and, unable to disregard her own digestion of the essence, immediately floated out. Upon witnessing Su Huaishou in such agony, a flicker of concern and distress crossed her cherubic face. Su Dego, are you all right? What should we do? Xiao Qian's form was ethereal, unable to physically touch Su Huaishou, especially as her hand would pass through him each time she reached out, her feelings of helplessness and sorrow swelling within her heart like a tide. At that moment, she longed for a tangible body, one she could reach out to. Instead, she could only watch helplessly. She wept, she worried, yet what could she do? Everything felt futile. All was in vain. All was but a wish. Xiao Qian, I am fine. It's merely that the potency of the Supreme Ascension Elixir is overwhelming. Su Huaishou's face contorted in agony, veins and arteries visibly bulging on his neck and forehead, clearly enduring immense suffering. Su Dego, how can I assist you? Xiao Qian cried. Su Huaishou's voice was hoarse. You must return to the ceramic bottle and cultivate diligently. Only then can you help me in the future. Xiao Qian froze, tears welling in her eyes, threatening to spill. Yet even these tears were mere manifestations of ethereal energy. Drop by drop, they fell, each drop insubstantial, leaving not a trace in this world. All right. Xiao Qian blinked her eyes, the last tear cascading down, her gaze sharpening with clarity. She understood. She must grow stronger. Only then could she protect Su Dego. Only then could she ease his burdens. A wisp of azure smoke spiraled into the small ceramic bottle around Su Huaishou's neck. The room fell silent, with only Su Huaishou curled on the floor, gritting his teeth to stifle any cries of pain. What transpired within the room remained unknown to the outside world. As for the transformations occurring inside, they too went unnoticed. All that could be discerned was that in the small town of Aning, several major sects had united forces to capture an individual who had stolen the Supreme Ascension Elixir, a secret potion capable of advancing one to 6th or 7th tier cultivation. Within the Iron Fist sect, Everything appeared normal, for aside from a few true disciples, no one dared to disturb the Iron God King. Yet, those once illustrious true disciples of the Iron Fist sect had perished in the Iron God King's chamber. Reduced to lifeless husks, outside the Iron Fist sect, siblings Li Feiyu and Li Shuirong walked along the bustling street, observing numerous notices. Indeed, there was a portrait of Su Huaixiu, offering a reward of 10,000 taels of silver. Li Feiyu remarked, "Huaixiu is truly valuable. The sect leader is willing to offer such a substantial bounty for him." Li Shuirong's expression was one of concern. Throughout history, wealth often stirs the heart. A higher bounty signifies a greater danger for Su Huaixiu, who wouldn't desire the Supreme Ascension Elixir, a potion that could instantly elevate one's cultivation. In comparison, the 10,000 taels of silver seemed trivial. Li Shuirong shook her head. "But brother, where shall we search for Su to go? This county is neither too small nor too large. How can we discern his whereabouts?" Li Feiyu found himself at a loss for where to begin. Li Shuirong was right. With no trace to follow, how could they locate him? I was terrified. I never imagined that the criminal the officials sought would be sitting right beside us. Fortunately, he isn't the type to kill indiscriminately. Otherwise, we would have been in grave danger. Just then, a group of scholars walked past them. Previously at a loss, Li Shuirong suddenly called out, "Halt!" The group paused, momentarily taken aback, but upon seeing Li Shuirong's face, their expressions brightened. They hurriedly adjusted their appearance, and one scholar named Chen bowed respectfully. "Miss, what can I assist you with?" Li Shuirong directly inquired. "Did you say you encountered the person the officials are pursuing? You wish to inquire about that?" The scholar was momentarily stunned, but he replied, "Indeed, it is true. He was at the second floor of Wangyue Tower, dining beside us. Had he not left, we might not have realized his presence." Chapter 52. A storm brewing Wangyue Tower? Li Shuirong frowned. What happened next? What happened next? Later, we became uncertain. Perhaps it was prudent to seek a refuge. After all, being pursued by the authorities, we were oblivious to our next destination. The scholar remarked, "Let us proceed to Wangyue Tower." Li Shuirong promptly decided, summoning Li Feiyu before turning to leave. "This young lady," the scholar called out. Li Shuirong furrowed her delicate brows and glanced back. "Might I inquire about your esteemed name and place of residence? Are you betrothed?" The scholar inquired with a smile. "Taekwonmin," Li Shuirong coldly articulated 3 words. "Spare us, fair heroine. We were blind to your magnificence." A nearby scholar, upon hearing this, was instantly overcome with panic, his face pale with fear. After speaking, he hastily grasped the dazed Qian and fled. "This woman is actually from Taekwonmin. What manner of place is Taekwonmin? How could we, mere scholars, dare to provoke them? This individual is a harbinger of doom." Su, the elder brother, should have vacated the tavern by now, yet observing the few who had just emerged, we could search the vicinity to identify a suitable hiding spot. Li Shuirong suggested, "Agreed." In the county office, county magistrate who sat high upon a grand chair, while his secretary diligently pinned documents beside him. Suddenly, the magistrate spoke. "Have we located Su Huaixiu?" The secretary paused his writing. Shaking his head, "Sir, the constables just reported in, and he remains unfound. It appears he has yet to exit the city. Rest assured, as soon as he does, we shall be informed." Magistrate who nodded. "I hope Su Huaixiu possesses qualities that will make me regard him with new-found respect. Lest my clandestine assistance be in vain. Your sincerity shall surely invoke the heavens' favor," Secretary Zhang remarked. "Indeed, let the constables conduct a casual search throughout the city, but do not be overly zealous. Should they actually encounter him and members of the major sects be present, will you apprehend him or not? Fear not, I have already given the necessary instructions," Secretary Zhang affirmed. In the streets of Anning County, groups of constables weaved through the throngs of people, periodically interrogating suspicious locales, causing quite a ruckus. Meanwhile, members of the various sects had nearly emptied their ranks, gathering within Anning County, awaiting news from the authorities regarding Su Huaixiu, ready to spring into action. Though the major sects claimed they would jointly hunt down Su Huaixiu, in a certain open area of the county, their ranks were distinctly drawn, their eyes betraying apprehension. After all, the prized Shengxiansen was no ordinary item. It had the potential to elevate one to the 5th rank, even allowing those of the 5th or 6th rank to break their shackles and ascend. Whoever obtained this extraordinary Shengxiansen would possess greater confidence, more profound foundations, and a vaster influence. The sects were aware of Su Huaixio's prowess, for he had defeated the Iron God Wang. However, what they did not realize was that Su Huaixio had bested the Iron God Wang, who had consumed the top-grade Shengxiansen and ascended to the 8th rank, rather than the original 7th rank. Thus, while they held some trepidation, this time, all present were the elite of their respective sects. Not a single ordinary disciple had come, fearing needless losses. Yet, they ultimately misjudged Su Huaixio's strength. This time, the Mingjing Society dispatched over a dozen individuals, all high-ranking members, most possessing 6th rank abilities, and one even equaling the president in strength, both at the 7th rank, along with several 5th rank experts. Among them was Ming Tang, who had previously sought the hidden treasures of the Chuang Mountain. Previously, they had been ambushed by the Tang sect's Tong Lao, sustaining grievous injuries, yet they survived, while the Tang sect's Tong Lao was subsequently slain, thus alleviating their grievances. Having recuperated for 2 days, they were now ready to pursue those who had robbed them of the Shengxiansen. While they had no chance at the extraordinary item, should their sect capture the thief of the Shengxiansen, they could certainly extract information about the whereabouts of the hidden treasures. Similarly, Green Willow Manor had sent forth experts, including the woman Lu Rushi from their last encounter on the mountain. Moreover, even members of the Qinglong Zhai, including Qinglong Wang and Zhang Manzi, had arrived. Their sect was situated outside Anning County, yet Su Huaixio was within the city. If they did not enter, the benefits would surely fall to the sects within the city. Thus, the Qinglong Zhai had long since led their experts to this place. Qinglong Wang, the leader of Qinglong Zhai, expressed his astonishment. Why has Taekwonmin not yet arrived? Is the Iron God Wang planning to abandon this? The president of Mingjing Society, an elderly man in his 60s, though gray-haired, was robust, not resembling one of his age, and also possessed 7th rank abilities, known as Mingjing Wang. Mingjing Wang laughed heartily. I surmise that the Iron God Wang is well aware he cannot contend with us. Hence his reluctance to appear. I say, are you two overestimating the situation? The Shengxiansen is of utmost importance. How could someone of Iron God Wang's caliber simply forsake it? Moreover, the proclamations from the magistrate were issued at the behest of Taekwonmin. How could they not come? If he arrives late, you ought to be more concerned. Could it be that Taekwonmin is preparing some hidden stratagem? A woman clad in an alluring crimson split dress. Her figure curvaceous and graceful, with her hair intricately styled, adorned with a golden phoenix hairpin, and her countenance enchanting, exuded an air of seduction. This woman was Zhuang Jinlu, the mistress of Green Willow Manor, also possessing 7th rank abilities, with Lu Rushi standing behind her. What Zhuang said is quite true. What scheme could Taekwonmin be concocting? Qinglong Wang remarked. This incompetent county magistrate is utterly useless. Has he not found anything yet? It seems we must rely on ourselves. Mingjing Wang shook his head. No, wait. Why do you think the Taekwonmin members have yet to arrive? Suddenly, Zhuang Jinlu spoke up. Mistress, what do you mean by that? Qinglong Wang frowned. Could it be that Su Huaixio has already been located by Taekwonmin? Zhuang Jinlu suggested. Mistress, surely you jest? The Iron God Wang was injured by Su Huaixio. If he truly possessed such strength, how could he have been harmed? Did you witness it yourself? Impossible. If Iron God Wang were to deliberately spread such news, he would have no need. He could simply consume the Shengxiansen in secret. Mingjing Wang shook his head. Yet, the delay of Taekwonmin is indeed peculiar. Perhaps we should go investigate, since we have yet to find Su Huaixio? Zhuang Jinlu proposed. The others exchanged glances, hesitating momentarily before sensing something amiss. The leader of Taekwonmin, Iron God Wang, had always been proactive in such matters. Why was he now so tardy? Let us go. Chapter 53. The family of mummies. The various sects promptly made their way toward Taekwonmin. Not far off, within an inn, several constables stood guard. Upon witnessing this scene, they immediately dispatched someone to hasten to the county office. Fortunately, the county office was not far from their location. When magistrate who received the report, he promptly commanded, send Xian Songhai to Taekwonmin to ascertain if any unexpected developments have occurred. Should Su Huaixio truly be present, convey this news and ensure he understands my goodwill. Yes, my lord. The constable hastily proceeded to the back courtyard. The secretary chuckled. At long last, the magistrate is willing to deploy Xian Songhai. Magistrate who smiled. At this moment, who else can approach Taekwonmin if not Shen Songhai? His involvement will certainly facilitate matters. The secretary nodded. Shan Songhai was one of their followers, a safeguard arranged for them. He, too, was at the pinnacle of the 6th rank, merely a hair's breadth from the 7th rank. This was also the reason why, despite Magistrate Hu's trepidation towards the major sects, he had not been ousted from his position. And why he was willing to gamble against the major sects this time, largely due to Shan Songhai's presence. In the back courtyard, the constable knocked on the door. The door creaked open, revealing a man dressed in white. Appearing to be around 30, holding an unsheathed long sword, his demeanor calm, as if a gentle breeze. Shan Songhai. The magistrate's orders. The constable then conveyed Magistrate Hu's message. Understood. Shan Songhai nodded, then with a single step, leaped forth, soaring swiftly, his lightness skill unmatched, vanishing into the distance. The constable gazed on enviously. As expected of the 6th rank, the renowned sword over Shan Songhai. The various sects had arrived outside Taekwonmin, instantly intercepted by numerous disciples. What is the meaning of this? Why do you major sects come to our Taekwonmin? One disciple inquired. Zhuang Jinlu displayed a charming smile, her fair thighs subtly visible, adding a hint of allure. Hee. Is there no one at Taekwonmin? Why are only ordinary disciples here to obstruct us? Where is your iron god Wang? Where are the true disciples? Could it be that they are all absent from Taekwonmin? Upon Zhuang Jinliu's words, Qinglong Wang, Mingjing Wang, and the others exchanged worried glances, fearing that perhaps Zhuang Jinlu had indeed struck upon the truth. Was this all part of a scheme set by Iron God Wang, potentially harboring some covert plot now being executed? The disciple was at a loss for words. I had previously heard that several major sects were preparing to mobilize together. They are fully prepared and await the command of their leader to set off at a moment's notice. However, the leader has yet to issue any orders, and I have not seen several esteemed senior brothers. Indeed, young lad, hurry and summon your senior brothers, or the Iron God King, otherwise shall we force our way in? Zhang Manzi from the Qinglong Zhai scoffed. The disciple replied, please wait here. I will inform my senior brothers. A group of disciples immediately barred the entrance of the Iron Fist sect, preventing anyone from crossing. Meanwhile, the earlier disciple searched high and low but found none of his senior brothers. After much hesitation, he finally arrived at the threshold of the Iron God King. Yet, after calling out several times, he was met with silence. He dared not push open the door of the esteemed leader and had no choice but to return. Upon seeing a lone disciple approach, Zhuang Jinlu chuckled. Why, young brother? Are you the only one here? Where are the Iron God King and the others? The disciple's expression darkened, and just as he was about to respond, a voice rang out nearby. Esteemed seniors, what brings you to our Iron Fist sect? Is there something amiss? The disciples turned to see the familiar figures of Li Feiyu and his sister, much to their surprise. Senior brother, senior sister, the crowd exclaimed. Indeed, the siblings nodded. They had been searching around the tavern but had yet to catch a glimpse of Su Huaixiu. As time slipped away, they could not linger any longer and decided to return, only to be met with the sight of several major sects blocking the entrance of the Iron Fist sect. A sense of foreboding crept into their hearts, reminiscent of the recent gathering of major sects at the entrance of the Anning Tang sect. Oh, is that Feiyu? He seems to have grown quite a bit. Full of youthful vigor. If you are willing, come to my Green Willow Villa, and I shall personally mentor you, ensuring you become a great talent. Zhuang Jinlu said with a flirtatious smile. Li Feiyu replied with a smile. Thank you, esteemed elder, but that will not be necessary. As a disciple of the Iron Fist sect, how could I betray my own sect? If I were to do so, would I not be deemed disloyal? I fear even esteemed elder Zhuang would look down upon me. Ha ha, how charmingly articulate. Your sweet words are delightful. Zhuang Jinlu laughed, her demeanor enchanting. Beside them, Li Shuerong let out a cold snort, muttering under her breath. Vixen! Li Feiyu clasped his hands together. Esteemed seniors, please wait a moment. I will go inform the leader. Recently, he has been injured and may be recuperating. The group nodded in agreement. As the two entered, Li Shuerong asked, Brother, shall we go see the leader? Wouldn't that reveal that we have ventured out? Li Feiyu shook his head. The members of the major sects have pressed upon the Iron Fist sect, and with no sign of Lu Mubai and the others, nor any word from the leader, something feels amiss. We must investigate. Li Shuerong felt helpless but understood. They were still disciples of the Iron Fist sect, the entrance of the Iron God King's quarters. Li Feiyu called out softly, but there was still no response. Exchanging glances, he swiftly pushed the door open. The small porcelain bottle released a spirit named Xiao Qian, who floated out and saw Su Huaixio curled on the ground. At that moment, upon Li Feiyu's entry, a chilling wind swept towards them, and their expressions changed as they realized their limbs were paralyzed. Simultaneously, a powerful suction force drew them in. "Brother!" Li Shuerong cried out. "Xiao Qian, stop!" Su Huaixio struggled to speak, still curled up. With a thud, the two fell to the ground. "It's Su Gu!" Li Shuerong rushed over, embracing Su Huaixio with concern. "Su Gu, what happened? Are you all right?" Meanwhile, Xiao Qian floated above. Her brows furrowed in displeasure as she sulked back into the porcelain bottle. Li Feiyu noticed the lifeless body sprawled across the living room, devoid of color, shriveled like a piece of rotten wood, clearly having endured immense suffering in life. What struck him most was the attire of the deceased, Lu Mubai. This was his senior brother Lu Mubai. How could this be? Who could have killed him? The sight was horrifying. He then glanced at the bed, moving swiftly, and upon seeing the other corpses, his heart trembled. Zhang Zhizhi, Gao Chonglin, the leader, Iron God King, all had perished in this very room, transformed into desiccated remains. Chapter 54. The new sect leader. As Li Feiyu's expression grew complex, being a disciple of the Iron Fist sect, he naturally felt a connection, especially since Iron God King was his visible master. Yet he understood that should he truly anger the leader, he too would face punishment, even death. Now, witnessing the demise of Iron God King, his heart was heavy, particularly as he looked at the curled-up Su Huaixio. It was likely that these individuals had met their end at his hands. Even if he hadn't killed them, he was undoubtedly involved. Earlier, upon entering, his limbs had become immobile. It was only after Xiao Qian had called out that he had escaped unscathed. It seemed that the one who had stolen the precious ascension elixir was indeed associated with Su Huaixio. How foolish he had been to trust him so. Yet regardless, he was still the savior of both him and his sister. "Brother, what should we do?" Su Ji. Li Shuerong exclaimed, her face filled with urgency. Li Feiyu sighed. "Sister, look at the bed." "The bed?" Li Shuerong paused, finally noticing the three corpses lying there, and let out a sharp scream. "Brother, it's the leader and the others." Li Feiyu nodded. "This must be the doing of Huaixio. While I am unsure of what has transpired with him, we must quickly deal with the situation outside. As the major sects are surrounding the entrance, if we delay, the consequences could be dire. But Su Gu, even if we stay here, if the major sects disregard all decorum and force their way in, he will still be in danger." Li Feiyu replied. Li Shuerong suppressed her anxiety and finally nodded. "Very well, that Su Gu, wait for me here. I will return shortly." The two then exited. Outside, the major sects had been waiting patiently for some time and were beginning to grow impatient, especially the Mingjing King and Qinglong King, who were on the verge of storming into the Iron Fist sect. Just then, Li Feiyu and his sister emerged. "Little Feiyu, you finally made it out. What took you so long? Surely nothing untoward happened?" Zhuang Jinlu smiled. Li Feiyu clasped his fists. "To be honest, esteemed elder, the leader was gravely injured by Su Huaixio and is currently recuperating in his chamber. It appears he will not be participating in the pursuit of the precious ascension elixir. The leader specifically instructed me to inform you all that the Iron Fist sect will be withdrawing from the competition for the elixir." Upon hearing this, Qinglong King, Mingjing King, and Zhuang Jinlu were momentarily taken aback, followed by a wave of skepticism. It was unusual for someone to suddenly declare their withdrawal. Is that so? It seems the Iron God King's injuries are indeed serious, to forego even the precious ascension elixir. In that case, we should pay him a visit, if only to express our sentiments, Mingjing King suddenly declared. As they spoke, the trio made to charge inside. Li Feiyu hastily positioned himself in their path. "Esteemed seniors, the leader is injured and recuperating. It may not be convenient for him to receive guests." No need. We only wish to take a look from a distance," they insisted, attempting to press forward. "Esteemed elders, please do not." Li Feiyu intervened again. "The leader is undergoing critical recovery. We cannot afford any mishaps. Humph, young one, step aside." With a bang, the impatient Qinglong King, tired of Li Feiyu's obstruction, unleashed a powerful palm strike. With his 7th grade prowess, he could easily injure someone, and Li Feiyu, being only at the 5th grade, stood no chance of stopping him. With a resounding crash, Li Feiyu was sent flying. "Brother!" Li Shuerong cried out. Rushing forward, "Sister, no!" Li Feiyu coughed up blood and shouted, "Foolish mortals!" The Qinglong king sneered, preparing to strike again with lethal intent. Just then, a sudden, thunderous laughter erupted. The crowd looked up to see 4 corpses being hurled from mid-air, crashing down towards them. The Qinglong king and the others quickly dodged, but upon landing, their scalps tingled with horror. The 4 bodies were all desiccated remains, yet their clothing was recognizable, especially that of Iron God King. Iron God King was dead. Su Huaishio soared through the air, landing atop a wall with a laugh. "Humph! What Iron God King? Pathetic! To dare have the authorities hunt me down. He deserves his fate, those unafraid of death. Come and pursue me. The precious Ascension Elixir is in my possession." In a swift motion, Su Huaishio leapt, brandishing the small porcelain bottle, soaring into the air and darting off into the distance. As he departed, he exchanged a meaningful glance with Li Feiyu. "Pursue. Quickly, that is the precious Ascension Elixir." At that moment, the Qinglong king and the others no longer hesitated. It became clear that the experts of the Iron Fist sect had been completely slaughtered by Su Huaishio, which was why they had not shown up. They immediately leapt into action, chasing after him, while the other disciples followed closely behind. "Leader, Master Lu, Master Zhang, Master Gao." The disciples rushed to embrace the corpses, wailing in despair. Li Feiyu had been helped to his feet, standing amidst the grieving disciples, clutching his chest in silence. Suddenly, a disciple knelt down and exclaimed, "Senior Brother Li, a nation cannot be without a ruler for even a single day, and neither can our Iron Fist sect be without a leader. Now that our sect leader and several senior brothers have met with misfortune, we must avenge them, I implore you, Senior Brother Li, to become the new leader of our Iron Fist sect and guide us." As he spoke, the other disciples echoed in unison, "Indeed. A nation cannot be without a ruler for a day. Please, Senior Brother Li, take on the mantle of our sect leader." A cacophony of voices erupted. Amidst the throng, Li Feiyu stood in a daze, recalling the look in Su Huaishio's eyes just before he departed. "Su Huaishio. Oh, Su Huaishio, have you aided me immensely?" Li Feiyu murmured to himself, then spoke aloud. "My esteemed colleagues, what merit or ability do I possess to become the leader of the Iron Fist sect? However, we find ourselves in dire straits, with Senior Brother Li, Senior Brother Zhang, Senior Brother Gao, and our sect leader all having faced untimely demise. I understand that this is a critical juncture for our survival. We cannot succumb to despair. We must revitalize the Iron Fist sect. Therefore, I shall not decline this position of sect leader. I will assume it temporarily. Should a more suitable candidate arise in the future, I shall willingly relinquish this title. Sect leader, sect leader, Li sect leader." The disciples shouted fervently. "Su Huaishio possesses formidable strength, and we are no match for him. For now, we must bide our time and gather strength. For we will seek vengeance upon Su Huaishio when the opportunity arises. First and foremost, we must properly lay to rest our sect leader and the others, safeguarding our sect to prevent chaos." Li Feiyu declared, "Yes, sect leader. Yes, sect leader. Enough. Disperse and attend to your own affairs. Bring the bodies of our sect leader and the others to a room, and the rest of you procure some coffins." "Yes, sect leader." Upon entering the courtyard, Li Shuerong said, "Brother, what shall we do about Su Deji? He is being hunted by several major sects. Will he be all right? We should go help him." Li Feiyu shook his head. "Sister, even disregarding the fact that Su Huaishio is perceived as our enemy by our fellow disciples, given our current strength in the Iron Fist sect, it is merely you and I who can present any real challenge. And even then, we are only at the 4th rank. How can we assist him? Our interference would only create further chaos. Moreover, Huaishio's strength is unfathomable. Victory is uncertain. Let this matter rest for now. Do not worry too much. I will send disciples to investigate, and I will inform you as soon as I have news." Chapter 55. Winds and snow in the 9 heavens. Meanwhile, Su Huaishio dashed forward, traversing the rooftops with astounding speed, leaving the likes of the Qinglong king and others in his wake. Just as he landed on the rooftop ahead, a figure clad in white suddenly appeared. Su Huaishio prepared to strike, but the stranger spoke first. "County magistrate who has instructed me to await your arrival. The authorities harbor no ill intentions. All is the result of coercion by several sections. You may exit through the eastern city gate. No official will obstruct you." The speaker was none other than Shan Songhai. With that, He leaped down and vanished from sight. Su Huaishio was taken aback. County magistrate who? He shook his head and headed straight for the eastern city gate. Upon arrival, numerous officials guarded the gate. Su Huaishio sped past. The officials attempted to intercept him upon seeing someone approach, but one of them suddenly shouted, "Quickly, disperse." Did they truly part ways? What scheme is County Magistrate Hu playing at? A fleeting thought crossed Su Huaishio's mind as he soared through the city gate, hastening toward the outside eye in mere moments. The Qinglong King and others arrived, swiftly pursuing him. Upon seeing them, the officials dared not impede their progress. "Where is that man?" Ming Jingwang bellowed. "His cultivation is profound. We were unable to stop him. He has escaped the city." One official responded, "Humph, a bunch of useless fools." The Qinglong King scoffed, hastening out of the city to continue the chase, leaving marks along the way for their comrades to follow. The wind howled past his ears, and the scenery on either side rushed by as if he were aboard a train. As this, the nearly complete version of the Lingyuan technique, after consuming several bottles of the exquisite Ascension elixir, the strength of his body surged tremendously. By the time he awakened, his blood had reached a state akin to liquid, and even his bones began to turn white. He had thoroughly entered the realm of bone refinement. He could feel his power soaring to new heights. Moreover, an uncontrollable impulse surged within him, a ferocious unrest akin to a wild beast breaking free from its confines. Yearning to howl. Is this a side effect of the Lingyuan technique? Su Huaishio pondered, feeling that this moment was unlike anything he had experienced in his life. He felt liberated, unrestrained, and exhilaratingly free. The vastness of the world lay before him, and he roamed without fear of obstruction. The mountains, the waters, and all of nature were his to explore. Su Huaishio realized he was profoundly affected by the Lingyuan technique. Yet, he paid it no mind and resisted nothing. Having resolved to cultivate this technique, he would simply follow the flow. After all, in life, one often desires what is unattainable. By relinquishing excess restraint, one only invites further limitations. Too slow, far too slow. Their pace is insufficient. Su Huaishio occasionally slowed his steps, allowing them to glimpse his figure, ensuring they could pursue him. The sky darkened. They had ventured far from the boundaries of Anning County and arrived in a different region. Surrounded by mountains and ravines, the landscape was lush with vegetation. Rolling hills rose like towering walls, standing sentinel against the heavens. Before long, Su Huaishio felt a chill on his face. Looking up, he was astonished to see snow. Unbeknownst to him, winter had arrived. The first snowfall graced the land as expected. How many snows had he witnessed in this world? How many years had passed? This year's snowy night felt particularly distinct. Much like the tranquil years he had lived thus far. The heat within him boiled even more fervently, his spirit growing increasingly fervent, in stark contrast to the calm, icy, and pure white snow. Su Huaishio's wildness was accentuated. An endless heat surged within him, rampant and flowing, seeking release. The snow fell thicker. Soon, what began as a flurry of delicate flakes transformed into large, feather-like snowflakes cascading down. The world around him was draped in silver, transformed into a realm of white. Halfway up the mountain, Su Huaishio stood upon a blue stone, gazing into the distance. The icy snowflakes melted upon contact with his skin, while the chill of the world intensified. Yet, the blood within him burned with unquenchable fervor. In the distance, several small black dots gradually grew larger. It was the Qinglong King and his companions pursuing him. "Ha ha, splendid. They've come." He laughed heartily, the sound echoing through the mountain forest, resonating into the tranquil night sky. Like a monkey, he grasped the rocky cliffs with both hands, swiftly climbing as if he were a true simian, agile and unburdened. "Where did that brat run off to?" The Qinglong King and his companions exclaimed, their hair and clothes now dusted with snow. To their surprise, this boy was remarkably swift, displaying exceptional lightness of foot. Ming Jingwang inquired, "Do you hear that? What sound is that?" "Look quickly, it is that brat. He is climbing," the Qinglong King shouted. "Let us go, we must chase after him." They promptly followed suit, hastily scaling the steep cliffs. "Su Huaishio, if you hand over the exquisite Ascension elixir, we shall bury the hatchet and grant you a chance at survival. If you desire, we can allow you to choose any sect to join." The Qinglong King called out from below, his speed undiminished. Su Huaishio looked down, exhaling a puff of white vapor, and shouted back, "Is that so? Then whose hand shall I place the exquisite ascension elixir in? If I join any sect, does that not mean the elixir must be handed over to that sect? Why don't you all discuss it first and come to an agreement? Only then will I respond." The Qinglong king, Ming Jingwang, and the others exchanged glances, a flicker of trepidation in their eyes. "Do not be fooled." Zhuang Jinlu warned, "Humph, what a cunning lad. Let us hasten our pursuit and eliminate him. With so many of us, we can easily handle him," Ming Jingwang asserted. "Whoever catches up first, I will gift them a bottle of the exquisite ascension elixir." Su Huaishio laughed heartily, suddenly leaping with even greater speed. He vanished swiftly, climbing as if he were ascending a heavenly staircase toward the clouds above, the mist beginning to swirl around the towering cliffs. Below, the others continued their relentless pursuit. Hearing Su Huaishio's words, a sense of urgency gripped them. Despite understanding that he spoke merely to deceive and mock them, the allure of the exquisite ascension elixir resonated deeply within their hearts. Who wouldn't desire such a treasure? In the art of warfare, the wise attack the heart. Their pace quickened significantly. If one observed closely, it seemed as if they were racing to climb. The cliff edge was tantalizingly close. Su Huaishio suddenly leaped onto the cliff face. Turning to glance below, he saw the tiny figures of his pursuers. They would require several more minutes to catch up. He strode away with purpose. After a few steps, Su Huaishio unexpectedly spotted a dilapidated temple in the distance. Chapter 56. Spill My Hot Blood. Su Huaishio approached and strode into the temple. Inside, he found a Maitreya Buddha statue. Covered in dust, surrounded by cobwebs, reflecting a state of decay, he seized the plaque from the temple and with a single punch, reduced it to mere fragments, which then lay in a heap. Taking out a fire starter, he gently blew on it, and moments later, the pile ignited into flames. Outside the temple, a silver-white blanket of snow enveloped the landscape, the chill wind sweeping through like a harbinger of death. Inside, the bonfire blazed, its light radiating warmth as it spread softly like water. Suddenly feeling a pang of hunger, he unfurled an oil paper wrapper from within his cloak and retrieved a piece of hardtack, chewing it vigorously. When it proved difficult to swallow, he scooped up a handful of thick snow from outside the door, returned to the fire, lightly roasted it, and then stuffed it into his mouth. "Brother Su," Xiao Qian floated out from a small porcelain vial. Her appearance now as normal as ever, devoid of any trace of bloodlust, clearly having completely digested the essence she had absorbed from several individuals. Su Huaishio nodded in silence, both aware that a fierce battle was imminent. Xiao Qian had also resolved herself, quietly waiting by the fire. Just then, a figure appeared unexpectedly. Su Huaishio and Xiao Qian turned their gazes towards the entrance. From the heavens above, a silhouette descended gracefully, as if walking on the moonlight. This figure was covered in fur, yet stood upright and steady, resembling a god of war, moving slowly and deliberately. With each step in the thick snow, distinct footprints were left behind until he entered the temple. "Monkey brother!" Su Huaishio exclaimed. The monkey brother nodded and sat beside the fire, their shadows flickering in the firelight. None of them spoke, as they all understood the gravity of the situation that was about to unfold. Suddenly, a heavy sound echoed. Qinglong Wang, Ming Jingwang, Zhuang Jinlu, and the accompanying Zhang Manzi and Lu Rushi, along with numerous other masters, had arrived at the temple's threshold. Upon spotting Su Huaishio's figure within, they let out a cold laugh. But their expressions shifted to astonishment when they noticed the monkey sitting beside the fire, as if he were human. "Su Huaishio, you seem quite at ease, warming yourself here. I advise you to hand over the premium ascension powder." They shouted as they approached the entrance. Su Huaishio chuckled, pulling out a small porcelain vial containing the premium ascension powder. Having already consumed the precious elixir, the vial was now empty, devoid of any contents. "You want this?" Su Huaishio teased, tossing the vial lightly in his hand. The sight of the vial ignited a fire of greed in their hearts, their eyes fixated on Su Huaishio's hand, eager to snatch it away. Their gazes as fierce as wolves. Who was it that ascended first? Su Huaishio stepped out of the temple, the vial bobbing in his hand. Their eyes remained glued to it. "I believe it was you?" Su Huaishio directed his gaze at Qinglong Wang. The others immediately turned their attention to him with hostile expressions. "I previously stated that whoever ascended first would receive the premium ascension powder. After all, I have already taken it once. Consuming it again would yield no effect, Su Huaishou declared, his gaze unwavering on the group, while they felt their hearts race with anticipation at his words. Well then, I'll give it to you, Su Huaishou said, and without hesitation, he hurled the empty vial towards Qinglong Wang. Wait. What? They were utterly taken aback. They had not expected him to actually toss away a vial of the premium ascension powder. Before they could react, the vial soared towards Qinglong Wang, who was about to seize it. Mingjing Wang, Zhuang Jinlu, and the others would not let this chance slip by. They lunged forward, reaching out to grab the vial. Su Huaishou shook his head and, with a decisive step, charged forward. Xiao Qian, stay where you are, he commanded. He intended to face these individuals and test the limits of his strength. All of them were 7th-tier cultivators, while the others were at the 5th or 6th tier. Even an 8th-tier Iron God King would fall easily to him now, having experienced a significant surge in power and physical strength. The reason for luring them here was twofold: to eliminate these foes and do a favor for Li Feiyu, thereby securing the village's safety for the future, and to provide Xiao Qian with the ample essence she required. Moreover, he wished to avoid spilling blood within the county. The resulting chaos would tarnish his reputation as a killer. Qinglong Wang grasped the vial with exhilaration, but in the next moment, Mingjing Wang and Zhuang Jinlu had already launched their attack to snatch it away. The three of them clashed instantly. Each of them, being 7th-tier masters, found it difficult to gain the upper hand. Point 2 of you. This is Su Huaishou's scheme. He aims to incite discord among us. If we all suffer heavy losses, none will benefit, Qinglong Wang bellowed. It's easy for you to say, Qinglong Wang. The premium ascension powder is in my possession now. What worth is your statement? Why not just hand it over to me, and I will cease my attack? Zhuang Jinlu retorted. Mingjing Wang chimed in. Why give it to you rather than to me? Just then, Qinglong Wang caught a glimpse of Su Huaishou advancing towards them, and his eyelids flickered. Gentlemen, the premium ascension powder is not limited to just one vial. If we can eliminate Su Huaishou, we can divide the spoils among us. He is approaching. We must not fight amongst ourselves. I will throw the premium ascension powder away. None shall possess it. Once we have dealt with Su Huaishou, we can discuss the matter further. Agreed. The two nodded, quickly redirecting their focus. Meanwhile, Su Huaishou had already closed the distance and engaged them in battle. The clash of these 7th-tier masters sent shockwaves through the air, their internal energy surging like a tidal wave, scattering the surrounding snow into powder. The atmosphere was charged with tension. The Iron God King unleashed his palm techniques, each strike generating a dragon-shaped force infused with a thunderous roar, showcasing immense power. Mingjing Wang, employing an unknown technique, seemed to be enveloped in a layer of invisible glass, their strikes resonating with a melodious clang. As for Zhuang Jinlu, her movements were as fluid as a serpent, her waist twisting with remarkable agility, though her every word seemed to disorient and dazzle. Akin to a seductive charm, Su Huaishou maneuvered between the three, while the other disciples, numbering in the dozens and at the 5th or 6th tier, occasionally attempted to join the fray. However, the prowess of the masters left little room for their intervention, lacking internal energy and relying solely on physical strength. Su Huaishou gradually found himself at a disadvantage under their relentless assault. The others, seeing his apparent decline, grew elated, their attacks becoming increasingly fierce. The air crackled with killing intent, akin to a tempest sweeping through the area. Yet, Su Huaishou was not truly defeated. He was merely biding his time. Chapter 57. Unyielding. But how could these individuals satisfy Xiao Qian's hunger? The remaining disciples from the major sects had yet to arrive. There was no need to eliminate these foes just yet. Seeing Su Huaishou faltering, Qinglong Wang and the others exchanged glances filled with delight. Defeating Su Huaishou meant the premium ascension powder would be theirs. Su Huaishou, why struggle? You still have a chance. Simply hand over the premium ascension powder, and my previous offer stands. With your remarkable talent at such a young age, I am inclined to spare your life. Qinglong Wang proclaimed, his voice booming, yet his hands showed no mercy, unleashing a torrent of internal energy that morphed into dragon-like strikes, each one infused with tremendous force. Qinglong Wang, why bother with such pretenses? This brat is already at his wit's end. It is only a matter of time before he falls. Your hypocritical act of goodwill is transparent. Do you intend to hoard the remaining vials of premium ascension powder for yourself? Zhuang Jinlu's voice dripped with allure, yet her words were far from flattering. let us cease this verbal sparring. With all our major sects gathered here, nearly all the elite disciples have assembled. It would be unwise for any one person to claim all the vials of ascension powder. The most prudent course of action is to eliminate Su Huaishio and divide the spoils afterward. Ming Jing Wang declared, his palms shimmering with an ethereal glow, each strike resonating with a sharp clang as they landed on Su Huaishio, causing him to stagger back in pain. As their conversation escalated, their attacks grew increasingly ruthless, each strike aimed to kill. The pinnacle techniques of their respective sects were unleashed upon Su Huaishio. He found himself increasingly overwhelmed, retreating repeatedly, even coughing up blood, clearly appearing as a cornered beast. The remaining elite disciples from the various sects withdrew, opting to observe as their leaders engaged in combat. Lu Rushi of the Green Willow Manor scoffed, I thought this boy was formidable enough to defeat the Iron God King and bring about his demise. But it seems he has merely relied on underhanded tactics. The Iron God King has been a seventh-tier cultivator for years. Even Ming Jing Wang's protective barrier would struggle against his iron fists. How could this boy possibly stand a chance? Now that Ming Jing Wang, Qinglong Wang, and Zhuang Jinlu have joined forces, he is bound to reveal his vulnerabilities. Zhang Manzi of Qinglongzai stood with his arms crossed, his muscular physique exposed to the biting cold of the snowstorm, yet he felt no chill. Beside him, he laughed heartily, saying, Indeed, this lad is still a bit green. He thinks his talent is unmatched, yet before our chieftain, he is but a soft worm. Only Iron God King possesses brute strength and a lack of intellect, which is why this young man managed to ambush and slay him with a thud. Su Huaishio was struck by a powerful punch, hurtling backward and crashing heavily against the cliff face, creating a deep crater in the thick snow, exposing the dark earth beneath. He was finished. The Qinglong King roared with laughter and swiftly advanced, intent on delivering a fatal blow to Su Huaishio, planning to let the snow serve as his coffin. At that moment, numerous figures suddenly appeared atop the cliff. They were the elite from several major sects. Having arrived in full force in the blink of an eye, the cliff was nearly impassable. These individuals were the cream of the crop from their respective sects, with the weakest among them being of the 5th rank. And many were 6th rank masters. Originally showing signs of defeat, Su Huaishio's pale complexion was instantly revitalized to a healthy hue, and the coldness in his eyes was replaced by a glimmer of a smile. Seeing this smile, the Qinglong King, Ming Jing King, and Zhuang Jinlu felt an inexplicable pang of unease surge within them. This was bad. The Qinglong King, who had been closing in on Su Huaishio, hurriedly withdrew his fist, seeking to retreat. However, in that very instant, Su Huaishio pivoted and slammed his palm against the cliff face. With a resounding boom, he propelled himself into the air, moving with a speed that was exponentially greater than before. The Qinglong King felt a jolt of panic. He had been deceived. This person had been concealing his true strength, masquerading as a fool. What was his true intention? These thoughts flitted through his mind. But facing Su Huaishio's counterattack, a profound sense of danger welled up from within. Instantly, he unleashed all his internal energy, channeling it into a massive surge that erupted from his palm like a dragon. The two forces collided with tremendous force. Yet, contrary to expectations, as they met, Su Huaishio's power shattered Qinglong's attack, and with a mighty strike, he slammed into the Qinglong King's body, sending him flying backward. Ming Jing King and Zhuang Jinlu, caught off guard, were also struck by the Qinglong King and sent tumbling away, sliding several paces before finally halting. Upon inspecting the Qinglong King, they discovered he was utterly lifeless. Zhuang Jinlu, upon touching him, realized that the man's bones had been completely shattered. One strike had slain a 7th-rank master. How terrifying! Ming Jing King and Zhuang Jinlu exchanged glances, their pupils constricting in horror, a chill running down their spines. Looking towards Su Huaishio in the distance, fear consumed their thoughts. Who was this person? How could he possess such terrifying strength? With a single blow, he had killed the 7th-rank Qinglong King. In a wonder Iron God King had met his end at this man's hands. The manner of death was so horrific that it was clear this was not merely an ambush, but a demonstration of true power, capable of slaying 7th-rank warriors with ease. Flee! In that moment, this singular thought filled their minds, or they would surely follow in the footsteps of Iron God King and Qinglong King. Without hesitation, they turned to escape. The disciples trailing behind them were utterly shocked by this turn of events. The change in the situation had been so swift that they could hardly comprehend it, witnessing their leaders, Zhuang and Qinglong, fleeing like frightened animals towards them. Hundreds of disciples surrounded them, leaving no room for the two to escape. Filled with dread, Qinglong King and Zhuang Jinlu unleashed their attacks, shouting, "Get out of my way!" Without any hesitation, they struck down several of their own disciples to carve out a path for their escape. Su Huaishio observed the two fleeing and felt no urgency. He merely moved forward swiftly to close the distance. By now, Qinglong King and Zhuang Jinlu had reached the cliff's edge, their hearts soaring with hope. Just as they prepared to climb down, they suddenly felt a grip on their ankles. Turning around, they were met with shock and horror. "Where do you think you're going?" With a serene smile, Su Huaishio exerted his strength, forcefully pulling the two back in the opposite direction, towards the temple. Zhuang Jinlu looked at the hundreds of disciples, barking, "Why aren't you moving? Do you all want to die here?" Realizing the perilous situation, the disciples attacked Su Huaishio en masse. Su Huaishio shook his head. Most of these disciples were merely of the 5th rank, no different from ordinary people in his eyes. Since they had struck first, he had no intention of holding back. On the day he embarked on his journey of cultivation, Brother Monkey had warned him, and he understood clearly. There was no turning back now. Kill, for himself. For Shao Qian. With a roar, Su Huaishio plunged into the crowd, unleashing his full might, reverting to primal combat techniques, relying solely on his physical prowess like a force of nature. Each punch claimed a life. He showed no mercy. Bodies fell one after another, blood flowed in torrents, and the number of people dwindled. The thick snow on the cliff gradually became soaked and stained crimson. Su Huaishio's vision blurred with rage. Losing all rational thought as too many lives were extinguished, too much blood was shed, he became a whirlwind of destruction, relentlessly striking down opponents, devoid of thought or compassion. The Qinglong King and Zhuang Jinlu watched in terror, while the remaining disciples were paralyzed by fear, unable to fight back yet unable to flee, for they knew their adversary would not spare them. The snow was now entirely bloodied. The once pristine, white landscape had transformed into a hellish purgatory, reeking of carnage. Within the temple, Brother Monkey sat calmly by the fire, poking at the flames with a wooden stick, the flickering yellow flames growing more vigorous. As if to ward off the cold and cruelty of the snowy day, Shao Qian's ethereal form stood beside the fire, the light illuminating the temple. She gazed in disbelief at the scene outside, witnessing Su Huaishio battling fiercely amidst the chaos, each step leaving behind a trail devoid of snow. All of this was for her. Simultaneously, she trembled, her heart filled with both fear and emotion, unable to bear the sight. Tears brimming in her eyes. "Are you afraid?" Brother Monkey inquired. Shao Qian sobbed and shook her head, feigning strength as she replied, "I'm not afraid." "He is Su Gu." Brother Monkey shook his head, saying, "The path of cultivation is fraught with thorns. If he does not act this way, he too will become one of the fallen, his blood staining the red snow. Just like yours, if you wish to help him, you must learn to endure. Even if you find these scenes intolerable, this cruelty, this crimson blood." Shao Qian's voice quivered. "I understand, and I have done so. It's just that it's not my hands that are stained, but Su Gu's. And that frightens me." Brother Monkey smiled. "Very well. Cultivation is not solely about relentless cruelty. Preserving a sliver of kindness amidst the slaughter is crucial for one to reach the pinnacle. You are fortunate, and he is as well." Time passed, and Su Huaishio's strikes became less frequent as the number of opponents dwindled, leaving behind only corpses. Those brave enough to advance were few, and the remaining were of higher cultivation. Yet they were the most fearful. Su Huaishio lifted his head, his eyes bloodshot and his body drenched in blood, gazing at the trembling figures before him, and he hesitated not for a moment. He charged forward, Zhang Manzi, Lu Rushi, then his gaze shifted to the distant, trembling Qinglong King and Zhuang Jinlu. "Your disciples are no more. It is time for you to go as well." His voice was hoarse, akin to a beast's roar. Boom! The two had no time to react before a single punch sent them crashing down. Su Huaishio finally ceased his onslaught, standing tall, his breath coming in heavy, misty puffs. As the world around him fell into a profound silence, at that moment, he seemed to regain his senses. The ground was littered with a mountain of corpses, the air thick with the stench of blood. The once white snow transformed into a crimson blanket. He raised his arms, drenched in blood, his skin no longer visible beneath the gore. Surveying the hellscape he had wrought, he realized all of this was his doing. As his awareness sharpened, a heavy silence enveloped him. After a moment, Su Huaishou turned to the temple, a faint smile gracing his face, his teeth gleaming white against the backdrop of his blood-soaked visage. Shao Qian, witnessing this scene and Su Huaishou's smile, felt dazed. Brother Monkey urged, "Go to him." Snapping back to reality, Shao Qian nodded and floated toward Su Huaishou. He raised a hand, wishing to caress the hair of the untouchable Shao Qian, then glanced at his bloodied hand, letting out a slight sigh. "It's all so dirty. Never mind." Shao Qian leaned in closer, her gaze unwavering as she looked into Su Huaishou's eyes. "Su Gu, it's all right." "Shao Qian likes it." Su Huaishou was momentarily taken aback. Then a smile returned to his face. He waved his hand a few times, managing to brush against her hair, then stretched his body. "The rest is up to you." "I am so tired." He returned to the temple, seated beside the fire, and an immediate silence enveloped the air. The Monkey King inquired, "Is it cold?" Su Huaishou nodded. "Indeed, it is cold." The Monkey King replied, "If it is cold, come closer. Drawing nearer will alleviate the chill." After a moment of contemplation, Su Huaishou shifted closer to the flames. Outside the temple, Shao Qian spread her arms wide, as countless crimson threads were drawn from the corpses on the cliff face, converging entirely upon her form. She appeared as a figure draped in blood red, the hue deepening with intensity. Moments later, the crimson on the cliff vanished entirely. The snow had become heavy, blanketing the ground in a thick layer, erasing the previous stench of blood. The mountain of corpses had transformed into desiccated remains, gradually blanketed by the accumulating snow. The king of the Azure Dragon had once proclaimed his intent to have the snow become coffins to bury Su Huaishou, marking it as his burial site. Half of that jest had come to fruition, yet the coffins contained not Su Huaishou, but rather himself, the king of the Azure Dragon, the king of the Bright Mirror. Zhuang Jinlu, Zhang Manzi, Lu Rushi, and hundreds of other renowned disciples. The snowflakes fell like palmfuls, obscuring sight, while the icy winds cut like blades, perpetuating a sense of sorrow. The heavy snowfall had sealed the city, blanketing the small Anning County in a shroud of white. The streets were devoid of any travelers. The populace remained indoors, seeking refuge from the snow, fearful of the elements. Within the Iron Fist sect, everything was proceeding in an orderly fashion. The Iron God King was swiftly commemorated with a monument, placed in the courtyard of the Iron Fist sect. A new leader had already been appointed. Managing various affairs within the study, Li Shuerong leaned against the doorframe, extending her delicate hand as the snowflakes fell, melting upon her palm. She turned to glance at her brother, who was seated at the desk, pondering the situation outside the city. Chapter 59. The Blood Body of the Netherworld. "Sister, do not worry. The snow is heavy outside. Come in quickly. Rest assured, should there be any news, the disciples will report back." Li Feiyu flexed his wrist, setting down his brush and ink, and upon lifting his gaze, he noticed Li Shuerong standing at the doorway. He approached her, saying, "I hope Su Degu is safe." Li Feiyu chuckled. "You are aware of Huaishou's profound martial arts. Even the sect leader cannot match him," appearing utterly defenseless. Even if the king of the Azure Dragon and his associates joined forces, they would scarcely gain the upper hand. Li Shuerong sighed inwardly, believing her brother was merely comforting her. Faced with the combined might of several major sects, what could Su Huaishou's high cultivation achieve? It should be noted that figures like the king of the Azure Dragon were all at the 7th rank, with some having attained that level many years prior, now mere steps away from the 8th rank. Let us not dwell on this. How does it feel to be the new sect leader? Li Shuerong inquired. Li Feiyu grimaced. It is indeed busier than before. Managing affairs of the sect both great and small is no easy task. However, it presents an opportunity, and I must express my gratitude to Huaishou for that. Father will surely be pleased. Li Shuerong nodded. I have already dispatched someone to inform father, and I have advised him to be cautious and to treat Jiang Tufu's family well. Currently, the only ones with substantial strength in our sect are you and I. If the other sects return with ill intentions, we may find ourselves in considerable peril, brother. What of the hidden treasures of the Mountain King? Li Shuerong asked. Li Feiyu's face lit up with a smile. Fortunately, we still possess the hidden treasures of the Mountain King. We are not yet in dire straits. Within those treasures, there are numerous ascending elixirs of varying quality. I have decided to utilize them all to rapidly enhance our Iron Fist sect's cultivation. Sister, you and I shall consume the superior ascending elixirs together to see if we can make further progress. Indeed, brother, do not worry. Your sister shall always support you. The snow had ceased falling, and the fire within the temple dwindled gradually. Xiao Qian entered the temple, her entire being reeking of a potent blood odor, an overwhelming scent, a testament to the vast quantity of essence she had absorbed, her body appearing as if it were made of solidified blood. The Monkey King remarked, "That is sufficient. Soon you shall possess a corporeal form." Xiao Qian's heart soared with joy at his words. "Monkey King, will I truly have a body?" Su Huaishio could not help but smile. Dispelling the previous gloom, Xiao Qian's ability to materialize a body was her desire, and it delighted him to witness it. This demonic art of the myriad spirits contained a method known as the blood body of the netherworld, which required an immense amount of essence to coalesce into a body. However, since it is formed from essence, it can be likened to a body composed of water, perceptible and visible, yet the sensation of touch remains fluid. As your cultivation deepens, you will be able to solidify into a true entity, even developing bones and internal organs, becoming a genuine body. The blood body of the netherworld has an additional advantage. It is formless and intangible, allowing you to shift into a pool of liquid at will, eluding capture. The Monkey King continued. Xiao Qian's expression dimmed slightly upon hearing this. She had anticipated a true flesh and blood body. Su Huaishio reassured her. "Xiao Qian, with the blood body of the netherworld, others will be able to see you in the future. Once your cultivation reaches greater heights, transforming into a true body will merely be a matter of time. Su Degu will assist you." Hearing Su Huaishio's words, Xiao Qian beamed with a smile, nodding earnestly. "Let us proceed, little one," the Monkey King instructed, leading the way out of the temple. Xiao Qian followed, while Su Huaishio remained behind, seated in meditation to cultivate his true energy. After consuming the superior ascending elixirs, his Ling Yuan skill had progressed rapidly, now reaching the level of bone refinement. As he introspected his body, he observed his meridians had grown broad and robust. His blood flowing with a thunderous roar, a portion of his skeletal structure had transformed from pure white to a translucent jade-like quality, shimmering with points of fluorescence, akin to ice-like skin and jade-like bones. His physical strength had significantly increased once more. At the base of the cliff, approximately 7 or 8 disciples clad in Iron Fist sect attire stood in contemplation point. One ordinary-looking youth gazed up at the towering cliff face. "Are you certain they have ascended this precipice?" "Absolutely certain. I followed closely behind them. However, upon reaching the base of the cliff, I found myself alone. The ascent proved somewhat strenuous, and I feared they would discover me. So I returned to inform you." The other nodded. "Very well, let us proceed. We are unaware of the current situation above." As they spoke, they began their ascent. The snow had ceased falling for only a brief while, and the cliff face remained slick, yet their cultivated prowess allowed them to navigate it with agility. After approximately an hour, they finally reached the top. "Wait, do not ascend just yet. Let us take a furtive glance." They nodded in agreement, stretching their heads out, only to be met with astonishment. They did not behold a clear view, nor a flat cliff top. Rather, they were greeted by a mountain of corpses. Particularly horrifying were the desiccated remains, stripped of flesh and blood. Their pupils contracted in fear, nearly causing them to tumble backward. Steadying themselves, they exchanged glances before quietly proceeding upward. The entire cliff face was strewn with corpses, and had it not been for the blanket of white snow, one might not comprehend that this was a scene of human hell. What on earth transpired here? How could it have come to this? One murmured in terror, clearly shaken by the aftermath of a fierce battle that had unfolded. Could it have been Su Huaishio's doing? One speculated, voicing a suspicion. The others shook their heads, unwilling to make hasty judgments. They circumvented the corpses and gazed toward a temple not far off, where they spotted a figure seated in meditation, Su Huaishio. The absence of the king of the Azure Dragon, the king of the Bright Mirror, Zhuang Jinlu, and the others raised a question in their minds. "Quickly, let us return and report to the sect leader." They hastened away. In the forest behind the temple, the Monkey King looked back toward the cliff face, then resumed his watch over Xiao Qian, who was diligently cultivating the blood body of the netherworld. Sect leader, disciples of the Iron Fist sect hurried to Li Feiyu's door. Li Shuerong quickly inquired, "Is there news of Sudakov? News of that villain?" Li Feiyu stood as well. "Is there news? What is the situation?" he asked. The disciple promptly recounted what they had witnessed. "What? Su Huaishio has slain the king of the Azure Dragon and the others." Li Shuerong felt a flicker of joy, yet swiftly concealed it. Chapter 60. The invitation from the authorities. Indeed, the entire cliff face is littered with corpses. The elite forces of the major sects have likely been annihilated. The disciple reported. Li Feiyu responded with a smile. "This is truly splendid news. I was worried that the major sects would see our Iron Fist sect as weak and might take the opportunity to strike against us. But now it appears that the king of the Azure Dragon, the king of the Bright Mirror, and their forces have all perished. Those 5th and 6th rank masters have also been wiped out. The major sects are likely weaker than us now. It seems our Iron Fist sect has become the most formidable force in Anning County." The disciple expressed concern, but, sect leader, Su Huaishio's cultivation is terrifying. Even the king of the Azure Dragon and the king of the Bright Mirror could not withstand him if he were to take aim at us. Li Feiyu and his sister exchanged glances, their expressions relaxed. He waved his hand. "Let us remain cautious. You may leave now." "Indeed, master of the gate." As soon as the disciple departed, a smile graced Li Shuerong's face. And Li Feiyu laughed heartily, saying, "Sister, you need not worry any longer. I never anticipated that Huaishio's cultivation had reached such heights. Even the likes of King Qianglong and several other 7th-tier masters are no match for him, especially with so many elite fighters by his side. Could it be that his cultivation has already attained the 10th tier?" Li Shuerong replied. "I am just relieved that Brother Su is unharmed." Observing her demeanor, Li Feiyu helplessly shook his head, realizing that his sister was solely preoccupied with the safety of the other party, having no inclination for idle chatter with him. He decided to remain silent and resumed his seat to attend to the affairs of the Iron Fist sect. Meanwhile, within the study of the magistrate's office, Magistrate Hu and his assistant Zhang Yuanji were anxiously awaiting news. Magistrate Hu remarked, "I wonder if this Su Huaishio can contend with the forces of the Qinglong stronghold and the Mingjing society." Assistant Zhang responded, "My lord, after all, Su Huaishio is merely a test for us. He is but one person, and it is only natural if he cannot stand against these major sections. However, if he could inflict some significant damage upon them, that would indeed be a noteworthy achievement." Magistrate Hu nodded in agreement, smiling, "You are right. Perhaps my expectations were too lofty. Let us wait and see whether Su Huaishio proves to be superior or whether the depth of these major sects prevails." Suddenly, a figure landed at the doorway, and the two men turned to find the previously departed Shan Songhai. My lord. Shan Songhai called out. Magistrate Hu immediately rose and inquired, "What happened? Who emerged victorious?" Shan Songhai reported, "My lord, all the major sects have been completely annihilated." "What? Completely annihilated?" Magistrate Hu exclaimed in astonishment. "Indeed, my lord. Aside from King Qianglong and King Mingjing, all the elite disciples of the other sects have been slain, leaving not a single survivor." Shan Songhai continued, "Ha ha, splendid, truly splendid. Su Huaishio has indeed delivered an unexpected delight. I never would have imagined that this gamble would pay off." Magistrate Hu laughed heartily. The troubles posed by these major sects had long plagued him, and now they had been resolved by the obscure Su Huaishio. Assistant Zhang clasped his hands in congratulations, saying, "Congratulations, my lord. The issues concerning these major sects can finally be addressed. Ha ha ha, let us rejoice together. Now that the elite members of these sects have been dealt with, the remnants of their forces in Anning County will find it utterly foolish to oppose the magistrate's office. I shall send men to eliminate the remaining sects in the coming days and report to the court, after which I can depart from this place," Magistrate Hu declared. Assistant Zhang chuckled, "My lord, even though the elites of these major sects have been eradicated, there may still be some capable individuals remaining. Sending Shan Jiao to deal with them could pose some challenges. Perhaps it would be wise to recruit Su Huaishio to work for our magistrate's office." "Indeed," Magistrate Hu nodded, glancing at Shan Songhai. "It is essential to recruit this Su Huaishio. Tomorrow, let us reach out to him and ascertain his willingness. Should he have any requests, we must do our utmost to accommodate them," Shan Songhai replied. "Then, my lord, I shall take my leave," he said, exiting the door. As the snow melted and the sun rose in the east, Su Huaishio opened his eyes to behold a charming figure standing at the entrance of the temple. Golden rays of sunlight cascaded upon this lovely figure, creating an ethereal atmosphere. As he lifted his gaze to the face of the figure, he was momentarily taken aback. "Xiao Qian," he exclaimed. "Big Brother Su." Xiao Qian beamed, spreading her arms wide and gracefully twirling on the floor, her figure enchanting in the sunlight. Su Huaishou quickly approached, placing a hand on Xiao Qian's shoulder, then playfully pinching her cheek. Although he felt no warmth or texture, only the sensation of touching flowing water, he could still perceive her presence. He laughed heartily. "Ha ha ha, splendid. Xiao Qian, you have a body now." After a brief moment of silence, Su Huaishou noticed Xiao Qian's cheeks were flushed, her eyes filled with shyness as she softly murmured, "Big Brother Su." This display of bashfulness caught Su Huaishou off guard, and he realized he was still pinching the young girl's face. Clearing his throat, he released her, saying, "Ahem, my apologies, Xiao Qian, I was simply overwhelmed with excitement upon seeing you with a body." Xiao Qian shook her head, softly replying, "It's all right, Big Brother Su." Su Huaishou then shifted the topic, asking, "Where's Monkey Brother?" Xiao Qian responded, "Monkey Brother said he had something to attend to and left." Monkey Brother had always been enigmatic, and Su Huaishou was unaware of his intentions, so he decided not to dwell on it. "If he has left, then so be it. Now that you have a body, we should go explore Anning County. Come, let me show you around." "Really, Big Brother Su?" Xiao Qian's face lit up with joy, but her expression soon turned to concern. "But the county is filled with members of the major sections. Wouldn't it be too dangerous for you, Big Brother Su?" Su Huaishou ruffled Xiao Qian's hair, saying, "Silly girl, they should be the ones afraid of me. The leaders of the major sects have not returned for an entire night. If they see me, they won't know what to do with themselves. All right, then let us go and explore the county." Xiao Qian nodded, her pearly teeth gleaming in a bright smile. As the snow melted away, the previously hidden landscape was fully revealed. The formerly dark earth had transformed into a crimson hue, littered with countless desiccated corpses. Even under the bright sunlight, the sight remained somewhat terrifying. The two paid little heed to the gruesome scene, and Su Huaishou swiftly descended, grasping onto a stone. To his astonishment, Xiao Qian suddenly transformed into a puddle of liquid, swiftly expanding and delicately sliding down even faster than Su Huaishou. Chapter 61. Appointment as Constable Big Brother Su. "Look at this. How fascinating," Xiao Qian exclaimed. "And this, Big Brother Su, it looks so delicious." In Anning County, the streets were lined with stalls brimming with an array of goods, from toys to food. Xiao Qian flitted about like a bird released from its cage, her joy palpable as she explored the various stalls. She picked up intriguing items to show Su Huaishou, and, though she yearned to taste the food, her new body still could not consume anything, causing her to feel a fleeting sadness. Yet, this sadness quickly dissipated. The exhilaration of walking openly on the streets filled her with delight. Su Huaishou walked alongside Xiao Qian, pleased to see her in high spirits. However, lurking in the shadows were individuals from the major sects. Discreetly watching the two, news of their defeat had spread rapidly, leaving the sect members gripped by fear and trepidation. With Su Huaishou now in the county, they were anxious about potential repercussions, which is why they kept their distance, observing his movements. Suddenly, a series of hurried footsteps approached from behind, prompting Su Huaishou to narrow his eyes and prepare for action. The voice called out, "Is it not young hero Su?" Turning around, Su Huaishou found a constable clad in official attire, one hand gripping a sword and the other clasped in salute, wearing a broad smile as he addressed him. "An official?" Su Huaishou nodded. The constable, seizing the moment, invited, "I am here at the behest of Lord Hu wishes to extend an invitation to young hero Su for a gathering at the tavern. He mentioned that he had someone inform you last night about the best city gate for your exit. This is a small token of the Lord's sincerity, and we hope you will honor us with your presence." Su Huaishou pondered, unsure of Lord Hu's intentions in Anning County and whether this was an act of goodwill. Previously, he had overheard scholars discussing how Magistrate Hu was severely oppressed by the major sects and dared not resist. Now, with the major sects elites vanquished, it seemed that the magistrate's influence had significantly diminished. It appeared that the happiest individual in Anning County at this moment was none other than Magistrate Hu. Meeting him would not hurt, Su Huaishou decided. Nodding, "Lead the way very well, young hero Su. Please follow me." The constable's face lit up with joy. Su Huaishou turned to Xiao Qian, who was standing by a stall, saying, "Xiao Qian, come along with Big Brother Su. We will explore later." All right, Big Brother Su. Xiao Qian nodded obediently without objection. The two followed the constable to the Wangyue Tavern. Inside, the tavern had been cleared by the authorities. The first floor stood empty. They proceeded to the second floor, where a row of constables stood near the windows. At a round wooden table sat a magistrate clad in official robes, drinking wine. Accompanied by a clerk who occasionally poured drinks, as Su Huaixiu ascended the stairs, magistrate who immediately stood, his face beaming with a smile as he quickly approached, exclaiming, "Ah, you must be young hero Su. What a remarkable young talent! To meet you in person is a delight. You are even more charming than the tales suggest. Oh, my lord has heard of me. I have only recently arrived in Anning County." Su Huaixiu remarked with a raised eyebrow, a hint of amusement in his tone. At the same time, he subtly glanced at the ceiling, suspecting that someone was watching from above, likely the individual he encountered last night. Though Su Xiaoxia has not spent many days in the county town, his renown has already resonated far and wide. As if thunderous echoes in the ears of all last night, Su Xiaoxia displayed his formidable prowess. Engaging in a fierce battle against the likes of the Qinglong King, the Mingjing King, and Zhuang Jinlu, along with several other seventh-tier masters, he faced a relentless assault from numerous disciples of the 6th and 5th tiers, yet emerged unscathed. Vanquishing these rogues entirely, a truly heartening spectacle. Magistrate who chuckled heartily, quickly beckoning Su Huaixiu to take a seat. "Su Xiaoxia, let us converse comfortably. I have long admired your valor and have yearned to meet you. Come, allow me to toast to you." Xiao Qian timidly tugged at Su Huaixiu's sleeve as she approached the table. It was only then that magistrate who noticed her, and he promptly exclaimed, "Ah, this must be Su Xiaoxia's wife, a vision of grace and beauty, rivaling the celestial beings." Instantly, Xiao Qian's countenance flushed a deep crimson. Su Huaixiu shook his head, clarifying, "She is my sister." "Ah, your sister. My apologies for the oversight. It is evident that Su Xiaoxia's sister possesses the same extraordinary qualities as yourself. The Su family truly boasts two remarkable talents. How enviable," magistrate who praised. Upon hearing Su Huaixiu's clarification, Xiao Qian's previously rosy cheeks dimmed, and she stood quietly behind him. Su Huaixiu, unfazed, directly addressed the magistrate. "What business do you have with me, my lord? Please, speak plainly." Magistrate who laughed heartily, "Su Xiaoxia, you are indeed a man of straightforwardness. Allow me to be candid. Our office is in dire need of a hero such as yourself. I would like to extend an invitation for you to serve as a constable in our department. Rest assured, should you accept, you will be appointed as the head constable, with all the authority to command the constables at your discretion. I shall not interfere, and as for the remuneration, it will be 3 times that of a typical head constable. What say you?" After speaking, magistrate who gazed at Su Huaixiu with eager anticipation. "Head constable?" Su Huaixiu replied with a shake of his head. "I have no interest. I am immensely grateful for your assistance in informing me of which city gate I could exit yesterday. As for the position of head constable, I must politely decline. I have never held a position in the officialdom and have grown accustomed to a leisurely life. I appreciate your kind offer." "Ah, Su Xiaoxia, do not be hasty in your refusal." Upon hearing Su Huaixiu's swift rejection, magistrate who grew anxious, exclaiming, "We desperately need someone of your caliber in our office. Moreover, once you join, you will have an official status, making any endeavors much more convenient. I am sure your parents would be pleased to hear of your position. Furthermore, having offended several major sects in this county, you find yourself unable to return. As a martial artist, why not consider joining our office?" Su Huaixiu remained unmoved, ready to refuse once more when Zhang Shiya, the secretary, interjected, "Su Xiaoxia, I am the secretary of the office. You may call me Zhang Shiya. I understand you have only recently arrived in the county and initially intended to join the Iron Fist sect, but were led to believe that they harbored malicious intent against you. It was only after hearing of the demise of Iron God Wang at your hands that these sects escalated their attempts to persecute you. Your chivalrous spirit prevailed, leading to a fierce confrontation at the Mountain God Temple, ultimately restoring peace. From this perspective, it seems you were merely seeking a sanctuary within the county, and our office is the most fitting refuge. Moreover, magistrate who cherishes talent and will surely treat you with great kindness. Even if you do not consider your own interests, think of your sister. Our office provides stipends and will arrange accommodation for you. Should you require tutors or any other assistance, the magistrate can arrange it, ensuring you have a stable place to reside." Upon hearing this, Su Huaixiu felt a flicker of interest and looked at Zhang Shiya with surprise. This man was indeed articulate, able to twist the narrative to paint him as a noble figure despite having slain Iron God Wang due to personal grievances. It was evident that he possessed a quick wit, especially as his recent words struck a chord within Su Huaishou. Initially, he had heeded Li Feiyu's advice with the intent of establishing a foothold in the county, but he had not anticipated that Iron God Wang would perceive him as a thief seeking the Ascension Elixir, leading to the latter's treachery. Now that several sects bore a grudge against him, returning to them was out of the question. Yet, establishing a foothold in the county posed a dilemma. He had indeed overlooked the fact that Xiao Qian was no longer a wandering spirit confined to a small urn. She now possessed a corporeal form, and he must consider her need for a stable dwelling. Upon reflection, joining the office did not seem like a bad idea. At least it would be beneficial for his current predicament. Noticing Su Huaishou's contemplation, Zhang Shiya seized the opportunity to add, "Moreover, you need not worry. The office does not require you to engage in many duties. Your presence is only necessary when the magistrate has matters to entrust to you, allowing you ample time for your training without significant interruption. Indeed, Su Xiaoxia, everything will be manageable if you choose to join us." Magistrate who chimed in. Su Huaishou pondered for a moment before turning to Xiao Qian. "What do you think, Xiao Qian? Me?" Xiao Qian was taken aback, not expecting Su Degu to seek her opinion. "I will follow. Wherever Su Degu goes," she declared. Su Degu. Magistrate Hu and Zhang Shiya exchanged knowing glances, quickly realizing that they were not siblings by blood, but rather a young couple affectionately addressing each other as such. Observing Xiao Qian's willingness, Su Huaishou nodded. "In that case, I shall tentatively agree to your offer. My lord, provided that I may come and go freely, I will only come when you have matters for me." "That is certainly understood." With Su Huaishou's agreement, Magistrate Hu's face brightened with joy, and he raised his cup. "Come, let us toast to a splendid day, Su Xiaoxia. I welcome you as a member of our office, Su Xiaoxia. I also raise a glass to you." Zhang Shiya added. Su Huaishou nodded and downed his drink in one go. "Splendid. Su Xiaoxia possesses great capacity for liquor." Magistrate Hu praised. "I wonder where the magistrate plans to arrange our accommodations. If it is convenient, we would appreciate a guide," Su Huaishou began, wishing to take his leave, for there was little of substance to discuss with a magistrate. "Well, Su Xiaoxia, do not rush. Rest assured, I will arrange a comfortable courtyard for you." Magistrate Hu hesitated, clearing his throat. "However, I must trouble you with an urgent matter requiring your attention." Su Huaishou understood immediately that the magistrate had ulterior motives for his persistent attempts to recruit him into the office. Yet, now that he was officially affiliated with them, he could not refuse an official's request. "What matter is it, my lord? Please, do not hesitate to tell me." Secretary Zhang, please explain." Magistrate Hu gestured. Zhang Shiya quickly took the floor. "Su Xiaoxia, you may not be aware, but these sects have established their own factions, leveraging their power to disrupt local governance, undermine the authority of the court, and commit numerous heinous acts against the interests of the common folk. Our great Ling nation harbors a profound animosity towards these sects. Yet some matters are not easily dealt with directly. Fortunately, with your assistance, we can seize this opportunity to eradicate the remaining threats in Anning County, thus alleviating the concerns of the court and restoring tranquility to the citizens. Su Xiaoxia, your swift and righteous actions have already dispatched many of these nefarious sect members. It is likely that when they see you, they will be as terrified as encountering a ferocious tiger. Therefore, the magistrate wishes for you to lead the constables in eliminating these sects, thereby simplifying the task at hand. What are your thoughts on this?" "Indeed, Su Xiaoxia, what Zhang Shiya articulates aligns with my own intentions." Magistrate Hu interjected. "As long as you personally lead the constables to seize the assets of these sects, you may dispose of any plundered goods as you see fit. Rest assured, once this matter is concluded, I will report your accomplishments to the court, and you shall receive due recognition and rewards." What a splendid prospect! Su Huaishou had not anticipated that the court would harbor such deep-seated resentment towards the sections. It was only natural. The imperial authority must not allow these factions to operate independently, as such defiance undermined the stability of the Great Ling nation. Thus, for local officials, the eradication of these sects would undoubtedly be a commendable achievement. Magistrate Hu was clearly calculating this to his advantage. The demise of the sect leaders had already triggered an irreconcilable conflict, though Su Huaishou had never contemplated completely eradicating his adversaries, as even the remaining disciples of those sects lacked the courage to seek vengeance against him and were no match for him. Merely evading him was their utmost priority. Now that the county magistrate who had spoken, it could serve as a resolution to a matter that Su did not particularly mind, while also acting as a token of his allegiance upon entering the government office. It was certainly feasible. Yet, he pondered upon the Iron Fist sect. Su Huaishou nodded. What you propose, my lord, is indeed possible. Upon hearing this, magistrate who was instantly elated, but Su Huaishou continued, however, Captain Su, if you have any reservations, please feel free to express them. If it is within my power, I shall certainly accommodate. Well, it is not a grave matter, my lord. Might I ask if the Iron Fist sect can be spared? Captain Su, what do you mean by this? The Iron God Wang seeks to end your life, and yet you wish to preserve the Iron Fist sect. How can Captain Su still consider retaining them after such enmity? Chapter 63. Scattering in flight. To be frank, my lord, the current leader of the Iron Fist sect has a past connection with me. Why grievances lie with the Iron God Wang, not with the Iron Fist sect. Su Huaishou spoke candidly, contemplating for a moment before revealing the truth. The current leader of the Iron Fist sect is a friend of Su Xiaoxia. Magistrate who was taken aback, then exchanged a glance with Secretary Zhang, their eyes reflecting a peculiar understanding. The current leader of the Iron Fist sect has ties to Su Huaishou, and with the Iron God Wang deceased, could it be that the latter was slain to pave the way for his friend to assume leadership? However, such matters bore no consequence to them. Retaining a mere Iron Fist sect posed no substantial threat. The court only cared that a few factions had been eliminated, rather than how many remained. It was of little significance. With this thought, Magistrate Hu chuckled, since he is a friend of Su Xiaoxia, how could I not show you due respect? Let the Iron Fist sect remain. Su Huaishou clasped his fists. I am grateful, my lord. Now, Su Xiaoxia, let us partake in our meal. Once we have finished, I shall have the officials escort you and your companions to the estate I have arranged for you. Tomorrow, Su Xiaoxia is to report to the office to commence the eradication of these remaining sect remnants. Is that agreeable? Magistrate Hu inquired. Su Huaishou nodded. That would be most appropriate. However, my lord, as I am now part of the government, you need not refer to me as Su Xiaoxia. I truly do not deserve such a title. Then I shall call you Captain Su. That is fitting. Haha, today is indeed a day of joyous spirits. Come, let us drink. After lingering a while longer in the tavern, Su Huaishou and Xiao Qian were escorted to their new residence. It was a tranquil standalone building with a small courtyard, featuring 2 stories and a garden filled with bamboo and flowers, creating an ambience of serenity. Just outside the gate, a turn led to the bustling main street of the county. Magistrate who had truly put thought into this. Su Huaishou nodded in appreciation. The official who had brought him here respectfully stated, Captain Su, here are the keys. Please take good care of them. I must return to the office, but if you require anything, do not hesitate to summon me. Su Huaishou accepted the keys with a nod. Thank you for your trouble. You flatter me, Captain Su. The official hurriedly waved his hands in dismissal. I shall take my leave now. Is this the taste of power? Su Huaishou pondered the sensation he had just experienced, where every word and action commanded respect and fear from others. This feeling was delightful, yet he did not succumb to it. Mastery in martial arts evoked similar sentiments when facing the weak. In truth, as long as one possessed sufficient strength, others would fear and respect them, avoiding provocation. He needed to elevate his cultivation. Su Huaishou turned to find Xiao Qian tending to the flowers, her face alight with joy. Clearly enamored with their new abode, isn't it lovely here? Su Huaishou approached, smiling. Yes, this little courtyard is wonderfully serene. I could plant some flowers and even cook for you, Sudage. Xiao Qian replied with a smile. Su Huaishou nodded. As long as you are happy here, that is all that matters. Having spent over a decade in this world, he suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of home in this place. Unlike the years prior when he had always been a guest under someone else's roof, a beautiful wife and concubines, a humble dwelling. With this thought, Su Huaishou smiled. Sudage, what are you laughing about? Xiao Qian inquired, her curiosity piqued upon seeing Su Huaishou smile. Oh, I am merely pleased to see you happy, he replied, shaking his head. Hee. Xiao Qian's grin grew even brighter. Since gaining a physical form, she seemed even more joyful than before. Su Huaishou retreated to his room to continue his training, while Xiao Qian busied herself with tidying up the courtyard and the house, thoroughly enjoying her tasks. The next day, Su Huaishou arrived at the office early. Marking his attendance, he quickly received the appropriate official attire, which fit him well, endowing him with an unexplainable air of authority. This was the majesty of an official, though he found the square hat somewhat foolish and chose not to wear it. "Captain, all the officials are assembled and ready to depart." Inside the office, over 100 constables stood in neat rows, awaiting Su Huaishou's command. Su Huaishou nodded. "Let us proceed." He led the group swiftly out of the office. The factions involved were minor and could be dealt with in a day. Upon witnessing Su Huaishou's departure, Magistrate Hu remarked, "Today, a weight has been lifted from my heart. Congratulations, my lord. You shall soon be free of this place." "Isn't that a shared joy?" Secretary Zhang. "Will you not depart with me?" "Ha, my lord jokes. I shall naturally accompany you," Secretary Zhang replied with a smile. He squinted his eyes. "Even if I am dispatched to such a remote location, I shall find my way back step by step. Indeed, I have always believed this day would not be far off. When you return, those who remain will surely be left speechless," Secretary Zhang asserted. The sudden dispatch of numerous officials from the office naturally caused a stir in Anning County. Especially as they headed straight for the Mingjing Society, it was evident to onlookers that a spectacle was about to unfold. After all, the office had maintained a low profile for many years in Anning County, with little presence, as the major sects held sway. The abrupt shift promised an entertaining scene. Yet, what they did not anticipate was that they were not in for a performance. What they had assumed would be a grand spectacle turned out to be a farce. The elite and leaders of these sects had already been annihilated, leaving behind only non-core disciples. Many had already pilfered the sect's treasures and fled upon learning of their leader's demise. The remainder consisted of those with some strength, foolishly harboring hopes of reviving their sects in the absence of the powerful. Yet upon seeing Su Huaishou leading a throng of officials, they felt a chill. If it were only these officials, they might have held their ground, for they had some martial prowess. However, they had not anticipated that the one leading them was this terrifying harbinger of death. This was the man who had single-handedly slaughtered numerous elite sect members and had faced 3 seventh-rank masters without a single person escaping his clutches. Now, as the head of the constabulary, ridding them of their so-called remnants would be an effortless task. To resist would be to court death. Without engaging a single soldier, the remaining members of the sects immediately declared their dissolution and fled. Surrendering all remaining assets, Su Huaishou proceeded to visit other sects in a similar fashion, only to find that the disciples were just as cowardly, hastily escaping. Regrettably, much of the wealth left within these sects was monetary. Along with some martial arts manuals, however, for Su Huaishou, none of it held any value compared to the Lingyuan Gong. He ultimately took only a mere 10,000 taels of silver, while the rest was surrendered to Magistrate Hu. Initially believing that Magistrate Hu would be elated upon receiving such a bounty, Su Huaishou was taken aback when the latter scarcely glanced at it, instead focusing on swiftly tallying and reporting it to the court. This left Su Huaishou somewhat astonished. With over 100,000 taels of silver, Magistrate Hu displayed no signs of being an ordinary county magistrate. It seemed he possessed an extraordinary identity, perhaps concealing some secrets. Chapter 64. Rest assured in one's heart. Yet, none of this bore any relevance to Su Huaishou. Meanwhile, the news of the eradication of several major sects swiftly reached the Iron Fist sect, igniting a flurry of unrest among the disciples. What? That harbinger of death has become a constable and is now pursuing the remnants of several sects to eliminate future threats? Is this true? Of course it is. Now the entire Anning County knows that the Mingjing Society, the Green Willow Manor, and others have disbanded, with remaining disciples fleeing or being killed, a trembling disciple relayed. What do we do? We must hurry and leave. The new sect leader is merely 4th rank. How can we stand against this harbinger of death? Indeed, if we do not depart soon, it will be too late. Now only we, the Iron Fist sect, remain. A group of disciples, filled with trepidation, debated anxiously, fearing that if they lingered too long, they might find themselves facing dire consequences, unable to flee and potentially losing their lives in the Iron Fist sect. With no hope of a carefree future. Soon, the news spread throughout the Iron Fist sect, causing widespread panic, disrupting any semblance of focus on training. Frantic and restless, many began preparing to pack their belongings and discreetly depart. Unwilling to become collateral damage in this impending disaster. What is happening? Why does everyone look so dispirited? Li Feiyu, who had been practicing martial arts in the courtyard, noticed this unusual atmosphere. Today, the Iron Fist sect seemed to be in unrest. As if beneath the surface, turbulent currents were brewing. Were great events about to unfold? The disciples glanced at one another, each hesitating to step forward and respond. Come here and tell me what has happened. Li Feiyu furrowed his brow and pointed sternly at a seemingly ordinary disciple. The disciple, already in a state of panic, turned pale and knelt down, exclaiming, Master, it's bad. What do you mean bad? Speak clearly. Li Feiyu's frown deepened. Master, the officials are coming to attack us. We must escape quickly. The leading constable is Su Huaishio, the legendary killer who personally dispatched the Qinglong king and the Mingjing king. The disciple lamented, his face a mask of despair. Su Huaishio has become a constable? This was Li Feiyu's immediate thought. Had the officials truly exterminated the remnants of the other sects? Master, it is absolutely true now. Only our Iron Fist sect remains, the disciple replied. Though he believed Su Huaishio would not target the Iron Fist sect, the reality of the situation left him filled with doubt and concern. Master, the disciple called out again. Enough. You go back and inform the other disciples. If anyone dares to leave and disrupt our morale, they will be killed without mercy. Li Feiyu spoke coldly. The disciple was astonished. It was already this critical, and they were not fleeing. Soon, they would find it impossible to escape. Yet, upon seeing the resolute and ruthless demeanor of their master, he temporarily lost his nerve. Yes, master, brother. Has Su become the constable? Li Xuerong inquired. Li Feiyu nodded. Indeed. It appears so. I never expected Feiyu would choose to become a hound for the court. Now that the remnants of the major sects have been eliminated, this county magistrate who will not let this opportunity slip away, I just wonder if we, the Iron Fist sect, will be next. Li Xuerong immediately refuted, that won't happen. How could Brother Su turn against us? She had faith in Su Huaishio. Li Feiyu smiled bitterly. Now that Huaishio is an official of the court's actions cannot be dictated by him. While we may be safe due to our connection with Huaishio, the same cannot be said for the Iron Fist sect. Li Xuerong pursed her lips. Regardless, Brother Su would never do such a thing. All right, Li Feiyu sighed in resignation. That moment, a disciple rushed in, breathless. Master, someone outside has delivered a letter addressed to you. The letter? Li Feiyu's heart stirred. Bring it to me. The disciple presented the letter, placing it in Li Feiyu's hands before retreating. As he opened the letter and read its contents, he was momentarily stunned, then burst into laughter. Ha, brother, whose letter is so amusing? Li Xuerong asked, puzzled. Sister, you will see for yourself. Li Xuerong leaned in to look. To her astonishment, the entire page bore only a single character written in bold strokes. Peace. This. What is there to be happy about? She queried, bewildered. Li Feiyu shook his head. At this juncture, who could send a letter with just the word peace? Are you saying this is from Brother Su? Li Xuerong's eyes brightened. Li Feiyu nodded with a smile. Indeed. It seems our Iron Fist sect will remain unscathed this time. From now on, in Anning County, there will be no other forces to impede our Iron Fist sect, and we shall dominate alone. I told you, Brother Su would not do such a thing. Li Xuerong beamed, taking the letter to examine it closely. Sister, they say a married daughter is like spilled water. If Huaishio is unaware of your feelings and has already moved on, what will you do in the future? Li Feiyu spoke with concern. What nonsense! I do not have feelings for Brother Xu, Li Xuerong began, but her words faltered, her cheeks flushing. Nothing at all? Li Feiyu teased. Humph. There is nothing. Li Xuerong adopted a playful demeanor, pouting before leaving with the letter. Once she departed, Li Feiyu sighed and shook his head. My foolish sister. Su Huaishio is clearly someone devoted solely to his cultivation, oblivious to the heart of a woman. In the future, she may face hardships. He then recalled the earlier unrest among the disciples of the Iron Fist sect and decided to head to the front courtyard to reassure them, dispelling their fears and encouraging them to focus on their training. For the Iron Fist sect would surely remain at peace, in a private room of a tavern. The ambience was imbued with classical elegance, furnished luxuriously. The woman clad in a flowing gown lazily leaned by the window, gazing at the bustle of the street below. This woman, nonchalantly resting against the window frame, displayed such a graceful figure that any man below might find himself parched and restless at the sight. If Su Huaishio were present, he would recognize her as Qin Xiangyu, whom he had personally sent to Anning County. It was unexpected that she had taken residence in a guest house rather than seeking refuge with relatives. Su Huaishio? How intriguing! I never anticipated you would become a constable. This truly is amusing. She chuckled softly, her voice enchanting, infused with a hint of seduction that stirred restlessness within the air. Chapter 65. The Demonic Clan Feasts. Ha. Constable Sue, this time I truly must rely on you. I raise my glass to you. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to ask, and I shall ensure your needs are met. The purge of the 7 major sects had rendered Anning County extraordinarily tranquil for the first time. With the lanterns at the county office glowing brightly, inside, a lavish banquet was laid out, hosted by County Magistrate Hu Tu in honor of Su Huaishio, with several key officials of the county also in attendance. Su Huaishio accepted the wine cup without hesitation, downing it in one gulp. Your Excellency, you flatter me. This is simply my duty. You are too humble, Constable Sue. Without your efforts, I could not have so swiftly eliminated these sect remnants, which is a significant achievement. Thus, if you ever desire anything in the future, do not hesitate to speak up. Anything within my power, I shall grant you. Magistrate Hu smiled warmly. Su Huaishio could only nod in gratitude. Then I thank you, Your Excellency. As Magistrate Hu was about to take his seat, he suddenly recalled something and called out, Instructor Shun, come join us for a drink. There is no danger now that the remnants of the major sects have been cleared. With a whoosh, a figure appeared. It was none other than the individual sent by Magistrate Hu on the day Su Huaishio encountered him. Haha, should I introduce you two? You should be familiar with each other. Magistrate Hu chuckled. Su Huaishio nodded. Indeed, we have met, but may I know your name? The man clasped his fists and replied, I am Shan Songhai. Beside him, Zhang Shiya remarked, this Instructor Shun is known for his water sword technique. His swordplay has reached a profound level, flowing like water, and his cultivation is unfathomable. If he were not dedicated solely to protecting you, we would not be in such a passive position. Water sword? Su Huaishio's interest was piqued, and he quickly added, I would like to seek your guidance on your swordsmanship when the opportunity arises. You are not my match, Instructor Shin replied, his demeanor serious and devoid of levity. Su Huaishio was momentarily at a loss for words. The ensuing silence was somewhat awkward, especially as Shen Songhai spoke with utmost seriousness, leaving Su Huaishio feeling somewhat embarrassed. Magistrate Hu, who had just taken a sip of wine, nearly choked. Zhang Shiya hurriedly interjected, Constable Su, please do not misunderstand. Instructor Shan has always spoken this way and does not intend to belittle you. Su Huaishio nodded, about to respond, when Shen Songhai earnestly stated, he truly cannot defeat me. The room fell silent once more. Shen Songhai continued, I observe that Brother Su possesses remarkable physical strength. However, there is no trace of internal energy. I cannot comprehend why, yet you have slain a 7th grade master, and possibly could contend with an 8th grade master, but alas, it is insufficient. While an 8th grade master can project internal energy to strike from afar, anyone above 9th grade possesses an even greater mastery of internal energy. Even with immense physical strength, one may not harm a 9th grade master in the slightest. Everyone was utterly taken aback by Shan Songhai's bluntness, his words leaving no room for rebuttal. Su Huaishio's heart raced. And he asked, so, are you saying you are a master above the 9th grade? Without hesitation, Shan Songhai nodded. Magistrate Hu and Zhang Shiya exchanged astonished glances, their expressions filled with regret. Magistrate Hu slapped his thigh, exclaiming, Instructor Shin, your cultivation is indeed profound and unfathomable. Why did you not mention this sooner? Had I known you were a bona fide 9th grade master, many matters would have been much easier to handle. I had assumed you were merely at the 6th or 7th grade. Instructor Shun shook his head. I am here solely to protect you, as long as your life is not in danger. Everything else is of no concern to me. Such words left Magistrate Hu dumbfounded, both astonished and helpless. I do not know what martial arts you practice, Brother Su, but why is there no internal energy? Is it merely external skills? Yet, can external skills truly be cultivated to such a degree? What tremendous willpower must one possess to achieve this? Instructor Shin inquired, curiosity evident in his tone. Su Huaishio was unsure how to explain. It is merely luck? Luck? Su Huaishio's response elicited a chuckle from Shan Songhai. Cultivation is a path of seizing the heavens and earth's fortune. Every movement defies nature. The fact that you have cultivated your external skills to such a level speaks to your extraordinary talent. All right, Master Shun. It is well known that you are a martial arts enthusiast. Yet today is not an appropriate occasion. It is the celebration banquet for Captain Su, and we should indulge in the festivities rather than have you relentlessly interrogate him. Perhaps it would be more prudent to seek out Captain Su on another day for a lengthy discussion. Master Shan fell silent for a moment. A celebration banquet? Very well. Let us defer our conversation for another day. Another day? Su Huaishio suddenly felt a pang of anxiety. Magistrate Hu chuckled. Captain Su, Master Shan has been by my side for 5 or 6 years, and I had no idea he was so adept at concealing his talents. I had thought he could only manage to protect himself, incapable of handling even a few minor sections, yet now, it seems he wishes to retaliate, but can find no one to confront. Su Huaishio replied with a smile. My lord? Regardless of the circumstances, the outcome remains unchanged in Anning County. Who would dare to provoke you? You are still the revered magistrate here. Ha ha, indeed, Captain Su speaks wisely. However, perhaps my time here is not destined to last much longer. Ahem, my lord. Master Zhang interjected from the side. Ha ha, let us drink. Magistrate Hu snapped back to reality, hastily raising his cup as a distraction. Not destined to stay long. Su Huaishio was certain he had not misheard. It appeared that Magistrate Hu intended to leave Anning County in the future. Was this a promotion? Or something else? There seemed to be unspoken implications in his words. He shook his head, unsure of Magistrate Hu's true intentions, and decided not to pry further. The atmosphere was joyous. Perhaps Magistrate Hu felt a sense of relief after resolving matters with several major sects, and the entire yamen was abuzz with excitement. Embracing the festive spirit, Su Huaishio allowed himself to indulge in the drinks, relying entirely on his body to manage the effects. However, who could have predicted that his constitution was ill-suited for alcohol? After just a few cups, he succumbed to inebriation. The next day, Su Huaishio awoke from a haze, his mind still foggy and reeking of a hangover. A thought crossed his mind, and he circulated his inner energy, swiftly dispelling the lingering effects of alcohol, awakening his senses. To his surprise, he found himself in a beautifully adorned room, one that was certainly not his own. Was this the yamen? Glancing at the sun. It was already nearing noon. Captain Su, you are awake. Several maidservants entered, carrying a basin of water and towels, setting them down beside him. Captain Su, shall we assist you in your grooming? They inquired, moving towards him. No need, I can manage myself, Su Huaishio declined, as he was unaccustomed to such treatment. Being not of this realm, he deftly sidestepped the maidservants, quickly washed up, and stepped outside. Upon exiting, Su Huaishio confirmed his earlier suspicion. He was indeed in the yamen's rear courtyard, the very place where Magistrate Hu slept at night. Chapter 66. The Transformed Great Demon. As he made his way to the front courtyard, Su Huaishio observed the hurried movements of the yamen officials, as if something significant had transpired. He seized one of the officials. What has happened? Why does everyone appear so frantic? The official, initially rushing past, halted at Su Huaishio's words, and upon recognizing him, looked alarmed and hastily replied, Captain Su, you are awake. It is grave news. This morning, citizens reported that a monster has appeared in the county, devouring people. 4 or 5 individuals have already gone missing, and a corpse was discovered in an abandoned house within the city. It belonged to a woman. A monster. Su Huaishio exclaimed, taken aback. After all, by all accounts, the Monkey King is a monster, and he himself practices demonic arts. He had never encountered a second monster. The emergence of a monster in Anning County was indeed astonishing. A monster devouring people. Where is Magistrate Hu? Are you heading to the scene? Yes, the magistrate has already gone ahead. Seeing you inebriated, he did not wish to disturb you, the official explained. Take me there, Su Huaishio commanded. Yes, Captain, follow me. The entire Anning County was in an uproar. Fear gripped the populace as rumors of a monster spread. The Great Ling Nation and the demon tribes had always maintained a clear boundary, each respecting the other's territory. The residents of Anning County, situated on the fringes of the Great Ling Nation, had never seen those demons permitted to traverse freely into the nation. Typically, such beings resided in the major cities like Lingdu. Yet now, the appearance of a demon in Anning County, one that was consuming people, sent waves of terror throughout the community, leading many citizens to lock their doors during the day, fearing the monster's gaze. Soon, Su Huaishio arrived at the scene, which was tightly cordoned off, with a line of officials preventing curious onlookers from entering. As he stepped inside, he was immediately struck by a nauseating stench. Magistrate Hu, Master Shan, and several officials were present within. My lord. Su Huaishou addressed them. The previously troubled magistrate nodded upon seeing him. Captain Su, you are awake? Yes, my lord. I heard there is a monster devouring people. Su Huaishou inquired. Magistrate nodded, his brow furrowed. I never anticipated that after resolving issues with several major sects, we would face a monster that consumes humans. In the Great Ling Nation, we are all human. We are not part of their demon tribes. How dare demons infiltrate the Great Ling Nation and perpetrate such acts? Do they not fear the wrath of the Spirit Emperor? Demons? Humans? Tribes? Su Huaishou felt as though he was merely scratching the surface of this world's complexities, realizing his understanding was still insufficient, having never ventured beyond Anning County. My lord, judging by the bite marks on this corpse, this demon may belong to the wolf-tiger tribe. The bite patterns matched. An elder, the forensic examiner from the Yamen, suddenly stood beside the half-dismembered body. Magistrate nodded, troubled. Master Shan interjected. A fully transformed demon would not consume humans in this manner. Either this demon is a shape-shifting monster, or it is a half-transformed being retaining some of its demonic traits. Regardless of which, it is a formidable foe. It is troubling that such a powerful entity has come to our humble Anning County. My lord, perhaps it would be wise to report this to the Longjing Division and request assistance. Otherwise, we may face dire consequences. Magistrate frowned. Master Shin, are you unable to handle this? Master Shan shook his head. Not to mention the demon's lineage and bloodline, the power disparities among demon tribes are vast and difficult to gauge. Moreover, this matter involves demons. I must reiterate, my priority is to protect you. My lord, if this demon does not pose a threat to you, I will not intervene. Alas, Master Shin, you are so stubborn. What time is it? Do you wish to watch the citizens of Anning County become the demon's prey? Magistrate exasperated, questioned. Master Shan merely shook his head, refusing to respond. Su Huaishou, lacking experience in dealing with demons and understanding little, chose not to speak. Magistrate continued, Captain Su, I must ask you to intensify patrols in Anning County in the coming days, warning citizens not to venture out at night. I will report this to the Longjing Division promptly. If you encounter a demon, do not act recklessly. Assess your capabilities. This was a clear message for Su Huaishou to prioritize his own safety. Su Huaishou nodded. Understood, my lord. With that, Magistrate departed, followed by Master Shan. Su Huaishou hurriedly called out, Master Shan. Master Shin turned back. May I have a word? The latter glanced at Magistrate Su Huaishou assured him, Do not worry, we shall remain at my lord's side. Master Shin nodded. What is it that you wish to discuss? Is it a duel you seek? Su Huaishou shook his head. Let us save the contest for another time. Go be candid. I have a matter I wish to consult with you, Master Shan. Speak freely, Master Shin replied. Could you enlighten me about the demon tribes and their relationship with our Great Ling Nation and the human race? Shin Songhai was taken aback, not expecting Su Huaishou to inquire about such fundamental matters. Master Shan, you must understand, I have lived in Anning County my entire life, and my knowledge pales in comparison to yours. I have never even seen a demon, let alone comprehended their intricacies. Hearing this, Master Shan nodded, revealing no reluctance to share. Very well, allow me to elucidate. This world is divided into several major domains, each vast in scope. Much of what I share is based on hearsay, so I cannot vouch for its accuracy. One such domain is the Xuanwu domain, which is where we currently reside. The Xuanwu domain is immense, and a common person could spend their entire life traversing it without success. Within this territory reside numerous races, the most prominent being the demon and human tribes, which occupy the vast majority of land and have established several nations, such as our own Great Ling Nation. Due to the numerous conflicts that have arisen between the two tribes, strict regulations have been put in place to prevent unsanctioned incursions into each other's territories. This is why Magistrate finds himself in a predicament. Xuanwu domain, Great Ling Nation. Su Huaishou gained a clearer understanding, realizing that even the Great Ling Nation was merely a small facet of the Xuanwu domain, which was home to various powerful races. Thank you, Master Shan. Shin Jiao nodded and said, Brother Su, you must exercise utmost caution during your patrols. The demon race is inherently formidable. If we encounter ordinary demons, they lack significant intelligence and hence, creatures like foxes and birds do not pose any threat to us. You may handle tigers and leopards, but should you encounter those with intelligence, they are typically at the transformation stage. If they are in the early phase of transformation, even I can only manage to hold my ground. If they are in the mid-transformation stage, or have fully taken on human form, then it would be prudent to flee and seek your own fortune. Chapter 67. A new realm. Su Huaishio felt a chill in his heart. He had not anticipated the demon race to be so powerful. If even a partially transformed demon could be so formidable that a ninth-grade expert like Shun Jiaodo could not contend with them, it was indeed a testament to the frailty of humankind. Shun Jiaodo, I am curious about the classifications of the demon transformation. It would aid my understanding and judgment, Su Huaishio inquired once more. The demon transformation is divided into early, mid, late stages, and perfection, which is somewhat akin to the foundational stages of our human cultivation methods. Shun Jiaodo explained. Foundational stages? Su Huaishio caught hold of the key word, his expression reflecting confusion. Shun Jiaodo recognized that Su Huaishio had lived in Anning County since childhood and had not heard of these concepts. He continued, Brother Su, the world is vast. How could cultivation be limited to just the 10th grade? Only those without the aptitude for cultivation are confined to the ordinary martial arts, hence the existence of the 10th grade. As for myself, I lack a spiritual root, which is why I can only practice martial arts. Fortunately, I possess some talent in martial arts, which has allowed me to reach the 9th grade. Since you are unfamiliar with these matters, I shall briefly explain. Cultivation is divided into martial arts and immortal arts. Martial arts, which you and I practice, involves the cultivation of inner strength and the body, and is limited to the 10th grade. With a finite ceiling accessible to all. In contrast, immortal arts require the possession of a spiritual root. The immortal arts are categorized into stages such as Qi refining, foundation establishment, Dan holding, spirit transformation, spirit offering, spirit void, Tao spirit, spirit merging, and divine spirit. Upon reaching the divine spirit realm, one may ascend to the celestial realms. For instance, the Qi refining stage is divided into 10 levels, which correspond closely to our martial arts 10th grade. However, the esoteric methods of the immortals cultivate the true energy of the spiritual essence, which are incomparable to martial arts. Generally, when martial artists encounter those at the Qi refining stage, they can only flee. The demon transformation stages correspond to our own foundation establishment stages. Early transformation allows for human speech and awareness, maintaining a primarily demonic appearance. Mid-transformation results in a half-human, half-demon form. Late transformation retains only a few demonic traits. And perfection renders them virtually indistinguishable from humans. Su Huaishio fell into silence, realizing that beyond the 10th grade of martial arts, there existed a multitude of realms. The path of cultivation was indeed long and arduous. However, in that moment, hearing Shun Jiaodo speak ignited a fervent ambition within him. If he could ascend to the pinnacle of immortal arts and behold a broader world, it would indeed be a remarkable experience. He wondered whether he possessed a spiritual root, and if he could also cultivate the immortal arts. He pondered whether the inner energy he had been unable to harness was the true energy of the spiritual essence spoken of in immortal arts. But alas, Monkey Brother was not present. Noticing Su Huaishio's silence, Shun Jiaodo remarked, Brother Su, are you perhaps frightened? The immortal path is ethereal, and our martial arts 10th grade pales in comparison. However, I believe that with relentless effort, even martial arts can be cultivated to greater heights, of course. In this small Anning County, achieving the 10th grade in martial arts is already extraordinary. One might find joy in the unknown benefits that come with it. Reveling in a small world, Su Huaishio shook his head and, clasping his fists, replied, Thank you, Shun Jiaodo, for your insights. I am not frightened. Rather, I am filled with a yearning upon hearing your words. I wonder if I may have the opportunity to cultivate the immortal arts and practice the foundation establishment method. The path of immortal arts is fraught with difficulties. Not everyone possesses a spiritual root. Moreover, spiritual roots are categorized into different levels. Here in Anning County, he is a 9th grade expert, yet in his previous locale, his status was not unlike that of magistrate who, merely subject to bullying. He had no intention of disheartening Su Huaishio, a youth from a small place occasionally glimpsing the tip of the iceberg of this world and aspiring to soar high is understandable. Thus, he refrained from contradicting him and merely nodded. I hope that one day, Brother Su, you may fulfill your aspirations. Thank you for your kind words, Shun Jiaodo, Su Huaishio replied with a nod. Very well, if you have no other matters, I shall take my leave. With that, Shun Jiaodo bid farewell to Su Huaishio. Su Huaishio, leading several constables, posted notices throughout the county and warned the citizens of Anning County to be vigilant of the demon presence, advising them not to wander alone or venture out at night to avoid potential dangers. As night fell, he returned to his residence. Ever since Xiao Qian acquired the ghostly blood body, she had not occupied the small porcelain urn but stayed at home instead. Upon seeing Su Huaishio return, she appeared as though she had been eagerly awaiting his arrival, her face alight with surprise and a hint of grievance. "Big brother Su, where have you been? Why have you returned only now?" Su Huaishio apologized. "I'm sorry, Xiao Qian. Yesterday, Lord Hu celebrated my accomplishments, and I indulged a bit too much in drink, resulting in my staying over at the county office. Some matters arose during the day, which delayed my return. Something happened. What occurred? Are you all right, big brother Su?" Xiao Qian asked anxiously upon hearing of the incident. Su Huaishio shook his head, smiled, and entered the room. Removing his constable's attire, he sat down and poured himself a cup of tea, drinking it all in one go. "What could possibly happen to me? I merely need to be cautious. Today, there was an incident where demons were reported to have attacked people in the county, and we still do not know what kind of demon is lurking." "Demon race?" Xiao Qian exclaimed in shock, then added, "Like Monkey Brother?" Su Huaishio promptly explained what he had learned from Shun Jiaodou earlier. "So that's how it is," Xiao Qian said with concern. "Big brother Su, doesn't that mean you're in danger? I should accompany you tonight. If demons appear, I can assist you." Su Huaishio shook his head and chuckled. "No need for that. If it is truly a transformed demon, your presence would be of little use. Stay safely at home. I will be cautious. If I encounter a demon, I can escape." But Xiao Qian remained worried. "Rest assured, Xiao Qian, your big brother Su is not so reckless. Relax. Is there anything to eat? I am rather hungry. After I finish eating, it will soon be dark, and I must go on patrol." "Yes, I prepared a feast today, knowing that you would return," Xiao Qian replied, her face lighting up with a smile as she eagerly led Su Huaishio to the table, which was indeed laden with a spread of delectable dishes, all exquisite in color, aroma, and taste, making Su Huaishio's mouth water. "What remarkable culinary skills! Xiao Qian, did you prepare all this by yourself? I never realized you were such an excellent cook," Su Huaishio exclaimed in surprise. Upon receiving such praise from Su Huaishio, Xiao Qian's eyes crinkled into a smile. "Oh no, it's not that impressive, big brother Su. Please try it and see if it suits your taste." With Xiao Qian's expectant gaze upon him, Su Huaishio sampled each dish, then praised, "Delicious. Really? Then from now on, I'll cook for you every day." Xiao Qian beamed. Su Huaishio nodded in agreement. Chapter 68. The initial confrontation with the wolf demon captain. "Do you truly believe it could be demons? Are we in danger?" After dinner, as dusk settled in, Su Huaishio donned his official robes and ventured out with several constables. The night in Anning County was eerily quiet, devoid of the usual bustle. Every household had shuttered their doors, fear keeping the citizens indoors. The constables were well aware of the dangers of patrolling at night, and one of them voiced his concerns. Su Huaishio replied, "If we encounter them, there will indeed be danger, huh? Then are we doomed?" The constable gasped at Su Huaishio's words, while the others cautiously scanned their surroundings, trembling in fear that Su Huaishio, despite being younger than them, had grown taller and sturdier through his martial training, offering a semblance of reassurance. "Chun-san, if you are so timid, why choose to be a constable? Though we are officials, we often face dangers if we encounter a few ruthless kidnappers. You won't be able to bounce around like this anymore, so why fear demons?" Su Huaishio joked. "Captain, you shouldn't say it like that. I took this position to earn a living, you know. Previously, our constabulary was under the thumb of several factions, keeping a low profile, nothing compared to now. Moreover, we are dealing with demons, not humans. Of course I'm afraid." The constable explained, "Don't worry. If demons do come, you all run ahead, and I'll cover your retreat." Su Huaishio said, "Captain, you can't say that. We're all part of the same constabulary. How could we let you cover our retreat alone?" The constable replied that Su Huaishio merely shook his head, choosing not to argue further. The city lay in utter silence, broken only by the occasional barking of dogs in the night and the distant sound of a watchman's call. All seeming normal without any signs of disturbance. Suddenly, a gust of wind rushed past. "Who goes there?" Su Huaishio shouted. "Huh?" The constables, startled, huddled together, their faces pale as they cautiously scanned their surroundings. "Captain, is someone no? Are demons approaching?" Su Huaishio surveyed his surroundings, whispering, "Everyone be cautious." Just now it seemed a shadow darted past, moving with remarkable speed. Could it be a monster? Alas, alas, I have yet to marry. Who would have thought I might perish this very night? I sincerely hope the great Ling Kingdom treats my 80-year-old mother kindly, as well as my unborn and unseen wife and children. The constable lamented. Su Huaishio felt a chill run through his limbs, unable to suppress a sense of anxiety. After all, it was a monster, inherently powerful. It was entirely reasonable for him to feel apprehensive, especially given the current uncertainty. Suddenly, a sharp, whistling sound erupted from behind him, abruptly silencing a scream that had not yet escaped his lips. Upon turning, Su Huaishio beheld a wolf, standing upright like a man, sinking its teeth viciously into the neck of a constable. The wolf's gleaming white fangs pierced the constable's flesh, blood gushing forth, while the cons beside him. The constable poured wine for Su Huaishio, who downed it in one gulp, exuding an air of boldness that caught the attention of nearby patrons, who immediately applauded. Truly, this is the renowned hero Su, who has vanquished the wolf demon. Even his drinking style is so carefree, befitting a man of great stature. Indeed, we are fortunate to have Captain Su in Anning County. Peace shall surely prevail in the days to come. Several voices chimed in praise. However, the sudden attention made Su Huaishio feel somewhat uncomfortable, as if pricked by 1,000 needles. He remarked, "The esteemed reputation of our office is not solely my doing. Everyone has contributed significantly, county magistrate who genuinely cares for the people. So this scene is hardly surprising. Look at that. Our captain knows how to speak." Chun Sen chuckled. "Enough, you rascal. When we faced the wolf demon, you swore you wouldn't flee, yet I saw you as the first to run." Su Huaishio teased. Chun San's face fell, adopting a look of feigned grievance. "Captain, I wanted to stand my ground, but you saw how terrifying that demon was. Our constable was struck down before we could even react. If I had stayed, I would have met the same fate and only hindered you. I have an elderly mother to care for and a wife expecting our child. I cannot afford to perish at such a young age." "Haha, all right, Chun San, you are indeed cowardly, making excuses like a pedantic scholar." The other constables burst into laughter. "Come now, aren't you all the same? Each of you ran faster than the last. Without the captain here, how far could you have fled? The wolf demon would have caught you all," Chun San retorted. "Indeed, it is all thanks to the captain." Several constables flattered. "Enough, you have said enough good words." Chun San replied helplessly. As they bantered, a young servant from the tavern approached. "Captain Su, a guest has sent word, wishing to invite you for drinks. They are waiting in a private room. An invitation for drinks? Who is it?" Su Huaishio queried, surprised, as he hardly knew anyone in the county. "Well, it's a young lady. She claims to know you." The servant replied. "A young lady?" Su Huaishio pondered. Could it be Xiao Qian? No, that seems unlikely. Li Shuerong. That seems more plausible. "Oh ho ho, Captain! Look, even a lady of the boudoir seeks you out. Your reputation truly precedes you." The constables teased. "Enough with the jests. You all continue your meal. I shall see who it is." Su Huaishio stood up. "This way, Captain Su." The constable led the way. Upon arriving at the private room, he knocked on the door. A familiar voice beckoned from within, and as Su Huaishio entered, he saw a graceful figure with her back to him, her flowing skirt swaying gently, revealing a glimpse of fair skin. Closing the door, the woman turned, and a face of exquisite beauty appeared before Su Huaishio. "Adiesu," he exclaimed, recognizing her as Qin Xiangyu, the very woman he had escorted to Anning County just days prior. "What is this, Captain Su? Have you forgotten the little lady already?" she teased, her voice sweet and enchanting, her every movement imbued with allure. Her slender waist seemed delicate enough to grasp, and with a slight motion, her hips swayed, causing the fabric of her dress to subtly tremble. This woman was dangerously captivating. Qin Xiangyu poured a glass of wine for Su Huaishio and gestured for him to sit. Feeling a twinge of caution, Su Huaishio took a seat. "I wonder if Miss Qin has found her relatives. It seems quite serendipitous to encounter you here. Captain Su, why the interrogation upon our reunion? Have you not missed me at all during these few days apart?" She pouted playfully, her expression feigning sorrow. "Miss Qin, our encounter was merely by chance. My inquiry was simply out of concern for your well-being. Especially since you faced robbers. Reaching Anning County is no small feat," Su Huaishio replied earnestly. Speaking of which, I must thank you, Captain Su. Ever since my return, I've been restless at night, unable to find peace. My thoughts filled with your noble figure. I have been contemplating how to repay you, even to the extent of offering myself, should you desire it. Perhaps you think me unworthy, given your status as a hero who slays demons, surrounded by countless admirers, but I am willing to do anything for you, she said, her demeanor exuding a heartbreaking vulnerability. Su Huaishio abruptly stood. Miss Qin, if you continue like this, I shall take my leave. Qin Xiangyu was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter, her skirt slightly parting, revealing her fair thighs, yet her expression turned serious. You are quite the intriguing individual. I did not expect to encounter someone so amusing in this small county. However, you are rather naive, focusing solely on your cultivation. Young man, you may miss many wonderful opportunities. Miss Qin, you are not here to seek relatives, are you? Is there another purpose for your visit? Noticing her lack of pretense, Su Huaishio resumed his seat with an air of composure. Have you ever heard of the Longjing Division? She inquired. Longjing Division? Su Huaishio felt a sense of familiarity, suddenly recalling how it had been mentioned in connection with the demon attacks during a conversation between Zhang Shirya and County Magistrate Hu. Is it a governmental agency? He asked. Qin Xiangyu nodded. Indeed. The Longjing Division operates above both the military and local authorities, primarily tasked with safeguarding the Great Ling Kingdom, including dealing with the demon threats you recently encountered. Joining the Longjing Division grants access to the court's cultivation resources, techniques, and connections. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Qin Xiangyu, a seeker of the Longjing Division, responsible for recruiting new members. You seem quite capable. Do you have any thoughts on this? The Longjing Division? Su Huaishio pondered, intrigued yet somewhat confused. The prospect of obtaining resources from the court was appealing, especially since he had been contemplating leaving Anning County to forge his own path. Seeing Su Huaishio in contemplation, Qin Xiangyu chuckled. No rush. Take a few days to consider. Since you are here, and given the recent demon encounter, it is fortuitous. Alas, my fate seems cruel, having to deal with such matters while on duty. Wasn't the demon resolved? Su Huaishio asked, taken aback. That wolf demon? It was merely a minor creature. The one we are pursuing in Anning County is a significant demon that has been attacking citizens across the Great Ling Kingdom for months. If you encounter it, you should flee immediately. Now that you have slain its minions, you could be in danger yourself. Just a minor demon? Su Huaishio mused, realizing that if such a creature had caused him such trouble, what might lurk behind it? Why didn't you intervene earlier? Su Huaishio felt a pang of dissatisfaction. If the Longjing Division was tasked with such matters, why had they not acted as he was left to fend for himself? I cannot always sense these demons. Be why the time I arrived. You were already engaged with that minor demon. I intended to assess your capabilities, and your unexpected prowess in dispatching even a low-level demon solidified my decision to recruit you into the Longjing Division. Qin Xiangyu explained. While the Longjing Division remains here conversing with me, why are you not pursuing the fleeing demons? Su Huaishio challenged. They hide deep, and I cannot search alone. They will reveal themselves eventually. With the minor demon slain, it is only a matter of time. You should exercise caution as well. Qin Xiangyu remained unperturbed, continuing her explanation. Death is a common occurrence. Only the strong can survive in this world. If you have no further business, I shall take my leave, Su Huaishio announced, preparing to depart. Captain Su, do consider the opportunity the Longjing Division presents. It is a significant chance for you, Qin Xiangyu urged. Su Huaishio paused, hesitating before responding. Very well, I will consider it. With that, he strode out of the private room. Once he had left, Qin Xiangyu chuckled softly to herself. Ah, the young man possesses quite the pride. Yet, many would vie for a place in the Longjing Division. Were it not for my interest in him, he might have missed this opportunity. If others were to learn of it, they would be scrambling to seek my favor. Captain, which young lady sought you? Is she beautiful? What did she say to you? Upon his return to the table, the constables immediately began to tease him, particularly Chen San, who was the most talkative. What, are you done eating and itching to patrol the streets? Su Huaishio replied coolly. No, Captain, I was wrong. I apologize. Haha, Chen San, you truly are a coward. You dared to jest with the captain, and one word from him has you trembling. The surrounding constables erupted into laughter. And chaos ensued as Chen San retaliated, igniting a lively exchange among them. Su Huaishio observed with a smile, raising his wine glass to take a sip, while his gaze drifted towards the direction of Qin Xiangyu's private room. Deep in contemplation. The Longjing Division? Perhaps venturing into the Longjing Division could be a viable path, yet the fact that it is subordinate to the Great Spirit Kingdom, surpassing even the military and government offices, and overseeing matters concerning the demon race, suggests it is no ordinary department. One might find it a hotbed of intrigue. Given his current level of cultivation, which cannot be deemed extraordinary, there is no telling whether joining the Longjing Division might entail peril. In essence, the question is whether it would be easy to navigate. This is a matter of great significance. Lost in thought, Su Huaishio recalled the demon corpses still hanging from the city gates, which could prove immensely beneficial to him, and he resolved to acquire one. Moreover, Qin Xiangyu had just mentioned that the wolf demon was merely a minor creature, with far more formidable demons lurking in the shadows. The display of the wolf demon at the city gates must surely be a provocation to the greater demon behind it. This situation is fraught with danger. Taking the wolf demon's corpse would also count as a service to the citizens of Anning County. With this decision firmly in mind, he enjoyed another drink before parting ways with a few constables and returning home. Standing in the courtyard, he practiced the spirit ape technique, and it was not until late at night that he finally ceased his movements. Alerting Xiaoqian before setting out, the people of Anning County believed the demon threat had been quelled. Thus the streets, though still quiet, were dotted with numerous night stalls that had yet to close. Upon reaching the city gate, he found only a few lax guards, some even dozing off. Shaking his head in sorrow for the citizens of Anning County, Su Huaishio made his move without hesitation, effortlessly seizing the wolf demon's corpse while the guards were oblivious. He then carried it back home without a care. Brother Su. Xiaoqian had been waiting in the courtyard, rushing to greet him upon his return. Though she was momentarily taken aback to see him bearing the massive form of a wolf. Brother Su, did you go hunting? She asked in astonishment. Su Huaishio simply dropped the corpse onto the ground. This is the wolf demon? A wolf demon? No wonder it's so huge, Xiaoqian exclaimed, covering her mouth in surprise. This is a treasure. Let's cook it. Su Huaishio chuckled. Cook it? Xiaoqian responded incredulously. Yes, Su Huaishio nodded. Although he was currently practicing the technique imparted by the Monkey King, and could consume the wolf meat raw without issue, he preferred cooked food, as humans are not beasts that feast on raw flesh. Then let me cook it for you, Brother Su, Xiaoqian offered. Having made significant progress in her cultivation, she unleashed a surge of energy from her hands, enveloping the wolf demon's corpse. In an instant, the fur was stripped away with a precision akin to a blade, and the internal organs were extracted. Su Huaishio watched in astonishment. Had he attempted to handle it, he would have been left to butcher it by hand. Brother Su, wait here while I prepare it. With a playful smile, Xiaoqian carried the wrapped wolf demon into the house. Seeing this, Su Huaishio smiled and wasted no time, continuing his practice of the spirit ape technique. He had reached the bone. Zhang Shiria leaned in closely and whispered, My lord, the corpse of the wolf demon has vanished. It was stolen last night by an unknown assailant. What? Hu County Magistrate exclaimed, his complexion shifting dramatically. The other officials in the county office immediately turned their gazes toward him. Hu County Magistrate quickly lowered his voice. What on earth happened? How could the wolf demon's body disappear? What of the guards stationed at the door? How could they fail to keep watch over the corpse? A series of urgent questions revealed the magistrate's anxiety. My lord, the guards were waiting just outside the door. Should I summon them in? Zhang Shiria suggested. Quickly, bring them in. Hu County Magistrate commanded. Yes, my lord. My lord, I acknowledge my wrongdoing and beseech your mercy. Several guards entered, swiftly kneeling on the ground, begging for forgiveness. Enough. Quickly elucidate the sequence of events to this official. Hu County Magistrate huffed coldly. One of the guards promptly recounted the incident. Upon hearing it, Hu County Magistrate exchanged glances with Zhang Shiria. How could you all, who were supposed to guard the city gate and serve as the first line of defense for Anning County, neglect your duties and allow the corpse of the wolf demon to be lost? You do not even know how it happened, nor do you know the identity of the perpetrator. You are all culpable. Seize them and administer 20 strokes of the rod each, along with a 3-month salary deduction. My lord, spare us, the guards pleaded. Take them away. Hu County Magistrate waved his hand. Instantly, officials from the office rushed forward to escort the guards away, and soon the courtyard was filled with their wails of despair. Inside the main hall, Hu County Magistrate furrowed his brow and said, Zhang Shiya, who do you suspect is behind this? Why would someone steal the corpse of the wolf demon? What purpose could it serve? Could there be other demon clans involved? Otherwise, what motive would there be for stealing this wolf demon's body? Zhang Shiya pondered, My lord, your reasoning is sound. What use would the corpse of the wolf demon have? Especially one displayed at the city gate. Perhaps this wolf demon had accomplices. They might view our display of the corpse as a provocation, prompting them to steal it. However, I find it perplexing. If it were truly the work of the demon clan, their methods seem rather lenient. Why not simply kill the guards on duty or storm in and massacre the townsfolk? Hu County Magistrate speculated, What you say does hold merit, but if it is not the demon clan, then who could it be? Zhang Shiya shook his head. I cannot ascertain that. Perhaps there are indeed accomplices among the demon clan, yet they may have hesitated, leading them to only steal the wolf demon's corpse. After all, Captain Su is capable of slaying the wolf demon himself. Hesitant, you say? Hu County Magistrate's eyes lit up. That makes sense. These accomplices, like the wolf demon, are likely mere minor demons. Witnessing their companion's death, even if they seek vengeance, they would fear meeting the same fate. Thus, while harboring resentment, they dare not enter the city to kill. Fearing further action from the authorities, they opted only to steal the corpse of their kin. My lord, you speak wisely. In that case, swiftly inform Captain Su to heighten defenses against possible attacks from these demon accomplices. Additionally, initiate a search. If any of these demon kin are found, they are to be executed without mercy. Yes, my lord. Zhang Shiya nodded and then exited. Yet, he remained somewhat perplexed. Most demons are devoid of compassion, having evolved from wild beasts, adhering to the law of the jungle. Would they truly risk themselves to rescue the corpse of a companion? This was merely his conjecture, as his understanding of the demon clan was limited. The immediate priority was to inform Captain Su to bolster the defenses of Anning County. Chapter 73. The Great Demon Behind O? Zhang Shiya had not anticipated that upon arriving to deliver the news to Su Huaishio, he would find the latter displaying such an indifferent demeanor. Ahem, Captain Su, this matter is quite serious. Do you comprehend? Zhang Shiya rephrased, attempting to emphasize the urgency. I understand. Thank you for your concern, Master Zhang. Su Huaishio replied nonchalantly. Is that all? What more should there be? Su Huaishio expressed surprise. Captain Su, the wolf demon's corpse is missing. This could indicate the presence of demon accomplices. Lord Hu is exceedingly anxious, fearing for the safety of the townsfolk in Anning County. Zhang Shiya's expression reflected his worry. Please inform the Lord that I shall ensure proper defenses. Safeguarding the safety of Anning County. As for the demon accomplices, I will lead the guards in a thorough search of the entire town, even extending beyond the city limits, Su Huaishio assured him. Zhang Shiya regarded him with skepticism. Su Huaishio's earlier attitude had made it difficult to believe he was taking this matter seriously. Now, his solemn tone seemed feigned. After all, Su Huaishio was the one responsible for this situation. Yet he pretended to hear it for the first time. Was that not unreasonable? Furthermore, though he was currently working in the office, he was not intimidated by Hu County Magistrate and had little desire to conceal the truth. Very well, I shall return to report to the Lord. I hope Captain Su will take this matter to heart and prioritize it. Of course, behind the wolf demon lurked a formidable creature. Now, his spiritual ape technique was nearing completion. Yet faced with this unknown great demon, he could not be certain of his ability to contend with it. Caution was imperative. The early bird catches the worm. Upon Zhang Shiya's return, Hu County Magistrate promptly inquired. What news, Master Zhang? Have you informed Captain Su about this matter? Zhang Shiya nodded. Indeed, my lord, I have notified Captain Su. But what? Hu County Magistrate pressed for clarification. Nothing of consequence. Captain Su assured me he would conduct a thorough search as per your instructions. Zhang Shiya pondered, choosing not to disclose Su Huaishio's earlier demeanor. Perhaps he was merely overthinking it. After all, Captain Su had previously outmatched several major factions and had slain the wolf demon himself. He should possess confidence, hence the seemingly relaxed attitude. In the tavern, on the second floor, a languid figure reclined against the bed, with fair legs exposed through a parted skirt, her red lips slightly parted. One hand propping up her chin, her half-closed eyes fluttering beneath long lashes. A soft sound reached her ears. Qin Xiangyu abruptly opened her eyes and swiftly approached the window, flinging it open. A pitch-black bird, resembling an old eagle and the size of a pigeon, alighted on the windowsill. This was a hawk pigeon, specifically trained by the Longjing Division for message delivery, capable of covering vast distances with remarkable speed. Each hawk pigeon was nurtured from a young age by the Longjing Division, making them exceedingly rare and expensive. Extracting a small bamboo tube from the bird's claw, she pulled out the message within. After a cursory glance, Qin Xiangyu spread her palm, and flames erupted, incinerating the paper entirely. A gentle breath sent the ashes cascading outside the window, scattering down to the ground. Indeed, this fellow can really run. Making it all the way here, I shall see just how long you can evade me, should I catch you. I will peel off your skin for the trouble you have caused me in coming to this desolate place. Had it not been for encountering Su Huaishio, which added some intrigue, I would have deemed this a thoroughly unfortunate endeavor in selecting personnel for the Longjing Division. Are we not there yet? How far could this Hu-Tu be? It is truly lamentable to be relegated to such a desolate place, nearly reaching the borders of the Great Ling Kingdom, as though we are running towards his court. Several dozen kilometers from Anning County, a caravan was making its slow way along a bumpy, neglected path. The road, seemingly long, unmaintained, and rarely traveled, was overgrown with weeds and brambles. Recent rain had left the area muddy, causing the cart wheels to occasionally sink deep into the mire. The center of the caravan was an opulently adorned large cart, its sides open to the elements, save for a few curtains originally intended for shade. Given the recent inclement weather, a young master inside was wrapped in a thick blanket, wearing a face of discontent and indignation. The young man, with a notably fair complexion, wore a golden crown atop his hair and donned luxurious garments that accentuated his slender frame, indicative of a life of privilege. Beside him, in a neighboring cart, an elderly man, vigorous as a young adult, hearing the young man's complaints, immediately lowered his head and said, "Young master, please be patient. Anning County should be just over 10 kilometers ahead. We will arrive in a few hours, enough, I know. When I meet this Hu-Tu, I shall make sure to give him a proper reprimand. Just because he aspires to return does not mean he can. Thinking he has achieved merit, I still hold his unsavory secrets in my grasp." Ha ha! The young man let out a derisive chuckle, adjusting his blanket and closing his eyes to rest in the dead of night. Amidst the stillness of Anning County, a sudden deafening roar erupted. Many residents near the city gate were jolted awake, lighting oil lamps in their homes, while the barking of dogs echoed throughout the city. What is happening? The thunderous sound was immense, even reaching the county office, disturbing Hu County magistrate, who quickly dressed and stepped outside. Officials approached, reporting, "My lord, the sound is emanating from the city gate. Quickly, let us investigate what has transpired. And summon Captain Su." "Yes, my lord." Su Huaishio, also awakened, had just donned his clothes and stepped outside when he encountered the officials from the office. "Captain, let us go and see what has happened." The crowd hastily rushed toward the city gate, only to be met with the astonishing sight of what had once been a tightly shut entrance now marred by a gaping hole, its irregular shape betraying the forceful impact that had shattered it. The jagged edges were surprisingly clean, as if struck by an immense power in a mere instant. This grand opening, towering approximately 5 to 6 meters high and about 3 meters wide, left only the remnants of the gate's frame intact. At this moment, a throng of townsfolk had gathered around the gate, their bodies trembling with fear. What could have caused such devastation? Su Huaishio's eyes glimmered faintly with an ethereal light, revealing the use of the Bai Yin Jin Jing technique. The spirit eyed as the light flickered to life, Su Huaishio discerned a shadowy figure amidst the inky darkness. Though somewhat indistinct, it was overwhelmingly large, reminiscent of a small mountain. It was a bull, its coat long and flowing like hair, its massive physique imposing, with eyes as wide as water tanks and horns that seemed destined to pierce the heavens, evoking an unsettling awe. Was this the formidable beast lurking behind the wolf demon? Chapter 74. A reunion. Su Huaishio's mind raced with suspicion, uncertainty flooding his thoughts. Just then, a piercing sound sliced through the air, and Su Huaishio looked up to see a bright light darting swiftly overhead, revealing none other than Qin Xiangyu. Was she flying on a sword? Su Huaishio's pupils contracted in realization. He had suspected as much. Given her affiliation with the Dragon Mirror Division of the Great Spirit Nation, her power was surely extraordinary. Yet he had not anticipated her cultivation level to be so advanced, allowing her to soar through the skies. As Qin Xiangyu's figure swiftly vanished from sight, Su Huaishou's spirit. I caught a glimpse of the mountainous old bull suddenly retreating into the enveloping night, disappearing into the dense shadows. Did this great demon fear Qin Xiangyu? Su Huaishou pondered. That moment, the sound of footsteps approached, and he turned to find Magistrate Hu and Zhang Shiya arriving on the scene. "My lord," Su Huaishou exclaimed. "Su, what has happened? Why such commotion?" "I heard it all the way from the county office." Magistrate Hu gasped for breath. "My lord, please look." Su Huaishou gestured toward the city gate. Magistrate Hu turned to behold the gate. His jaw dropped in disbelief. "What is happening? How has the gate come to look like this?" Su Huaishou replied. "As you suspected, my lord, the wolf demon indeed has accomplices. This damage was caused by one of them, a bull demon of a size comparable to a small mountain." "A mountain-sized bull demon?" Magistrate Hu gasped, cold sweat beading on his forehead. "What kind of terrifying entity have they provoked? Such immense size surely made it a formidable foe, capable of wreaking havoc on Anning County with ease. What shall we do? This great demon appears difficult to contend with, and even Su, I fear." Magistrate Hu's face was etched with worry. Zhang Shiya, having heard Su Huaishou's earlier words, was equally astonished. Though he had anticipated that the wolf demon had allies, he had not expected them to be so fearsome. However, if they were indeed so formidable, why not directly assault Anning County, but instead steal the wolf demon's body and now breach the city gate? "Su, is this destruction the work of the bull demon? Where has it gone? Has it fled?" Zhang Shiya inquired. "A strange woman appeared suddenly and pursued it." Su Huaishou explained. "A strange woman?" "Yes, my lord, we all witnessed it. She seemed capable of flying through the air. Her presence was undeniably powerful, and she immediately gave chase." An officer nearby chimed in. "When did Anning County come to host such a figure?" "I am entirely unaware." Magistrate Hu remarked, puzzled. Zhang Shiya shook his head. "My lord, I too am in the dark. After all, even the entire populace of Anning County, including the officials, cannot claim to know everyone. She may very well be an outsider." The previously silent Shun Songhai finally spoke. "To fly through the air, she must at least be a foundational level cultivator. For such a person to appear in the small town of Anning County, it seems this great demon is not ordinary. She may well have come in pursuit of the demon, which is fortuitous. If someone assists us in confronting the demon, the government will not be unduly hindered." Upon hearing Shun Songhai's words, the anxious Magistrate Hu nodded in agreement. "You speak wisely, Shun. If such a person has come to Anning County, it is indeed in pursuit of this great demon. We may have inadvertently benefited from this situation, having already assisted in vanquishing a wolf demon. Should this powerful individual defeat the bull demon, I may have the opportunity to make their acquaintance, and I trust they would be grateful. So, my lord, shall we wait to see when this esteemed individual returns?" Zhang Shiya suggested. "Indeed, I cannot rest easy until this bull demon is dealt with," Magistrate Hu concurred. "Conveniently, there is an inn nearby. Let us wait there." Zhang Shiya proposed. The night was thick as ink, and with the bull demon's disturbance, the townsfolk found it difficult to sleep, uncertain when the demon might return. Many gathered within the inn. Su Huaishou also made his way inside. As they awaited inside the inn, a commotion erupted as footsteps resounded. Those on the second floor looked up to see a group of individuals ascending the stairs. Su Huaishou's eyes widened in shock. The newcomers were members of the Iron Fist sect, led by none other than the siblings Li Feiyu and Li Xuerong. The moment they spotted Su Huaishou, particularly Li Xuerong, her eyes sparkled with delight as she eagerly moved forward, only to be halted by her brother, Li Feiyu, who gently restrained her. Li Feiyu approached Magistrate Hu first, clasping his hands with a smile. "Magistrate Hu, it has been too long." Magistrate Hu returned the smile. "Ah, it is young hero Li. You have accomplished much at such a young age, becoming the leader of the Iron Fist sect, truly commendable. Your praise is unwarranted, Magistrate. My achievements are owed to your guidance. Rest assured, the Iron Fist sect shall continue to rely upon your support. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to send word. We shall serve you wholeheartedly." Li Feiyu's earnestness elicited a smile from Magistrate Hu. With several major sects having been eradicated, why had the Iron Fist sect been spared? Both parties were well aware of the reasons. The new leader of the Iron Fist sect understood the value of pragmatism and mutual respect, ensuring the government would not needlessly provoke them. "Magistrate, I hear there is a bull demon on the loose?" Li Feiyu inquired. "Indeed, Young hero Li has heard correctly. However, a powerful figure has emerged to chase it down, which is why we are here waiting. You are welcome to join us, Magistrate Hu replied. Very well, I shall accept your invitation, Li Feiyu nodded. The two then turned to Su Huaishio, acknowledging him with a nod before taking seats beside him. Li Feiyu deliberately left the space between himself and Su Huaishio open for his sister, Li Xuerong. She sat down, a hint of shyness evident, as if it were her first time sitting so close to Su Huaishio. Su, we have not seen each other in quite some time. How have you been? Li Xuerong inquired softly. Su Huaishio nodded. Thank you for your concern. Xuerong, I have been well enough. Hearing such polite words, Li Xuerong's eyes dimmed slightly, though her face broke into a smile. Thanks to you, my brother has become the leader of the Iron Fist sect. We have informed our father, and he is very pleased. He has asked me to express our gratitude to you. Furthermore, he mentioned that you need not worry about the matters in the village. He will take good care of Su Jia and your brother-in-law, ensuring they are not bullied. Su Huaishio nodded appreciatively. Your father is very kind, and I will be sure to thank him when the opportunity arises. Chapter 75. A reunion of rivals. You are too modest. Su, it was my brother's intention to help you join the Iron Fist sect. Yet it was ultimately thanks to you that he has become the leader, Li Xuerong replied with a smile. Su Huaishio shook his head in resignation. Let us not dwell on this matter any longer. Indeed, you two must be exhausting yourselves. Even I feel tired just watching, Li Feiyu interjected with a chuckle. How is your new role as sect leader treating you? Su Huaishio inquired with a smile. Li Feiyu sighed. Words fail to capture the challenges of leading a sect. However, thanks to the treasures left behind by the Rebel King, the overall strength of the Iron Fist sect has improved significantly. As have my sisters and my own abilities. Oh? You both? Su Huaishio asked, surprised. Li Xuerong's eyes sparkled. Yes, Su. My brother and I are both now at the 7th tier cultivation level. Li Feiyu nodded in affirmation. Su Huaishio, though astonished, recalled the effects of the Ascension Elixir and replied, that is impressive. Young master, we have arrived. This should be Anning County? At that moment, at the city gates of Anning County, amidst the darkness of the night, flickering lights appeared as a procession of carriages approached, lanterns hanging from above. Moments later, they arrived at the gate. A young man adorned with a golden crown stood up in the central carriage. Gazing at the city gate, utterly bewildered, I asked, this Anning County? The gate is in such a state of disrepair. After careful discernment, the elderly man riding beside them remarked, Young master, this is indeed the city of Anning County. However, I am unaware of the circumstances surrounding the city gate. It appears to have been struck by some external force. Nevertheless, let us proceed inside. I am quite eager to witness the expression of that fool upon seeing me. Ha ha! As the carriage entered Anning County, they were greeted by a throng of citizens gathered within the city gates, with the taverns on either side brightly lit. What is going on here? At this late hour? The man furrowed his brow. Among the crowd, the constables, taken aback by the sudden arrival of a group in the dead of night, stepped forward and shouted, Who are you? Who permitted your entry here? Where is your county magistrate? Bring him out to speak with me, the man replied coldly. You demand the county magistrate's presence? Who do you think you are? I am the one asking you questions. Do you not understand? It is night time. Outsiders are strictly prohibited from entering, the constable barked. How noisy! Exclaimed Chen Lao. Yes, young master. With a swift motion of his hand, Chen Lao, remaining seated upon his horse, sent the constable flying with a single strike. Tensions escalated instantaneously, and the remaining constables rushed forward to encircle the carriage. What is happening, young master? Who? Another carriage lifted its curtain, revealing a young lady adorned in gold and silver, her ordinary features enhanced with makeup. Ah, you, it is nothing but a few lowly constables. Allow me to deal with them. Several other carriages followed suit, revealing heads adorned in opulent attire. Upon seeing the commotion, they promptly disembarked. Young master, who? Is it possible for these mere constables to trouble you? You have certainly lost the prestige of your position, spoke a somewhat portly young man, clad in ill-fitting scholarly robes. Qin Lang, cease your frivolous banter. You insisted on accompanying me for leisure, and now you mock me despite my good intentions. Do you believe I would abandon you? Hu Fei's expression turned frosty. Very well, young master who cannot be jested with. However, they are merely a handful of constables. Have Chen Lao deal with them directly to spare us the nuisance. Qin Lang retorted. Do I require your instruction? Hu Fei sneered, then commanded, Chen Lao, eliminate them. Chen Lao hesitated. Young master, these are the magistrate's constables. Humph, do as I say. They are merely a few constables. Hu too would not dare object. Does he not wish to return? My father has not spoken. Can he return? Do not think that merely achieving merit will suffice. Eliminate them, then very well, as you wish, young master. Chen Lao nodded. Inside the tavern, the noise outside piqued the interest of Hu County Magistrate, who furrowed his brow. What is happening out there, my lord? I heard it too, Zhang Shiya replied, rising to the second floor railing to gaze towards the city gate. Upon spotting a group approaching, his brow knitted in confusion, but as his gaze fell upon one particular face, his pupils constricted in alarmed. Oh no, he has come. Zhang Shiya hurried to Hu County Magistrate's side and whispered urgently. What? Startled, Hu County Magistrate sprang to his feet, his complexion drastically changing as he rushed to the railing. Upon seeing the figure at the city gate, his expression darkened. Su Huaishio and Li Feiyu exchanged bewildered glances, unsure of why Hu Darren suddenly bore such a countenance. At the city gate, Chen Lao looked up and whispered, Young master, it is Hu Darren. Who too? Young master Hu raised his head, their eyes locking, and a mocking smile curled upon his lips. Chen Lao, issue a warning. If they wish to avoid death, tell them not to obstruct us. Young master Hu chuckled coldly. Understood. Chen Lao nodded, his voice echoing throughout Anning County. Su Huaishio and the others on the second floor heard this, their expressions shifting to one of intrigue, realizing that Hu County Magistrate's alarm was due to this individual. Who goes there? It seems you are acquainted with Hu County Magistrate, called out Shan Jiaotu. It is I. Shan Songhai responded promptly, swiftly darting away to convey the message for the constables to disperse. At that moment, young master Hu let out a cold laugh. What is this? Shinjiao, have you forgotten your master? Upon seeing me, you do not even offer a greeting? Shan Songhai, who had intended to retreat, felt his expression shift, bowing his head in respect. Young master Hu, Himph. It seems that time has dulled your memory. After some time apart, you have forgotten your place. You are nothing but a ninth-grade waste. Were it not for the Hu family's favor, you would still be begging in the streets. Know your station. Hu too is a mere illegitimate child, while we are the true heirs, young master Hu berated. Shan Songhai listened in silence, not daring to retort. Once young master Hu finished, Shan Songhai replied, You speak the truth, young master. What a waste. Chen Lao observed, This is the disciple you once taught, young master Hu said. Chen Lao merely cast a fleeting glance at Shan Songhai without uttering a word. Shan Songhai clenched his fists in silence. Let us proceed to the tavern, young master Hu commanded, and the carriage rolled towards the establishment. Upon their arrival, young master Hu, noticing Hu County Magistrate's grim demeanor, exclaimed, Ah, is this not my Uncle Hu? I did not expect to see you again. On the road, I feared you might perish in this desolate Anning County. It brings me immense joy to see you today. Why are you here? Hu County Magistrate scoffed, his tone brusque and devoid of pleasantries. In response, young master Hu's expression grew cold, as he unfurled his folding fan and said nonchalantly, I heard you reported to the court, claiming to have eliminated a few insignificant sects in this small county. Are you attempting to leverage this opportunity to return to the family? What, am I not allowed to return? Hu County Magistrate retorted. Return? Ha! How deluded you are. Do you not know your own worth? There is no place for you in the family. Young master Hu laughed derisively. He then produced a document from his sleeve, slowly unfolding it. Look, what is this? Upon seeing it, Hu County Magistrate's pupils constricted in shock. How did you come by this? Why not? This is the commendation from the court for your achievements, promoting you. Do you desire it? I procured it from the prefect, and I came all this way just to see you, my dear uncle. Would you like it, or shall I tear it up? This is a court document. Do you dare tear it? That would be an affront to the authority of the emperor, Hu County Magistrate exclaimed. Uncle, do not be foolish. This trivial matter would hardly attract the emperor's attention, young master Hu replied coolly. I see you are doing quite well as a magistrate in this small place. There is no need for you to return. Young master Hu turned his gaze around, and as he spoke, he paused, his eyes fixated on the beautiful Li Shuerong seated beside Su Huaishio. Young master Hu, this lady is quite remarkable. I never anticipated such a beauty to be found in this humble Anning County. Qin Lang whispered, exhibiting a rather frivolous demeanor. Young master Hu swallowed hard, nodding in agreement. It seems I have stumbled upon a delightful surprise. This fair maiden, I am Hu Fei, the eldest son of the prestigious Hu family in Jiangzhou. Might I inquire your name? If you are willing, I could escort you to Jiangzhou. Young master Hu leered. Leave me be. Li Shuerong furrowed her brow and retorted softly, there is spirit in you. I admire that. Young master Hu turned to Qin Lang beside him and said, get lost, or you will regret it. Li Feiyu stood up, positioning himself protectively in front of Li Shuerong, glaring at young master Hu. Were it not for the seeming connection between this man and Hu County Magistrate, he would have acted long ago. Noticing Li Feiyu, young master Hu's expression darkened, his gaze icy. What do you think you are? How dare you speak to me like that? This must be your sister, is it not? I offer you a chance. If you let me have her, you can accompany me to Jiangzhou and join the Hu family as one of our bodyguards. This could be your opportunity to bring glory to your family. You. Before Li Feiyu could finish, Hu Tu's expression turned grave. Hu Fei, that is enough. This is not Jiangzhou. Do you have no respect for the law? As a member of the Hu family, can you act so recklessly? How has Hu Chao raised you? Young master Hu's demeanor darkened. Addressing me as uncle is merely showing you respect. Do you even know your own worth? How dare you invoke my father's name? You still fail to comprehend the situation. I shall tear this document right before your eyes. If you wish to return to Jiangzhou, dream on. This beauty, I, Hu Fei, will claim her and return her to Jiangzhou tomorrow. Whoever dares to obstruct me shall face death. You dare. Hu Tu glared fiercely. Why would I not dare? What can you do to me? Young master Hu sneered. Xinjiao, Hu Tu called out. Chen Lao's gaze shifted. Shan Songhai immediately bowed his head, not daring to move. Xinjiao, Hu Tu repeated in disbelief, yet still, there was no response. Ha, uncle, what should I do? Who can possibly help you now? Hu Fei exclaimed. Whoever dares to harm my sister shall face death. Li Feiyu's countenance was as cold as ice. Boom! That elder Chen struck from a distance, sending Li Feiyu hurtling backwards, collapsing to the ground, incapacitated. The patrons of the entire tavern were momentarily stunned, their mouths agape and shocked. Su Huaixio's brow furrowed in concern. Despite Li Feiyu's 7th-tier cultivation, he was utterly defenseless against an attack from afar. Brother! Li Shuerong cried out sharply, attempting to rush over, only to be seized instantly by Elder Chen, who employed some unknown technique. When she tried to retaliate, she felt an overwhelming weakness engulf her. Let go. Su Huaixio frowned and stepped forward decisively. Elder Chen's voice was icy as he disdainfully raised a hand, showing his contempt. Boom. A punch came crashing in. To Elder Chen's surprise, he was forced to retreat several dozen steps before halting. Gazing at Su Huaixio with uncertainty, Su Huaixio pulled Li Shuerong behind her, and only then did the latter run to Li Feiyu's side. Elder Chen. Hu Fei's expression darkened. A young man from this small county had actually made Elder Chen retreat? Cousin, this man is impressive. Suddenly, among the group that had been following Hu Fei, a woman stepped forward, her gaze fervently fixed upon Su Huaixio. This woman, adorned in gold and silver, had enhanced her appearance, yet her figure and features were quite ordinary. Yume is interested? Very well, I shall capture her for you, to be your plaything, to torment and serve you daily. Hu Fei sneered. Then I must thank you, cousin. The woman referred to as Yume immediately responded with a flirtatious giggle. Though her voice was coarse, sending shivers down one's spine, Su Huaixio's expression soured. Being desired by such an unattractive woman was nothing short of repulsive, and there was no joy to be found in it. Youngster, you are quite remarkable. It seems you are a pure martial cultivator, capable of honing your physique to this extent, which is no small feat. Even I, caught off guard, almost sustained an injury. Very well, but a martial cultivator remains merely a martial cultivator. How can you comprehend the path of the immortals? It appears you have cultivated diligently. Few martial cultivators reach such heights, comparable to those of the 9th or 10th tier. Kneel and kowtow, acknowledging your errors. And I shall take you as my servant. In the future, should you encounter opportunities, I may even impart to you the secrets of foundational cultivation. Elder Chen declared, the foundational cultivator. Su Huaixio finally understood why this Master Shun was so fearful. The foundational stage already embodies the mystical methods of the immortals, allowing for the application of various profound techniques, rendering them far beyond the capabilities of ordinary practitioners, in moments of life and death. The difference could be instant. However, what if a foundational cultivator were to underestimate themselves? At present, his spirit ape technique had shown remarkable progress. The wolf demon he had previously faced during its transformation phase was no match for him. After consuming the wolf demon's remains, he was uncertain just how powerful he had become, especially since he had not fought with his full strength. Just a moment ago, a single punch had already compelled this foundational cultivator to retreat several steps. Moreover, now that his spirit ape technique was nearly perfected, he sensed a change within his body. Whether this transformation was beneficial or detrimental, he could not say, yet it was undoubtedly stronger than before. As if his thoughts alone could trigger a transformation that revealed his fur. Should he engage this foundational cultivator in battle, it was likely he possessed the strength to contend. Chapter 1. Transformation into a giant ape, you old scoundrel. Do you even take a moment to reflect on your own appearance, thinking you can take me as a servant? You believe yourself worthy. Su Huaishou coldly laughed and scolded. You, insolent brat. Elder Chun was taken aback. He had not anticipated that this lowly junior from a rural county would dare to speak such reckless words, insulting him. Countless individuals yearned to be his servants, but few had the opportunity to gain the favor of the immortals. This person was simply unforgivable. Seeking death. I had originally intended to give you a chance, yet you are so ungrateful. Then go die, whoosh. The elder, with a mere thought, directed a palm towards a small pouch at his waist. And suddenly a snow-white flying sword emerged, radiating a chilling light as it sped towards Su Huaishou, moving faster than a streak of silver, vanishing in an instant. This is bad. Su Huaishou felt a jolt of fear. And in a moment of panic, he struck out with a punch. He collided with the sword's body. Clang! The flying sword spun wildly backward, while a gash opened on Su Huaishou's palm, blood gushing forth. Su Huaishou looked down at his wounded hand, wincing in pain and shock. Is this the power of a foundational cultivator? Where did that flying sword come from? It appeared out of thin air. And upon contact, I was wounded. Even without activating the spirit ape technique and its protective fur, my body should possess a level of defense that ordinary martial artists cannot breach. Yet that flying sword managed to injure me in an instant. Elder Chen was equally taken aback, utterly unprepared for this turn of events. As a foundational cultivator, he cultivated spiritual essence and possessed various mystical methods at his disposal. Dealing with a martial artist was supposed to be effortless. Summoning a flying sword to sever heads was a mere trifle. Yet this junior had managed to deflect it, and upon contact, had only sustained a superficial wound. How strong could this body be? This person cannot be left alive. Whoosh! The flying sword reversed direction, slicing through the air as it charged once more at Su Huaishou. In a flash of inspiration, Su Huaishou realized it was unwise to reveal his trump card in this situation. He leaped forward, sprinting towards the city gates. Old scoundrel, if you have the guts, then follow me. Hearing this taunt, Elder Chun could no longer contain himself. He reversed the sword's course, stepping onto it and swiftly pursuing. Within the tavern, a throng of onlookers had already been rendered speechless by Elder Chin's celestial prowess. At that moment, they understood that there were indeed greater powers beyond their own. The 7th and 8th tier experts of Anning County were nothing in comparison. As even Su Huaishou, who had previously decimated several major sects, could not withstand a single blow and had been gravely injured. Su Dage. Li Shuerong's eyes brimmed with tears as she called out. Filled with concern. Yet her brother lay gravely wounded on the ground, unmoving, leaving her powerless to escape. That kid is doomed. A martial artist daring to challenge a cultivator is surely courting death. Such ignorance is typical of small-town folk, utterly unaware of their own limitations. Hu Fei chuckled derisively, his arrogance unmistakable indeed. They truly do not know when they are courting death. Qin Lang added, Cousin, you mustn't harm him. I still need to bring him back to Jiangzhou. The woman known as Yumei interjected with a coarse yet playful tone. Fear not, Yumei. Elder Chun knows his limits. Once he has incapacitated him, with no means of resistance left, you may do as you wish with him. How delightful it will be. Hu Fei laughed. It's over. The people on the second floor felt an icy chill sweep through them. These individuals were simply too formidable, especially Elder Chun, who seemed like a divine being, utterly unmatched. Su Captor was doomed to die. From this day forth, Anning County would never again see a figure of his caliber. Meanwhile, Su Huaishio dashed forth, exiting the city gates, his speed unrelenting. Not pausing for a moment, a glance over his shoulder revealed Elder Chun riding his flying sword, gaining on him with incredible speed, like a bolt of lightning. Is this the power of a foundational cultivator? Su Huaishio felt a surge of caution and urgency, pushing himself to the limit, his feet barely touching the ground as he became a blur. The scenery rushing past him. With his spiritual eyes, he could see clearly in the darkness, undeterred by obstacles, and it seemed Elder Chan shared this ability, traversing the night as if it were daylight. Unaffected in the slightest. Just moments later, both had distanced themselves from the county. Su Huaishio abruptly halted. Elder Chen leapt down from his flying sword, which hovered above him, radiating a cold glow. Humph, what's this? Afraid? Have you stopped to plead for mercy? It's too late. You've already offended me, and I cannot allow you to live. Prepare to meet your end? Elder Chen sneered, gesturing with his hand to manipulate the sword at that moment. Old Chen was suddenly taken aback, nearly crying out in alarm. The demon clan? No, wait. Just moments ago, he had felt a surge of fear within him. A demon capable of taking human form must undoubtedly have reached the consummation of the transformation stage. How could it possibly be something that could be dealt with by a mere foundation establishment cultivator? However, as he pondered this, he sensed something amiss. If that were the case, how could the opponent be injured? Moreover, he had not seen any trace of demonic power. It was evident that this entity was indeed of the human race, albeit employing some esoteric technique that allowed it to manifest a semblance of fur. He chuckled darkly, thinking of the crooked paths and dubious teachings from which such knowledge could be drawn. Even so, do you think you can stand against me? Prepare to die, Old Chen scoffed, with a resonant clang. Chapter 2. Stepping into celestial dust commenced. As the fur began to rise, Su Huaishio suddenly realized that the flying sword striking him only left a faint white mark, failing to breach his defenses. His confidence surged as he charged towards Old Chen, intent on capturing this old scoundrel and slaying him directly. Old Chen was equally astonished, not expecting that the crooked path employed by his opponent had some utility. Even a low-grade flying sword could not harm him. In that moment, he understood he could no longer hide his strengths. With a swift motion, he slapped his waist, summoning 6 yellow-brown flying talismans that appeared out of thin air. He then pointed at Su Huaishio, and the 6 talismans encircled him, transforming into 6 formless gates of light. Puff, puff, puff. In an instant, beams of white light converged from those gates, all shooting towards Su Huaishio. This was bad. Although he was unaware of the power of these beams, the ominous feeling in his heart sent shivers down his spine, making him realize that he could not confront them head-on. He braced himself as best as he could. However, as time went on, the beams multiplied, leaving him with almost no space to evade. Faced with this, Su Huaishio could only exert himself to unleash the Spirit Ape technique. Simultaneously, the 7th move of the Refining Marrow technique within the Spirit Ape technique began to show signs of advancement, as the marrow began to undergo a transformation. Puff! A beam of light pierced through Su Huaishio's arm. Leaving a hole the size of a thumb, Su Huaishio let out a cry of anguish. Old Chen sneered, "You truly are wretched. This is a precious 6-armor illusory light formation talisman that I acquired with great difficulty. Wasted on a mere martial artist. Consider yourself honored to die this way. Alas, such a grand talent wasted on you. Hurry up and perish. This talisman can still be utilized a few more times." Buzz! At that moment, Su Huaishio felt an intense heat coursing through his body. The Spirit Ape technique had reached perfection, yet the violent sensations of heat and pain surged throughout him, as if threatening to tear him apart. It felt as though his bones were being pulled by a pair of gigantic hands, stretching them, while his muscles and blood vessels began to swell. Su Huaishio let out a heart-wrenching scream. He collapsed to the ground, pounding the earth with his fists, his eyes bloodshot, the veins on his forehead visibly bulging. He endured the beams striking him, creating one hole after another through his body. Old Chen was bewildered, unable to fathom the cause of this sudden change. Just then, His eyes widened in disbelief. He beheld Su Huaishio, who was encircled, suddenly swelling violently, increasing in size at an astonishing rate. In a blink, he transformed into a colossal figure, standing 5 or 6 meters tall with a boom. That massive form burst through the 6 armor illusory light formation talismans, shattering them into countless shards of light. Roar! 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 From where Su Huaishio had stood, there was no longer a trace of him, only a hulking figure resembling a small hill, a brownish-green giant ape, towering at 5 or 6 meters, its body covered in solid, brick-like muscles, cloaked in a layer of dark greenish-black fur. Its eyes glinted like copper bells, releasing thick, white vapor from its nostrils, and its hands were as massive as fans. This old Qin was drenched in cold sweat. Fear gripping his heart as a sense of impending doom enveloped him, he turned to flee. The flying sword automatically soared to his feet, attempting to carry him away, and instantly took to the skies. Bang! That giant ape took a step forward, resembling an unstoppable, monstrous beast, its presence awe-inspiring and terrifying. A colossal hand descended from above, crashing down upon Old Qin like a small mountain. A bang! The palm, visible to the naked eye, drew near, and Old Qin found himself with no path of escape. With a resounding thud, he was heavily smashed into the ground. The mountain-like hand lifted, revealing Old Qin's body, which had been ground to pieces. Utterly lifeless, the flying sword lay scattered, dimmed. The giant ape's eyes held a hint of confusion as it gazed at the massive treetops surrounding its waist. Eye in the forest, birds took flight, startled and fleeing the scene. Seemingly terrified by the giant ape in midair, beneath the moonlight, a figure hovered, observing the scene with a hint of amusement dancing at the corners of its mouth. If Su Huaishio were to look up, he would recognize it as Monkey Brother. Just then, the giant ape visibly began to shrink, and as it reached a height of approximately 1 human, its facial features gradually morphed back into those of a man. While its fur began to dissipate, thud! Su Huaishio collapsed on the ground, utterly naked, his clothing having been reduced to mere rags. Moments later, he groggily touched his head, awakening from his stupor, feeling drowsy and suffering from a splitting headache. As his consciousness began to clear, he abruptly surveyed his surroundings. After all, he was still embroiled in battle with Old Qin. When his gaze shifted, he was taken aback to discover that Old Qin's corpse lay shattered beside him. Utterly lifeless. What happened? Vague memories surged in his mind, and Su Huaishio's eyes widened in realization, followed by a wry smile. I transformed into a giant ape. It seems I lacked any awareness during the transformation. Is this the reason Monkey Brother urged me to cultivate the demonic technique, the spirit ape technique? While he had known that his body was gradually undergoing a demonic transformation, he had never anticipated becoming such a massive giant ape. It was truly astonishing. Nevertheless, he couldn't help but marvel at the thought. That foundation establishment cultivator, Old Qin, was effortlessly slain by a single strike after his transformation into a demon. Just how powerful had he become? What level of practitioner could he contend with? It was simply overwhelming. Had he truly become part of the demon race? Su Huaishio sighed, his emotions a tangled web of complexity, uncertain of what to do next. He stood up, feeling the breeze around him, realizing that the movement brushed against his knees, awakening him to the fact that he was completely bare. Had the transformation into a demon torn his clothes apart? Shaking his head in resignation, he approached Old Qin's lifeless body. Observing the visage of Old Qin, now unrecognizable, he remarked, "Alas, living this long isn't easy. Why did you refuse to heed my warnings? I told you today would be your end." Shaking his head, Su Huaishio turned to the flying sword nearby, his heart swelling with excitement as he recalled its extraordinary nature. He picked it up, but to his dismay, it felt rather mundane in his grasp. Lacking the brilliance it had exhibited before, he then searched Old Qin's body thoroughly, only to find a small cloth pouch at his waist. Is this all he has? Suddenly, a thought struck Su Huaishio. Old Qin had previously summoned the flying sword with a mere tap of this pouch. Could it be? He took it in hand, spreading it open, examining it closely, yet he still could not discern its secrets. Chapter 3. Serving the divine, Su Huaishio stowed the small pouch away, inspiration striking him as he quickly removed Old Qin's clothing. The garments were still relatively intact, albeit stained with blood, but he had no other options. as his own clothes had long since been reduced to tatters. After donning the clothing, Su Huaishio seized Old Chin's flying sword, making a swift slice to sever Old Chin's head, grasping it by the hair as he strode purposefully towards Anning County. Within the city, the second floor of the tavern was enveloped in an eerie silence, with no discussions to be heard. The only sound came from the nobleman, Hu Fei, who had arrived from Jiangzhou. A group of individuals had ordered a lavish spread of food and drink, idly chatting and joking, passing the time as they awaited Old Chin's return with news of Su Huaishio's thrashing. The expressions of County Magistrate Hu and his companions grew increasingly grim, their faces betraying worry as they sat at the table. Li Feiyu had already awakened, having taken several healing pills and felt considerably better. Supported by Li Shuerong as they sat together, the latter, facing Hu Fei's unabashedly flirtatious glances, could only express her frustration and a deep sense of helplessness. All of this stemmed from their lack of power. As for the others, given the earlier display of Old Chin's might in the tavern, where he had unleashed the flying sword, they had all been left trembling in fear, reluctant to speak, the atmosphere thick with trepidation. Zhang Shiya, do you think Su Captain can? County Magistrate Hu sighed deeply, harboring resentment towards Hu Fei's oppressive family, mourning the fact that he lacked sufficient strength to counter it in Jiangzhou. He had initially believed that by dealing with several major sects, he could return in triumph. Yet unexpectedly, Hu Fei had come personally to Anning County to humiliate him publicly, severing his path back to Jiangzhou. The only ally he could rely on now, Su Captain, was likely in grave danger in Anning County. Prior to Hu Fei's arrival, Su Captain might have been capable of asserting dominance, but with Old Chin's presence, he could only cower in a corner. Zhang Shiya merely shook his head, fully aware that Old Chen was, after all, a Foundation establishment cultivator. There was a clear divide between the celestial and mortal realms, a chasm between humans and spirits. A mere mortal daring to challenge the heavens is undoubtedly just courting death. You may shout and rage, but you cannot oppose the celestial will. If the heavens wish to obliterate humanity, there is no need for anger. It is but a mere flick of the fingers. Observing Zhang Shiya's silence only deepens Hu County Magistrate's despair. He turns once more to the taciturn Xian Songhai. Upon their gazes meeting, the latter swiftly averts his eyes. With a faint sigh, Hu County Magistrate understands that in the face of Elder Chen, Xian Songhai has also lost his spirit, too fearful to harbor even the slightest thought of resistance. Sister, this Elder Chen is exceedingly terrifying. Indeed, there are greater beings beyond humans, realms beyond realms. We have been complacent, believing that a 10th grade martial artist was the pinnacle, the ultimate pursuit of us warriors. Little did I know that above the 10th grade, there exists an even higher echelon, a myriad of divine techniques unfolding in terrifying ways. This is the true path a martial artist must tread. Foundation building, but above the 10th grade, foundation building. I wonder if I will ever have the opportunity. Li Feiyu coughed lightly, the pain in his chest still unbearable. While a clot of blood lodged in his throat made even coughing a laborious task, he had considered himself a genius, yet had faced relentless blows over the past few days. Today, witnessing Elder Chen's prowess, he nearly lost his composure, his mind clouded. However, it was through this that he discovered another path, one worthy of a lifetime of pursuit. After a long silence, he lifted his head to see Li Shuerong's face, etched with worry. With a gentle sigh, Li Feiyu realized that Elder Chen's terrifying skills, particularly his mastery of the flying sword technique, were beyond their ability to resist, not to mention the various celestial arts. Su Huaishio might already be dead. Why is he taking so long? What is this Elder Chen up to? He is merely an inconsequential martial artist. It should be as simple as a flick of Elder Chen's finger. Why is it taking so long, making this young master wait in vain? The maid accompanying him picked up chopsticks, offering meat to Hu Fei, who swallowed it in one bite before expressing his dissatisfaction. Young Master Hu, we are well aware of Elder Chen's strength. The people in this tavern are mere lambs to the slaughter, utterly defenseless. It is just a small county town. That Su Captain from earlier seemed passable. But merely passable. Ultimately, he is just a common man in Elder Chen's hands. What difference is there between him and livestock? Elder Chen's arrival in such a trivial place must surely be for amusement. Perhaps Su Captain is now groveling, weeping bitterly. Qin Lang bit into a chicken leg, speaking with a hint of arrogance. Upon hearing Qin Lang's brazen words, the patrons on the second floor seethed with anger. Yet they could only fume silently, afraid to show their discontent, as a mere glance from Qin Lang was enough to intimidate them into submission. What does it mean to kill one upon arrival? Such audacity! Ah, young Master Qin, what do you mean by common folk? Are we not commoners ourselves? The woman referred to as Yu Mei interjected. Sister Yu, one cannot speak in such a manner. While we are indeed mortals, we are not to be compared with those wallowing in the dirt. Even cultivators and immortals serve us, do they not? Ha ha! Qin Lang laughed. Brother Qin speaks wisely. What cultivators and immortals are but a bunch of vain seekers. They possess divine power but often forget their humanity, attempting to exalt themselves as deities. Yet when faced with wealth and power, they descend from the heavens, reverting to their mundane natures, Hu Fei scoffed. Young master who is correct. Even deities are but servants before us. Qin Lang laughed heartily. Humph, the blessings of our ancestors have been squandered by you, lacking reverence for the divine will. You shall inevitably tread the path of ruin. Hu Darren could not help but interject. Uncle Hu, what do the blessings of our ancestors have to do with you? The glory inherited from our forebears is for us to utilize, is it not? As for the deities, do you know why you find yourself in such a trifling place? It is precisely because even the deities refuse to protect you, fearing you not at all look at us. We have tamed these deities, which is why we do not end up like you. What use is your wasted breath here? When Elder Qin returns, bringing back a bruised and battered Su captain, you shall understand whether the divine is to be revered or tamed. Hu Fei declared. Hu Darren was rendered speechless by anger, already envisioning the grim fate awaiting Su captain upon Elder Qin's return. He sighed inwardly, realizing he had condemned Su captain. Had he not been one of his own, perhaps Hu Fei would not have targeted him so mercilessly. Chapter 4. You wish to punish me, Himph? Brother Su will not fail, just wait. The one returning will be Brother Su, and it will be the so-called tame divine who is battered and bruised. Li Shuerong suddenly spoke up, her face a mask of indignation as she defended Su Huaixiu. Initially, she had wished to remain silent, unwilling to witness such vile expressions, yet upon hearing someone speak of her brother Su, she could no longer contain herself, compelled to voice her outrage and uphold justice for Brother Su. Seeing Li Shuerong speak, Hu Fei raised an eyebrow, finding her amusing, akin to a feeble ant crawling before him, flailing its tiny limbs in a futile attempt to express its displeasure. Yet all he saw was her helplessness and frailty. My dear, have I mentioned how beautiful you appear when angry? To be honest, I have spent many years in the Jiang family, encountering numerous beauties, flirtatious women, demure maidens, courtesans of the brothels, and even alluring middle-aged ladies. I have seen many stunning women of noble birth, yet none possess your elegance, akin to a pure lotus or a proud plum blossom amidst the snow. You have captured my heart, and I find myself tempted to indulge in your charms. However, as you can see, it is not quite appropriate, especially since I must soon publicly punish your feeble brother Su. But rest assured, should we return to Jiangzhou, I shall treasure you as the most beloved. Housing you in a golden chamber, how delightful that would be, you shameless wretch, dreaming fancifully. Have you no shame to compare yourself to a toad? Li Shuerong could no longer restrain herself and shouted in anger. Ha ha, how amusing! The more you rage, the happier I become. The more you resist, the more I desire you. I grow ever more devoted to you. If you were to beg for mercy, crawling at my feet and licking my soles, I might just show your brother Su a modicum of mercy. What say you? Hu Fei spoke, his expression twisted, his eyes glinting with a strange and terrifying light. You? Seeking death? Silence! Li Feiyu thundered, seething with rage. Despite his incessant coughing, he struggled to rise, eager to confront this insolent fool. Brother! Li Shuerong's eyes brimmed with tears, her expression a mix of grievance and fury as she clutched Li Feiyu's sleeve. She understood that her brother's advance would only lead to his demise. She could accept her own fate, but she did not wish for her brother to perish because of her. Should Brother Su truly fall victim to this Elder Qin, she had resolved that even if she were to die, she would not let this villain succeed. Instructor Shin, Hu County Magistrate, could not help but voice his growing dissatisfaction as he gazed at Hu Fei. Instructor Shun remained silent, his head bowed. You, sigh. Hu County Magistrate lamented, profoundly disappointed. This was not the Shan he had known, and it left him utterly disheartened. Is that so? How do you intend to punish me? Suddenly, a voice emerged, as if from the depths of the abyss, cold as the most ancient ice, chilling to the bone. The crowd gasped in shocked. Li Shuerong looked up in delight. Brother Su, Captain, who county magistrate also turned in joy. The patrons in the hall hastily turned their gazes toward the staircase. Hu Fei and the others furrowed their brows, an inexplicable sense of foreboding creeping into their hearts. Is that the voice of that Su captain? What is happening? How can he return? Where is Elder Qin? They too could not help but turn to look. Heavy footsteps echoed from the staircase, each thud striking their hearts like a hammer. As a face appeared. The crowd could not suppress their astonished cries. Su Captain, Brother Su. It is truly this brat. Where is Elder Qin? A face devoid of expression, splattered with blood, emerged before them, followed by the gradual reveal of the figure. This is Elder Qin's clothing. Hu Fei and the others were the first to see it, and someone could not help but murmur. Then Su Huaishio entirely appeared at the staircase, standing like a wall. And what he held in his right hand sent chills down their spines. It was a severed head. Elder Qin's head. The head of the so-called foundation building cultivator. How is this possible? Elder Chun, crash. Hu Fei and the others leaped to their feet. Disbelief etched across their faces, unwilling to accept what they had witnessed. What had they seen? A mere mortal, a martial artist, a lowly being they had looked down upon. Yet at this moment, he held the head of a true foundation-building cultivator. How could this be? How could Elder Qin be slain by this brat? It was utterly absurd. Hu Fei's eyes were fixated on the lifeless head in Su Huaishio's grip, its eyes tightly shut, devoid of any warmth or sound. Qin Lang could not help but swallow hard. The woman known as Rain's sister possessed a petite mouth that seemed disproportionately large, leaving one in disbelief. Brother Su? You are unharmed, Li Shuerong exclaimed in delight, tears streaming down her cheeks, her long-suspended heart finally at ease as she could not help but weep for joy. That I am fine. Su Huaishio responded with a smile. This revelation left Li Feiyu in a state of shock. A dignified cultivator in the foundation establishment stage, a figure who had effortlessly defeated him like a deity, had actually been slain by Su Huaishio. He could not help but ponder the depths of Su Huaishio's power. At that moment, she seemed an enigma. This realization only deepened his astonishment and despair. If only he could attain such strength. Captain Su, you have returned, and you are unscathed. Old Qin, ha ha ha, you have slain him. Excellent, excellent, Captain Su, you truly are formidable. The prefect who had initially doubted Su Huaishio's voice, found it hard to believe given the stark disparity between her strength and that of Old Qin, which rendered survival a mere sliver of hope. Yet, he was taken aback to see her return alive, bearing the severed head of Old Qin. Did she truly kill him? The initial shock swiftly morphed into ecstatic jubilation. A feeling of elation that surged within him, especially as he observed the incredulous and somewhat pallid faces of Hu Fei and the others, which only added to his secret delight, allowing him to bask in the moment. Zhang Shirya's eyes widened in surprise. The normally stoic Shan Songhai turned his head. Upon seeing Old Qin's head, his expression froze, unable to regain composure. He then lifted his gaze, fixing Su Huaishio with an intense stare, as if seeking to glean some hidden truth from her countenance. Suddenly, with a swift motion, Su Huaishio flung Old Qin's head, which landed with a thud at Hu Fei's feet, rolling ominously towards them. Their gazes fell upon it, the closed eyes appearing to glare back at them. Chapter 5. Return to the Jiang family. Hu Fei screamed, instinctively stumbling backward and colliding with several chairs, dropping to the ground. Breathless and pale, Qin Lang and Hu Yu mirrored his reaction, their faces ashen from the fright. Weren't you demanding I kneel and beg for mercy? Su Huaishio spoke softly, her bloodied figure even more terrifying. Hu Fei's heart raced. The head of Old Qin lay before him, leaving him no room for disbelief. Yet, he could not fathom how a mere mortal could slay a cultivator like Old Qin. A reality that seemed utterly inconceivable. Captain Su, do you realize whom you have slain? Hu Fei shrieked in terror. Oh? Who? An old man. Su Huaishio raised an eyebrow. He was a retainer of our Jiang family, a cultivator in the foundation establishment stage. You have killed Old Qin, and if this news reaches the Jiang family, Both you and your friends and family will face dire consequences, Hu Fei threatened ominously. Consequences? Su Huaishou nodded, her gaze shifting coldly, laced with menace. Tell me, if you and your companions were to perish, would the Jiang family be aware? You intend to kill us. You must not be familiar with the Jiang family. To offend us is to invite ruin, and even if you escape the Great Spirit Nation, the Jiang family possesses the means to ensure your demise. If you kill us here, the Jiang family will trace it back to you. Do not delude yourself, Hu Tu. Tell him what the Jiang family truly represents. Impart to him that this world is not one where anyone can casually insult the Jiang family. Those who do not hold the Jiang family in reverence do not live long. Hu Fei rapidly fired off his words, attempting to intimidate Su Huaishou. However, Hu Tu merely snorted disdainfully, choosing not to respond. Hu Fei, you traitor. You wish to aid an outsider. Do you not desire to return to Jiangzhou? Are you not afraid of my father's wrath and punishment? Hu Fei bellowed. The prefect who found himself torn. He certainly wished to return to Jiangzhou, otherwise he would not have engaged in such schemes. Yet, despite Hu Fei being his nephew, he harbored no affection for him, especially after enduring numerous insults. However, if Hu Fei were to perish, he feared he would not only be unable to return to Jiangzhou but would also jeopardize his own safety. Captain Su, I believe it would be prudent to let this matter rest. The Jiang family possesses significant influence and deep roots in Jiangzhou. If we truly harm these individuals, it could lead to insurmountable difficulties. Prefect Hu advised, Captain Su, Old Shan has been killed. Perhaps it would be best to spare these individuals. The words of the magistrate are wise. The Jiang family is not one to be trifled with. Zhang Shirya added, aligning himself with Prefect Hu. You see, although Old Shan is dead, a servant is still but a servant. Thus, if you kneel and beg for mercy, I will return to Jiangzhou and ensure that your family is not informed. Allowing you to escape unscathed, Hu Fei declared, rising once more with a hint of arrogance. Spare you? Ha! How could that be? Once I return to the Jiang family, I will undoubtedly dispatch experts to hunt you down. Su Huaishou merely smiled faintly before continuing, Hu Darren, I must apologize, but since I have already slain Old Chun, I have irrevocably offended the Jiang family. I shall relinquish my position as captain, and our paths will diverge from here on. As for these individuals, very well, I shall grant Hu Darren a favor and let them go. Depart. Ah, Captain Su, why must you be so hasty? Prefect Hu lamented, feeling regretful at Su Huaishou's decision to resign. A person capable of defeating a cultivator in the Foundation establishment stage was of immense value, and having her as his captain would provide significant support. Hu Darren, please do not insist. These Jiang family members are. After all, your kin. I shall let them go. What? You will let us go? I see you are frightened. I doubt you possess the courage to offend the Jiang family. Either you kneel and admit your mistake, or I shall take this beauty with me. Otherwise, the Jiang family will not spare you. Hu Fei sneered. Foolish. Prefect Hu inwardly cursed, wondering how someone from the Jiang family could be so dim-witted. If you do not leave now, you will regret it. Do you truly think everyone fears the Jiang family? Not everyone is aware of their vast power and influence. Why would they tremble before them? Oh, since you refuse to depart, then perish. Su Huaishou's expression turned icy as she brandished her flying sword toward them. We are leaving. Just as the sword was about to strike Hu Fei, he hastily called out, Humph! Su Huaishou scoffed, retracting her sword. Begone! In an instant, the group scrambled away, hastily boarding a carriage and fleeing from Anning County. Prefect Hu approached Su Huaishou, saying, Captain Su, you have truly caused me great concern. However, I never expected that even Old Chan would fall to your prowess. Which is indeed remarkable. I owe you my gratitude. Without your help, returning to Jiangzhou would have been exceedingly difficult. Su Huaishou shook her head. Hu Darren, I will no longer serve as the county's captain. Ah, Captain Su, please reconsider. I can escort you back to Jiangzhou. Once within its borders, Hu Fei will not dare to act recklessly. The Jiang family has others who will keep an eye on him. The Jiang family is not solely governed by their branch. Rest assured, if you accompany me back to Jiangzhou, I will promise you ample resources for cultivation. The Jiang family is vast, and we possess numerous rare treasures. What say you? Prefect Hu, reluctant to let go of someone so profoundly skilled and promising, made his appeal in hopes of changing Su Huaishou's mind. No, thank you for your kindness, Hu Darren, but they have departed. and the monsters will be dealt with. I have matters to attend to at home, so I must take my leave. Su Huaishou replied before turning to assist Li Feiyu. As they exited the tavern, they made their way toward the Iron Fist sect. Li Feiyu, curious, inquired, Huaishou, what exactly is this foundation establishment stage that old Qin mentioned? Seeing his interest, Su Huaishou opted to share what she knew. As Li Feiyu learned that one could ascend to immortality in this world through specialized cultivation methods. He was taken aback. The more Su Huaishou elaborated on stages such as foundation establishment, Dan formation, and spirit transformation, the more his aspirations grew. I wonder if I possess a spiritual root. If I could embark on this path of immortality, my journey through this world would not be in vain. Li Feiyu mused. Enough, we have arrived. I must take my leave now. Feiyu, ensure you recuperate well at home and take care of your health. With that, Su Huaishou turned to leave. Li Shuerong wanted to call out but found herself at a loss for words, ultimately remaining silent. Su Huaishou hurried home, seeking out Xiao Qian. What is it, Brother Su? Chapter 6. You protect me, Xiao Qian. Brother Su requires your assistance with a matter. What is it, Brother Su? Half an hour ago, a pair of carriages departed from Anning County. Your speed is swift. Pursue them and leave traces along the way. I will follow behind. I understand, Brother Su. Let us set off now. Under the cover of night, the two swiftly exited the city. Xiao Qian, moving with remarkable speed, transformed into a streak of crimson mist and vanished. Su Huaishou closely followed, though in mere moments, she was out of sight. Fortunately, Xiao Qian left behind ample traces of blood on the path for Su Huaishou to follow. Curse it! How dare they kill me and humiliate me in such a manner? Su Huaishou, is it? If I do not repay this grudge, I, Hu Fei, shall write my name backward. Inside the carriage, Hu Fei shouted in furious anger. Especially on this occasion, he had come with the intent to humiliate that unfortunate fellow, Hu Tu, bringing along only Elder Chen. Though his dismay, this Elder Chen proved utterly useless, being slain by an ordinary person, causing him to lose face and endure humiliation. Bah! What kind of foundation-building cultivator are they? At such an advanced age, they remain at this realm. A true waste. No wonder in our Jiang family, they are merely a lowly guard. If it weren't for my father's fear of me causing trouble, preventing me from bringing other guards along, I would have taken you out myself. Truly unfortunate. Ah, young master Hu, do not be enraged. We must surely avenge this wrong. It is solely the fault of this inept Elder Chen. Once we return to Jiangzhou, we shall dispatch powerful cultivators from our family to capture this individual and humiliate him thoroughly, ensuring he regrets his actions and finds himself unable to live or die. Qin Lang added, seething with rage. But it is not just that brat. There is also that beauty. I sense she harbors some feelings for him. We shall toy with her in front of him, and I am certain he will be tormented beyond measure. Hu Fei laughed heartily. Cousin, you must not kill him. He is someone I value greatly. Even if you indeed, Brother Monkey, it seems that when I transform into a demon, my consciousness is rather unclear, rendering me unable to control my body. After all, it is your first transformation into a demon. Experiencing such a condition is quite normal, and it will gradually improve in time. Now, I shall impart to you the divine demon reversal technique, which will facilitate your future cultivation. I will teach you, according to the cultivation realms of the human race. Very well, Brother Monkey. As he extended a finger, Su Huaishou immediately felt a surge of information within his mind, which was none other than the divine demon reversal technique. He promptly began to cultivate according to this technique. This method was evidently not an ordinary one. It was immensely powerful, with a remarkably swift circulation and absorption of vital energy. As Su Huaishou immersed himself in his practice, time slipped away imperceptibly. When he finally opened his eyes, he was greeted by the first light of dawn breaking across the heavens, golden rays cascading upon him. After this night, he seemed to have undergone a transformation, exuding an ethereal aura, akin to that of an immortal. Gazing to the side, he found that Brother Monkey had already vanished. From his sleeve, he retrieved the small pouch he had obtained from Elder Chen. With a sudden surge of consciousness, he directed his spirit into the pouch, only to encounter an obstruction. This must be Elder Chen's spiritual mark. However, as the owner had perished, the residual consciousness was feeble. With a slight exertion, he broke through this barrier, gaining complete control over the pouch. Upon entering, he discovered that this small pouch contained another realm, a grayish expanse, with an open space of about 10 cubic units at its center, serving as a storage bag. Scattered about were various odds and ends, evidently representing Elder Chen's entire wealth. With a thought, these items instantly appeared before Su Huaishio: a wooden tablet, several wooden boxes filled with gold and silver trinkets, a dozen talismans, 5 or 6 small white porcelain vials, 8 small flags, and a jade slip. Su Huaishio examined each item in turn. The wooden tablet bore the inscription Qingyun Sect. The symbols on the talismans were unfamiliar to him, but the vials bore names of elixirs: revitalizing pill, concentration pill, and spirit recovery pill. As Su Huaishio's consciousness entered the jade slip, a stream of information flooded in. It contained the method for crafting talismans. With a surge of excitement, he swiftly placed all these items back into the storage pouch, which he then secured to his waist. Stretching leisurely, Su Huaishio smiled, astonished that since acquiring the Lingyuan true power, although he could not yet utilize it, he had been continuously absorbing it. Now, having cultivated the divine demon reversal technique, he realized he had reached the mid-stage of foundation establishment and, moreover, as an immortal foundation establishment. The stages of foundation establishment are categorized into early, mid, late, and perfection stages. Aside from the ranks, there are also distinctions of strength within foundation establishment: human foundation, emperor foundation, spirit foundation, and immortal foundation. Among these, human foundation is the most common. Once ordinary Qi refinement practitioners establish their foundation, they generally attain human foundation, the weakest form, which extends their lifespan by 200 years. In contrast, Emperor Foundation surpasses human foundation in strength, necessitating the power of the Emperor during establishment, which is further divided into 9 levels, extending lifespan by 300 years and enhancing strength. As for Spirit Foundation, it requires the power of the Heavenly Tao, and one must achieve 9 levels of Emperor Foundation to obtain a fragment of Heavenly Tao power to transition into Spirit Foundation, extending lifespan by 500 years. As for Immortal Foundation, it exists only in legends, said to be the reincarnation of a celestial being, possessing a naturally potent body, who upon establishing their foundation becomes an Immortal Foundation practitioner. As for why he had attained Immortal Foundation, Su Huaishio surmised it was due to the divine demon reversal technique, which was inherently extraordinary, or perhaps linked to his cultivation of the Lingyuan technique, causing a transformation in his physique, considering that his body was, in essence, that of a demon. But of course, these were merely his speculations. The exact reasons remained unclear. Nevertheless, such details were of little consequence. What mattered most was that he now understood the distinction between the celestial and the mundane. This was the essence of a practitioner, a formidable being in the foundation establishment stage. When the divine demon reversal technique fully completed his foundation establishment, he realized that his body had undergone a transformation, a metamorphosis from the mundane to the immortal. He instinctively sensed the length of his lifespan. He could live for at least another 1,000 years. This implied he had ample time for cultivation. While ordinary foundation practitioners might perish after 200 years without advancing to the next realm, he had a millennium at his disposal. This was the power of Immortal Foundation. Moreover, upon achieving foundation establishment, his consciousness expanded, forming a sea of awareness within his mind, granting him boundless uses of spiritual perception. With this perception, he could visualize everything within several kilometers around him, including sounds, as if he possessed moving eyes. Rising to his feet, Su Huaishio retrieved Elder Chen's flying sword, quickly infiltrating it with his consciousness, erasing Elder Chen's mark and leaving his own. With a mere thought, the sword floated into the air, gracefully dancing about him. With a leap, Su Huaishio stood upon the sword. "Let us depart." Whoosh! Instantly, the sword soared into the sky, slicing through the air. Initially, he felt unsteady, fearful of falling. However, he soon acclimated, maneuvering with ease and increasing speed. The sword's swift flight caused the winds on either side to cut like blades against his face. Recalling some techniques from the divine demon reversal technique pertaining to the manipulation of vital energy, he swiftly formed a hand seal, enveloping himself in a transparent protective barrier, rendering him impervious to the biting winds. The flying sword sped onward, and in a brief moment, Su Huaishio sensed familiarity. Lowering his gaze, he realized, was this not Anning Village? He had unexpectedly arrived at the village. He quickly formed an invisibility spell. In an instant, his form became translucent as he guided the flying sword to land within the village. With a thought, the sword vanished, having been stored away. The village was alive with smoke curling upward, with families preparing meals and villagers laboring in the fields, while a few chatted near the village entrance. At that moment, he passed by, yet no one noticed his presence, transitioning from the mundane to the immortal. This transformation, along with the elevation of his mindset, imbued Su Huaishou with a sense of surreal detachment upon returning to the village. Ahead lay the Li residence, as Su Huaishou strode boldly through the grand entrance. The entirety of the Li residence unfolded in his mind. "You little wretch, is this how you wash clothes? I've told you countless times. You're just asking for a beating. I'll teach you a lesson." In the back courtyard, Lin Sanyao was scolding the maid responsible for laundry, a rattan switch poised to strike. Suddenly, a stone struck Lin Sanyao's leg, sending her tumbling to the ground, rolling down the steps. "Ouch! What is happening? It hurts. Where's everyone? Help me up!" Lin Sanyao wailed, clutching her leg in agony, while several maids exchanged mocking glances. After enduring a lengthy bout of her cries, they finally approached to assist her. Su Huaishou chuckled. That blow had indeed injured Lin Sanyao's bones. She wouldn't be able to rise for at least 3 to 4 months, and even when she did, she would likely carry a limp, leaving one to wonder if she could ever amend her arrogant disposition. Entering the main hall, he found Li Yuanwei leisurely seated in a grand chair, a pot of fine tea resting on a nearby table. With eyes closed, he occasionally murmured a line or two of a traditional opera. Li Feiyu had recently become the new leader of the Iron Fist faction, the foremost power in Anning County. So it was no surprise that Li Yuanwei appeared at ease. "Li Yuanwei." Su Huaishou called softly. Li Yuanwei's eyes snapped open, only to find himself alone in the room. No one else was present. Did I just imagine that? Did I hear Su Huaishou's voice calling me? "Li Yuanwei." Su Huaishou called again. Bang. Startled, Li Yuanwei sprang to his feet, a chill coursing through him. His hand accidentally brushed against a teacup, sending it crashing to the ground in shards. "Su Huaishou?" Li Yuanwei swallowed hard. "Do not be afraid. I am right before you." Su Huaishou reassured him. Li Yuanwei trembled, a cold wave washing over him from his feet. "Su Huaishou, have you died? I hold no enmity towards you." Li Yuanwei, misunderstandings abound. "I am very much alive. Tell me, how is my sister faring?" "Brother Su, I assure you, I have taken great care of your sister. Not only is her rent completely waived, but should anyone in the village bully her, the Li residents will intervene. We even procure pork from Jiang the butcher daily, ensuring he treats your sister well. Otherwise, he would cease to receive our business." Li Yuanwei hastily explained. Li Yuanwei has shown great kindness. These are some gold and silver, along with a vial of elixir, which, when consumed, can invigorate the body and may even extend one's lifespan. Consider this a token of gratitude. In the future, I must rely on you, Li Yuanwei, to continue looking after my sister. As soon as the words left his mouth, several money bags appeared on the table beside Li Yuanwei, filled with enough silver ingots to amount to at least several thousand taels, accompanied by a small porcelain vial. Li Yuanwei was momentarily taken aback and swallowed hard. How could these things have materialized out of thin air? Yes, Su brother. Rest assured, I will certainly continue to care for your sister. But these gifts, there is no need for them. As someone who works for Su brother, how could I ask for anything in return? Yet, after a lengthy silence, the room remained quiet. Has he left? Li Yuanwei sank back onto his chair, clutching the money bags and porcelain vial, feeling a sense of unreality. Head of the household, is the pork from the Li family ready? Su Xiaojiao sat on a long bench in the courtyard, watching Jiang the butcher who was busy slaughtering pigs nearby. Almost done, almost done, Jiang the butcher replied amiably, lacking his usual temper. Su Xiaojiao observed this scene, recalling how, for some unknown reason, the Li family had suddenly begun purchasing a considerable amount of pork from them daily, even sternly admonishing her husband that if he dared to mistreat her, they would cease their purchases. Now, most of the work was handled by the butcher, leaving her with a sense of leisure that felt somewhat unfamiliar. She understood, her current situation was entirely due to her brother. Yet, Chapter 9. Late-stage foundation establishment. Her brother had gone to Anning County, and would likely no longer pay her any mind. Was she, as an older sister, too timid, merely compliant with her husband's wishes? At the entrance, a figure quietly turned away, a slender flying sword appearing beneath their feet before soaring into the sky. Su Xiaojiao abruptly glanced toward the entrance, as if someone had just been standing there. Yet found no one. Anning village gradually receded beneath her, and Su Huaishio withdrew his gaze from his sister's figure below. In this life, his familial ties were severed. He felt he had done right by his sister in this lifetime. In the future, the realms of immortals and mortals would be distinct, and their fates would no longer intertwine. The Mortal Foundation grants a lifespan of 200 years. The Immortal Foundation bestows a lifespan of over 1,000 years. Such earthly ties were destined to fade from him. Upon returning to Anning County, Xiao Qian stood at the door, peering out eagerly, resembling a waiting wife anticipating her husband's return. As the flying sword vanished, Su Huaishio lightly touched down, dispelling his invisibility, and smiled. Xiao Qian, were you waiting for me? Xiao Qian turned around, her surprise evident upon seeing Su Huaishio, though confusion flickered across her face. Su Degu, why did you suddenly appear? Haha, just a little sleight of hand, Su Huaishio chuckled. Xiao Qian, I wish to venture out and see the world beyond. Would you like to join me, or would you prefer to remain in Anning County? Su Huaishio's expression turned serious. This decision came after much contemplation. Anning County felt too small, and the city even smaller. It resembled a deep well, where looking up only revealed a sky the size of the well's mouth. He yearned to tread further along the path of cultivation, requiring a broader world to explore. Otherwise, he would merely be gazing at the sky from the confines of the well, unable to ascend. Moreover, he was now a cultivator at the Foundation establishment stage, possessing some ability for self-defense. In Anning County, he was essentially invincible. Su Degu, wherever you go, I shall follow. Wherever Su Degu is, there is Xiao Qian. She promptly replied, her face earnest. Su Huaishio smiled slightly and nodded. Very well, then we shall depart in a couple of days. Whoosh. In the skies above, 8 or 9 figures rode their flying swords at great speed. These figures were all men, clad in identical black robes adorned with a character for Hu. They were members of the Hu family's middle grade guards. The Hu family's guards were divided into lower grade, middle grade, upper grade, and heavenly grade, with significant differences in cultivation levels between each rank. Following the assassination of the Hu family's young master, with the death talisman shattered, Hu Nantian was enraged and promptly dispatched several middle-grade guards and 1 upper-grade guard to Anning County. Determined to find the perpetrator who had killed Hu Fei and bring them before Hu Nantian for retribution. First guard, look below. One of the middle-grade guards shouted to the leading upper-grade guard. Pointing downward, Hu Tian glanced down and was taken aback to see a convoy of horse-drawn carts halted in place, surrounded by several lifeless figures, most likely corpses. The most alarming detail was that the carts bore the insignia of the Jiang family. They were not far from Anning County, and it was evidently the cart belonging to the young master who Hu Tian's expression darkened immediately, and the flying sword shot downwards. Descend? Yes. The group landed and began their inspection. Confirming their suspicions, the convoy indeed belonged to Hu Fei, but what troubled them was that none of the bodies remained intact. They had all turned into desiccated corpses. First guard, this is the body of young master Hu, announced one of the middle-grade guards. Hu Tian nodded, his face ashen. All the bodies have turned into dried corpses. This must be the work of some evil demonic cultivators. Such cruelty, to extract all their essence. First guard, if the family head learns that young master's body has turned into a dried corpse, he will surely fly into a rage, said the middle-grade guard. Yes, take young master Hu's body. We must quickly find the murderer responsible for his death and present them to the family head to resolve this matter. Otherwise, if the family head only sees the young master's corpse in such a state, we too will be implicated. First guard, what about the other corpses? Humph, a bunch of lowly servants' corpses. Do you also wish to bring them? No, first guard, of course not. However, there are also the bodies of a young master from the Qin family and Miss Hu Yu among them. A distant relative and a Qin family young master, nothing significant. We only need to take the young master's body. Let us hurry to Anning County. Perhaps the murderer has not yet fled. Yes. One of the middle-grade guards tore a piece of cloth from the cart and wrapped Hu Fei's body, slinging it over his back. Then, the group mounted their flying swords and swiftly made their way to Anning County. Within the county office, Hu County magistrate's mood remained troubled. Although Hu Fei and the others had departed, and the court's commendation remained in his hands, he feared that upon returning to Jiangzhou, he might face difficulties. Zhang Shirya remarked, "My lord, you seem worried. Are you still concerned about young Master Hu?" "Indeed." Hu County Magistrate nodded. "I wonder what troubles await me upon returning to Jiangzhou. Having an extra ally would bring more assurance. It is a pity that Captain Su insists on leaving the county office. I feel it is a missed opportunity. Even old Chun cannot match Captain Su's prowess, indicating the latter's strength and talent. If I could secure him, even returning to Jiangzhou would be far less worrisome. My lord, Captain Su's cultivation in a small place like Anning County shows remarkable talent. Such talent would stand out even among the prominent families and sections. It is truly regrettable that he cannot serve you. Individuals of such talent often possess a certain pride. I sense Captain Su is not one to remain beneath others for long. Moreover, he has offended young Master Hu. So there is no need for you to worry. Of course, it would be wise to cultivate a good relationship. Should Captain Su carve out his own path in the future, he might lend you a hand. You raise a valid point. I have indeed been hasty. Hu County Magistrate nodded, realizing his impatience stemmed from years of suppression by the Hu family in Jiangzhou. Thus, he longed for a power of his own. And Su Huaishio had fortuitously appeared before him. It was merely a matter of fate. Suddenly, several streaks of light flashed, and several figures appeared in the hall. Hu Tian and his group, Hu County Magistrate and Zhang Shirya, were startled. Just as they prepared to call for the guards in the courtyard, they recognized the faces of the figures and breathed a sigh of relief, only to feel alarmed again. Why had they come? Second Master Hu Tian raised his hand. Long time no see. While the greeting seemed courteous, Hu Tian's expression showed no trace of warmth, as if the pleasantries were mere formalities. The two exchanged glances, and Hu County Magistrate's mind raced as he replied with a smile. What a rare visitor. What brings you, Guard Hu, to Anning County? Are you here to seek me? Guard Hu surveyed his surroundings, assessing the decor of the county office, while his consciousness quickly swept through the entire premises before he spoke with an indifferent expression. Second Master Hu is jesting. I am here on official business. Not to seek you. Under your brother's orders? Hu County Magistrate inquired, extending his hand to invite Hu Tian to sit, then gesturing for Zhang Shirya to pour some tea. Second Master Hu, you need not trouble yourself. Given the current situation, I have little inclination for tea. Hu Tian waved his hand. Something has happened? Chapter 10. The origins and developments in the heart of Hu County Magistrate. A storm of contemplation brewed, leaving him momentarily perplexed. Could it be that the Hu family in Jiangzhou had encountered a calamity, or was it something pertaining to himself? It was indeed curious that Hu Tian, a distinguished first-class guard, had appeared here. The Hu family maintained a rigorous hierarchy among their guards. The lower-tier guards typically possessed foundational cultivation at its nascent stage, while the mid-tier guards were at the intermediate stage. As for the first-class guards, they were at the advanced stage of foundational cultivation, with the elite guards requiring a consummate mastery of the foundational realm to gain entry. Hu Tian, being an advanced stage cultivator, was reputed to have lingered at this level for several years, standing just a step away from achieving perfection in foundational cultivation and breaking into the Dan realm. Such a formidable figure would not ordinarily be dispatched under trivial circumstances. The fact that even a first-class guard like him had been sent out, accompanied by several mid-tier guards, signified that a grave situation had arisen, one that was exceedingly delicate. Magistrate Hu pondered the matter at hand. Uncertain of the nature of Hu Tian's visit, if there is any way I can assist you, please do not hesitate to inform me. Although I have only been in Anning County for a few years, I believe I can still be of some service. Oh? Hu Tian nodded, his gaze fixed intently upon Magistrate Hu, as if weighing and assessing him. Then he uttered a statement that sent a chill down the magistrate's spine, nearly causing the tea in his hand to spill. What? Hu Fei is dead. Indeed, he was genuinely taken aback. How could Hu Fei have met his demise? Just yesterday, Hu Fei had departed Anning County for Jiangzhou. Yet today, several mid-tier guards had appeared in Anning County, in a wonder. Otherwise, they would not have dispatched a powerful figure like Hu Tian. So, you mean to say that Second Master Hu is unaware of this? Hu Tian squinted, closely observing the magistrate's expression, eager to glean any insight from his countenance. Unfortunately, the surprise etched upon the magistrate's face seemed genuine, as if he had indeed not received the news of Hu Gongzi's passing. Otherwise, he would not display such astonishment. Magistrate Hu's heart raced, grappling with the implications of Hu Fei's death. Even if he was not directly involved, Hu Fei had come to Anning County with intentions directed at him. Now, mere moments after leaving the county, he had perished just outside its borders. Tio claimed that it bore no relation to him would be implausible. At this moment, he felt a profound sense of urgency. If this matter were not handled properly, returning to Jiangzhou to face Hu Nantian could become an arduous endeavor. Magistrate Hu hastily clarified, his complexion paling, Hu Shouwei, I truly did not know of this. I witnessed Hu Fei leaving the city yesterday, and I had thought he would return home in a few days. I never expected such an unforeseen incident. What exactly transpired? Hu Tian's voice turned frigid. Yesterday, within the ancestral hall, a servant witnessed the young master's nameplate shatter before his very eyes, signifying his death at the hands of another. The family head dispatched us to Anning County overnight. Just moments ago, we discovered the body of Hu Gongzi a little over 10 kilometers. Hu Tian nodded and continued to follow. Zhang Shiya quickened his pace, feeling a growing sense of panic within him. Thus abandoning his previous leisurely demeanor, he was eager to escort Hu Tian to Iron Fist Gate, wishing to rid himself of the ominous presence as swiftly as possible. Originally, they had about 15 minutes left, but they arrived in just a mere 7.5. Outside the Iron Fist Gate, several disciples stood guard. Zhang Shiya halted his steps, exclaiming, Hu Shouwei, this is Iron Fist Gate. Hu Tian stopped, casting a glance at the plaque emblazoned with the words Iron Fist Gate. He couldn't help but let out a soft scoff, his face betraying disdain, a sentiment echoed by the other intermediate guards accompanying him. The disciples at the gate, initially inclined to inquire about the group's presence, were unable to contain themselves upon witnessing Hu Tian's expression, and one of them barked, Who are you? Do you not know this is Iron Fist Gate? What does that expression mean? Do you look down upon us? You certainly have some audacity to come here and act recklessly. While my temper is still in check, you'd best get lost. An insignificant insect seeking death. With a cold huff, Hu Tian unleashed an overwhelming aura that descended upon the disciple, who immediately collapsed to his knees. His eyes widened in shock, veins bulging on his neck and forehead, blood streaming from his 7 orifices as he fell lifelessly to the ground, his eyes wide open yet devoid of life. The remaining Iron Fist disciples were utterly dumbfounded, completely at a loss as to how their comrade had perished, with the only plausible explanation being the man before them. After all, it was after Hu Tian's words that their companion had lost his life. They gazed at Hu Tian with a mix of horror and disbelief. Zhang Shiya was equally unnerved, his mind increasingly filled with dread. This was the power of a cultivator. Slaughtering ordinary people was as effortless as killing a chicken. No, even easier, Zhang Shiya hastily commanded. Where is your leader? Quickly summon your leader. There is no need for that. We shall enter directly, Hu Tian replied coldly, leading the intermediate guards forward, intending to push the door open. The disciples of Iron Fist Gate hesitated, unsure whether to obstruct them or not. But in that moment of uncertainty, bang, 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 several disciples fell one after another, blood streaming from their orifices as they met a swift demise, instantly staining the stone floor crimson. Zhang Shiya followed them inside, sighing at the bloody scene before him, and proceeded onward. Upon entering, Hu Tian made a swift motion, grasping a disciple of Iron Fist Gate by the throat, demanding, Where is your leader? Seeing this, the surrounding disciples rushed forward, attempting to intervene. One of the intermediate guards behind Hu Tian extended his arm, and a flying sword appeared before him with a cold smile, shooting forth in an instant. Let me handle this. With a series of swift strikes, the flying sword sliced through the air as if it were in an uninhabited realm, decapitating the disciples with ease, leaving them utterly defenseless. The courtyard echoed with the sounds of their anguished cries. The remaining disciples, witnessing this, immediately lost their courage and scattered in fear, but the flying sword pursued them relentlessly, claiming one life after another. In the main hall, Li Feiyu suddenly lifted his head, faintly hearing the screams, and his brow furrowed as he shouted, What is happening? At that moment, several disciples stumbled in, faces etched with panic and confusion. Their eyes filled with sheer terror. Leader! Leader! Li Feiyu rushed forward, asking urgently, What is wrong? Leader, several strangers have barged in from outside. They are terrifying, and we are no match for them whatsoever. They demand to see you. Yet they kill without hesitation. We have already lost many disciples. One disciple lamented, Unmatched, Li Feiyu's expression turned grave as he recalled the terrifying figure of old Chun from the tavern. Could it be the same individuals? He swiftly made his way outside. "Brother," Li Shuerong called out, hurrying to follow him. Li Feiyu turned, his face serious. "Sister, you must wait here. No, go find Huai Xiao. The intruders may not have good intentions. They are likely cultivators, and we are no match for them. Since they seek me, I shall stay here to confront them. You must hurry and find Huai Xiao." "No, brother, it's dangerous for you to stay here. I want to be with you." "I do not wish to part," Li Shuerong insisted anxiously. "Sister, I am now the leader of Iron Fist Gate. How can I abandon the many disciples? You must quickly find Huai Xiao. There may still be a glimmer of hope. And you can return to rescue me. Go now. Do not act impulsively," Li Feiyu urged. Upon hearing this, although Li Shuerong remained worried and reluctant to leave, she had no choice but to comply. She quickly instructed him once more and hastened away to seek Su Huai Xiao. Li Feiyu fell silent for a moment, whispering, "Huai Xiao, I hope you understand my intent. If the enemy proves too formidable for you, do not come back. Take my sister and flee." He then turned to head toward the front courtyard. Upon reaching the courtyard, Li Feiyu was met with a horrifying sight. The scene was utterly grotesque. It had transformed into a hellish battleground, strewn with the bodies of slain disciples, blood flowing like a river, leaving no clean spot in sight. What chilled him further was the flying sword that continued its massacre of the disciples. Indeed, cultivators. The 7 or 8 individuals clad in matching attire were evidently cultivators. Who? He noticed the character Zhang inscribed on their clothing, and his heart sank. Could they be from the Hu family? That Hu Fei was indeed no good. Harboring vengeance, had he sent people to slaughter them? He felt a sense of relief that his sister had left. She must not return. "Stop!" Li Feiyu bellowed. The flying sword, in the midst of claiming lives, abruptly halted, and the assailants turned their gazes toward him. Li Feiyu's expression hardened as he stated coldly, "You are seeking me, and here I am. My disciples are innocent. I implore you to show mercy and refrain from attacking those who are defenseless." No sooner had he finished speaking than, poof, the flying sword resumed its deadly dance, resulting in the tragic demise of the remaining disciples. "You?" Li Feiyu's eyes widened in fury, his chest heaving with rage. Hu Tian, scanning the scene, chuckled coldly, "You are Li Feiyu, the leader of Iron Fist Gate. You are from the Hu family, I see. You are also a cultivator, yet that Hu family scion is merely an ordinary person. And you are but a lapdog. Is it that the Hu family wields too much power? Or is it that you are inherently gifted at being a dog?" Li Feiyu retorted. Poof! In an instant, the flying sword struck, severing Li Feiyu's arm. Ah, so swift! Li Feiyu barely had time to react before his left arm was lopped off, blood gushing from the wound as excruciating pain surged through him, forcing a cry of agony from his lips as he collapsed to the ground. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he quickly pressed on his shoulder to seal the wound, stemming the flow of blood. His complexion turned pale, his lips devoid of color, and he felt lightheaded. "Humph! An insignificant insect dares to speak insolently. This is the price of your insolence." Hu Tian sneered. "You, a useless being, clearly could not have been the one to slay the scion. It seems I have mistaken you for someone else." Hu Tian shook his head dismissively. Li Feiyu, regaining his composure, laughed. "That Hu Fei is dead. Good riddance. He deserved it. Wicked men like him belong in the depths of hell." Hu Tian's brow furrowed. Zhang Shiya stepped forward. "Hu Shouwei, since they are not the ones from Iron Fist Gate, shall we take our leave?" Are you instructing me on what to do?" Hu Tian turned his icy gaze on Zhang Shiya. Zhang Shiya felt a chill run down his spine, drenched in cold sweat as he quickly replied, No, Hu Shouwei, you misunderstand. I would never presume to instruct you. It is just that such insignificant insects are not worth your effort." "Humph! Had you not been a dog beside Hu Eryi, you would have already met your demise for that remark. Remember, you are merely here to guide. Refrain from unnecessary words, or I shall show you no mercy. As for this mere insect, crushing it is of little consequence. Since the disciples have mostly been dealt with, leaving behind a crippled remnant serves no purpose." As soon as Hu Tian finished speaking, he waved his hand, and the flying sword obeyed, charging again towards Li Feiyu, intent on finally ending his life. Just then, Another sword suddenly intercepted the flying sword, a figure standing protectively in front of Li Feiyu. Hu Tian looked on, somewhat astonished, at the person who had just blocked the strike. Shan Songhai. Zhang Shiya also expressed surprise, exclaiming, "Shun instructor!" Shan Songhai raised his head, letting down his trembling arm from blocking the flying sword, and looked at Hu Tian with a cold gaze, as if regarding an insect, offering a wry smile. "What a nuisance! Must I face you?" "What?" Hu Tian frowned, then scoffed, "Shun Songhai? You think you have the qualifications to stand against me? Are you attempting to stop a chariot with a mantis? Do not presume that just because you have a commendable grandfather, I would hesitate to take action against you. That old man is not worthy of my regard. What is your purpose standing before this ant? Are you opposing me, or the Hu family, or perhaps the family head?" Shan Songhai smiled faintly, an inexplicable sense of ease washing over his countenance. "Hu Shouwei, after all, is merely an innocent party, is he not? The one who killed young master who is someone else entirely. Whether he is innocent or not, I cannot say, but you, Shan Songhai, are certainly not innocent at this moment, openly defying the Hu family. Even if your grandfather were present, it would be futile for him to speak on your behalf." Hu Tian's voice was frigid. "So, you intend to let Hu Shouwei have his way with you?" Shan Songhai inquired. "Ha!" Hu Tian scoffed. "It appears that a confrontation between Hu Shouwei and myself is inevitable." Shan Songhai shook his head. "A confrontation? Ha ha ha, how utterly amusing." Hu Tian burst into laughter, finding the notion absurd. "Shan Songhai, what gives you the audacity to entertain such naive thoughts? What is your basis?" "My sword," bang. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Shan Songhai surged forward, a tremendous force of internal energy erupting within him, part of it rushing into the sword, hurtling towards Hu Tian, while another portion coalesced around his fist, which he drove towards Hu Tian with ferocity. 10th grade. Just moments ago, he had ascended to the 10th grade. Clang! Just as the long sword approached Hu Tian, a flying sword suddenly cleaved through it, slicing it in two, which clattered to the ground. Meanwhile, Shan Songhai's fist aimed for Hu Tian's head, but a hand shot out, effortlessly enveloping the oncoming fist, its momentum dissipating as if a massive stone had suddenly fallen from a mountain, landing as gently as a blade of grass in its wake. It evoked a thunderous fury. As it settled, it fell like dust upon the earth. Chapter 13. 1 against 10. A sneer escaped as a surge of true essence flowed from Hu Tian, coursing through Shan Songhai's arm and invading his body, ravaging his meridians with ruthless abandon, before sending him crashing to the ground, collapsing like a feeble dog unable to rise. The latter could only weakly lift his head, his gaze filled with hatred directed at Hu Tian. His head and body seemed disconnected, rendered completely paralyzed beneath the neck. "Is martial prowess your proudest possession? Is this your source of confidence? Now that I have crippled your meridians, you possess neither the foundation nor the energy of a cultivator. Your martial arts are lost, and even your body lies in ruin. How do you intend to confront me now?" Hu Tian spoke coldly, his demeanor lofty, akin to a deity gazing down upon an ant, exuding an air of disdain and contempt for lesser beings. "Feel the hate. Is it not a profound helplessness? Do you despise your own impotence? Do you resent your inability to challenge the divine? A mere martial artist, merely a mortal, daring to defy the gods. Is this not a death wish?" It was expected that Shan Songhai would unleash a futile roar of defiance or impotently seethe with rage. Yet to everyone's astonishment, he suddenly erupted into laughter, finally resting his head against the ground, his eyes devoid of life. He had achieved iti in the face of a late-stage foundational cultivator. He, a mere martial artist, had dared to challenge his opponent, unafraid of death. Was this not precisely what he sought? Hu Tian frowned, seemingly taken aback by this unexpected reaction that he found distasteful. "Humph! Is this what you desired? Shan Songhai, you conspired with outsiders and betrayed the Hu family as an esteemed guard. It is my duty to deal with you. Since you remain obstinate, then you shall meet your end." Hu Tian's cold chuckle resonated as he commanded the flying sword to launch forward with deadly intent. "Hu Shouwei." Suddenly, a mid-tier guard spoke up. Hu Shouwei is, after all, the grandson of Shen Shouwei. If he were to be killed, it would be difficult to explain to Shen Shouwei. Are you begging for his clemency? Hu Tian's voice darkened. "I would not dare." The mid-tier guard's heart raced, hastily justifying himself. Humph, the time for the Shen clan is drawing near. What can a mere late-stage foundational cultivator do against him? Sooner or later, he will be reduced to dust. Moreover, as a cultivator, do you truly believe he values his mortal grandson? In his eyes, your cultivation far outweighs any familial bond. To kill him would be of little consequence. Hu Tian sneered. Seeing Hu Tian's attitude, the previously vocal mid-tier guard stepped back, no longer daring to speak. After all, the illustrious Hu Shouwei, an esteemed late-stage cultivator, showed no fear of Shen Shouwei. What could he possibly say to deter him? He had already spoken his piece. Anything further was no longer his concern. Even if the Hu family pursued accountability in the future, he could claim to have offered counsel, thus protecting himself. Whoosh, the flying sword surged forward once more. Intent on striking down Shan Songhai, aiming to take his life, buzz. A sudden hum filled the air, and Hu Tian's instincts flared, causing him to retreat a half-step, redirecting the flying sword that was meant to slay Shan Songhai. Clang! The two flying swords clashed in an aerial duel. Chen Laoren's sword? Who dares to intrude? Hu Tian narrowed his eyes, recognizing the blade point. Two figures emerged, revealing themselves to be Su Huaishio and Li Shuerong. Su Huaishio maneuvered the flying sword, his demeanor cautious. Just moments ago, Li Shuerong had approached him, explaining the situation, and he quickly deduced they were here for him. He was astonished at how swiftly the news of Hu Fei's demise spread, prompting the Hu family to dispatch individuals to confront him, even involving the Iron Fist sect. Yet, upon reflection, it made sense. After all, many had witnessed the conflict between himself, the Li siblings, and Hu Fei at the tavern. If the Hu family sought to investigate, they could easily trace the matter back to him and the Li siblings. As for whether they were the culprits, it hardly mattered. Killing was the objective. Hence, the fate of the Iron Fist sect had been sealed. Its disciples wiped out, and Li Feiyu had lost an arm. Though unintentional, it was still connected to him. However, he gazed at Shan Songhai, perplexed as to why Shan Songhai chose to assist Li Feiyu, leading to his current predicament. You are Su Huaishio. Hu Tian squinted, scrutinizing Su Huaishio. You are from the Hu family, yet you choose to indiscriminately slay the innocent? Humph, merely a bunch of mortals. Killing them is trivial. I had heard from Hu Xianling that you were a martial artist. I was astonished at how a martial artist could kill an early-stage foundational cultivator. Now it seems, Hu Xianling underestimated you. Mid-stage foundational cultivator? Quite impressive indeed. Who would have thought such a small county would produce a mid-stage foundational cultivator? Which sect do you belong to? Hu Tian spoke coldly. Su Huaishio chuckled lightly, affirming Hu Xianling's words. Yet no one anticipated how a mere martial artist could ascend to mid-stage foundational cultivator. I am a rogue cultivator. Su Huaishio replied nonchalantly. Oh? A solitary cultivator of such caliber is commendable. Did you kill young Master Hu? No. Su Huaishio shook his head. You are not without merit. Here is my proposal. If you are willing to join the Hu family, I can recommend you. As a token of allegiance, eliminate Shan Songhai and Li Feiyu. Hu Tian declared. Su Huaishio shook his head. Why waste words? We both know that even if I agree, you would still kill me. You simply wish to avoid killing Shan Songhai yourself. Shan Songhai is one of your own? But Li Feiyu is from my village. I shall protect him. You slaughtered his entire family and severed his arm. I shall take one of yours in return and slay your accomplices. Surely that is not too much to ask. Ha ha, how brazen. A mere mid-stage foundational cultivator, utterly oblivious to the gravity of the situation. I initially viewed you as a rogue cultivator who struggled to attain mid-stage foundational cultivation, unaware of the hardships you endured. I offered you a path, yet you proved ungrateful. Since that is the case, you shall die, just like your villager, Li Feiyu. Since you have all come, do not merely stand idle. One mid-stage foundational cultivator is no challenge. Kill him. Hu Tian commanded, stepping back to observe the spectacle, as if relishing the drama unfolding before him. Su Huaishio felt a twinge of anxiety. If he were to transform, dealing with these individuals would be significantly easier. Yet it would expose his true nature. Although he was a mid-stage foundational cultivator, his roots were far more profound than those of typical foundational cultivators, which gave him the courage to confront them. However, facing so many mid-stage foundational cultivators and a late-stage one, even with the potential to transform, he could not shake the apprehension in his heart. Chapter 14. A desperate battle. 8 mid-stage foundational cultivators are formidable foes. Su Huaishio observed the oncoming assailants, fully aware that this battle would not be easily won, hindered by the constraints of the county town. With that thought, he retreated 2 steps and leapt onto his flying sword, swiftly soaring towards the outside. Hemph, killing you here would only stain this courtyard. Those with courage, follow me, Hu Tian scoffed, casting a dispassionate glance at Li Feiyu and Shan Songhai. I shall return shortly to deal with you both. And then we shall meet the family head, where you shall be duly punished. Chase. The others mounted their flying swords, rapidly pursuing Su Huaishio. Brother, it must hurt terribly. Li Shuerong's eyes were already swollen and red from weeping. Loathing her own helplessness, tears welled up in her eyes, particularly as she beheld Li Feiyu's severed arm, carelessly discarded to the side. Bloodied and ghastly, Li Feiyu's complexion was ashen, drenched in sweat, with his remaining arm. He tenderly stroked Li Shuerong's hair, gently tousling it. I am fine. Sister, it is merely an ARM.S martial practitioners. We encounter such scrapes and bruises regularly. Do not weep. If you continue, you shall lose your beauty. Master Zhang approached, sighing heavily as he embraced the now incapacitated Shan Songhai. Shun, why must you endure this? You know full well that Hu Tian is a top-tier guard, and you are no match for him. This is not. Coughing lightly, Shan Songhai's pallid face bore no trace of color, his lips parched. Upon hearing Master Zhang's words, he self-deprecatingly remarked, Why do I invite suffering upon myself? After uttering this, he managed a faint smile, one that conveyed a sense of resignation, as if he had come to terms with everything. Master Zhang, many believed I was fortunate to have a commendable grandfather while at the Hu family. Years ago, he was at the peak of foundation establishment, having contributed to the creation of the guards. I was regarded as a loyal subject of the Hu family. Alas, I lack spiritual roots. Although I do not possess the noble status of someone like Hu Fei, I have been branded by my grandfather's legacy since birth. I, too, aspired to tread the path of cultivation, to follow in my grandfather's footsteps, as all the guards anticipated. Perhaps my grandfather thought the same. Regrettably, I have disappointed him. He could not fathom that I lacked spiritual roots, nor could he accept that without them, cultivation was impossible. He tirelessly attempted to cleanse my marrow using his amassed resources. Yet I remained unable to cultivate and was forced to pursue the path of a martial artist. Through my grandfather's connections, I precariously joined the guards, which incited both envy and admiration among many. These years at the Hu family have been stifling, burdened by invisible pressure. I dared not retaliate or speak up, fearing it would affect my grandfather, a veteran of the Hu family, who could not abide any whispers of treachery. However, I have found joy in Anning County. The county magistrate is a commendable individual. I am aware that his position within the Hu family is as precarious as mine, yet here, I am genuinely at ease. While he yearns to return, to be frank, I lack the courage. Yet Su Huaishio, a martial artist from a small county, confronts multiple sects, contending with Master Chen, and now seeks to oppose Hu Tian. I admire him immensely. I have longed to emulate his actions, and now I have done so. Truly, I die without regret. I only wish my grandfather would not be so sorrowful upon learning of my fate. Master Zhang, please promise me, do not reveal to grandfather how I perished. He still needs to remain in the Hu family. Shan Songhai rambled on, seemingly losing consciousness, and ultimately he heard no response from Master Zhang. Or perhaps he merely wished to voice his thoughts without expectation of reply. This discourse did not necessarily require Master Zhang's attentive ear. It could have been any scholar, any woman, or a passerby. As long as someone listened, Master Zhang gazed at Shan Songhai, who lay in his arms, a figure who once held himself with pride, the esteemed water sword, a top martial artist, now facing the inevitable twilight of his life. His journey had reached its conclusion. All right, I promise you, Shun, I shall not inform Hu Shouwei. Master Zhang's expression turned grave as he sighed softly, his hand sweeping over Shan Songhai's eyes, closing them gently. Sister, help me rise. Li Feiyu struggled to sit up. Li Shuerong assisted him, saying, Brother, let us go inside. I recall there are some healing remedies within. You should take them. Li Feiyu shook his head, forcing a bitter smile. What difference does it make whether I take them or not? I had thought Huaishio would lead you away, yet here you are, having come directly. These individuals are formidable opponents. Even Huaishio may find himself in peril. It seems we are destined to perish together. Who would have thought I, Li Feiyu, would find myself in such a predicament? I had believed I could establish a legacy in Anning County through the Iron Fist sect, yet it was all obliterated in an instant. Li Shuerong wept, brother. Was it your intention to make me leave? Sister, I did not mean to deceive you. I merely wished for your survival. If we must perish together, so be it, but now I fear I have implicated Huaishio. Li Shuerong bit her delicate lip, feeling guilt. It is my fault for putting Su Gu in danger. I only thought of your safety, so I hastily called for Su Gu to come. I foolishly hoped he could defeat the formidable Master Qin. Believing he could save us once more, I underestimated the situation. If anything were to happen to Su Gu, I would bear the blame. In that case, I would accompany him. Li Feiyu chuckled softly, patting Li Shuerong's shoulder. I shall stand by you. In a fleeting moment, Su Huaishio had already exited the city gates, hastening towards the mountains where the terrain was intricate. He delved into the forest, flying at a low altitude, while his pursuers could only follow, hindered by the trees that obstructed their path, making it challenging to quicken their pace. I wonder if Shao Qian has arrived? Su Huaishio furrowed his brow, glancing back quickly. The expressions of the few behind him were evidently playful, akin to cats toying with a mouse. They were in no hurry, clearly regarding Su Huaishio as a captured prey. Believing his escape was utterly impossible, he remained unperturbed, his mind calm, merely calculating the time until Shao Qian's arrival. In truth, he was aware that Shao Qian might possess greater strength than he. He simply did not know her precise capabilities. Though her rapid rise in power, achieved through an entirely different cultivation method, was somewhat sinister, As Li Feiyu and the others remained within the Iron Fist sect, unable to flee. He too could not simply abandon the situation. To resolve this matter completely, he needed to eliminate the pursuers behind him. Chapter 15. Battle of Life and Death. Su Huaishio fled in a seemingly reckless manner, provoking cold laughter from Hu Tian and his companions trailing behind. So, this is an attempt to escape. Just moments ago in the county, he was boasting. Ha! How laughable. Now he knows panic and disarray. What good will it do him? No rush. We shall pursue slowly, allowing him to experience the struggles and terror before death. Su Huaishio darted between the trees, while his pursuers maintained a deliberate pace. Suddenly, from the corner of his eye, he spotted a red figure, like a thick mist. Shao Qian. His heart steadied in an instant as he slowed down, racing towards the crimson silhouette. The figure, like a wisp of fog, concealed itself within the dense foliage, intentionally evading detection. Upon seeing Su Huaishio shift abruptly, the Hu Tian frowned slightly, sensing an ominous premonition. Yet, as he scanned the vicinity with his consciousness, everything appeared normal. Only Su Huaishio stood alone. What is this? A mid-foundation practitioner is causing me to feel alarmed. My state of mind has regressed recently? Hu Tian shook his head, his gaze icy, resolving to end the matter swiftly. Onward, let us leave him with just a breath. Yes, Hu Shouwei. Several mid-tier guards responded, their flying swords accelerating rapidly as they sped towards Su Huaishio. The latter glanced back, then suddenly changed direction, prompting his pursuers to follow closely. Boom! Just as they caught up, a burst of blood mist erupted from the treetops, surging violently towards them. That's not good. The pursuers halted, immediately sensing the blood mist invading their nostrils and mouths. Simultaneously, a wave of turmoil coursed through their veins, as if every drop of blood sought to flee from their bodies. The disciples quickly unleashed their techniques or utilized their treasured artifacts, attempting to fend off the blood mist in an instant. Their bodies shimmered with myriad colors, and Hu Tian was no exception. However, his reaction was markedly quicker. As the blood mist entered his nostrils, he managed to suppress the unsettling sensation with his formidable foundation establishment power, surrounding the mist with his vast spiritual energy, taking some time to expel it. Everyone, be cautious. This is an evil practitioner. It appears that Hu Fei was slain by this individual, who is allied with Su Huaishio. They come with ill intent. Be wary. Hu Tian spoke rapidly, recognizing the blood mist's potency, which had caused him to expend considerable effort, making him feel grave. Shao Qian. Su Huaishio appeared beside the blood-soaked Shao Qian, smiling gently. Su Gu, be careful. There is a mid-foundation practitioner among them, Su Huaishio warned, charging into the fray. The blood mist was under Xiao Qian's control, thus he would not sustain harm. Instantly, his vast spiritual energy surged forth, flooding into the flying sword. Bang! Su Huaishou struck one of the mid-foundation practitioners with his sword. The opponent's body generated a protective barrier, emanating from the artifact in their grasp. Su Huaishou's strike failed to inflict any damage. Frowning slightly, Su Huaishou quickly redirected towards another practitioner, thrusting his sword forward. The second practitioner, blinded by the blood mist, could only release their consciousness, yet upon contact, their awareness was similarly affected, leading to an outburst of frustration. What is this foul substance? My consciousness cannot penetrate it. Su Huaishou's sword struck the arm of the cultivator, instantly cleaving a gaping wound. As he prepared to thrust again, the cultivator reacted swiftly, blocking the attack. Su Huaishou was compelled to turn his focus to another cultivator. A scream pierced the air. The previously wounded cultivator, at the moment the injury was inflicted, found his blood surging forth as if possessed. Frenziedly merging with the surrounding blood mist, completely uncontrollable in no time. His vital essence dissipated entirely, leaving him a mere husk, which collapsed to the ground with a thud. A surge of joy welled up within Su Huaishou as he continued to employ this method, relentlessly assaulting the group, with screams echoing around him. Bang, bang, bang. Several more bodies fell in rapid succession. The remaining cultivators enveloped in the blood mist were now filled with dread, the continuous cries of agony indicating they had fallen victim to a deadly onslaught. Sending them into a state of panic, Hu Shouwei, what should we do? Several of our comrades have already fallen. We are no match for him. One of the guards exclaimed hastily. Hu Tian, too, felt the gravity of the situation, his anger simmering as he realized how troublesome the blood mist was. Hearing of his companions' tragic fates only intensified his urgency. Breaking through the blood mist became their foremost priority. They needed to unite and escape in a single direction, withholding their hidden abilities. Once they emerged, they would ensure that this brat paid tenfold for his actions. Acknowledging with nods, they swiftly pressed onward together. In an instant, various treasures and spells were unleashed, striking the blood mist, which began to disperse, only to swiftly reconstitute itself. Nevertheless, they managed to breach a significant distance. Thud! Another disciple was struck by a sword, letting out yet another agonized cry. Soon enough, the sounds emanating from the blood mist dwindled. With a rip akin to tearing fabric, the blood mist was cleaved apart, and several figures emerged, revealing a somewhat disheveled Hu Tian alongside two other mid-ranking guards. As the blood mist was sliced open, Xiao Qian, who had been standing nearby, suddenly appeared feeble, her form flickering, the once vibrant crimson hue of her figure dimming. The blood mist vanished, revealing Su Huaishou in a moment of intense animosity. Hu Tian's gaze fell upon the lifeless forms of his fallen comrades. And upon spotting Su Huaishou, rage surged within him. He swiftly formed a sword technique with his fingers, causing his flying swords to multiply exponentially, filling the air with countless blades that hurtled towards Su Huaishou. Realizing the peril, Su Huaishou cursed under his breath. His mastery of sword techniques was limited, relying primarily on the strength of his spiritual essence, which had allowed him to reach the foundation establishment stage. His most potent abilities stemmed from martial arts like the Spirit Ape technique. Faced with such overwhelming odds, he could not afford to engage, particularly with Xiao Qian gravely injured. Without hesitation, he darted toward her. Xiao Qian, come. In an instant, Xiao Qian slipped into the small urn nestled against his neck. Su Huaishou sighed in relief. Fortunately, the urn had not been buried. Initially, he feared that Xiao Qian might be discovered by others, rendering her unable to enter the urn. He wished to respect her feelings, but now it seemed that this was indeed her means of survival. Unless Xiao Qian acquired a physical body, the urn would remain her only refuge. Still trying to escape? You have slain so many of my comrades. I will ensure you are ground to dust and your soul extinguished. Hu Tian roared, relentlessly casting his sword techniques in a frenzied assault against Su Huaishou. Su Huaishou's vast reserves of spiritual essence surged into the flying swords, propelling him into a desperate flight. During the skirmish within the blood mist, he had discerned a crucial aspect of foundation establishment. Aside from having a solid foundation and significant benefits from advancing in rank, the real advantage lay in the enhanced potency of their spiritual power. Compared to ordinary Foundation establishment cultivators, his lethality was drastically heightened. Moreover, the unique nature of his Foundation establishment allowed him to amass an extraordinary reserve of spiritual energy, which seemed inexhaustible, surpassing even that of mid-stage Foundation establishment cultivators by a considerable margin. In fact, even when pitted against late-stage cultivators, his spiritual power remained 2 to 3 times greater than theirs. Chapter 16. The Girl and the Flying Crane Chase. Hu Tian observed as the Shaoqian who had been performing the blood dance appeared to weaken. Vanishing from sight, he sneered, "She is indeed a dark cultivator, harboring a spirit. Yet, this spirit seems to be failing her. Pursue her. We must eliminate her for her audacity in slaying our comrades." Su Huaishio maintained his speed, fleeing rapidly, thankful that his true essence flowed almost endlessly. Meanwhile, the mid-ranking guards found their spiritual energy waning, forcing them to pause to recuperate or perform incantations while flying, which slowed their pace. Even consuming medicinal pills required time. Only Hu Tian, with his profound cultivation, could keep up the relentless pursuit, almost on the verge of capturing Su Huaishio at every turn, each moment fraught with peril. They delved deeper into the heart of the terrain, where roars of feral beasts echoed ominously. Even within the Great Ling Kingdom, many formidable beasts lurked in the mountain recesses, akin to rogue cultivators who seldom emerged to cause trouble, thus escaping scrutiny. Hu Shouwei, should we continue the chase? Encountering a beast could spell disaster, one mid-ranking guard implored. With a grim countenance, Hu Tian seethed with fury. Having lost numerous subordinates to Su Huaishio's machinations, he could not afford to let him escape so easily. We must pursue. We will not quell our hatred until he is slain. Casting a glance around, Su Huaishio turned back, a glimmer of amusement crossing his face as he gradually slowed his pace. The guards, noticing this, brightened with hope. "Quickly! This brat must be exhausting his spiritual energy," one shouted. Indeed, how could a mid-stage Foundation establishment cultivator possess such abundant spiritual power? "He is finally slowing down," another remarked. "He must have consumed some restorative pills or possesses treasures. Once we capture him, those will be ours." The guards exchanged excited whispers, while a cruel glint flickered in Hu Tian's eyes as he accelerated his pace. Suddenly, Su Huaishio halted, turning his flying sword to face them. Hu Tian, caught off guard, nearly collided with him. In that instant, Hu Tian's pupils constricted as the figure atop the flying sword underwent a startling transformation. In the blink of an eye, the slender figure on the sword expanded dramatically, growing in size as dense black fur erupted from its skin, muscles rippling like small hills across its body, brow bones jutting out, nostrils flaring, and jaws distorting into a fearsome snarl, revealing razor-sharp fangs in an instant. He transformed into a towering behemoth of 5 to 6 meters. The entire transformation unfolded in a heartbeat, leaving no time for reaction. The next moment, a colossal hand descended from above, creating a gust that howled through the air. Shattering the silence with explosive sounds, Hu Tian instinctively attempted to evade, but was suddenly ensnared by an overwhelming pressure, rendering him immobile. A monster general, at least a second-tier monster general, equivalent to a mid-stage alchemical cultivator. He gasped. Thud. The enormous, fur-covered hand, with palm lines resembling jagged stones, seized Hu Tian, and with a resounding crunch, his body was obliterated. Blood sprayed across the giant hand. The remaining guards, witnessing this, turned pale, their pupils dilating in terror. Upon seeing the scene unfold, they trembled, their flying swords faltering as they turned to flee. Just then, the giant's piercing black eyes locked onto them, and with a swift movement, its massive foot struck the ground, shaking the earth with thunderous roars as it closed the distance in mere strides, sweeping its hands toward them as if swatting at mere insects. Thud! Several guards exploded into a spray of viscera. In mere moments, the remaining guards were thoroughly slaughtered by the giant. The creature's eyes glowed a fierce crimson, and after dispatching the last of them, it appeared slightly bewildered at that moment, due to its sudden growth. The small urn that had fallen to the ground was dislodged, and Shaoqian emerged. She had felt the urn sway and then tumble, prompting her to investigate, fearing that Su Dage might be in danger. However, upon raising her head and seeing the colossal figure before her, her pupils widened in shock, a trace of fear gripping her. causing her to retreat a few steps. But as she noticed familiar fragments of clothing scattered on the ground, she froze in disbelief. Su Dage. This giant ape is Su Dage. With a thunderous roar, the bewildered giant ape caught sight of Xiao Qian, its fury erupting as it bellowed, shaking the very mountains. It seemed to have found its target. Its massive hand swinging toward Xiao Qian, intent on eradicating all in its sight. The gust from its hand swept past Xiao Qian's form. Su Dage. It's me, Xiao Qian, she cried out desperately. The giant's hand closed around her. But as it opened its palm, confusion flickered in its eyes as a pool of red liquid flowed through its grasp, slipping away. With a roar of frustration, the giant shook its hand, and in midair, the liquid transformed back into Xiao Qian. Upon witnessing the scene, the colossal ape appeared to be deceived, erupting into a furious roar as it pursued once more. Brother Su, it is I, Xiao Qian, she exclaimed anxiously, attempting to rouse Su Huaixio's consciousness. Yet, the great beast, consumed by rage, had entirely lost its wits, fixated solely on its wrath as it relentlessly chased Xiao Qian. Its massive form rampaged through the forest, uprooting numerous trees with devastating force, resulting in widespread destruction. Xiao Qian could only evade back and forth, refraining from confronting Su Huaixio directly, while her voice echoed with desperate calls, hoping for his return to reason. Suddenly, a bird of radiant golden hue, resembling a celestial crane, soared through the air above. Perched atop this avian creature was a young girl, perhaps 8 or 9 years of age, garbed in a well-tailored crimson outfit, adorned with a string of bells on her wrists. Her innocent appearance exuded an undeniable charm. A sudden roar from below caught her attention, prompting her to glance downward. Upon spotting the gigantic ape, her eyes sparkled with interest, and she eagerly commanded, "Xiao He, let us descend." The crane obediently swooped down, hovering above the treetops. The girl, barefoot, walked gracefully through the air, reaching the apex of the ape's head. Observing the beast's pursuit of Xiao Qian, she mused to herself, how intriguing. A monkey of such size, seemingly untransformed? It must be a rare demon general. How delightful it would be to keep it as a pet, though it appears rather brutish and devoid of reason. The crane, hearing the suggestion of being kept as a pet, emitted a subtle display of discontent, casting a glance of hostility toward the ape. The young girl turned, teasingly chided, "What is it, Xiao He? Are you feeling jealous?" The crane, speaking with the voice of a young man, responded with a hint of magnetism, "Humph, certainly not." The girl chuckled. "Has no one ever told you how adorable you look when you're angry?" The crane, visibly pleased by the compliment, proudly lifted its neck, retorting, "Of course, who doesn't know that?" The giant ape, upon spotting their figures, pounded its chest in fury, leaping toward the girl and the crane with a fierce roar. However, the girl merely shifted her form, soaring higher, and the crane spread its wings, ascending effortlessly. The ape crashed to the ground, unable to reach them, which only fueled its rage as it continued to pound its chest. The girl erupted into a cascade of melodious laughter. "How amusing! This big fellow is adorably foolish. What a pity he cannot fly, or he might actually hit us." Xiao Qian stood by, observing the unexpected duo with growing concern. They appeared immensely powerful, leaving her anxious about their intentions toward Brother Su. Without hesitation, she flew forward to shield Su Huaixio, her delicate face a mixture of worry and determination. "I will not allow you to harm Brother Su." The little girl paused, her gaze sweeping over Xiao Qian. With a playful click of her tongue, she remarked, "This is becoming increasingly interesting. A ghostly cultivator accompanied by a demon. Their bond seems quite profound. What is your relationship with this big fellow?" "Never mind, it matters not that I find this large creature quite fascinating. I shall take it as my pet. What would you desire in exchange?" Xiao Qian, filled with indignation, retorted, "Brother Su is not a pet, and I will not exchange him." "Brother Su," the girl exclaimed, her surprise evident. "A mindless demon has a surname. Is that what you named him? As for exchanges, humph, that is not for you to decide. I have never failed to acquire what I desire." Chapter 17. To be taken as a pet. Upon hearing her words, Xiao Qian was enveloped in a crimson mist, her resolve unwavering as she stood protectively before Su Huaixio, while the giant ape roared, its rage echoing into the heavens. "Do you believe you can stop me? A mere ghostly cultivator and a small demon? Ha! The girl laughed playfully, preparing to strike, only to suddenly furrow her brow, exclaiming, Why do the Dragon Mirror Division's members persistently linger? Turning to Xiao Qian, her tone turned sour. Very well, I shall let you be for now. I will leave this big fellow in your care, but do not let him grow weak from hunger. I shall return when I have the time. Xiao He, let us depart with that. The girl leaped into the air, landing once more upon the crane, and they swiftly retreated. As soon as they vanished, Su Huaixio's form abruptly shifted, shrinking rapidly until he lay bare upon the ground. Brother Su! Xiao Qian cried out, rushing to his side. At that moment, a flying sword approached, and Su Huaixio, having regained some awareness, recognized the sword and whispered, Xiao Qian, quickly, into the small porcelain bottle. As Xiao Qian entered the bottle, the flying sword arrived. Revealing itself to be Qin Xiangyu, him? She surveyed her surroundings, her astonishment palpable upon spotting Su Huaixio. How is it you, Miss Qin? Have you already slain the demon that terrorized the county? Su Huaixio struggled to rise, hastily retrieving clothing from his storage pouch to dress. Foundation establishment. At that moment, Qin Xiangyu noticed Su Huaixio's transformation. He had shifted from a mere martial artist to one of Foundation establishment. Touching down? She nodded. I have indeed dispatched that demon, though I encountered another along the way, which is why I tracked you here. Alas, it escaped. As she spoke, a smile graced her lips. I did not expect you to continue to surprise me. Initially, I believed you to possess merely decent talent, but you have transcended to Foundation establishment. You now have access to the Dragon Mirror Division's Copper Gate. Su Huaixio's heart tightened. He realized he had underestimated his own transformation. Qin Xiangyu smiled. Rest assured, everyone has their own secrets. I harbor no interest in how you achieved Foundation establishment. Perhaps you stumbled upon an opportunity, or perhaps you have other means. This vast world is filled with those far more powerful than us. What matters is surviving and reaching the pinnacle of this realm. She glanced around. Did you slay all these? Judging by their attire, they are from the Hu family, and you even took down one at the late Foundation establishment stage. I must admit, I underestimated you. I have matters to attend to and must take my leave. How have you considered my previous inquiry? Su Huaixio shook his head. I have offended the Hu family? Miss Qin, are you still willing to have me join the Dragon Mirror Division? Are you not concerned I might bring trouble to you? Qin Xiangyu laughed lightly, the wind swirling around her, exposing her shapely legs. A mere Hu family? What are they? Once you join the Dragon Mirror Division, they will lack the courage to seek vengeance. Su Huaixio was taken aback by the formidable power of the Dragon Mirror Division. Perhaps joining would be advantageous, allowing him to avoid numerous troubles, especially since he intended to leave Anning County. Miss Qin, what is required of me to join the Dragon Mirror Division? Must I adhere to all their directives? I must confess, I tend to be a bit leisurely and dislike constraints. Qin Xiangyu interjected, rest assured. While the Dragon Mirror Division is affiliated with the Great Spirit Kingdom, it fundamentally operates on the merit of strength. Joining is primarily for the convenience of cultivation. The Dragon Mirror Guards have tasks to undertake, but you may choose to accept them at your discretion. Of course, there are some mandatory assignments, albeit rare. The rest of the time, you are free. Su Huaixio nodded, realizing the implications. If that is the case, I, Su, am willing to join the Dragon Mirror Division. Qin Xiangyu giggled, do not be hasty. Joining the Dragon Mirror Division is not simply a matter of your desire. Su Huaixio found himself bewildered. He had hoped to join, yet now she spoke in such a manner. What did it mean? Qin Xiangyu clarified, strictly speaking, I belong to the Dragon Mirror Division's Dragon-Seeking Gate. Serving as a Dragon Seeker. My primary duty is to scout for individuals suitable for joining the Dragon Mirror Division. My invitation is merely a preliminary intention. Those willing must proceed to Lu Zhou's Qingyun Mansion for a rigorous assessment. Only upon passing may they join the Dragon Mirror Division. A flash of white light revealed a copper plate engraved with a golden dragon in Qin Xiangyu's hand, which she then sent flying towards Su Huaixio. Originally, I intended to offer you an iron plate, considering you were merely a martial artist, but now that you have attained Foundation establishment, you are eligible for the Copper Gate's Dragon Mirror Guard assessment. Here is the copper plate, which will guide you on your journey. I shall accompany you back to Anning County to retrieve some items. I too must take my leave, for I have already lingered here far too long. The copper plate felt cool to the touch as Su Huaixio placed it in his storage pouch without examining it further. He then turned and sprinted toward Hu Tian and the others' bodies. Swiftly searching them, To his surprise, only Hu Tian possessed a storage pouch, while the others lacked one. The pouch was of a similar size to his OWNIT. Seemed that Mr. Chen was rather fortunate to own a storage pouch despite his low cultivation. Qin Xiangyu watched, astonished, as Su Huaixio returned, displaying an innocent smile while spreading his hands full of the gathered items. Miss Qin, a share for you. Please, take what you desire. Qin Xiangyu, somewhat speechless, waved her hand. Keep it for yourself. Knowing full well that Qin Xiangyu would find little value in these items, Su Huaixio generously stored them in his pouch before summoning his flying sword, guiding it toward Qin Xiangyu's side. Let us depart, Miss Qin. Qin Xiangyu nodded slightly, and the two soared away on their flying swords. The Iron Fist sect, county magistrate who had already arrived. Upon witnessing the lifeless body of Shan Songhai, he could not help but feel a pang of sorrow. They were both victims of similar fate, and moreover, Shan Songhai had devotedly protected him for many years. His passing inevitably brought a sense of grief. My lord, Zhang Shiye spoke with a mournful tone, subsequently explaining the cause of death. Upon learning the details, county magistrate Hu shook his head in dismay. Why resort to such measures? Is Shun Jiaodo not striking at stone with an egg? Those waiting guards are all formidable cultivators at the mid to late stages of foundation building. What was the necessity? Zhang Shiye sighed. My lord, in Shun Jiaodo's eyes, some matters must be addressed. After a moment of silence, county magistrate Hu mused. I fear that if Xin Lao were to learn of this, he would not know how to face it, especially since his own grandson was killed by Hu Tian. My lord, I have promised Xin Jiaodo not to disclose this matter to Xin Lao. What? County magistrate Hu exclaimed in astonishment. You will not inform Xin Lao? Then what of Xin Jiaodo's cause of death? Chapter 18. The powerful cultivator. As soon as county magistrate Hu's words fell, two flying swords darted down from the sky, landing directly in the courtyard. Qin Xiangyu and Su Huaixio alighted gracefully. Qin Xiangyu had changed into a new attire, no longer exuding the same enchanting allure. Perhaps it was due to the nature of her official duties. She donned a fitted crimson brocade outfit, emblazoned with a character from Mirror on her chest, and a silver badge hung at her waist. Although this attire did not reveal skin as her previous outfits did, her voluptuous figure was accentuated by the snug fabric, emphasizing her ample bosom and curvaceous hips, particularly her slender waist, which drew the gaze of onlookers. However, upon landing, when County Magistrate Hu and Zhang Shiye beheld the character on her attire, they gasped in astonishment. Their pupils dilating. Dragon Mirror Division, Dragon Mirror Guards. Why would the Dragon Mirror Guards come here? They could not suppress their speculations. It was well known that the Dragon Mirror Division held an extraordinary status. An enforcement agency of the Great Ling Kingdom, surpassing military, political, and royal authority. Its influence and power were unparalleled, instilling fear among the military, civil officials, and even the aristocracy outside the court. The Dragon Mirror Division could rival the foremost sects in the Great Ling Kingdom. Being an official force rather than a mere sect of the martial world, my lord. Zhang Shiye suddenly spoke in a low voice, pointing at the badge at Qin Xiangyu's waist. County Magistrate Hu was somewhat taken aback, unable to resist glancing over. Upon catching sight of the gleaming silver badge, his pupils widened in shock. This? A silver badge. A powerful cultivator at the Baodin realm. Both men felt their legs quaking. Especially County Magistrate Hu, though hailing from the noble Hu family, felt dwarfed in comparison to the Dragon Mirror Division, akin to a small fish amidst giants. Moreover, he was merely a county magistrate, your subordinate that pays respects to the Dragon Mirror envoy. I am unaware of the esteemed envoy's purpose in visiting this humble Anning County, and I would have appreciated prior notice to arrange a proper reception. County Magistrate Hu forced a smile. Qin Xiangyu merely cast a glance, her expression stern, and replied coolly, You must be County Magistrate Hu, of the Hu family? County Magistrate Hu nodded, wiping the sweat from his brow. Indeed, my lord. Qin Xiangyu acknowledged him with a nod and did not speak further. County Magistrate Hu felt at a loss for words, left merely to observe. Su Huaixio, noticing Shan Songhai's lifeless form, felt a tinge of regret. He had been a decent fellow. Yet, parting between life and death was commonplace. Especially for cultivators. He simply shook his head and walked directly towards Li Feiyu. Li Shuerong spotted Su Huaixio and softly called out Su Dage, her eyes brimming with tears, especially as she noted that Li Feiyu had lost an arm. Although he had staunched the bleeding, his complexion was pale, and the loss of his arm was a temporary setback. Su Huaishio crouched down and sighed. I am sorry. I have arrived too late. Li Feiyu managed a pale smile. Huaishio, do not say that. Ever since I joined the Iron Fist sect, I have risked my life. Such is a common occurrence, and it is of no concern. It is just that the Iron Fist sect. He gazed melancholically at the desolation that now filled the courtyard. Su Huaishio could not help but reflect. This was the power of formidable cultivators. Who would have imagined that a sect once thriving in Anning County could so swiftly be reduced to this state? When he had first left Anning County, he had been merely a servant. Yet now he had acquired considerable strength. It was indeed a reminder that the uncertainties of life necessitate one to possess great power to grasp one's own destiny. Very well, Su Huaishio, I shall return to the inn. Do remember to report to the Dragon Mirror Division, Qin Xiangyu stated. Upon hearing this, County Magistrate Hu raised an eyebrow in surprise. My lord, what does this mean? Are you sending Su Captain to the Dragon Mirror Division? Qin Xiangyu replied nonchalantly. I have given him a bronze badge, so naturally, he is to report to the Dragon Mirror Division. With that, she summoned her flying sword and soared away, vanishing into the horizon. Dragon Mirror Division, Dragon Mirror Envoy, County Magistrate Hu was utterly astonished. Zhang Shirya, did you hear that? Zhang Shirya was equally taken aback. The esteemed lord has heard correctly. Su Captain is to enter the Dragon Mirror Division as a Dragon Mirror Envoy, and with a bronze badge that signifies foundation building. Upon hearing Zhang Shirya's words, County Magistrate Hu could not suppress a sharp intake of breath. This was the Dragon Mirror Division. Entry was not something one could simply wish for. Yet Su Captain had managed it. Moreover, had he not been merely a martial artist before? How had he now become a powerful cultivator at the foundation building stage? This was utterly terrifying. What had he missed? At the same time, he felt deep regret. Had he known, he should have offered more incentives to win over Su Captain. But now, that was utterly impossible. Su Captain was now a Dragon Mirror Envoy. And even if he were to meet him, he would have to address him as my lord. Su Huaishio approached. County Magistrate Hu, I implore the government to take charge and properly manage this situation. He gestured towards the remnants of chaos in the courtyard, glancing at Li Feiyu, who was in no condition to deal with matters, especially with his arm severed, requiring time to heal. County Magistrate Hu smiled broadly. What is Su Darren saying? This is my duty, rest assured. I will handle the affairs of the Iron Fist sect with utmost care. Su Huaishio was somewhat taken aback. He had not anticipated such respect from County Magistrate Hu, who addressed him as my lord. Was this the power of authority? A Dragon Mirror Envoy? After a moment of silence, Su Huaishio decided not to refuse. He should grow accustomed to all this, a result of power and strength. Then I shall trouble you, County Magistrate Hu? Su Huaishio nodded. Not at all, not at all. To serve the esteemed lord is an honor. How could it be a trouble? County Magistrate Hu chuckled. Su Huaishio refrained from further comments and turned to escort Li Feiyu back to the room to rest. Summoning a physician to treat Li Feiyu's wounds and administering some high-quality elixirs, allowing Li Feiyu to finally drift into a deep slumber. His sister, Li Shuerong, remained by his side, and upon seeing him asleep, she felt a slight relief, though her delicate face bore signs of fatigue. Clearly from her worries, Li girl, you should rest as well. Now that Feiyu is asleep, there is no need for you to remain vigilant. Su Huaishio suggested. Li Shuerong sighed softly. Sudage, my brother loves martial arts as his life. Losing an arm is a tremendous blow for him. I wonder if he will be able to overcome this in the future. Su Huaishio sighed as well. For a martial artist, an arm was indeed of utmost importance. Martial artists value their physical form, yet he felt powerless to assist. Thus, he could only offer verbal comfort. Li girl, life is full of uncertainties, but fortunately, Feiyu is in Anning County, where there are not many formidable opponents. Although the Iron Fist sect is no more, given your sibling's strength, no one would dare provoke you. Returning to your village might not be a bad option. Return to the village? Li Shuerong murmured, glancing furtively at Su Huaishio's face. Yet, his expression was earnest, and his demeanor serious, revealing no other emotions. Chapter 19. The young man's journey suppressing her thoughts. Li Shuerong looked up at Su Huaishio. Sudage, are you planning to leave Anning County? When will you depart? Su Huaishio nodded. Yes, I have received the bronze badge from the Dragon Mirror Division and must head to Qingyan Prefecture. County Magistrate Hu has also received the edict, and we will initially travel together. Once we reach the border between Jiangzhou and Liuzhou, we will part ways. Qingyun Prefecture, a heavy feeling settled in Li Shuerong's heart. Within the jurisdiction of the Great Ling Kingdom's Liuzhou, there were two major prefectures, Guolang Prefecture, where they currently resided, and Anning County, belonging to Guolang Prefecture. The other was Qingyun Prefecture. However, the territory of the Great Ling Kingdom was vast. Even within a single prefecture, distances could be significant. It was said that even by carriage, one would require nearly half a year to traverse a prefecture. Naturally, if these cultivators flew on swords, they would be able to cover the distance more swiftly. While Qingyun Prefecture and Guolang Prefecture were separated, the specific locations of Anning County and the Dragon Mirror Division within Guolang Prefecture could be quite far apart. It could easily span the distance of two prefectures. Henceforth, it would be exceedingly difficult for the two to meet, even if they wished to. Not to mention that even in the small Anning County, it was challenging for them to cross paths by chance. The likelihood of encountering each other between these two prefectures was even slimmer. She felt a wave of melancholy wash over her. Previously, they might have shared a connection as fellow martial artists, especially within the confines of this small Anning County. Now, however, he had ascended to the heights of a powerful cultivator, soaring through the skies, with a long lifespan to enjoy the world at his leisure. And what of herself? Yet, he remained merely a warrior, and now, his brother had already lost an arm. Could he still manage to leave this Anning County city? Most likely not. He was utterly incapable of keeping pace with Su Dage's footsteps. Su Dage, if you were not to pursue the path of cultivation, would you choose to remain in Anning County? The young girl felt a twinge of anxiety. Her words seemed casual, yet they bore the weight of inquiry. Her delicate, fair fingers trembled and instinctively retreated into the thin fabric of her sleeves, while her moon-like, clear, and lively eyes shimmered with an elusive glimmer of hope. Go stay in Anning County. Su Huaishou pondered deeply. Lost in contemplation. Were he to not encounter the Monkey King in this lifetime, nor embark on the path of cultivation, perhaps he would have spent his life as a mere servant in this world. The endpoint of fate would have arrived. Did he possess any choices? There were few opportunities for selection. Without cultivation, I suppose I would remain in Anning County, Su Huaishou replied. Would staying in Anning County preclude the pursuit of the path of cultivation? Li Shuerong hurriedly interjected, her voice unexpectedly loud and startling, to the point where she herself quickly noted it. Her words seemed to echo her innermost desires, and she swiftly added, cultivation is independent of location. Is it not? Su Huaishou paused for a moment before responding. One cannot remain stagnant. One must travel vast distances to acquire greater knowledge. He was indeed aware of her thoughts, yet the path was merciless. He yearned to explore higher and farther realms, unwilling to remain in this small county. Sharing a life with another for a century within this county might be warm and beautiful, yet it was not what he truly desired. Li Shuerong nodded, suddenly breaking into a smile, her eyes momentarily glistening with tears, carrying a hint of forced cheerfulness yet imbued with blessings. Yes, Su Dage, you are right. I hope in the future you can venture farther and become a top-tier cultivator. If you ever find the time, please return to Anning County for a visit. Su Huaishou turned back to gaze at the girl's smile, momentarily taken aback, before softly affirming with a gentle he said, take good care of Feiyu. I shall take my leave now. If the opportunity arises, I will certainly return to see you all. Having said that, he moved forward, preparing to depart. Behind him, the graceful figure's throat moved slightly, as if she wished to speak yet ultimately refrained, extending a hand in a futile attempt to grasp that retreating silhouette in the winter day. But it was in vain. Her hand remained empty. The young man having walked out of the hall, out of Anning County, and out of the girl's heart, Su Darren. Shall we depart? At the entrance of Anning County, a convoy of carriages halted, while Su Huaishou rode on horseback. Not wielding a flying sword, he held the reins and glanced back at the city gate, having lingered for quite some time. Upon hearing the voice of County Magistrate Hu, Su Huaishou regained his senses, cast one last glance at the gate, and smiled before turning his horse to leave. Let us go. Once the young man departed, he never looked back again. Su Darren, do you feel a bit reluctant? County Magistrate Hu, peering out from the carriage window, inquired. Su Huaishou nodded, offering no further words. County Magistrate Hu chuckled, when I was of Su Darren's age, I too felt the same emotions upon leaving home for the first time. As the years passed and I encountered more people and experiences, I grew accustomed to both arriving and departing from various places. It is the norm of life. Hu Daren's wisdom is profound, Su Huaishio replied with a smile. Having lived 2 lives, he believed his understanding to be no less than that of County Magistrate Hu. Su Daren jested. It is merely some musings that come with age. This time, having Su Daren accompanying me, I feel a sense of security. I must express my gratitude to Su Daren, County Magistrate Hu said. Su Huaishio smiled. I merely travel along this route. This marks my first departure from Anning County, and I too wish to see what the outside world is like. Hence, I accompany you all, haha. Since Su Daren has expressed it so, let us be on our way. We are not far from the borders of Liuzhou and Jiangzhou. By carriage, it should take approximately half a month, County Magistrate Hu remarked. As the convoy proceeded along the official road, the journey was uneventful. However, Su Huaishio, observing the scenery beyond Liuzhou, initially found it novel but soon grew weary of the view. Losing interest in continuing to admire it, and his pace quickened. After 3 to 5 days, they drew nearer to the boundary between the 2 provinces. Upon reaching a forested area, they spotted a few ragged men ahead, pushing a bullock cart laden with burlap sacks. Noticing the convoy, the men halted and glanced over, coming to a stop. As County Magistrate whose carriage approached, one of the men suddenly called out, "My lord, please wait." The carriage came to an immediate halt, and Zhang Shiya frowned. "What is the matter?" The man quickly donned a grateful expression. "My lord, we are villagers from nearby, on our way to Huayuan County. But we have lost our way. Are you gentlemen also headed to Huayuan County? Might you take us along for the ride? We can simply follow behind." Zhang Shiya turned to look at County Magistrate Hu, as their convoy indeed intended to pass through Huayuan County. Though this route was somewhat circuitous, it was necessary to reach Huayuan County. Chapter 20. Ruthless Method. Seeing this, County Magistrate Hu nodded at the villagers. The man immediately expressed profound gratitude. "Thank you, my lord, thank you." The carriages of County Magistrate Hu and his companions moved ahead, while the men pushed their bullock cart behind. Su Huaishio extended his spirit sense to assess the men, then smiled, choosing not to expose them. He continued forward, arriving beside County Magistrate Hu's carriage. Hu Daren. These men possess martial prowess. One is at the 8th rank, while the others are also skilled, at ranks 5 or 6. Anning County is indeed too small. I did not expect to encounter an 8th rank warrior just outside its borders. 8th rank. Are they bandits? County Magistrate whose expression shifted, but recalling that Su Huaishio was beside him, he felt reassured. Albeit slightly embarrassed, he cleared his throat, chuckling. "A few petty thieves. Do they intend to rob us? Su Daren, will you not take action?" Su Huaishio found the situation amusing, smiling. "Not in haste. Let them follow us." "Haha, Su Daren seems to take delight in this. Very well, we shall not expose them and allow them to accompany us." As darkness fell, the carriages halted, campfires were lit, and they began to eat. The bullock cart did likewise, igniting a fire and retrieving food from their bundles. Su Huaishio found it amusing. Despite their ragged attire, they surprisingly had fine grain to eat. "Big brother, I do not believe those men possess any martial skills. Only the one who rode earlier seems to have some, but he appears too frail to be credible," one of the men, darker-skinned, stated around the campfire. The earlier inquiry man glanced towards Su Huaishio and said, "Be cautious. Remember what I said before. Those of our profession walk a perilous path and must always be careful. Safety first, and one must adhere to a methodical approach. Here's an idea. Send someone to deliver our wine to them for a taste. It contains soft bone powder, and even an 8th rank warrior would feel drained after drinking it." "Yes, big brother." The dark-skinned man then approached with a black jug, only to be halted by several officials. "Stop." The dark-skinned man revealed the black jug, smiling with a hint of sincerity. "Gentlemen, this is homemade grain wine from my village. It tastes quite good. Thank you for allowing us to accompany you. I would like to share some with you as a token of our appreciation. We are mere farmers and cannot offer anything better. I hope you gentlemen will not mind." County Magistrate Hu looked to Su Huaishio, who nodded in response. The former waved his hand. "Let him come over." The officials in casual clothes promptly stepped aside, and the dark-skinned man cheerfully approached, hastily serving each person a bowl. "Gentlemen, this grain wine is delightful. Please try it if you like it. We have more on our cart and can offer you a few jars. Haha, let us all partake. Do not let this kind villager's gesture go to waste," County Magistrate Hu said with a laugh. Su Huaishou raised his bowl and drank it down. The flavor was indeed pleasant. Seeing everyone consume it, the dark-skinned man revealed a faint cold smile, then suddenly smashed the jug to the ground, shattering it into pieces and spilling the contents everywhere. The sudden commotion startled everyone, and upon seeing the dark-skinned man's expression, the officials in Zhang Shiya's faces changed immediately, drawing their swords and encircling him. Meanwhile, the other men charged over, each bearing a fierce demeanor, no longer resembling their earlier timid selves. Boldly, who are you? Do you know who this gentleman is? We are officials of the government, representatives of the Daling dynasty. Zhang Shiya bellowed. Haha, officials? What of it? There are plenty of officials in the Daling dynasty. What does it matter if a few die? The earlier inquiry man declared with a ferocious expression. If you leave now, I can overlook this matter. Hu County Magistrate suddenly smiled. Haha, I see you have failed to grasp the situation. How amusing! The man posing the question appeared to have heard the most absurd of jokes, and with a sarcastic chuckle remarked, Do you now feel your bodies weakened, unable to move? The drinks you consumed earlier were laced with a potent drug. Even if you possessed formidable skills, your strength has surely diminished. Take action, load their belongings onto the carriage, and eliminate every one of them. Leave no survivors to be buried here. With a cold snort, the man spoke, boom. No sooner had he finished his words than an overwhelming pressure descended upon them, akin to a colossal mountain, swiftly enveloping the group. Their faces paled, and with a thud, they collapsed to the ground. Unable to stir, the man's expression shifted to one of panic and disbelief. What was happening? As a dignified 8th-tier warrior, he found himself utterly immobilized. The others also exhibited expressions of profound horror. Gripped by fear, a practitioner. How could there be a practitioner among them? How could those exalted beings ride in a mere carriage? Whoosh! A brilliant light surged forth as a silver flying sword erupted from Su Huaishou's hand, swirling around the group, leaving trails of white light that instilled even greater terror within them. Spare us, O immortal! We, the wretched, failed to recognize your might and have offended you. We implore you to show mercy. We shall never dare to transgress again, they cried in unison, utterly terrified. Ha ha ha! Hu County Magistrate laughed heartily earlier. I informed you that if you departed, I would let bygones be bygones, but now it is too late. Your fates lie in the hands of Lord Su. Lord Su, these individuals are clearly oblivious to their impending doom. Their hands are stained with the blood of many. What shall we do? Hu County Magistrate inquired. The group turned to Su Huaishou, hastily pleading for mercy. We are willing to serve as your humble servants if you choose to spare us. With a swift motion, a glimmer sliced through the air, and in an instant, several necks were severed. Their eyes widened in shock, and before they could comprehend their fate, they had already lost their lives. Hu County Magistrate felt a chill run down his spine. Astonished by Su Huaishou's decisive action, without a word, he had executed them. Though these individuals deserved their fate, the sheer abruptness and ruthlessness of it instilled a deep-seated fear within him. With a flick of his hand, the flying sword vanished into his storage bag. Observing the expressions of the deceased, Su Huaishou shook his head. These individuals are not worth mourning. They have taken countless lives, and keeping them alive would only bring further harm to others. Consider this a vengeance for those who have perished. Ha ha ha! Hu County Magistrate was the first to voice his approval, exclaiming, Well done, Lord Su. Such decisive action against these scoundrels, who are nothing but a bane to the great spirit kingdom. If the court learns of this, you shall surely be commended. Zhang Shiya concurred. Indeed, Lord, you have rid the people of a great menace. Their deaths are well-deserved. Chapter 21. The Art of Talisman. Su Huaishou, with a mere sweep of his consciousness, discerned that the ordinary mountain bandits bore little worth, thus refraining from scavenging their meager possessions. Under his commands, the officers carelessly disposed of a few corpses into the mountains without burial. These bandits may be wanted by the authorities. We shall not notify the nearby officials, Hu County Magistrate stated. Su Huaishou remained silent, instead closing his eyes to meditate. Now in the mid-stage of Foundation establishment, his spiritual power continued to grow, albeit at a slower pace. The most remarkable aspect of the Divine Demon Reversal technique was its ability to transform into a demon. This spiritual power could be utilized in both human and demon forms. Yet, due to the transformation, his physical constitution was altered. resulting in a higher realm of spiritual power conversion, which was indeed extraordinary. The items brought forth by the monkey brother were anything but ordinary. His Ling Yuan technique had become utterly obsolete, as he had completely evolved into a demon form. However, during this transformation, he found himself unable to control his body, which was rather uncomfortable. The last 2 times he had transformed, he had reverted to his original form completely exposed, which had been rather embarrassing. At present, he needed to resolve 2 issues. First, to gain conscious control over his body during the transformation. Second, to acquire decent magical garments that could adapt to his changing form, thus preventing his nudity post-transformation. Furthermore, why was it that these demons practiced transformation while he remained in his true form? This required further discussion with the monkey brother when they next met. Moreover, the blue-eyed golden gaze technique was becoming clearer to him. It was evident that the monkey brother had an extraordinary background, especially considering he claimed to hail from the 9 heavens. What lay beyond the 9 heavens? The immortal realm. Su Huaixio was uncertain, but it certainly seemed significant. He had preliminarily activated the first stage of the blue-eyed golden gaze technique, known as the spiritual eye. Currently, this spiritual eye allowed him to pierce through illusions and perceive souls. Yet he had not discovered any other substantial effects. Now that he had entered the mid-stage of foundation establishment, he recognized that he could also see souls, further highlighting the limitations of the blue-eyed golden gaze technique. However, he knew that the teachings bestowed by the monkey brother could not be mundane. If he were to continue enhancing this technique, it might yield additional benefits, though he was still unaware of the methods to do so. Sighing softly at this thought, Su Huaixio reflected on the Jiang family, where formidable cultivators resided, including those in the later stages of foundation establishment, or even great perfection, as well as the Dragon Mirror division. Qin Xiangyu was a formidable practitioner at the Dan realm. More critically, Qin Xiangyu was merely a dragon seeker tasked with recruiting talented individuals for the Dragon Mirror division. Although possessing some status, it did not appear to be at the pinnacle. The number of powerful individuals was significant. To become a dragon seeker, he would need to undergo assessments, which implied that he would not be alone in this endeavor. As a vital institution of the Great Spirit Kingdom, the Dragon Mirror division attracted many aspirants, thus the competition was fierce. Even with his mid-stage foundation establishment cultivation, he was acutely aware that there were greater talents beyond him. Many prodigies existed within the Great Spirit Kingdom, and he did not necessarily hold an advantage. Qin Xiangyu had mentioned that warriors received iron tokens, while those in the foundation establishment phase received bronze tokens. Presumably, there were also gold and silver tokens above that, denoting even greater prowess. Within the bronze token selection, there would likely be many in the later stages of foundation establishment, or even great perfection. He needed to enhance his strength before the selection, ensuring he had a better chance. Otherwise, he might as well be courting death. Thus, he resolved to seize every opportunity to bolster his abilities. The blue-eyed golden gaze technique was one such avenue. Yet he had yet to grasp its secrets. Were there other methods to enhance his strength? Su Huaixio fell into deep thought until a sudden flash of clarity illuminated his mind. With a swift motion, he flipped his hand, revealing a jade slip that had come from the storage bag of the deceased Elder Qin. He recalled that it contained records of the talisman-making technique. Su Huaixio probed his consciousness into it, carefully examining the contents. Indeed, it was a talisman-making method, though incomplete, representing only a portion of a particular formation called the Six Jia Illumination Talisman. His memory was somewhat hazy, having slain Elder Qin after transforming into a gigantic ape. At that time, his mind had not been entirely clear, but he vaguely remembered being surrounded by 6 radiant gates before breaking free. The power seemed rather ordinary, however, Su Huaixio pondered. This talisman-making technique was quite promising. If mastered, it would serve as a significant aid to his cultivation. However, he currently lacked the means to initiate his study. Should an opportunity arise in the future, he must acquire the foundational knowledge of this talisman-making method. It appeared that he could only delve into the blue-eyed golden gaze technique for now. Attempting to harness his spiritual power and consciousness, he found that the blue-eyed golden gaze technique yielded no discernible effect. Reluctantly, he opened his eyes as his gaze swept across the surroundings. Su Huaixio suddenly froze. The distant flames rose high, reflecting in his pupils, and he felt a surge of warmth emanating from them. Notably, the flames were still a considerable distance away. If they were truly scorching, it would be impossible. The only explanation was that the flames had some beneficial effect on his blue-eyed golden gaze enhancement, Determined, he opened his eyes wider, attempting to sense the warmth within his gaze while channeling his spiritual energy. Soon, he noticed a remarkable difference. Under the operation of his spiritual eye, the flames revealed specks of light that flowed from afar, converging upon his pupils, which explained the warmth he felt. What was this? He was uncertain, but since it was a fire-related phenomenon, he might as well describe it as fire essence. He endeavored to manipulate the fire essence within his pupils, and indeed, as more of it integrated, his eyes began to radiate a gentle warmth. Truly effective. Su Huaishou felt elated, a smile gracing his lips as he became fully immersed in enhancing his blue-eyed golden gaze technique. Meanwhile, on the other side, Hu County Magistrate and Zhang Shiya conversed, occasionally glancing towards Su Huaishou. Noticing the smile on Su Huaishou's face, Zhang Shiya remarked, "I wonder what has brought such joy to Lord Xu." Hu County Magistrate sighed. "While I am indifferent to Lord Su's happiness, I am concerned about what awaits me upon returning to the Hu residence." Zhang Shiya pondered, "Is your concern regarding the demise of Deng Wei?" Hu County Magistrate nodded in affirmation. Zhang Shiya sighed. "The reason these guards have come is solely due to Lord Hu's dispatch following the death of young Master Hu Fei.It is unexpected that the murderer remains unconfirmed. Yet they have already met their demise at the hands of Lord Su. Moreover, even Instructor Shun has fallen victim to Hu Tian.In Chapter 22, the land of Qingyun." Hu County Magistrate's gaze shifted momentarily to Su Huaishou, who was engrossed in his cultivation. He then whispered, "Zhang Shiya, do you think Hu Fei was killed by Lord Su?" "Sure." Zhang Shiya's expression changed abruptly, and he swiftly raised a finger to his lips, glancing nervously at Su Huaishou. Once he confirmed that the latter was unresponsive, he lowered his voice and cautioned, "My lord, tread carefully. The ears of these cultivators are quite sharp. To speak so candidly may draw the attention of Lord Su. Furthermore, you are well aware that Lord Su is no longer the former Captain Su but a foundational cultivator, a celestial master. If it turns out that Lord Su indeed killed Hu Fei, uttering such words could lead to dire consequences. After all, the situation has drastically changed." A cold sweat trickled down Hu County Magistrate's back, and he could not help but feel a pang of fear. Voicing his disbelief, "Captain Su is not that kind of person." Zhang Shiya immediately replied, "My lord, you are mistaken. Mortals and immortals cannot be compared. The essence of an immortal lies in their mastery of formidable powers, and they regard life and death with indifference, especially that of mortals, who are seen as mere ants in their eyes. People can change." Hu County Magistrate sighed. "Shiya, you speak with reason. I have been too simplistic in my thinking. Whether or not Hu Fei was slain by him is no longer significant. Being associated with the Dragon Mirror Division, even the Hu family would not dare to provoke it. If the true culprit lies elsewhere, let the Hu family pursue it. If not, then they can only blame Hu Nantian for his misfortune in losing Ason. As for the deaths of the guards, there was little they could investigate. However, Shiya, since you have promised Instructor Shun not to reveal the cause of his demise to Elder Shun, it seems this will inevitably fall upon Lord Su's shoulders, does it not?" Zhang Shiya chuckled. "My lord, you yourself have just noted that the Hu family would not dare seek revenge against Lord Su, nor would Elder Shen, for that matter. Although Elder Shen is also a late-stage foundational cultivator, behind Lord Su stands the Dragon Mirror Division, which any faction in the Great Spirit Kingdom would think twice before confronting. That being said, even if Lord Su has entered the Dragon Mirror Division, he is merely a bronze badge holder, not a figure of great significance within the entire organization. Why, lord, status matters little. What is important is being of use to the Hu family." Zhang Shiya elongated his tone. Hu County Magistrate nodded in agreement indeed. "Well then, my lord, you should rest early. Tomorrow we must continue our journey. In a few days, we shall part ways with Lord Su. Once we reach the borders of Jiangzhou, we will be received by members of the Su family, and there will be little danger along the way," Zhang Shiya remarked. Hu County Magistrate nodded and retreated to the carriage to rest. The next day, golden rays of sunlight poured down, first illuminating the treetops, then the trunks, and finally the ground beneath where the people stood. Su Huaishou opened his eyes, and a flash of white light danced within his pupils, as if a luminous white veil had descended over them. Taking a deep breath, a smile graced his face. The fire essence had indeed proven effective for the Bai Yin Jin Jing technique. After a night of effort, he had made considerable progress. Though the improvement was modest, His vision had noticeably sharpened, surpassing that of an ordinary person, transcending human limits. Even cultivators could not boast such far-reaching eyesight, as most relied on their spiritual sense. Compared to spiritual sense, this vision seemed somewhat trivial. Nevertheless, the enhancement brought him immense joy, affirming that he was on the right path. With the passage of time, he believed the Bai Yin Jinjing technique would yield an unexpected surprise. It was merely a matter of time. Has Lord Su awakened? A cheerful voice broke his thoughts. Without looking up, Su Huaishou recognized it as Hu County Magistrates. Rising to his feet, he replied, "Good morning, Lord Hu." Noticing Lord Su's favorable complexion, Hu County Magistrate remarked, "It seems you rested well last night. At the foundational stage, there is little need for rest. Meditation has long replaced it." Su Huaishou stated, "I merely made some progress in my cultivation. Congratulations, Lord Su, on your advancement. Your ascension in the future is certainly promising." Hu County Magistrate complimented earnestly. Su Huaishou simply smiled. "Are we ready to set off?" "Yes, we will pass through a county town where we can procure some supplies. After a few more days of travel, we should reach the borders of Liuzhou and Jiangzhou," Hu County Magistrate explained. "Let us depart," Su Huaishou affirmed. Soon, they set off. After several hours, they arrived at a small county town. Su Huaishou noticed numerous martial artists, though few cultivators were present. The martial practitioners here varied in strength, but overall, they were significantly stronger than those from Anning County. However, Su Huaishou felt somewhat disheartened. Apart from the few cultivators from the Hu family, he had yet to encounter many others, leading him to wonder if these regions were too remote, primarily populated by martial artists. Moreover, he was eager to find establishments catering specifically to cultivators, where he could purchase artifacts or perhaps learn about talismans. Such places were absent in this small county town, and it seemed he would have to venture into the core territories of the Great Spirit Kingdom, where cultivators were more active. After several more days of travel, they finally halted at a stone marker. The carriage coming to a stop at Hu County Magistrate dismounted, feeling somewhat sentimental. "Lord Su, this is the boundary between Jiangzhou and Liuzhou. It is time for us to part ways. I am grateful for your protection throughout this journey. Should you ever visit the Hu family in Jiangzhou, I shall ensure you are well received." Su Huaishou could not help but feel a twinge of unusual emotion. He had met Hu County Magistrate in Anning County, and having journeyed together from the same hometown forged a bond that made their impending separation feel particularly poignant. He was not one to be overly sentimental. The path ahead was fraught with challenges, and such farewells would not be uncommon. Thus, he smiled and replied, "Certainly, Lord Hu, I can only escort you this far. Take care on your journey ahead." Hu County Magistrate, now displaying a newfound lightness, laughed, "Rest assured, Lord Su. Once we enter Jiangzhou, members of the Hu family will be there to receive us. We shall encounter little danger along the way. With that knowledge, I can rest easy." Su Huaishou nodded. "Then let us bid farewell." "Farewell. Get on the carriage. We must depart." Hu County Magistrate climbed aboard, and with a wave, the convoy swiftly moved in the opposite direction, quickly fading from view. Su Huaishou turned his gaze back, sighing softly, his eyes fixed on the boundary of Liuzhou, determination igniting within him. From here on, the journey would be his alone, except for Shao Qian. With that thought, Su Huaishou patted his storage bag, and his flying sword shot forth like a beam of light. Carving an arc through the air, he leapt onto it, accelerating swiftly towards the domain of Qingyun Prefecture in Liuzhou. In Chapter 23, The City of Kanglin, he called out, "Shao Qian, come forth." Instantly, a red silhouette emerged from the small porcelain vial of ashes around his neck, wafting through the air like smoke. Before him, Shao Qian stood atop the flying sword, and together they soared through the wind, resembling celestial companions. "Brother Su, are we heading to Qingyun Prefecture now?" she inquired. Indeed, Su Huaishou produced the copper token given to him by Qin Xiangyu from his storage bag, his spiritual sense flooding into it. Instantly, a guiding direction appeared, leading directly to the Dragon Mirror Division in Qingyun Prefecture. Uncertain of the assessment process at the Dragon Mirror Division, he felt it prudent to arrive early, allowing time to observe and prepare adequately. Moreover, he hoped to discover any stores catering specifically to cultivators along the way, seeking items that could bolster his strength. This was the border of Liuzhou, with considerable distance still to cover before reaching the Dragon Mirror Division in Qingyun Prefecture. Even with flying swords, it would take nearly a month to reach, undeniably a long journey. As they conversed, They swiftly traversed numerous county regions, their speed commendable. 7 days later, beneath a blanket of clouds and mist, a majestic city loomed on the horizon, its grandeur dwarfing even the largest cities from his previous life. The walls were imposing, sprawling extensively, far beyond the small confines of Anning County. After 7 days of travel through various small towns, this was the first time Su Huaishou had encountered such an immense city. Standing above the clouds, gazing down, he felt a profound sense of awe. Steering his flying sword downward, he sped towards the city. As he approached, he noticed a translucent barrier enveloping the enormous city. Had he not scanned with his spiritual sense, he might not have detected it. The wave of joy washed over him. It seemed he had indeed arrived at the right place. Xiao Qian, I understand, Brother Su? Su Huaishou spoke softly, and Xiao Qian responded with a gentle acknowledgement before once again diving into the small porcelain bottle. He swiftly sheathed his flying sword and leaped down, landing near the city wall. Indeed, it was a grand city, bustling with activity. A mere glance from Su Huaishou revealed that even at the city gate, a considerable number of people were coming and going, a constant flow that seemed unceasing, and the gate itself was impressively grand. 5th rank? 6th rank? Was this the Qi condensation stage? He couldn't help but click his tongue in amazement. The individuals entering and exiting included a notable number of cultivators and martial artists, far more than the powerful warriors and practitioners that were seldom seen in Anning County. Upon closer inspection, he even noticed that several of the guards at the gate were cultivators in the Qi condensation stage. A piercing gaze suddenly swept over, and Su Huaishou felt a chill in his heart. Hastily retracting his spiritual sense, he had been somewhat careless. This was not Anning County, and he could not recklessly probe the strength of these individuals. Encountering powerful practitioners could spell trouble for him. The guard at the gate furrowed his brow, and upon seeing Su Huaishou, he realized he could not discern the other's cultivation level. Instantly, the initially indifferent expression softened, and the guard averted his gaze. Su Huaishou breathed a sigh of relief. Indeed, everything hinged on strength. The guards in this area were part of the official military of the Great Spirit Kingdom, holding positions of authority, even if their cultivation was not particularly high. They were not ordinary loose cultivators one could provoke. He decided to proceed inside. As he stepped forward, however, he was immediately stopped by one of the guards. Esteemed senior, do you possess the relevant credentials for entry? Credentials? Su Huaishou glanced to the side. Most people entering the city did not require such documentation. Was it because he was an unfamiliar face? How stringent! A thought crossed his mind, and a glow emanated from his hand as the copper token from his storage pouch appeared in his palm, which he promptly presented to the guard for inspection. I wonder if this will suffice. Upon seeing the copper token in Su Huaishou's hand, the guard's initial nonchalance vanished. When he noticed the character dragon inscribed on the token, his pupils constricted, and his demeanor shifted to one of respect as he hastily cupped his hands. Ah, it is Lord Long Jingxi. Please, enter. Su Huaishou nodded, swiftly returning the copper token to his storage pouch. It seemed the token from the Longjing division was quite effective. Once inside the city, the atmosphere grew even more vibrant, with a plethora of shops lining the streets and a torrent of people, creating a grand spectacle. More importantly, there were even more martial artists here, alongside a good number of cultivators. After entering the city, he managed to restrain himself, keeping his spiritual sense from fully expanding. After a brief exploration, Su Huaishou chose not to linger further, for he had his own objectives in mind and began to search within the city. Wanbao Pavilion? Su Huaishou paused. Standing before a shop, it was a 5-story wooden building, lavishly decorated, with a continuous flow of spiritual energy emanating from within, clearly suggesting the presence of numerous valuable items for sale. Likely related to magical artifacts, at the entrance stood a young attendant in green attire, who, upon noticing Su Huaishou's presence, greeted him with a broad smile. Esteemed guest, are you looking to purchase some magical artifacts? Our Wanbao Pavilion is quite renowned in Kanglan City, offering items of all tiers, including many rare treasures. If you are interested, please step inside and take a look. Nodding, the attendant beamed even more brightly, leading Su Huaishou into the Wanbao Pavilion. Once inside, Su Huaishou's eyes swept over the array of flying swords, talismans, and various magical artifacts, all gleaming enticingly on the wooden shelves, stirring a sense of yearning within him. The Wanbao Pavilion was also bustling with customers, all either being ushered by the attendants or browsing independently. Could you provide some introductions? Su Huaishou inquired. Upon hearing this, the attendant immediately replied with enthusiasm. Might you have heard of our Wanbao Pavilion? Su Huaishou shook his head. I have been practicing at home for the past few years and only just entered the world of cultivation today. The attendant's eyes lit up at this revelation, recognizing that Su Huaishou likely hailed from a prominent family of cultivators and must possess some wealth, thus a valuable guest to court. Esteemed guest. Wanbao Pavilion is one of the 3 great treasure pavilions of the Great Spirit Dynasty, with branches in various cities across the kingdom. Our strength is considerable, boasting numerous rare treasures, including magical artifacts, spiritual devices, and even spiritual treasures, though the prices can be haha. Chapter 24, Details of Cultivation.as for our Wanbao Pavilion in Kanglan City. As you can see, there are 4 floors. The higher you go, the rarer the items become. The first and second floors mainly feature magical artifacts, while the third and fourth floors are dedicated to spiritual devices. Whether you seek flying treasures, talismans, pills, or precious spiritual herbs, and even unique puppets or spirit beasts, we have it all. Do you have any particular interests? I can certainly recommend a few items for you. Listening to the attendant's enthusiastic discourse, Su Huaishou felt somewhat overwhelmed, as he had only just entered the realm of cultivation and was still unfamiliar with many concepts. He replied, Young man, I have been practicing in seclusion at home, so I am not well versed in the ways of the world. You have any introductory materials on the geography and various talismans and pills of the Great Spirit Kingdom? The attendant smiled. These are basic items. We generally do not stock such materials at Wanbao Pavilion, but coincidentally, I have quite a few of these on hand. Should you require them? The attendant glanced at a middle-aged man who appeared to be the shopkeeper by the counter and spoke in a hushed tone. Su Huaishou understood the cue. Could you assist me in finding a suitable place? Please follow me, the attendant replied, leading Su Huaishou to a secluded area shielded by wooden racks. With a flicker of light, several jade slips appeared in the attendant's hand. Su Huaishou was taken aback. A sweep of his spiritual sense revealed that the attendant was a practitioner at the second level of qi condensation. Wanbao Pavilion was indeed affluent, employing a second-level qi condensation cultivator as an attendant, not to mention the storage pouch he possessed, which Su Huaishou had failed to notice earlier. Fortunately, as long as his spiritual sense was stronger than that of the attendant, the latter would remain oblivious. What is this? Su Huaishou inquired. Esteemed guest, these jade slips contain basic information, including details on talismans, pills, and a brief introduction to the cultivation world. You could find such items elsewhere? But since you are here at Wanbao Pavilion, I have these on hand, and if you are interested, they are yours, the attendant said with a smile. This young man was indeed clever and articulate, making his sales pitch sound appealing. However, purchasing items as a cultivator typically did not involve using mere currency. Su Huaishou had observed earlier that cultivators paid for their purchases with spirit stones, which were likely the currency of the realm. Unfortunately, he did not possess any at that moment. After a moment's thought, he pulled out a small porcelain bottle he had obtained from Old Chen. How about I trade this instead? The attendant accepted the porcelain bottle, opened it, and after a brief glance, a smile spread across his face. This gathering qi pill is of excellent quality. It seems I have struck a good fortune. Please accept these items. Observing the attendant's expression, Su Huaishou swiftly understood that he may have slightly overpaid, but his immediate priority was to gather important information. Thus, he brushed aside any concerns, nodded, and with a flick of his hand, the jade slips entered his storage pouch. As they emerged from the concealed area, the attendant inquired, Is there anything else you require, esteemed guest? I can show you around. Su Huaishou shook his head. I will explore on my own for now. Very well, if you need anything, just call for me, the attendant replied, before leaving to attend to other customers. Alone on the first floor, Su Huaishou observed the prices marked on the various treasures displayed on the shelves, unable to suppress a quiet gasp. Even without prior experience, he recognized the value of these items. So, the currency used for transactions was called spirit stones. The treasures on the shelves were priced in the hundreds or even thousands of spirit stones, which was indeed exorbitant. For the time being, he could not afford such luxuries, but he had accomplished his objective. Thus, Su Huaishou opted not to linger and turned to leave. As he exited, the attendant warmly invited him to return in the future. Fortunately, the majority of the city's inhabitants were ordinary folk, and there was no concern about lacking currency for transactions. although many shops and taverns catered specifically to cultivators, offering an entirely different level of facilities and ambience. He settled for a common tavern, seeking merely a place to rest temporarily. Once in his room, he sat cross-legged on the bed and quickly retrieved the jade slips he had exchanged from the attendant at Wanbao Pavilion. As he delved into the contents, his spiritual sense permeated the jade slips. Moments later, Su Huaishio opened his eyes, having gained significant insights. The first was a detailed delineation of the territories within the Great Spirit Kingdom, accompanied by an extensive map that proved to be quite valuable. The second slip contained foundational knowledge about the cultivation realm. For instance, spirit stones were formed from the condensation and compression of spiritual energy from the heavens and earth, primarily found in spirit stone mines, categorized into lower, middle, upper, and premium grades based on the density of the spiritual energy they contained. They served as a universal medium for trade, cultivation, and array formations, making them immensely useful. If there still exist those treasured artifacts, they are classified into various categories such as magical implements, spiritual tools, and, among others, magical implements, spiritual tools, and are similarly categorized into lower, middle, upper, and exceptional grades, while is further divided into postnatal and prenatal types. In addition, the realm of cultivation is not solely populated by mere cultivators. It encompasses a plethora of unique practitioners who pursue enlightenment through alternative paths, such as, and, to name a few, one might say it is a vibrant tapestry, unfolding magnificently before Su Huaishio's eyes. Indeed, it is a grand spectacle, a dazzling scroll of wonders revealing itself gradually. Within this jade slip, there are also introductory methods for, and, which, while common knowledge, prove to be invaluable to him at this moment. Moreover, he possesses the obtained from Elder Chun. Naturally, these, and can be purchased or custom-made by specialized masters, rendering the ability to wield them less significant than the mere capacity to employ them. For instance, the is already prepared. Elder Chen himself is unaware of its origin, and it can simply be activated for use. Previously, he was in the dark about this, but now that he is enlightened, he comprehends the activation method and can utilize it directly. However, he still wishes to experiment with, and as acquiring more knowledge is always beneficial. That being said, the is not particularly sophisticated. It is primarily an offensive array capable of ensnaring an average mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator with ease. If the opponent possesses countermeasures, the outcome may differ. Thus, when he transformed into a demon that day, he could have easily shattered it in one strike. However, after being breached, the inscribed upon the array has already begun to fade, suggesting it may not withstand many more uses unless he can find or learn to replenish the spiritual energy within these himself. Otherwise, after a few uses, they would be rendered utterly useless. Chapter 25. Trouble from the He family. Now that he has grasped the activation method, it adds a measure of strength to his capabilities, which is indeed gratifying. With a thought, 6 emerged from his storage bag. Hovering above his palm, the ochre, adorned with incomprehensible strokes and patterns, allows spiritual energy to traverse within, possessing extraordinary powers. Su Dage. What is this? Little Qian emerged from her small porcelain bottle, her curiosity piqued by the sight. Oh, it's nothing much, merely a war trophy, Su Huaishio explained. Oh, I see. Little Qian, though not fully understanding, nodded and turned her gaze eagerly towards the window. It was evident that she had been cooped up for too long. Su Huaishio chuckled, saying, when I have the time, I'll take you out for a stroll, but for now, I need to focus on my cultivation. Stay inside your room and don't venture out. This Kanglan city is far more perilous than Anning County. I fear you may encounter danger, and I want to be able to save you. Little Qian smiled brightly, replying, understood, Su Dage. With that, Su Huaishio closed his eyes, immersing himself in the study of the jade slip. Intending to delve into the basics of knowledge, hours passed in this cultivation, and when he finally opened his eyes, he realized the night had fallen. Rising from his seat, he approached the window, surprised to find that the knowledge involved in was so intricate and vast. A proficient master must possess not only the skill to inscribe and draw, but also an understanding of the profound principles of heaven and earth, similar to the intricacies of, hence, also delve into. And they must be well versed in materials, including the components used in, the inks and brushes, and the quality of spiritual energy, all of which are of great significance. Especially in the realm of, if one possesses a multi-elemental spiritual root. They hold a distinct advantage, as the more attributes one has, the the better they can perceive the energies of other attributes in and. However, a multi-root also equates to a mixed root. The more roots one has, the weaker their perception of any single spiritual energy becomes. This explains why cultivators with a single spiritual root tend to progress faster, as most advanced cultivators possess a singular root. Consequently, those with multi-elemental roots often gravitate towards and carving out a unique path to enlightenment. Even within the realm of multi-elemental roots, there lies a distinction of strength. Those with a more balanced combination can traverse further along the paths of and. Yet, the most critical factor remains comprehension. Not every cultivator with multi-elemental roots can become a master of or the truly formidable masters of and, despite their seemingly lesser cultivation, earn the respect of their peers, in the cultivation world. Possessing more means of survival is always advantageous, making these external tools highly sought after. Furthermore, these specialized roles, with sufficient dedication, can yield potent results. After years of laboring over precious materials, or can be unleashed with power surpassing that of the individual's original cultivation. For instance, a mere foundation establishment cultivator, after many years of effort and utilizing rare materials, could forge an array capable of vanquishing a core formation cultivator. It is likely that even core formation cultivators would hesitate to provoke such a foundation establishment array master. Just then, a series of loud shouts erupted from outside his door. "They've run this way. Pursue them." Su Huaixio's gaze shifted, and suddenly the door burst open as Little Qian dashed inside. "Little Qian, what happened?" She quickly dove back into her porcelain bottle, speaking rapidly. "Su Dage, it's my fault. I was just curious and went out to take a look. I didn't expect to be spotted by several cultivators from this inn. And they've been chasing me." "All right, I understand. Stay inside." Su Huaixio's heart sank. Having just entered Kanglan City, he had already attracted trouble. Barely had he finished speaking when several young men clad in blue rushed to his door. Swords in hand, scanning the room, frowning, he said, "Who are you? Is it appropriate to barge into my room like this? Are you disregarding the laws of the great spiritual nation?" One of the youths, sporting a scar on his brow and a fierce countenance, sneered, "Did a female ghost just run in here? Hand her over quickly. Our young master has taken a fancy to her. Don't bring trouble upon yourself." Su Huaixio's spiritual sense swept across them, and he scoffed. Recognizing them as mere foundation establishment cultivators, instantly, he released his pressure, and their expressions shifted as they hastily attempted to counter with their own spiritual sense, their faces turning crimson, nearly unable to withstand it. Yet, they remained undaunted, with the scarred youth continuing to taunt, "Kid, do you know who we are? Don't provoke those you shouldn't. When our young master arrives, you'll regret it." Seeking death, Su Huaixio thundered. Just then, a sudden footfall echoed, followed by a voice, "Who dares to touch my He Wenwu's people?" As the words fell, a young man dressed in a white scholar's robe stepped forth, carrying a folding fan. With a striking appearance, sharp brows, and bright eyes, he exuded an air of arrogance. A powerful pressure emanated from him, and the tension in the room escalated. Mid-stage foundation establishment. Just like him. He Wenwu raised an eyebrow, surprised to find another mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator in the room, and with a haughty smile said, "This esteemed friend, cultivation is arduous. I am He Wenwu, the young master of the He family in Kanglan City. A female ghost just ran into your room. She appeared quite charming. I wish to take her back and keep her in my home. Thus, I offer you 500 spiritual stones for her release." "The He family of Kanglan City?" Su Huaixio murmured softly, unfamiliar with their reputation. However, observing their brazen demeanor and the arrogance in their expression, it was evident that the He family held some influence in Kanglan City, and he might be facing a formidable adversary. He replied, "Apologies, but I have never encountered any female ghost. It seems inappropriate for this esteemed friend to allow your subordinates to storm into my room uninvited." He Wenwu snorted, narrowing his eyes, "So you refuse to hand her over? That ghost is yours, isn't it?" Su Huaixio stated firmly, "I ask you to leave. Why must it be this way? Cultivation is not easy. You've played enough with the female ghost. There's no novelty left. Why not sell her to me? If 500 spiritual stones aren't enough, I understand. Perhaps 1,000 spiritual stones would be more to your liking. Just hand her over, get lost." Su Huaixio retorted directly, "Hemph, ungrateful. He Wonwoo's expression darkened, his gaze becoming menacing. "Do you wish to engage in conflict here in Kanglan City?" Su Huaishou frowned. Chapter 26. A rift is formed in response. He Wonwoo burst into laughter. "Kanglan City naturally forbids violence, but this rule does not necessarily apply to me. Well then, how about this?" Su Huaishou raised a glowing token. The Dragon Mirror Division. Several of the Foundation establishment servants gasped. Their expressions shifting. It was clear that provoking someone from the Dragon Mirror Division was a grave error, unless one truly wished to make enemies of the great spiritual nation. He Wonwoo's expression shifted unexpectedly upon seeing the emblem of the Longjing Division presented by the other party. After a brief glance, he let out a cold snort. What are you? Merely a reserve member of the Longjing Division. That doesn't necessarily make you one of them. Oh? So you insist on making an enemy of me? Su Huaishou raised an eyebrow. The scarred servant interjected. "Young master, even if he is just a reserve member, we must tread carefully. The family head has instructed." "Silence!" He Wonwoo bellowed fiercely, his wrath palpable, causing the servant to fall silent. He then turned to Su Huaishou, a hint of frustration in his demeanor. "Consider yourself fortunate. However, do exercise caution during the selection process." Let us go with that." He Wonwoo pivoted and led his companions away. Once they departed, Xiao Qian floated out from a small porcelain bottle, her delicate face marred by guilt. "Brother Su, I'm so sorry. If it weren't for my playful nature, you wouldn't have been troubled." Su Huaishou shook his head. "No need to blame yourself. It's not your fault. There are simply too many villains around. You were startled earlier. Take some time to rest on him." Xiao Qian's countenance darkened, revealing her lingering self-reproach. Without further ado, she vanished back into the porcelain bottle. Su Huaishou stood by the window, observing He Wonwoo's departure, his gaze growing frigid. Everything ultimately hinges on strength. Thankfully, Kanglan City offers protection. We cannot act recklessly. With this Longjing Division copper token in hand, matters would be far more complicated otherwise. Exercise caution during the selection. He still felt uneasy, realizing he must enhance his strength swiftly. The encounter with the He family today served as a stark warning. "Young master, he is merely a little ghost. Why take offense? If you wish, you can find anyone you desire. There's no need to let a Longjing Division member rattle you," the scarred youth chimed in as they walked. I have my sights set on that ghostly girl, just a reserve member, yet she dares to oppose me. Were it not for the watchful eyes of Kanglan City, fearing that others might see and inform the Longjing Division, I would have certainly dealt with her and seized that girl," He Wonwoo retorted coldly. "Indeed, young master. It's a pity she is in Kanglan City," the scarred youth replied. Suddenly, He Wonwoo halted abruptly. "What is it?" "Young master?" Several ordinary followers paused, inquiring. He Wonwoo's eyes flickered with cunning, as a plan formed in his mind. He then smirked. "Yes, but what if he were not in Kanglan City? You all keep a close watch and report when this brat leaves the city. Anyone who dares to offend me should not expect to leave Kanglan City alive." "Ah, young master, you mean to? Enough prattle. Just keep your eyes open and stop standing around." "Yes, young master." They hurriedly complied, turning back towards the inn. Su Huaishou remained at the window, lost in thought, when he suddenly noticed several figures returning from a distance. He promptly shut the window, leaving only a slight crack to observe. Those figures were the same individuals who had just left. Now scanning the vicinity, it appeared they had marked him as a target. Su Huaishou felt a heaviness settle in his heart. Yet, perhaps this was fortuitous. Being constantly pursued by someone is an uncomfortable sensation. Within Kanglan City, restrictions were not limited to the He family. He too was bound. Once outside the city, there would be ample opportunities to assert himself. He could first gather intelligence on the He family's true nature. With this thought, Su Huaishou exited his room and made his way to a private dining area, casually ordering several dishes before summoning the innkeeper. After providing a few silver coins, he feigned nonchalance while inquiring about the major powers in Kanglan City. "Oh? What about the He family?" Su Huaishou asked the esteemed guest. "The He family has an ancestor who was a disciple of the inner sect of the Qingyun sect, rumored to be a Taoist of the Dan stage. Therefore, the He family in Kanglan City enjoys considerable favor from the city lord, thanks to the resources occasionally bestowed by their ancestor. The young master, He Wonwoo, possesses remarkable talent in cultivation. He is a rare single attribute gold spiritual root, particularly adept at offense, At his age, he has already reached the mid-foundation stage, truly formidable, but I must caution you, don't share this with others. The young master is notoriously overbearing, leveraging his ancestral connections and status. If he fancies a girl from a family, he either pays off her parents or resorts to coercion, leaving much resentment in his wake. It is said his ancestor wishes for him to join the Qingyun sect. But with his talent and resources, he prefers to remain in Kanglan City, reveling in power, which is why the sect has not insisted. I see. Thank you for the information. Please accept this, Su Huaishou smiled, revealing a silver ingot with a flick of his hand. The innkeeper's eyes lit up, and he eagerly accepted the coin, stashing it away without pretense. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. The young man gestured towards the door, eager to exit as though fearing Su Huaishou might reclaim the silver. Su Huaishou chuckled and nodded, allowing the innkeeper to hastily depart. Indeed, this city, teeming with cultivators, revealed even the ordinary innkeeper's profound understanding of the cultivation world, including spiritual roots and cultivation realms. Such knowledge had become common knowledge among them. Having gleaned this information, Su Huaishou felt relieved. He had initially feared the He family to be quite formidable, but it seemed that He Wenwu was their most notable member. His ancestor's status as an inner disciple of the Qingyun sect, while impressive, was distant and irrelevant here. This made matters more manageable. If the other party insisted on provoking him, he would not hesitate to retaliate. With this resolve, Su Huaishou raised his cup, downing its contents in one gulp before returning to his room to meditate, ensuring he maintained a state of abundant spiritual energy. The following day, as dawn broke with the crowing of roosters, Su Huaishou opened his eyes and leapt directly from the window, finding the streets nearly deserted. On the opposite building, several servants lounged lazily, having waited all night without any sign of activity from the other side. They understood it was unlikely their target would exit the city anytime soon. Suddenly, the scarred youth's eyes widened in shock. He yelled out, "Quick, everyone, wake up!" He emerged. The others promptly roused themselves, indeed spotting Su Huaishou leaping from the window. What is he doing? Why not use the front door and instead jump out the window? Perhaps he fears our young master? The scarred youth speculated. Go inform the young master. I'll leave traces along the way. As the scarred youth spoke, he hastily followed Su Huaishou. Meanwhile, Su Huaishou exited the city gates, soaring away on his flying sword. The scarred youth gritted his teeth and pursued, cautious not to get too close, aware that Su Huaishou, as a mid-foundation cultivator, posed a significant threat to his lower cultivation stage. A smile crept onto Su Huaishou's lips as he maintained a moderate speed, flying for a short while before alighting on a large rock to meditate. At a distance, the scarred youth paused, puzzled by the sudden stop. Was the purpose of this long journey merely to meditate? Yet, he remembered his master's orders and remained vigilant, leaving markers along the path for his master to follow, confident that this rogue cultivator would soon be trapped. After a brief moment, several streaks of light appeared, revealing He Wenwu and several of his own followers. Young master, the scarred youth called out. Where is he? He Wenwu's expression darkened, his eyes clouded with malice. Right there. It seems he is meditating. The scarred youth indicated. He Wenwu glanced over, a cold smile spreading across his face. You thought you could stay in the city unscathed? Now that you've ventured out, you've brought this upon yourself. Let us go. With a disdainful snort, he and his companions mounted their flying swords and sped towards Su Huaishou. As they approached, Su Huaishou remained oblivious to their presence, which only heightened He Wenwu's delight. They landed swiftly, surrounding Su Huaishou, who finally opened his eyes. Upon seeing the group, his expression remained calm, as if he were entirely unfazed by the confrontation, prompting He Wenwu to furrow his brow in suspicion, a gnawing sense of foreboding creeping into his mind. Till last, we meet. Su Huaishou rose, stretching lazily, as if he had been waiting for this moment with growing impatience, igniting a flicker of panic within He Wenwu. Yet, bolstered by his hidden cards and the belief that this so-called reserve member of the Longjing division was merely a mid-foundation cultivator, he reassured himself that the situation was still under control. Now you still have a chance. Hand over that delicate little ghost of yours and release a fragment of your soul for me to enslave. I shall spare your life. My ancestors were disciples of the Qingyun sect. If you follow me, it won't be long before you can achieve the golden core and become a nascent soul, He Wenwu sneered. Why not give me your soul? Su Huaishou spoke, her mind racing as she pondered what this enslavement of the soul entailed. It seemed rather enticing, allowing one to command a foundation establishment cultivator. Humph, I see you are truly courting death. Do not blame me for being merciless. He Wenwu coldly huffed, then with a flick of his left hand, a flag appeared out of thin air, shrouded in purple mist, and was tossed around Su Huaishou as the flag landed. It transformed into another figure, instantly surrounding Su Huaishou. He then produced a talisman in his hand. This is the low-grade spiritual artifact, the Mising Banner, gifted to me by my ancestors. Even a perfected foundation establishment cultivator may struggle to escape its grasp, and it can even briefly ensnare an initial golden core cultivator. The talisman in my hand is equivalent to a strike from a mid-golden core cultivator. I am exerting myself to deal with you. Consider it a sign of respect in your next life. Remember my face, lest you offend me again and be doomed to reincarnate. Soon as the words left his mouth, the talisman instantly expanded, radiating brilliant light, and several strands of sword chi shot forth, hurtling towards Su Huaishou. Should this strike connect, the full power of a golden core expert would be sufficient to severely injure or even kill her. He Wenwu's expression remained coldly amused, while the other Foundation establishment servants stood by, watching the spectacle with anticipation. Yet, as the talisman attack approached, Su Huaishou remained unperturbed, causing the onlookers to be momentarily taken aback. Roar! In an instant, the Su Huaishou encircled by the Mising Banner suddenly expanded, her clothes bursting apart as her form grew taller and her hair erupted from her skin. In the blink of an eye, she transformed into a massive ape several meters high, its countenance terrifying. With eyes like copper bells, the onlookers were struck dumb by this sudden transformation, and before they could process it, the giant ape shattered the Mising Banner with a single kick and leaped forward, approaching He Wenwu and the others with a hand as large as a small mountain reaching out towards them. Flee! The group was overcome with fear, utterly unprepared for such a turn of events. How had a perfectly normal cultivator morphed into a giant ape? Is this a demon clan? But this thought barely formed before a pair of massive hands seized them, followed by a crushing grip. The spirit shields erected by the group were instantly shattered, the force unrelenting, and their bodies exploded within that grasp. When the hand released, there were no longer any intact bodies, just a mass of soft, viscous flesh, completely unrecognizable. Clearly, they were dead beyond revival. After dispatching her targets, the giant ape roared a few times, losing its focus, and plopped down on the ground. Moments later, it shrank back down, transforming into a naked figure. Su Huaishou sighed with a wry smile, retrieving clothes from her storage bag to cover herself. Each transformation into a giant ape cost her a set of clothing, which pained her. Being naked was also quite undignified. She approached the mass of flesh with a hint of disdain, but still used her flying sword to poke through it. Fortunately, He Wenwu's storage bag remained largely intact, as did the Mising Banner and talisman. With a thought, she erased the consciousness within those artifacts and stored the Mising Banner and talisman in her own bag. The Mising Banner, being a low-grade spiritual artifact, was now the highest-grade treasure she possessed. The talisman, upon inspection, contained formidable power and could be used twice more, a considerable boon indeed, significantly enhancing her capabilities. As for He Wenwu's storage bag, its contents were abundant, igniting a fervor in Su Huaishou and alleviating her current financial woes. Chapter 28. Enemies arise. Aside from the Mising Banner and talisman, the items within the storage bag made Su Huaishou's eyes gleam with desire. A substantial amount of spirit stones lay before her. A veritable fortune for someone accustomed to poverty: 2,000 low-grade spirit stones, 500 mid-grade spirit stones, and 50 high-grade spirit stones. Moreover, there was a wooden plaque inscribed with the words Qingyun Sect, a jade slip containing the technique known as Changchun Gong, and another jade slip labeled Shanshui Sword Technique, along with a third slip titled Lianqi Ju. There were also 2 artifacts, a mid-grade flying sword, equivalent to Su Huaishou's own, and a cloak. The spirit stones significantly eased her financial strain, and the Qingyun Sect plaque was a relic from He Wenwu's ancestral sect. Upon examining the Changchun Gong, she found it to be a decent cultivation method, albeit more geared towards longevity rather than combat. It only contained cultivation instructions up to the foundation establishment stage and could greatly extend one's lifespan, surpassing that of ordinary cultivators. However, this was of no use to Su Huixiu. She hardly needed extra years. The Shanshui sword technique, on the other hand, was promising as it harnessed the sword intent of nature, a fitting choice for her current lack of offensive capabilities. She also noted that the Lianxi Ju was a concise technique capable of concealing one's aura, preventing others from discerning the depth of her cultivation, which was quite useful. The mid-grade flying sword was for personal use. Though she could prepare several as for the cloak, it was a high-grade artifact known as the illusory cloak, capable of perfectly blending with the surrounding environment, making it an excellent escape tool. With such bountiful rewards, a smile graced Su Huixiu's face as she stored everything into her bag and made her way back to the city. On a certain mountain peak, amidst the towering and mist-shrouded mountains, exquisite pavilions nestled within. Inside one of the palatial rooms, an elderly man with white hair and a Taoist robe suddenly opened his eyes wide, his expression shifting dramatically. He swiftly extended his hand, retrieving an object from his storage bag, a jade slip that had shattered into several pieces. He was instantly consumed with rage. Wenwu, who dares to slay my great-grandson, another gifted cultivator of the He family? Damned, damned! The elderly man's face darkened as he sprang to his feet, summoning a flying sword and darting out of the mountain peak. In the courtyard, several disciples were walking together when they noticed the rushing figure and were taken aback. Isn't that senior brother He Hao? Why is he in such a hurry? Wasn't he recently attempting to break through to the late Golden Core stage? Indeed, I also heard that senior brother He Hao is in seclusion to break through. He is currently one of the top inner disciples. If he succeeds, he could become the foremost among them. What could be so urgent? That remains uncertain. Perhaps he has to venture out for training. That is true. One cannot solely rely on seclusion for cultivation. Lord Hu has finally arrived. At the entrance of the Hu family estate in Jiangzhou, a carriage halted, revealing County Magistrate Hu and Master Zhang. The two were somewhat nostalgic. After many years, they had returned to the Hu family. Soon, news of their return was relayed, and they were quickly received by the current family head, Hu Nantian, who was Hu County Magistrate's half-brother. After exchanging pleasantries, Hu Nantian's expression darkened as he inquired about Hu Tian and the others. Why son is dead. He had sent guards to investigate, seeking vengeance for his son, yet now all the guards have perished. Hu County Magistrate and Master Zhang exchanged glances, unsure how to begin. At that moment, an elderly man burst in. Upon seeing him, the two couldn't help but feel a mix of emotions. Old Shun, Hu County Magistrate called out. Old Shun nodded, urgency in his voice as he asked, what has happened to my grandson Shun Songhai, who possesses such strength to kill so many guards, even Hu Tian? Surely my grandson met the same fate. How infuriating! Hu Tian, like himself, was a late Foundation establishment cultivator, yet he had fallen to this adversary, indicating that the opponent's cultivation was profound, likely a Golden Core expert. If he were to intervene, he might very well meet the same fate. Higher-level guards must be dispatched. Hu Nantian was equally eager to uncover the truth, demanding, who is it? Tell me everything you know. Hu County Magistrate had no choice but to respond, a bitter smile on his face as he said, I'm afraid we can no longer seek vengeance for Fair and the guards. Hu Nantian furrowed his brow. Why do you say that? Has the opponent's cultivation become so formidable that the Hu family cannot contend? Hu County Magistrate shook his head. It's not that. The opponent is merely a mid-Foundation establishment cultivator, yet somehow managed to defeat Hu Tian and the others. Humph! A mere mid-Foundation establishment cultivator dares to slay my Fair and the guards. This is sheer folly. I shall send someone to capture him and ensure he suffers for his transgressions, avenging Fair in the afterlife. Hu Nantian declared. Hu County Magistrate sighed. Brother, he is indeed a mid-Foundation establishment cultivator. But he has already been chosen by the Dragon Mirror Division as a candidate for the Bronze Door. What? The Dragon Mirror Division? Upon hearing the ominous words, Hu Nantian and Xin Lao's expressions shifted dramatically. Even the esteemed Hu family would not dare to provoke the Dragon Mirror Division, unless they were utterly disinterested in establishing their presence in Jiangzhou. Humph! Merely a reserve member, who might very well be eliminated. And if so, would meet an equally grim fate. Hu Nantian's countenance darkened as he uttered these words. Hu County Magistrate and Zhang Shiya exchanged glances, remaining silent, clearly recognizing the turmoil within Hu Tianan's heart. Should the other party join the Dragon Mirror Division, their hopes for vengeance would be dashed. Even if he was just a reserve member now, one must not underestimate the internal competition of the Dragon Mirror Division, a premier official institution of the Great Spirit Dynasty, known for its fierce protection of its own. They had never suffered losses, even against the royal family and first-rate sections. Moreover, the leader of the Dragon Mirror Division was one of the few remaining formidable figures in the realm of ritual spirits. After hearing Hu County Magistrate's statement, Shun Lao fell into a contemplative silence, clearly aware of the precariousness of the situation. Suddenly, he rose, clasped his fist, and declared, "Head of the family, Shan Jianxin voluntarily severs ties with the Hu family, and shall have no further relations with the Hu family, automatically withdrawing from the ranks." What? Upon hearing Shun Lao's declaration, everyone was taken aback, astonished by this unexpected turn of events. Hu Nantian was equally surprised, but soon grasped the implications, his astonishment palpable. "Shun Lao, you intend to confront this individual alone." Chapter 29. The Revenge of the He Family. Good sir, do you have any superior garments or treasures that are durable and can change size? After returning to the city, Su Huaishio hurriedly made his way to the Wanbao Pavilion. Upon encountering the young servant once more, he was greeted with a warm smile. He promptly articulated his request, acquiring numerous foundational jade slips related to talismans, alchemy, formations, weapon crafting, and puppetry. Subsequently, he inquired about suitable garments, ensuring that he would not find himself in an embarrassing state should he need to transform. Esteemed guest, we do not possess many garments of this kind. In fact, if you were to search elsewhere, you might find none at all. However, as we are Wanbao Pavilion, we happen to have such a treasure at hand, a low-grade magical artifact. This garment can change according to your desires, capable of withstanding ordinary water and fire, and can expand or contract as needed. It should suffice for your requirements. Generally, practitioners can utilize certain spells to fend off dust, water, and fire, rendering such magical artifacts somewhat redundant. This is the only one we have left, and it has been in our establishment for many years. Since you are interested, I shall present it to you." Moments later, the attendant returned with a striking garment, adorned with intricate and elaborate patterns, albeit to Su Huaishio's eyes, it appeared overly ostentatious. "All right, I shall take it." Paying several low-grade spirit stones, Su Huaishio departed immediately. Without delay, he exited Kanglan City once more. Outside the city, he donned the garment, and with a thought, it transformed into a simple, plain blue long robe, appearing much more understated and modest. He then retrieved the copper mirror of the Dragon Mirror Division, confirming his location before taking to the skies on his sword. His primary purpose in entering the city was to procure these items. Otherwise, he would have directly sought out and eliminated the He family's young master outside Kanglan City. Remaining in the city would only invite trouble. With some time still remaining before the selection day, and now equipped with numerous treasures and sword techniques, he could dedicate himself to training before setting out. After flying for several hours, Su Huaishio discovered a secluded mountain area, maneuvered his flying sword to carve out a large cave, and entered, sitting cross-legged. He then retrieved various sword techniques and incantations, along with magical artifacts from his storage bag. The magical artifacts posed no significant challenge, as he swiftly refined them over a few hours, imprinting his consciousness upon them before beginning to practice several sword techniques. Boom. 2 days later, in the mountains, Su Huaishio deftly executed a sword technique with his fingers, causing the surrounding flora and water droplets to rise and surge towards several nearby boulders, which were instantly reduced to powder upon contact. "Not bad," Su Huaishio remarked with a smile, having acquired an additional means of self-defense. This sword technique may not have been particularly sophisticated, but its unconventional approach, utilizing nature as a weapon, rendered it effective even without a flying sword. Though he was still only familiar with it, mastering it was merely a matter of time. As for the breath-concealing technique, it was far simpler, requiring only half a day's effort to learn. Quietly employing the technique, he concealed his foundational cultivation level, appearing as an ordinary person, utterly unremarkable and inconspicuous. He then prepared to enter the cave and delve into the study of formations. Taking out the Lu Jia illusory light formation talisman, he placed it at the cave entrance, finally feeling at ease as he meticulously researched the intricacies of formations. Whoosh, Kanglan City. With a resounding roar, a flying sword descended at the city gate. And the elder upon it was none other than He Hao, an inner disciple of the Qingyun sect and the ancestral figure of the He family in Kanglan City. The guard stationed at the gate had intended to inquire further, but upon sensing the aura of this nascent soul expert, their expressions shifted, and they bowed respectfully. He Hao's demeanor remained cold as he strode through the city gate, heading straight for the He family estate. At that moment, the He family residence was draped in white mourning attire, with both masters and servants clad in white garments, enveloped in sorrow. Upon witnessing this scene, He Hao's expression hardened, his fury surging, and he prepared to enter. However, just as he reached the entrance, he was obstructed by the He family servants. With a gentle wave of his hand, several servants were sent flying, causing the courtyard to erupt in cries of despair, startling those who had been lamenting. Who dares to intrude upon the He family? Our ancestors were disciples of the Qingyun sect. Are you seeking death? A middle-aged man stepped forward, his voice stern. He Hao frowned. Not far away, an elderly man with white hair and a frail frame approached, squinting his bleary eyes to assess the situation. Upon recognizing He Hao's face, he immediately knelt, trembling, and exclaimed, "Great-great-grandfather, your unworthy grandson Healy pays his respects." The crowd fell silent, particularly the younger members and servants in the courtyard. The He family's descendants were initially taken aback, but soon realized the gravity of the situation, their shock palpable. Before them stood their ancestor, the great-grandfather of the current He family head, He Li, their forebear, ancestor, great-ancestor. The entire assembly of the He family prostrated, wailing and lamenting in the courtyard. The servants, witnessing this, also knelt in reverence. He Hao merely snorted coldly, stepping forward to cleave open the coffin. Upon seeing the corpse within, a pitiful mass of flesh, his fury intensified, and he bellowed, "Damn it, scoundrels! How dare you sever the He family's path to immortality, undermining our foundation? This grievance shall not go unpunished. I vow to ascend to immortality only after avenging this," he thundered. "Who killed Wenwu?" The elderly Healy wept and pleaded, "Great-grandfather, you must seek justice for us. Our He family relied on our ancestors to attain our current status." Stepping onto the path of immortality, Wenwu possessed extraordinary talent for cultivation, with the potential to follow in the ancestors' footsteps. Yet, just days ago, he met a tragic end outside Kanglan City. This is a declaration of war against our He family, a bid to annihilate us. He Hao furrowed his brow. "Stop your wailing. We shall first deal with the one who harmed Wenwu. Do you know the circumstances? Who exactly was responsible for his death?" He Li, trembling, wiped away his tears and replied, "Great-grandfather, we discovered Wenwu's corpse outside Kanglan City. However, we learned that prior to this, he had entered a room at an inn in the city, only to emerge in a rage. Several servants had been dispatched to watch that room, indicating a connection to its occupants. We bribed a child to sketch a portrait of this individual. I believe it was he who killed Wenwu." "Bring forth the drawing." "Yes, my lord." A servant nodded and quickly made his way to the study, returning shortly with a scroll. He carefully unfurled it before He Hao. The figure depicted was unmistakably Su Huaishio. Chapter 30. I am Shan Songhai Excellent. He Hao's expression darkened, his fingers curling as a small flame shot forth, igniting the portrait in an instant. The intense heat scorched the servant's hands, prompting him to hastily discard the burning image. The likeness of the individual was firmly imprinted in He Hao's mind as he strode out, leaving behind a chilling declaration. "Wenwu will not have died in vain. You shall properly bury him. I will return with the head of his murderer to pay tribute to Wenwu. Farewell, ancestor. Farewell, ancestor." Su Huaishio opened his eyes, instinctively scratching his head, feeling slightly dizzy. The study of formations was indeed vast and intricate. Even with his formidable spirit sense, engaging with the complexities of formations for the first time was daunting. Fortunately, he had made some progress, gaining considerable insights into the realm of formations from the Jade Slips. He had learned numerous foundational techniques for arranging formations. He then retrieved several spirit stones from his storage bag, quickly placing them at various positions, and took out the flying sword, a magical artifact he had seized from He Wenwu, as the focal point for the formation. Hastily setting up a spirit-gathering formation in an instant, as the formation took shape, Su Huaishio could distinctly feel the spiritual energy converging in her vicinity, becoming noticeably denser. A faint smile graced her lips as she began to take out jade slips for alchemy, artifact forging, and talisman creation. Embarking on her preliminary studies, A few days later, she discovered that the method of alchemy was rather intricate, requiring a high-quality alchemical furnace, specific flames, and various medicinal herbs, including rare treasures of heaven and earth. Each type of treasure required precise combinations of ingredients, techniques, and timing, and success was not guaranteed. Achieving even one successful batch out of 10 was considered fortunate. If given the opportunity, she could purchase corresponding treasures to experiment further. As for the path of artifact forging, it was more straightforward, either using true essence and special flames for smelting or nurturing with divine consciousness, combined with unique forging techniques to attempt the process. The art of talisman creation bore some resemblance to alchemy, as it also necessitated special talisman paper and the use of cinnabar ink, where one would infuse spiritual energy onto the paper to engrave formations. Stepping outside the cave, the mountain breeze rustled her garments as she pondered. The myriad paths ultimately lead to the same destination. Engaging in alchemy, artifact forging, talisman creation, and formations could indeed complement one another. For instance, the path of formations primarily concerns orientation, aligning with the principles of the rules, while talismans essentially inscribe formations onto the talisman paper. The difference lies in the nature of what they bear. Necessitating greater precision, it could be deemed a cursory understanding, yet practical experimentation remained essential. Shaking her head, she prepared to continue her journey when suddenly, she sensed a powerful divine consciousness sweep over her head. A chill ran through her heart, and she realized evasion was futile. The strength of that consciousness was formidable, and she had no inkling of its origin. Quickly, she retracted her spirit stones and formation artifacts into her storage bag, hoping fervently that it was not someone from the He family. After all, she had recently slain He Wenwu, and given her proximity to Kanglan City, the possibilities were concerning. She had to exercise utmost caution. The Lu Jia illusionary light talisman at the cave entrance remained untouched, positioned before her. Indeed, as the divine consciousness swept past in an instant, it promptly returned, clearly having detected her presence and now scrutinizing her anew. A thought crossed her mind, and she subtly released some of her aura, only revealing her cultivation at the qi condensation stage. Simultaneously, her bones and muscles shifted, altering her appearance, and upon closer inspection, she bore a striking resemblance to Shan Songhai. In a flash, a flying sword appeared, upon which stood an elder with a piercing gaze. Upon spotting Su Huaishio, he merely swept his consciousness over her and, upon discovering her cultivation at the 6th layer of qi condensation, furrowed his brows and descended before her. Su Huaishio feigned a sweep of her consciousness in return, realizing she could not discern the elder's cultivation level. He snorted coldly as a stronger divine consciousness surged towards her, prompting her to retract hers swiftly, her face pale with fear. "I greet you, senior. I mean no offense." He how scrutinized Su Huaishio, his brow furrowing. It was known that his descendant, He Wenwu, possessed foundational cultivation. It was inconceivable that someone at the qi condensation stage could have slain him. "What is your name? Why are you here?" He how inquired coldly. Su Huaishio's heart raced, and she respectfully replied, "In response to your inquiry, senior, I am Shan Songhai and I am here because I had some insights and sought to break through. Hence my retreat." "Shan Songhai?" He how assessed Su Huaishio once more. "Your cultivation is at the 6th layer of qi condensation." Su Huaishio forced a smile. "Senior, I lack talent. Prior to my breakthrough, I was merely at the 5th layer of qi condensation. I hope you do not find me lacking." He hao's gaze swept across her surroundings, and he quickly noticed the formation before Su Huaishio. She promptly gestured, revealing the concealed Lu Jia illusionary light talisman, which she then stowed in her storage. "My apologies, senior. It was merely a means of self-defense. I was just in retreat." So, He how discerned nothing amiss and dismissed the trivial Lu Jia illusionary light talisman. "I ask you, have you ever?" he began, and suddenly a mirror-like surface appeared, reflecting Su Huaishio's visage. "Do you recognize this person?" Su Huaishio's heart skipped a beat, and she silently rejoiced, fortunate that her previous training as a martial artist, particularly the spirit ape technique, had honed her physique, allowing her to transform into a demon clan appearance at will. Otherwise, she might have been exposed. This person was likely the ancestor of He Wenwu from the Qingyun sect. She could not reveal any of the Qingyun sect sword techniques before him. Feigning contemplation, Su Huaishio shook her head. "Senior, I am unfamiliar with this individual. I am unaware of whom you seek." "Humph, this person is my sworn enemy." Should I encounter him, I shall kill him without hesitation, He Hao declared, his icy gaze sending shivers down Su Huaixio's spine, as if he were implying something with his intense scrutiny. Su Huaixio nodded. Feigning enlightenment. So this person is your foe. I wonder who would dare offend you, senior. Surely they are courting death. He Hao remained non-committal and pressed further. Which sect do you belong to? Have you ever been to Kanglan City? Su Huaixio shook her head, a rueful smile on her lips. Senior, I am merely a wandering cultivator and have yet to enter any sect. As for Kanglan City, I have not been there yet. I intended to visit after my retreat to gather some materials. Wandering cultivator, may I ask which sect you hail from? Su Huaixio inquired boldly. He Hao replied indifferently, Qingyun sect. Su Huaixio's face lit up with joy. Qingyun sect? Cough cough, senior. Might I inquire if there is a chance for me to join the Qingyun sect? I am aware of my limited talent, yet I am sincere in my cultivation. If I could join a sect and find protection, I, Shun Songhai, would have no regrets in this life. Joining the Qingyun sect? He Hao's skepticism waned slightly. What is your spiritual root and talent? Su Huaixio shook her head, a bitter smile on her face. I am unaware of that. I stumbled upon a technique by chance, and by sheer luck became a cultivator. I have visited a few sects, but given my age and current cultivation at qi condensation, no one has tested my talent, merely informing me that I lack capability. At your age, being at the 6th layer of qi condensation does indicate ordinary talent. As for joining the Qingyun sect, even if you were accepted, you would only be an outer disciple, He Hao remarked, shaking his head. Please, senior, I implore you to recommend me. I would be grateful to be an outer disciple. At least I would have some protection. Su Huaixio urged eagerly. Seeing her desperate desire to join the Qingyun sect, He Hao's reservations diminished further. I have matters to attend to. I shall grant you a Qingyun sect token. You may proceed on your own or go to Kanglan City, where you can wait at the He family residence for my return, and I shall take you there. Su Huaixio bowed respectfully. I humbly request the token. Senior, I am willing to wait for you in Kanglan City. Upon observing Su Huaixio's willingness to wait in Kanglan City rather than taking the token to go to the Qingyun sect, He Hao's final doubts dissipated. Chapter 31. It turns out I thought too much. He Hao rummaged through his storage bag and produced a small wooden token, identical to the one Su Huaixio had obtained from He Wenwu, clearly representing the Qingyun sect. With a flick of his finger, the token floated towards Su Huaixio, who eagerly caught it, her eyes sparkling with joy. Thank you, senior. I am profoundly grateful. Since you seek your enemy, I am more than willing to assist. If you permit it, I can accompany you. Seeing Su Huaixio's exuberance and her eagerness to express her loyalty, He Hao's lips curled into a faint smile. He shook his head. From now on, we are considered fellow disciples. Since I am the one bringing you in, you must cultivate diligently and not tarnish my name. As for accompanying me, it is unnecessary. I can manage alone. Your current cultivation cannot contribute, so you should simply wait at the He family in Kanglan City. Understood. I wish you success in capturing this villain. Su Huaixio quickly clasped her hands in respect. Indeed. He Hao nodded, and I shall take my leave now to continue my search. You may report your name at the He family. With that, He Hao ascended on his flying sword. While Su Huaixio respectfully watched his retreating figure, bowing once more, He Hao glanced back, feeling somewhat satisfied, and continued on his way, searching in other directions. However, after walking for a brief moment, a sense of unease crept into his heart. Though he could not pinpoint the source of his discomfort, leaving him perplexed, he decided to dismiss it as mere agitation and performed a calming incantation to quell his thoughts before continuing his search. Meanwhile, Su Huaixio exhaled deeply once He Hao's figure had vanished, feeling an immediate sense of relief. Only then did she realize her back was drenched in fine beads of sweat, soaking her inner garments. Fortunately, I was astute just moments ago. Had I not concealed my appearance and name, I would likely have been discovered by the venerable ancestor of the Qingyun sect, He family. To my surprise, the other party detected my presence rather swiftly and pursued me directly. This time, I was fortunate. Next time, I must exercise even greater caution. With this in mind, Su Huaixio swiftly drew out his flying sword and soared towards Kanglan City. A few days later, he arrived in Kanglan City and immediately made his way to the He family estate. The He family was still shrouded in white cloth, mourning, yet He Wenwu had already been interred. After announcing his presence at the entrance, an elderly man approached him briskly. Su Huaishio presented the Qingyun sect token and stated, I am here at the behest of Senior He, awaiting his return so that we may journey back to the Qingyun sect together. The elder immediately responded with respect, Please, Immortal Master, accompany me. I shall arrange a guest room for you. Su Huaishio nodded and followed the elder to a room. After surveying the space briefly, he retrieved several medicinal pills from his storage bag and sent them floating towards the elder. Yes, this is my first visit. I possess little of value. However, with Senior He present, I trust you are not in need of my meager offerings. Here are a few pills that, upon consumption, will significantly enhance one's physical constitution, nourish the mind, and may even extend one's lifespan. Please accept them. The elder gratefully accepted, saying, Thank you, Immortal Master. We, mere mortals, lack the spiritual roots for cultivation. Though we have the ancestor, most of what we possess is for Wenwu, alas. I have said too much. Thank you once again. Su Huaishio then added, I have been experiencing some insights lately, and thus I shall enter seclusion for a while. If Senior returns and finds me still in seclusion, I kindly ask you to inform him to wait a few more days for my emergence. Of course, Immortal Master, rest assured. When the ancestor returns, if you have not yet emerged, I shall certainly relay your message. The elder replied that Su Huaishio nodded, closed the door, and the elder departed respectfully. Once alone, Su Huaishio promptly took out several spirit stones and set up a simple spirit gathering array within the room. He then sat cross-legged within the formation to cultivate and nurture his internal spiritual energy. As night fell, he finally opened his eyes, exited the room, and, seeing no one around, left the spirit gathering array intact. He then flew away on his sword, hastily exiting the city and heading swiftly in a different direction. By day, a servant arrived at Su Huaishio's door with food, calling out several times but receiving no response. It was not until the elder arrived that the servant remarked, Master, I called several times, yet the Immortal Master did not reply. The elder replied, The Immortal Master has already entered a state of fasting and has no need for ordinary food. It is perfectly normal for him not to hear while in seclusion. Henceforth, do not bring him meals. Understood, Master? The servant nodded and departed. The elder then returned to his own room, hoping that in a few days, the ancestor would capture the murderer of Wenwu to avenge his spirit. Meanwhile, He Hao furrowed his brow, having searched nearly every nearby mountain peak and traveled quite a distance without encountering this person or any unfamiliar cultivators. How peculiar! The individual was merely at the foundation establishment stage. How could he possibly flee so quickly? As a formidable cultivator of the Dan stage, my speed surpasses that of a foundation establishment practitioner by leaps and bounds. If I had pursued earlier, I would have surely caught up by now, yet there is not a trace to be found. Suddenly, a vision flashed in his mind. He recalled his earlier encounter with Shen Songhai and suddenly realized the source of the strange feeling he had previously suppressed. Could it be that I was deceived? His heart grew increasingly restless, and his expression darkened. He immediately took to his flying sword, racing back to Kanglan City at the fastest speed. Within a day and a half, he reached the He family estate. Ancestor, the head of the He family greeted He Hao respectfully upon his arrival. I ask you, did any cultivators visit in the past few days? Indeed, ancestor, a young man, appearing to be in his teens, bearing a Qingyun sect token, claimed he was instructed by you to wait here. He is currently in his room, the head of the He family replied. Had I overthought this? He Hao frowned, feeling less anxious, yet still puzzled about what had gone awry. Shen Songhai was behaving entirely normally. Take me to him, He Hao commanded, shaking his head. Follow me, ancestor. The head of the He family led He Hao to Su Huaishio's room. He Hao's divine sense swept the area, and he immediately noticed the rich spiritual energy surrounding the room. This is spirit gathering array. The head of the He family explained, Ancestor, the young Immortal Master entered seclusion shortly after arriving. Stating he had new insights, he also mentioned that if you returned and he had not yet emerged, he hoped you would allow him a few days before departing together for the Qingyun sect. At this moment, He Hao felt a sense of relief. Perhaps he had indeed overthought the matter. In that case, we shall wait a few days, he nodded. The head of the He family then asked, Ancestor, have you captured the assassin who killed Wenwu? He Hao's expression darkened as he shook his head. Not yet. This individual has employed some method to elude capture and has fled swiftly. I have searched every area nearby. And given his foundation establishment cultivation, It is impossible for him to have traveled so far in such a short time. This matter must be deliberated further. The head of the He family sighed softly. I hope the ancestor will capture him in due time. Indeed. He Hao nodded and then entered a room to meditate, planning to remain there for a few days until Xian Songhai emerged from seclusion, at which point they would travel together to the Qingyun sect. The head of the He family then exited as well. For several consecutive days, Su Huaixio's room remained silent. He Hao ventured out once during this time and, upon seeing no activity, assumed that Su Huaixio was in the throes of a significant breakthrough and thus had not yet emerged. He continued to wait, but the prolonged silence began to sow seeds of doubt within him. After all, he was merely a minor cultivator of the qi condensation stage, and he knew that he would eventually return. It was improbable for him to remain in seclusion for such an extended period. Yet, as time passed, Su Huaixio still did not emerge, arousing further suspicion. With these thoughts in mind, He Hao stepped out of his room and approached Su Huaixio's door once more. The room remained a focal point of converging spiritual energy, indicating that the spirit-gathering array was still operational. After a moment of contemplation, a foreboding premonition washed over He Hao as he prepared to open the door. Just then, a series of shattering sounds echoed from within the room. The spirit stones had depleted, their energies exhausted. Upon hearing this, He Hao's apprehension intensified. He quickly approached and pushed open the door, only to be met with a sight that sent his heart racing and blood coursing faster through his veins. The room was devoid of Xian Songhai's presence. Instead, it lay in ruins, with a shattered spirit-gathering array and fragments of spirit stones scattered about. I have been deceived. Cursed be this situation. With a surge of immense pressure, the room erupted violently, transforming into a wasteland. How dare he deceive me? He Hao's fury reached a boiling point, his complexion turning ashen. This Xian Songhai must be the very murderer of Wenwu, Su Huaixio. I had not anticipated that he would suppress his cultivation, alter his appearance, and change his name, successfully deceiving even me. I was indeed careless. However, so many days have passed. He has likely vanished beyond my reach. Cursed be this, ancestor. A group of individuals rushed over, their expressions filled with shock upon witnessing the devastation. What has happened here? The head of the He family inquired. He Hao coldly snorted, offering no reply as he soared into the air, racing towards the city gates, leaving the bewildered He family members in his wake. Let us rest here for a while. After days of continuous flight, Su Huaixio descended in a mountain range, now far removed from Kanglan City. Surely the He family's ancestor has returned by now and discovered my absence. Unfortunately, it is too late, for I have already distanced myself from Kanglan City. Even if he wished to pursue, he would not catch up. Brother Su, Xiaoqian emerged from the small porcelain vial of ashes. Xiaoqian, Su Huaixio nodded. Xiaoqian surveyed the surroundings, having been in slumber for the past few days and unaware of the events transpiring outside. Brother Su, where are we? This does not seem to be Anning County. We are within the Qingyun prefecture of Liuzhou, Great Spirit Nation. Our destination is the Longjing Division. Su Huaixio produced a copper plate and checked their position. We are not far from Longjing Division. With just a few more days, we shall arrive. Xiaoqian nodded. Indeed. Xiaoqian, I shall enter seclusion for a while. After traveling continuously, I have been contemplating the mountain water sword technique and have gained some new insights. I wish to take this opportunity to delve deeper. Perhaps I may achieve a breakthrough. Su Huaixio declared, setting up a Lu Jia illumination array nearby, alongside a spirit-gathering array. He donned an invisibility cloak, blending seamlessly with the surrounding trees, rendering himself undetectable even to those with powerful divine senses. Yes, Brother Su, you may focus on your insights. I will watch over you. Xiaoqian agreed, transforming into a cloud of crimson mist and concealing herself among the treetops. Very well, Su Huaixio nodded. The cultivation technique practiced by Xiaoqian was rather peculiar, continuously devouring the essence of others' blood. Judging by her cultivation level and the strangeness of her method, she was, in fact, somewhat more formidable than he was. Albeit her current tactics were rather simplistic. Thus, when encountering certain foundational level cultivators, she could occasionally be overwhelmed. Nonetheless, as a means of defense, she was more than adequate. In the tranquility of the forest, towering trees and thorny shrubs surrounded them. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled rays of light upon the ground. Beside the trees, a figure, indistinguishable from its surroundings, blended in like a chameleon. concealing itself among the foliage. Suddenly, a few ferocious beasts passed by, oblivious to Su Huaixio's presence. Just as they were about to move away, a crimson mist wafted down from the treetops, enveloping the beasts and whisking them away. When the mist dissipated, the ground bore no trace of the creatures, which had transformed into desiccated husks. Humph! I cannot allow you to disturb Su Dage. Xiaoqian huffed softly, her delicate nose wrinkling adorably. The sanguine hue around her intensified as she returned to Su Huaixio's side. Morphing into a human form, perched upon a massive tree trunk, her chin resting on her slender hand, her fair legs swinging rhythmically as she sought to pass the tedium of time. The forest was teeming with beasts. In mere moments, several waves had passed, yet they were all mere common beasts, easily dealt with by Xiaoqian without any exertion. Su Huaixio opened his eyes, the twilight enveloping the world. A smile crept upon his lips. He had grasped the essence of the mountain and water sword technique, a feat attributed to the days of travel that had allowed him to appreciate the myriad landscapes, rivers, and lakes, thus elevating his understanding of the technique significantly. Retrieving the 6-Jia illusory light array talisman and the spirit gathering array, he gazed up at Xiaoqian perched atop the treetops and gently said, "Let us depart." Xiaoqian, Su Dage, have you completed your cultivation? Indeed. Su Huaixio nodded, his eyes narrowing slightly as he surveyed the nightfall, a vision of anticipation blossoming within. It was time to head to the Dragon Mirror Division. Chapter 33. Senior Sister Qianlinger in the Great Spirit Kingdom. Liuzhou, Longqing indeed, the Dragon City, governed by the Dragon Mirror Division, was a grand expanse, far surpassing Kanglan City by dozens of times. Upon entering Longqing, Su Huaixio could not help but exclaim in awe. After leaving the mountains, he had not tarried, soaring directly to this city, the very seat of the Dragon Mirror Division. The city walls towered majestically, stretching for thousands of kilometers, truly deserving of the title of a great city. The buildings within, magnificent structures crafted from stone and wood, were innumerable, adorned with various precious materials that not only offered an otherworldly appearance, but also possessed unique properties, akin to the decorative lights atop modern skyscrapers. Even when compared to the capital of his homeland, Longqing seemed to hold a slight edge. It was evident that this place was a bastion of power, with cultivators abounding. The Dragon Mirror Division's branch stood within Longqing, reigning supreme among the myriad factions, an official establishment fiercely protective of its OWN in this city. Few dared to provoke the Dragon Mirror Division's members. Wow, is this really Dragon City, the abode of the Dragon Mirror Division? It is truly incomparable to our humble countryside. Beside him, a youthful woman suddenly exclaimed, her tone tinged with envy. Su Huaixio turned to see a girl who appeared to be around 15 or 16. Her hair styled in a bun, her face round and cherubic, evoking an urge to pinch her cheeks. Her large, sparkling eyes were enchanting, and she wore a vibrant green gown, brandishing a sheathed sword. His consciousness expanded, taking in her presence at a glance, mid-foundational stage. The sword she held was indeed a magical artifact. A flicker of peculiarity crossed Su Huaixio's mind. According to common sense, one would rarely display a magical artifact so openly, preferring to conceal it within a storage pouch. Moreover, this artifact was merely of the lowest tier among treasures, thus unnecessary to flaunt. The girl exuded the air of a fledgling adventurer, aspiring to become a chivalrous figure, wielding her sword like a hero intending to uphold justice. However, her weapon was no ordinary object. It was a magical artifact, indicating her status as a cultivator. Those with powerful consciousnesses could easily overlook the scrutiny of those with weaker perceptions. Naturally, cultivators of the same realm could generally perceive one another unless concealed by some hidden technique. Though both were at the foundational stage, Su Huaixio practiced the Divine Demon Reversal technique. Even while currently at mid-foundational stage, he could stand against those at late foundational stage. Indeed, should he reveal his full demonic transformation, he would rival those at the Dan Embryo realm. However, being of the demon race, he preferred to keep such abilities hidden. Eh? The girl turned her head, noticing Su Huaixio's gaze. At once, he felt a probing consciousness sweep over him. Holding a copper token, he was undoubtedly a foundational cultivator. Thus, he had concealed his aura